Section 17. From Talavera to Alcaña. Chapter 1. Introductory, the Central Junta, Wellesley and Wellington. Between the 20th of August, 1809, when Robert Crawford's Light Brigade withdrew from the bridge of Almaraz to follow the rest of the British Army across the mountains to the neighborhood of Badajoz, and February 27, 1810, when part of that same brigade was engaged in the first skirmish of Barba del Purco, not a shot was fired by any of Wellington's troops. This gap of over 6 months in his active operations may appear extraordinary, and it was bitterly criticized at the time. Between August and March, there was hard fighting both in the south of Spain and along the northeastern frontier of Portugal, but the British Army, despite many invitations, took no part in it. Wellington adhered to his resolve never to commit himself again to a campaign in company with the Spaniards, unless he should be placed in a position in which he could be independent of the freaks of their government and the perversity of their generals. 2 months' experience of the impracticability of Cuesta, of the deliberate disobedience of Venegas, of the fruitless promises of the Commissary General Lozano de Torres, of the insane demands and advice sent in by the Central Junta, had convinced him that he dare not risk his army in a second venture, such as that which had led him to Talavera. If he were made commander-in-chief by the Spanish government and granted a free hand in the direction of the Spanish armies, matters would look different, but there was at present no chance whatever that he would receive such a mark of confidence. Only a small minority of the leading men at Seville could endure with patience the idea of a British commander-in-chief. Wellington himself had long dismissed the project, which Freire had broached in the spring, as impracticable. Meanwhile, the French advance had no sooner ceased, after the rather objectless combat of Arzobispo, than the junta began to press upon the British general's schemes for a resumption of the offensive and a second march toward Madrid. The political situation, and not any military considerations, was the originating cause of their untimely activity. They felt that their authority was waning, that their popularity had vanished, that their critics were daily growing more venomous, and they saw that success in the war would be the only possible way out of their difficulties. Hence, at the very moment when Wellington was withdrawing his half-starved army from the Tagus and impeaching in letters of stinging irony the conduct of the junta's mendacious commissaries, he was being pressed to resume the offensive. Countless appeals were made to him. Both formal and argumentative invitations from the ministers at Seville and private remonstrances by individuals, Spanish and English, were showered upon him. The junta even went so far as to offer him command of the Spanish troops in Estremadura, though this offer was qualified by their statement that they intended to reduce those troops to 12,000 men, the larger half of the army being under orders to march eastward into La Mancha and join the force of Venegas. This proposal did not in the least meet Wellington's main objection to resuming active operations, viz., that he could not trust the Spanish government to feed his army, nor the Spanish generals to carry out with punctual accuracy any scheme for a joint campaign which might be laid before him. He put the matter very plainly, till the evils of which I think that I have reason to complain are remedied, till I see magazines established for the supply of the troops, and a regular system adopted for keeping them filled, till I see an army upon whose exertions I can depend, commanded by officers capable and willing to carry into execution the operations which have been planned by mutual agreement, I cannot enter upon any system of cooperation with the Spanish armies. This statement was for publication. In private correspondence with his brother, the ambassador at Seville, he added still more cogent reasons for declining to take the field with Venegas or Eguia. He had witnessed with his own eyes the panic of Portego's division on the night before Talavera, when whole corps threw away their arms and ran off in my presence, while neither attacked nor threatened with attack, but frightened, I believe, by their own fire. He had seen Albuquerque's cavalry, the day after the combat of Arzobispo, lurking in every village for 20 miles round, and had heard Spanish officers telling of 19 or 20 actions of the same description as that of Arzobispo, an account of which, I believe, has never been published. The army of Estremadura consisted, he concluded, of troops by no means to be depended upon. On every ground, therefore, he ought to avoid risking the king's army again in such company. There was no getting over this fundamental objection of Wellington's, and his brother, therefore, was placed in a very uncomfortable position. During all his negotiations with the central junta, Lord Wellesley's task, indeed, was a most invidious one. He had been directed by his government to profess an earnest desire to aid the Spaniards in bringing the war to a successful conclusion, and to pledge the aid of Great Britain, yet he was forced to refuse every definite proposal made to him by the junta. On the other hand, there were clauses in his instructions which provoked the most openly displayed suspicion and resentment when he touched upon them in his conversations with Martin de Garay and the other Spanish ministers. Such were the proposal to place the whole Spanish army under a British commander, i.e. Wellington, the attempt to open up the subject of a certain measure of free trade with Spanish America, and most of all, the offer to send British troops to garrison Cadiz. For despite the fiasco of the preceding winter, the Portland ministry was still harping on this old string, and allusions to it occur in nearly every dispatch sent from London to the ambassador at Seville. Wellesley's position was made even more difficult by the fact that all the Spanish factions opposed to the central junta tried to draw him into their schemes by making lavish professions of what they were ready to do if only the present government were evicted from office. Of these factions there were many. The old Council of Castile, which the junta had superseded, still clung together, making protests as to the legality of their successor's position. The local assemblies were equally jealous of the central authority. The juntas of Estremadura and Valencia, in especial, were always intriguing behind its back, and the former at least made many tempting proposals both to Wellesley and to Wellington. But the most dangerous enemies of the existing government were the malcontents close at its gates, the Andalusian conspirators, led by the members of the old junta of Seville, and by the intriguers like the Conde de Montijo, the Dukes of Infantado and Osuna, and Francisco Palafox. The dissatisfaction caused by the incapacity, indecision, and, as it was openly said, the nepotism and venality of the junta was so general that a plan was formed in Seville to seize them, deport them all to the Canaries, and proclaim a regency. The troops in the place were tampered with, some demagogues were ready to raise the mob, and Infantado, who was in the thick of the plot, came to Wellesley one night to divulge the arrangements for the pronunciamento and to bespeak his aid. Much as he disliked the junta and its methods, the ambassador scornfully refused to make himself a member of a conspiracy, and after warning Infantado of his intention, went straight to the Secretary Garay and gave him all the information as to the project, though without divulging any names. Some of the plotters fled, others were arrested. For the last 2 days, writes Wellesley to his brother, I have been employed in endeavoring to save the necks of these caitiffs from the just fury and indignation of the people and soldiery, and I have succeeded. A regular plot was formed to seize, and I believe to hang them all. But I could not suffer such outrages under my nose, so I interfered and saved the curs from the rope. They were all gratitude for an hour Wellesley was offered, and refused the order of the Golden Fleece next morning, but now that they think themselves secure, they have begun to cheat me again. Much as every patriot should deprecate the employment of coups d'état while a foreign war is on hand, there was much to excuse the conduct of the enemies of the junta. That body was now more than a year old. It had been from the first regarded as a stopgap, as a provisional government which was destined to give place to something more regular and constitutional when occasion should serve. A committee of public safety, which fails to preserve the state, stands self-condemned, and the history of the central junta had been one record of consistent disaster. A body of over 30 persons is too large for a ministry, too small for a representative assembly. Every intelligent Spaniard, whatever his politics, was desirous of seeing it give place to a regular government. The conservatives and bureaucrats would have been contented if it had appointed a regency of 4 or 5 persons and then abdicated. The liberals demanded that it should summon the National Cortes and leave to that body the creation of an executive. Pamphlets were showered by dozens from the press, now more or less free, for the first time in Spanish history, to advocate one or other of these courses. The junta, however, had no intention of surrendering its power, whatever pretense of disinterestedness it might assume and proclaim. Its first attempts to put off the evil day when it must yield to public opinion were ingeniously absurd. It issued, as early as May 22, a proclamation acknowledging the advisability of summoning a Cortes, and then invited all well-thinking Spaniards to send in schemes and suggestions during the next 2 months concerning the best way in which the National Assembly could be organized, and the reforms and constitutional improvements which it should take in hand. These documents were to be read and pondered over by a commission mainly composed of members of the junta, which was to issue a report in due time, embodying the best of the suggestions and the results of its own discussion. This was an admirable device for wasting time and putting off the assembly of the Cortes. The commission finally decided, on September 19, after many weeks of session, that a Supreme Executive Council of 5 persons should be appointed, carefully avoiding the name of Regency. But only existing members of the Central Junta were to be eligible as councillors, and the council was to be changed at short intervals till every member of the junta had taken a turn in it. The only laudable clause of this scheme was one providing that Spanish America should be represented in the junta, and therefore ultimately in the Executive Council. The arrangement satisfied nobody. It merely substituted a rapidly changing committee of the junta for the whole of that body as the supreme ruling power, and it was clear that the orders of the council would be those of the junta, though they might be voiced by fewer mouths. The assembly of the Cortes would be put off ad infinitum. Any effect which the report of the commission might have had was spoilt by the fact that it was followed by a minority report, or manifesto, drawn up by the Marquis of La Romana, who had been one of the commissioners. The junta had called him back from Galicia and compelled him to surrender the army that he had reformed, under the pretext that he had been co-opted as a member of their own body. A death vacancy had been created in the representation of the Kingdom of Valencia. He had been named to fill it, summoned to Seville, and placed on the Constitutional Commission. Dissenting from every word of the report of the majority, he published on October 14 a counter-scheme, in which he declared that the venality, nepotism, and dilatory incapacity of the junta made it necessary for Spain to seek a new executive which should be wholly independent of that body. Accordingly, he suggested that a regency of 5 members should be constituted as the supreme governing body of the realm. No member of the junta was to sit therein. It was to be assisted, for consultative purposes, by a body of 6 persons, one of whom was to be a South American. This second committee, to be called the Permanent Deputation of the Realm, was to be considered to represent the Cortes till that assembly should meet. It was not to meddle with executive matters, but was to devote itself to drawing up the details of the constitution of the future Cortes and to suggesting practical reforms. So far as the declaration in favor of a regency went, most sensible Spaniards liked La Romana's scheme, and it obtained Wellesley's approval also. But the idea of the permanent deputation frightened the Liberals, who feared that its existence would be made the excuse for putting off the summoning of the Cortes for an indefinite time. Moreover, it was rumored that La Romana intended to resign his seat in the junta and to become a candidate for the position of senior regent, so that his proposals must be intended to benefit himself. The suspicion that his personal ambitions inspired his patriotic denunciation of the junta's misdoings was made the more likely by events that occurred at the same moment in Valencia. There the leading personage of the moment was the governor, General José Caro, the younger brother of La Romana, who had complete control of the local junta and exercised what his enemies called a tyranny in the province. He and his following were already on the worst terms with the Seville government, and now took the opportunity of bursting out into open rebellion. They issued a sounding manifesto against the Supreme Junta, declared their intention of refusing to obey it any longer, and republished and sent in all directions to the other local juntas La Romana's report in favor of a regency, of which Caro had struck off 6,000 copies. They threatened to turn back by force General Castro, whom the Supreme Junta had sent to supersede Caro, and declared their second representative in that body, the Conde de Contamina, deposed for disobedience to the will of the people. It looked as if La Romana might be intending to overthrow the central government by means of his brother's Valencian army. Apparently, he must be acquitted of this charge. His fiery and ambitious kinsman having gone far beyond his intentions. In the midst of all these intrigues, plots, and manifestos, the central junta had only one hope: to rehabilitate themselves by means of a great military success. With ruinous consequences, they tried to direct the course of the war with political rather than strategical ends in view. Of the unhappy autumn campaign, which their rashness precipitated, we shall speak in its proper place. But before narrating the disasters of Arcania and Alba de Tormes, we must turn back for some months to consider the situation of eastern Spain, where the continuous chronicle of events has been conducted no further than Blake's rout at Belchite in June and St. Cyr's victory of Valls in February 1809. Much had happened in Catalonia and Aragon even before the day of Talavera. Much more was to take place before the ill-judged November campaign of the junta's armies in New Castile and Leon had begun. NB This is a military history, for the war of pamphlets and manifestos, plots and intrigues between the Seville government and its adversaries. The reader who is anxious to master the disheartening details may consult Tourneau's 10th book, Schepler, -86, Baumgarten, Vol. I. Chapter Roman 8, Artek, Vol. Roman 7, Chapter Roman 6, and above all the volume of the Marquis of Wellesley's Spanish Dispatches, London, 1838. There is a good and lively description of the chief members of the junta and the ministry, and of the intrigues against them, in William Jacobs' Travels in the South of Spain, London, 1811. Section 17, Chapter 2. Events in eastern Spain during the summer and autumn of 1809. The siege of Grona begun. In the spring of 1809, the theaters of operations of the two French army corps entrusted with the reduction of Aragon and of Catalonia were still divided by a broad belt of territory which was in the hands of the Spaniards, around the fortresses of Lerida, Mequinenza, and Tortosa. Only once had communication been opened between Suchet and St. Cyr, and then the force which had crossed from Aragon into Catalonia found itself unable to return. The only way of getting a dispatch from Saragossa to Barcelona was to send it by the circuitous road through France. Cooperation between the 3rd and the 7th Corps would have been difficult in any case, but since each of the two corps commanders was interested in his own problems alone, and found them all absorbing, the war in Catalonia and the war in Aragon went on during 1809 and the first half of 1810 as separate affairs from the French point of view. It was otherwise with the Spaniards. Blake had been placed in command of the whole of the Coronilla, the three provinces of Valencia, Aragon, and Catalonia, which had formed the ancient kingdom of Aragon. He had Suchet on his left and St. Cyr on his right, was equally interested in the operations of each, and might, so far as the rules of strategy go, have turned his main force against whichever of the two he might please, leaving a comparatively small force to contain the other. Unfortunately, he proved unable to make head against either of his adversaries. We have already seen how, in the early summer, he threw himself upon Suchet and was beaten off at Maria and routed at Belchite. In the later months of the year, it was mainly with St. Cyr that he had to deal, and his efforts were equally unsuccessful. It would seem that he found it very difficult to concentrate any preponderant portion of his troops for a blow to either side. Very few battalions from Catalonia accompanied his Valencians and Aragonese to Maria. Very few Valencians were brought up to aid the Catalans in the operations about Gerona. The problems of food and transport had something to do with this, but the main difficulty was that the armies of both provinces, more especially the Catalans, were essentially local levies and disliked being drawn far from their homes. There was always some threatening danger in their own district, which made them loath to leave it unguarded, while they were taken off on some distant expedition. The complaints and arguments of the juntas, the manifest unwillingness of the officers and men, fettered the hands of the commander-in-chief, whenever he strove to accomplish a general concentration. Hence it came to pass that, for the most part, St. Cyr was opposed by Catalan troops only, Suchet by Valencians and Aragonese only, during the campaigns of 1809. The tasks of the commander of the 3rd Corps in the months that followed his victories over Blake were both less interesting and less important than those imposed upon his colleague in Catalonia. They were, however, laborious enough, After having driven the Spanish regular armies out of Aragon, Suchet had now to tame the countryside. For even after Belchite, he held little more than the towns of Saragossa and Jaca, and the ground on which his camps were pitched from day to day. When he had concentrated his corps to fight Blake, the rest of the province had slipped out of his hands. Its reconquest was a tedious matter, even though he had only to contend with scattered bands of peasants, stiffened by stragglers from the army that had dispersed after Belchite. The plain of the Ebro, which forms the central strip of Aragon, was easily subdued, but the mountains to the north and south were well fitted to be the refuge of insurgents. The Aragonese, along with the Galicians, were the first of the Spaniards to take to systematic guerrilla warfare. Undismayed by the fate of Blake's army, they had resolved to defend themselves to the last. There was more than one focus of resistance. A Colonel Renouvails, who had been one of the defenders of Saragossa and had escaped after the capitulation, was at the head of the bands of the northwestern mountains in the Vale of Roncal and on the borders of Navarre. In the northeastern region, about the upper waters of the Cinca and the hills beyond Jaca, two local chiefs named Perena and Sarasa kept the war on foot, getting their stores and ammunition from the Catalans on the side of Lerida. In an entirely distinct part of the province, south of the Ebro, lay Jaén and Villacampa, whose centers of activity were Daroca and Molina, mountain towns from which they were often driven up into that central ganglion of all the ranges of Spain, the Sierra de Albarracin, from which descend, in diverging directions, the sources of the Tagus, the Guadalaviar, and the Zúcar. Both Jaén and Villacampa were officers of the regular army, holding commissions under Blake. The band of the former had as its nucleus the regiment of La Prinza, whose extraordinary escape across northern Spain after the combat of Santander has been told in another place. Suchet's work during the later summer and the autumn of 1809 was to break up and as far as possible to destroy these bands. His success was considerable but not complete. In July, he stormed Jaén's stronghold, the mountain sanctuary of Nuestra Señora de la Aguila, captured his magazines, and drove him up into the mountains of Molina. Continuing his campaign south of the Ebro, he sent the Pole Klepiski against Villacampa, who abandoned Calatayud, Daroca, and the other hill towns, and retired into the Sierra de Albarracin, where he took refuge at the remote convent of El Tremendal, one of the most out-of-the-way spots in the whole peninsula. Here, nevertheless, the partisan was followed up on No. 4 by a column under Colonel Henriot, who maneuvered him out of his position, surprised him by a night attack, and drove him over the Valencian border. The convent was blown up, the dependent village of Orihuela sacked, and the French withdrew. These operations had been carried out by Musnier's division, but meanwhile movements of a very similar sort were being undertaken by another division, that of Laval, on the other side of Aragon, along the slopes and gorges of the Pyrenees. In the end of August, a column of 3,000 men stormed the convent of San Juan de la Peña, close to Jaca, which Sarasa and Renouvails were wont to make their headquarters. It was an ancient building containing the tombs of the early kings of Aragon, who reigned in the mountains before Saragossa had been recovered from the Moor. It had never seen an enemy for 800 years, and was reputed holy and impregnable. Hence its capture dealt a severe blow to the confidence of the insurgents. Renouvails, however, held out in the western upland, continuing to defend himself in the valley of Roncal till he was beset on all sides, for Suchet had obtained leave from Paris to call up the National Guards of the Ariège, Basses Pyrénées, and Haute-Garonne, and their battalions d'élite attacked the insurgents in the rear from across the high mountains, while the Third Corps advanced against them from the front. After much scattered fighting, Renouvails capitulated on condition that he should be allowed a free departure. He retired to Catalonia with some of his men. The rest dispersed for the moment, but only to reassemble a few weeks later, under another and a more wary and obstinate chief, the younger Mina, who commenced in this same autumn to make the borders of Aragon and Navarre the theater of his hazardous exploits. But the region was comparatively quiet in September and October, and Suchet transferred the activity of his movable column further to the eastward, where he drove some partidas out of the valleys of the Cinca and Essera, and tried to open up a new line of communication with France by way of the valley of Venasque. This was accomplished for a moment, by the aid of National Guards from beyond the Pyrenees, who entered the valley from the north, while the troops of Suchet were operating from the south. But the road remained unsafe and could only be used for the passage of very large bodies of troops, so that it was practically of little importance. In December, Suchet completed the formal conquest of Aragon by moving up the whole of Laval's division into the high-lying district of Teruel in the extreme southeast of the province, the only part of it that had never yet seen the French eagles. The junta of Aragon fled from thence over the border of the kingdom of Valencia, but Villacampa and his bands remained in the mountains unsubdued, and while they continued to exist, the conquest of the upland was incomplete. The moment that its towns ceased to be held by large garrisons, it was clear that the insurgents would descend to reoccupy them. Nevertheless, Suchet had done much in this year. Besides the crushing of Blake, he had accomplished the complete subjection of the plains of central Aragon and had obtained a grip upon its two mountain regions. He had fortified Monzon, Fraga, Alcañiz, and Caspe as outposts against the Catalans, and having received large drafts from France in the autumn, was on the last day of the year at the head of a fine corps of 26,000 men, from which he might hope to produce in the next spring a field army sufficient for offensive operations against Catalonia or Valencia, after providing garrisons for his various posts of strength. The weak point of his position was that the guerrilleros had learned caution, refused for the future to fight save under the most favorable conditions, and devoted themselves to the safe and vexatious policy of intercepting communications and cutting up small parties and stragglers. They were much harder to deal with, when once they had learnt that not even in fastnesses like El Tremendal or San Juan de la Peña was it wise to offer the French battle. Unless Suchet left a garrison in every town, nay, in every considerable village of the Sierras, the insurgents dominated the whole region. If he did take such measures for holding down the upland, he was forced to immobilize a very large proportion of his army. We shall note that in 1810 he was only able to draw out 12,000 of his 26,000 men for the invasion of western Catalonia. While the commander of the Third Corps was making steady progress with the conquest of Aragon, the fortunes of his colleague of the Seventh Corps had been far more checkered. Indeed, for the greater part of 1809, St. Cyr was brought to a complete standstill by the unexpected obstinacy of the gallant garrison of Gerona, who for no less than 8 months kept the main body of the army of Catalonia detained in front of their walls. When last we dealt with the operations in this region, we left St. Cyr victorious at the well-contested Battle of Valls, after which he advanced into the plain of Tarragona, made some demonstrations against that fortress, but returned after a few weeks to Barcelona, March 18, without having made any serious attempt to turn his victory to practical account. This retreat after a brilliant success may be compared to Victor's similar evacuation of southern Estremadura after Medellin, and was brought about, in the main, by the same cause, want of supplies. For when he had consumed the resources of the newly subdued district between Valls and Tarragona, St. Cyr had no means of providing his army with further subsistence. Barcelona, his base, could not feed him, for the city was itself on the edge of famine. It was still beset to north and west by the local Miquelites, who had returned to their old haunts when the main French army had gone off southward on the campaign of Valls. It was stringently blockaded on the seaside by the British Mediterranean fleet, and it could not draw food from France by land, because the high road to Perpignan passed through the fortress of Gerona, which was still in Spanish hands. St. Cyr himself, it will be remembered, had only reached Barcelona by turning off on to side tracks through the mountain and winning his way down to the shore by the hard-fought Battle of Cardedeu. Till Gerona should fall, and the garrison of Barcelona be placed in direct communication with France, there was little use in making ambitious offensive movements against Tarragona or any other point in southern or central Catalonia. It was absolutely necessary to reduce Gerona, and so to bring the division left behind under Ryle, in the Amperdam and on the frontier of Roussillon, into free communication with the remainder of the Seventh Corps. From the moment when St. Cyr passed the mountains during the winter, Ryle had been fighting out a petty campaign against the northern Catalans, which had no connection whatever with his superior's operations at Molins de Rey and Valls, and had little definite result of any kind. No one saw more clearly than Napoleon the need for the reduction of Girona. As early as January, he had issued orders both to St. Cyr and to Ryle to prepare for the enterprise. But St. Cyr was now out of touch, and Ryle was far too weak in the early spring to dream of any such an adventure. He had been left no more than 7 depleted battalions to maintain his hold on northern Catalonia, when St. Cyr took the rest of the army across the hills to Barcelona. The Emperor was not slow to realize that the 7th Corps must be reinforced on a large scale. He did so by sending thither in the spring of 1809 a brigade of Berg troops, 4 battalions, the regiment of Würzburg, 2 battalions, and a division, 7 battalions of Westphalians. It will be noted that now, as always, he was most chary of drafting native French troops to Catalonia, and always fed the war in that direction with auxiliaries in whose fate he was little interested. The campaign in eastern Spain was, after all, but a side issue in the main struggle. When these reinforcements had arrived, Ryle began to collect material at Bàscara on the Fluvia, to which siege guns laboriously dragged across the Pyrenees were added. Several companies of heavy artillery and sappers were brought up from France. St. Cyr, meanwhile, 4 weeks after his retreat from the plain of Tarragona, moved on to Vich upon Apra, with the divisions of Sauhem, Pino, Lecce, and Chabot, leaving Duhesme with his original French division, which had held Barcelona since the outbreak of the war, in charge of his base of operations. His departure was partly designed to spare the stores of Barcelona, where the pinch of famine was beginning to be felt, for he intended to subsist his army on the upland plain of Vich, a rich corn-bearing district hitherto untouched by the war. But a few days after he had marched forth, Barcelona was freed from privation by the lucky arrival of a squadron of victuallers from Toulon, convoyed by Admiral Cosmo, which had put to sea in a storm and eluded the British blockading squadron Apra. The position of Vich, however, had been chosen by St. Cyr not only for reasons of supply, but because the place was happily situated for covering the projected siege of Girona against any interruption by Blake. If the Spanish commander-in-chief brought up the wrecks of the old Catalan army from Tarragona, with his Valencian levies added, he would almost certainly take the inland road by Manresa and Vich, since the coast road was practically barred to him by the French occupation of Barcelona. As a matter of fact, the commencement of the Liga of Girona was not vexed by any such interruption, for Blake had his eyes fixed on Saragossa in May and June, and was so far from dreaming of an assault on St. Cyr that he drew off part of the Catalan army for his unhappy invasion of Aragon, which finished with the disaster of Belchite. During the early months of this long siege, the only external helpers of the garrison of Girona were the small force of regulars under the Swiss Wimpfen, and the Miquelites of Claros and Rivera from the Ampurdam, Ryle's opponents during the spring. At Tarragona, the Marquis of Coupigny, the senior officer now in Catalonia, had no more than 6,000 men left of Reding's old army, and was helpless to interfere with St. Cyr, who had some 20,000 men concentrated at Vich. The preparations for the siege, therefore, went on in the end of April and the beginning of May without any hindrance, save from the normal bickerings of the French outlying detachments with the local Sarmatines, which never ceased. Around Vich matters were particularly lively, for the whole population of the town and the surrounding plains had gone up into the hills, where they wandered miserably for 3 months, much hunted by French foraging parties, which they occasionally succeeded in destroying. St. Cyr opened up his communications with Ryle by sending to him Lecce's Italian division, which cut its way amid constant skirmishes along the banks of the Tur to Girona, and met the troops from the Ampurdam under its walls. Ryle had moved forth from Bàscara on May 4, and on the 8th expelled the Spanish outposts from all the villages round the fortress, not without some lively skirmishing. He had brought up some 10,000 infantry, including his own old division and all the newly arrived Germans, with some 1,300 artillerymen and engineers. Almost at the same moment arrived dispatches from Paris, announcing that the Emperor, just before departing for the Austrian war, had superseded both St. Cyr and Ryle, being discontented with their handling of affairs in Catalonia. It is unfortunate that no statement in detail of his reasons appears in the correspondence, but it would seem that he thought that the victories of Malines de Ray and Valls should have had greater results, disapproved of St. Cyr's retreat from in front of Tarragona, and thought that Ryle had shown great weakness in dealing with the insurgents of the Amperdom. He ignored the special difficulties of the war in Catalonia, thinking that the 30,000 men of the 7th Corps ought to have sufficed for its complete conquest. Indeed, he showed his conception of the general state of affairs by recommending St. Cyr in March to undertake simultaneously the sieges of Gerona, Tarragona, and Tortosa, the leaguer of one, and that the smallest of these places was destined to occupy the whole army of Catalonia when largely reinforced for 8 months. If it had been cut up according to the imperial mandate, it is probable that at least one of its sections would have been destroyed. St. Cyr wrote in his memoirs that his master was jealous of him and wished to see him fail, even at the cost of wrecking the 7th Corps. This is of course absurd, but there can be no doubt that the emperor disliked his lieutenant, all the more because of the long string of complaints and of demands for more men, money, and stores, which he was now receiving week by week from Catalonia. He loved generals who achieved the impossible and hated grumblers and frondeurs, a class to which St. Cyr, despite all his talents, undoubtedly belonged. It is possible that Napoleon's determination to replace him may have been fostered by intrigues on the part of the officer to whom the 7th Corps was now turned over. Marshal Augereau had served with great credit in the old Republican campaign in Catalonia during 1793 and imagined himself to have a profound knowledge of the country and was anxious to try his hand in it. It was many years since he had been trusted with an independent command. Both in the wars of 1806-7 and in that of 1809, he had been lost in the ranks of the Grand Army. His nomination to supersede St. Cyr was made early in May, but on his way to the seat of war he was seized with a fit of the gout and was detained in bed at Perpignan for many weeks. Thus his predecessor, though apprised of his disgrace, was obliged to continue in command and to commence the operations of which the marshal, as he well knew, would take all the credit. At the same moment Ryle was displaced by Verdier, the general who had conducted the first unlucky siege of Saragossa, an experience which seems to have made him very cautious when dealing with Spaniards behind walls. Lecquet's division forced its way back to St. Cyr on May 18, bringing him the intelligence of his supersession, but at the same time apprising him that Augereau would not arrive as yet, and that the duty of commencing the siege of Gerona would still fall to his lot. At the same time, Verdier sent letters urging that his 10,000 infantry formed too small a force to surround such a large fortress, and that he must ask for reinforcements from the covering army. If they were denied him, he should refuse to begin the siege, throwing the responsibility for this disobedience of the emperor's commands on his superior. He had reported the situation to Paris. St. Cyr was incensed at the tone of this dispatch, above all at the fact that Verdier was appealing straight to the emperor, instead of corresponding through his hierarchical superior, according to the rules of military etiquette. But he saw that Verdier had a good case, and he had just learnt that Blake had turned off against Aragon, so that no trouble from that quarter need be feared. Accordingly, he very grudgingly sent back Lecquet's division to Gerona. It was the worst that he possessed, being composed of no more than 4 Neapolitan and 3 Italian battalions, with a strength of little over 3,000 bayonets. He added to it a regiment of Italian light horse, several of his own batteries, and nearly all the engineers and sappers of his corps, so that the total reinforcement sent to Verdier consisted of more than 4,000 men. Having received these succors, which brought up his total force to 14,000 infantry and cavalry, and 200 artillerymen, sappers, and engineers, Verdier commenced on May 24 his operations against Gerona. On that day Lecquet's division took its post in the plain of Salt, on the west of the town, while the French and Westphalian divisions were already close to the place on its eastern and northern sides. The headquarters and the French brigades of Joubert and Gillot lay by Sarria and the bridge of Pontmayor, where the magazines were established, while the Germans had been sent up onto the heights east of the fortress and held the plateaus of Camp Jura, Saint-Médard, and Domny. The rocky southern side of Gerona, in the direction of the gorge of the Onia, was not yet properly invested. Something has already been said in an earlier volume of this work concerning the situation of Gerona, when its two earlier sieges by Duhesme were narrated. It must suffice to repeat here that the town is built on the steep downslope of two lofty heights, with the river Onia at its foot. The stream is crossed by two bridges, but is fordable everywhere save in times of spate. Beyond it lies the suburb of the Mercadal, surrounded by fortifications which form an integral part of the defences of the city. The river Ter, coming from the west, joins the Onia at the north side of the Mercadal and washes the extreme northwestern corner of the walls of the city proper. The two heights upon whose lower slopes Gerona is built are separated from each other by a deep ravine, called the Galligan, down which run an intermittent watercourse and a road, the only one by which approach to the city from the east is possible. The northern height is crowned by the strong fort of Montjuich, the most formidable part of the city defences, with its three outlying redoubts called San Narciso, San Luis, and San Daniel. The crest of the southern height is covered in a similar fashion by the three forts of the Capuchins, Queen Anne, and the Constable, with the cavalry redoubt lower down the slope above the Galligan, facing San Daniel on the other side of the ravine. Two other small fortifications, the redoubts of the chapter and the city, cover the path which leads down from the forts to Gerona. Neither the Montjuich nor the Capuchin heights are isolated hills. Each is the end of a spur running down from the higher mountains. But while the southern summit rises high above the hilly reach, which joins it to the mountain of Nuestra Senora de los Angels, the northern summit, where lies Montjuich, is at the end of a plateau extending far to the north. The Capuchin heights, therefore, can only be attacked uphill, while Montjuich can be assailed from ground of a level little inferior to itself. But except on this point, both heights are very strong, their slopes being in many places absolutely precipitous, especially towards the Galligan, and everywhere steep. Nevertheless, there are winding paths leading up both, from Sarria and Pontmayor in the case of Montjuich, from Casa de Selva and other villages towards the east, and the sea in the case of the Capuchin heights. All the ground is bare rock, with no superincumbent soil. All the fortifications were somewhat antiquated in type, nothing having been done to modernize the defenses since the War of the Spanish Succession. Ferdinand VI and Charles III had neglected Gerona in favor of the new fortress of Figueres, nearer to the frontier, on which large sums had been expended, for the benefit of the French who seized it by treachery in 1808, and were now using it as their base of operations. The actual wall of enceinte of the city was medieval, a plain rampart 25 feet high, too narrow for artillery, and set thickly with small towers. Only at its two ends, on the Onia and the Ter, two bastions, called those of La Merced and Santa Maria, had been inserted and properly armed. This weakness of the walls went for little so long as Montjuich, the Capuchins, and the other forts held firm, since the enemy could only approach the town enceinte at its two ends, where the bastions lay. Far more dangerous was the feebleness of the Mercadal, whose ramparts formed the southern section of the exterior defences of the place. Its circuit had 5 plain bastions, but no demilunes or other outer defences, no covered way nor counterscarp. Its profile, only some 18 or 20 feet high, was visible across the flat ground which surrounds it, from the foot to the summit of the wall, for want of ditch or glacis. The ground leading up to it was favourable for siege approaches, since the soil was soft and easy to dig, and was seamed with hollow roads and stone walls, giving much cover to an assailant. Aware of the defects of the fortifications of the Mercadal, the Spaniards had prepared a line of defence behind it, along the further bank of the Onia. They had made the river front of the city proper defensible to a certain extent, by building up the doors and windows of all the houses which abut upon the water, mining the 2 bridges, and fixing a stockade and entanglements in the bed of the Onia, along the considerable space where it is fordable in dry weather. They had indeed repaired the whole circuit of the defences since Duhesme's sieges of 1808, having cleared out the ditches of Montjuich and of the bastions of La Merced and Santa Maria, walled up many posterns, and repaired with new and solid masonry all the parts of the walls that had been dilapidated at the moment of the first siege. They had also pulled down many isolated houses outside the walls and demolished the nearer half of the suburban village of Pedret, which lies, most inconveniently for the defence, along the bank of the Ter, between the water and the slopes of Montjuich. All these precautions must be put to the credit of the governor, Mariano Alvarez de Castro, a man to be mentioned with all honor and respect, and probably the best soldier that Spain produced during the whole Peninsular War. He was a veteran of the Revolutionary and Portuguese Wars and had a good reputation, but no special credit for military science, down to the moment when he was put to the test. He had been the officer in charge of the castle of Barcelona on the occasion when it was seized by Duhesme in March 1808. His spirit had been deeply wounded by that vile piece of treachery, and he had at once adhered to the national cause. Since then, he had been serving in the Amsterdam against Ryle, till the moment when he was appointed governor of Gerona. Alvarez is described by those who served under him as a severe, taciturn man of a Puritan cast of mind. "I should call him," wrote one of his brigadiers, "an officer without the true military talents, but with an extreme confidence in Providence, almost, one might say, a believer in miracles. His soul was great, capable of every sacrifice, full of admirable constancy, but I must confess that his heroism always seemed to me that of a Christian martyr rather than of a professional soldier." General Fornes, who wrote this somewhat depreciatory sketch of his chief, was one of those who signed the capitulation while Alvarez was moaning no quiro rendum on his sickbed, so that his judgment is hardly to be taken as unprejudiced, but his words point the impression which the governor left on his subordinates. The details of his defense sufficiently show that he was a skillful and resourceful as well as an obstinate general. His minute care to utilize every possible means of defense prove that he was no mere waiter on miracles. That he was a very devout practicing Catholic is evident from some of his doings. At the opening of the siege, a great religious ceremony was held, at which the local patron saint, Narcissus, was declared captain of the city and presented with a gold-hilted sword. The levy en masse of the citizens was called the Crusade, and their badge was the Red Cross. The ideas of religion and patriotism were so closely intertwined that to the lay companies of this force were afterwards added two clerical companies, one composed of monks and friars, the other of secular priests. About 200 of these ecclesiastics were under arms. Even the women were organized in squads for the transport of wounded, the care of the hospitals, and the carrying of provisions to the soldiery on the walls. About 300 served, under the command of Donna Lucia Fitzgerald and Donna Maria Angela Byburn, wives of 2 officers of the regiment of Ultonia. 5 of this company of St. Barbara were killed and 11 wounded during the siege. The garrison at the moment of Verdier's first attack consisted of about 5,700 men, not including the irregulars of the Crusade. There were 7 battalions of the old army, belonging to the regiments of Ultonia, Bourbon, and Voluntarios de Barcelona, with 3 battalions of Miquelets, 2 local corps, 1st and of Girona, and the 1st of Vich. Of cavalry there was a single squadron, newly levied, the Escuadron de San Narcisse. Of artillery there were but 278 men, a wholly insufficient number. The officers of that arm were given 370 more to train, partly Miquelets of the 2nd Girona Battalion, partly sailors having some small experience of gunnery. It was difficult to make proper use of the great store of cannon in the fortress, when more than half the troops allotted to them had never before seen, much less served, a heavy gun of position. To the above 5,700 men of all arms must be added about 1,100 irregulars of the Crusade, 7 lay and 2 clerical companies of fusiliers, and 2 more of artificers. But these were set to guard almost unapproachable parts of the wall or held in reserve. Most of the stress fell upon the organized troops. The defense was altogether conducted on scientific principles and had nothing in common with that of Saragossa. Here the irregulars formed only a small fraction of the garrison, and were never hurled in senseless fury against the French batteries, but used carefully and cautiously as an auxiliary force, capable of setting free some part of the trained men for service on the more important points of the enceinte. For the first 2 months of the siege, Alvarez received no help whatever from without. In May, the central government of Catalonia had been left in a perfectly paralyzed condition, when Blake went off himself and took with him the best of the regular troops, in order to engage in the campaign of Alcañiz and Maria. Coupigny, the interim commander at Tarragona, had only 6,000 organized men, and he and the Catalan provincial junta were during that month much engrossed with an enterprise which distracted them from the needs of Girona. A widespread conspiracy had been formed within the walls of Barcelona, with the object of rising against the garrison in St. Cyr's absence. A secret committee of priests, merchants, and retired officers had collected all the arms in the city, smuggled in many muskets from without, and enlisted several thousand persons in a grand design for an outbreak and a sort of Sicilian Vespers fixed. After 2 postponements for the 11th of May, they opened communication with Coupigny and with the captains of the British frigates blockading the port. The one was to bring his troops to the gates, the others to deliver an attack on the port upon the appointed night. No Spaniard betrayed the plot, though 6,000 citizens are said to have been in the secret, but it was frustrated by 2 foreigners. Conscious that the town could not be freed if the citadel of Montjuic was retained by the French, the conspirators sounded 2 Italian officers named Captain de Torre, fort adjutant of Montjuic, and Captain Pravana, who was known to be discontented and thought to be corruptible. They offered them an immense bribe, $1 million, it is said, to betray the postern of Montjuic to the troops of Coupigny, who were to be ready in the ditch at midnight. But they had mistaken their men. The officers conferred with Duhesme and consented to act as agents provocateurs. They pretended to join the conspiracy, were introduced to and had interviews with the chiefs, and informed the governor. On the morning before the appointed date, many of the leaders were arrested. Duhesme placed guards in every street and proclaimed that he knew all. The citizens remained quiet in their despair. The chiefs who had not been seized fled, and the troops on the Llobregat retired to Tarragona. Duhesme hanged his captives, 2 priests named Gallifer and Poo, a young merchant named Massana, Navarro an old soldier, and 4 others. They went to the gallows, says Vacani, an eyewitness, with pride, convinced every one of them that they had done the duty of good citizens in behalf of king, country, and religion. Engrossed in this plot, the official chiefs of Catalonia half forgot Girona and did nothing to help Alvarez till long after the siege had begun. The only assistance that he received from without was that the Miquelites and Sarmatines of the Ampurdam and the mountain region above Hostelrich were always skirmishing with Verdier's outposts, and once or twice cut off his convoys of munitions on their way from Figueras to the front. The French engineers were somewhat at variance as to the right way to deal with Girona. There were 2 obvious alternatives. An attack on the weak front of the Mercadal was certain to succeed. The ground before the walls was suitable for trenches, and the fortifications were trifling. But when a lodgment had been made in this quarter of the town, it would be necessary to work forward, among the narrow lanes and barricades, to the Onia, and then to cross that river in order to continue similar operations through the streets of Girona. Even when the city had been subdued, the garrison might still hold out in the formidable works on the Montjuic and Capuchin heights. The reduction of the Mercadal and the city, moreover, would have to be carried out under a continuous plunging fire from the forts above, which overlooked the whole place. This danger was especially insisted upon by some of the engineer officers, who declared that it would be impossible for the troops to work their way forward over ground so exposed. As a matter of fact, it was proved, after the siege was over and the forts had been examined by the captors, that this fear had been exaggerated. The angle of fire was such that large sections of the town were in no way commanded from the heights, and the streets could not have been searched in the fashion that was imagined. But this, obvious in December, could not have been known in May. The second alternative was to commence the attack on Girona not from the easiest, but from the most difficult side, by battering the lofty fort of Montjuic from the high plateau beside it. The defenses here were very formidable. The ground was bare exposed rock, but if Montjuic were once captured, it was calculated that the town must surrender, as it was completely overlooked by the fort and had no further protection save its antiquated medieval wall. The deduction that it would be cheaper in the end to begin with the difficult task of taking Montjuic rather than the easier operations against the Mercadal seemed plausible. Its fault was that it presupposed that Alvarez and his garrison would behave according to the accepted rules of siegecraft and yield when their situation became hopeless. But in dealing with Spanish garrisons, the rules of military logic did not always act. Alvarez essayed the impossible and held out behind his defective defenses for 4 months after Montjuich fell. The loss of men and time that he thereby inflicted on the French was certainly no less than that which would have been suffered if the besiegers had begun with the Mercadal and worked upwards by incessant street fighting towards the forts on the height. But it is hard to say that Verdier erred. He did not know his adversary, and he did know, from his experiences at Saragossa, what street fighting meant. It may be added that Verdier's views were accepted by the engineer-general, Sanson, who had been specially sent from France by the Emperor to give his opinion on the best mode of procedure. The document which Verdier, Sanson, and Taville, the commanding artillery officer of the 7th Corps, sent to Paris to justify their choice of the upper point of attack, lays stress mainly on the impossibility of advancing from the Mercadal under the fire of the upper forts. But there were other reasons for selecting Montjuich as the point of attack. It lay far nearer to the road to France and the central siege depots beside Sarria and the Pont Mayor. The approaches would be over highly defensible ground where, if a disaster occurred, the defeated assailant could easily recover himself and oppose a strong front to the enemy. The shortness of the front was suitable for an army of the moderate strength of 14,000 men, which had to deal with a fortress whose perimeter, allowing for outlying forts and inaccessible precipices, was some 6 miles. Moreover, the ground in front of the Mercadal had the serious inconvenience of being liable to inundation. Summer spates on the Ter and Ogne are rare, but occur from time to time, and there was the bare chance that when the trenches had been opened, all might be swept away by the rivers. Verdier's opinion was arrived at after mature reflection. The French had appeared in front of Girona on May 8. The outlying villages on the east had been occupied between the 12th and 18th. Leccai's Italians had closed the western exits by occupying the plain of Salt on the 24th. The inner posts of observation of the Spaniards had been cleared off when, on May 30, the Italians seized the suburban village of Santa Eugenia, and on June 1, the Germans took possession of the mountain of Nostra Senora de los Angels. But it was only on June 6 that the besiegers broke ground and commenced their trenches and batteries on the plateau of Montjuich. It was necessary to make a beginning by subduing the outer defenses of the fort. The towers or redoubts of San Luis, San Narciso, and San Daniel. 2 batteries of 24-pounders were constructed against them, while a 3rd battery of mortars on the Green Mound by the Casa den Roca on the west bank of the Ter was to play upon the north end of the town. Verdier hoped that the bombardment would break the spirit of the citizens, little knowing the obstinate people with whom he had to deal. 5,000 bombs thrown into the place in June and July produced no effect whatever. More batteries on the heights were thrown up upon the 13th of June, while on the former day, to distract the attention of the Spaniards, Leccai's division, in the plain below, was ordered to open a false attack upon the Mercadal. This had good effect as a diversion, since Alvarez had expected an assault in this quarter, and the long line of trenches thrown up by the Italians in front of Santa Eugenia attracted much of his attention. 3 days of battering greatly damaged San Luis and San Narciso, which were no more than round towers of masonry with ditches cut in the rock, and only 2 or 3 guns apiece. The French also took possession on the night of the 14th and 15th of the remains of the half-destroyed suburb of Pedret, between Montjuich and the Ter, as if about to establish themselves in a position from which they could attack the low-lying north gate of the town and the bastion of Santa Maria. Hitherto the defense had seemed a little passive, but at dawn on the morning of the 17th, Alvarez delivered the first of the many furious sallies which he made against the siege lines. A battalion of Altonia rushed suddenly downhill out of Montjuich and drove the French, who were taken completely by surprise, out of the ruins of Pedret. Aided by a smaller detachment, including the artificers of the crusade, who came out of the Santa Maria Gate, they destroyed all the works and lodgements of the besiegers in the suburb, and held it till they were driven out by 2 French and 1 Westphalian battalion sent up from Verdier's reserves. The Spaniards were forced back into the town, but retired in good order, contented to have undone 3 days of the besiegers' labor. They had lost 155 men, the French 128, in this sharp skirmish. 2 days later, the towers of San Luis and San Narciso, which had been reduced to shapeless heaps of stone, were carried by assault, with a loss to the French of only 78 men. But an attempt to carry San Daniel by the same rush was beaten off, this redoubt being still in a tenable state. Its gorge, however, was completely commanded from the ruins of San Luis, and access to or exit from it was rendered so dangerous that Alvarez withdrew its garrison on the next night. The possession of these 3 outworks brought the French close up to Montjuich, which they could now attack from ground which was favorable in every respect, save that it was bare rock lacking soil. It was impossible to excavate in it, and all advances had to be made by building trenches, if the word is not a misnomer in this case, of sandbags and loose stones on the surface of the ground. The men working at the end of the sap were therefore completely exposed, and the work could only proceed at a great expense of life. Nevertheless, the preparations advanced rapidly, and on the night of July 2, an enormous battery of sandbags, called the Battery Imperial, was thrown up at a distance of only 400 yards from Montjuich. Next morning, it opened on the fort with 20 16-pounders, and soon established a superiority over the fire of the defense. Several Spanish pieces were dismounted, others had to be removed because it was too deadly to serve them. But a steady fire was returned against the besiegers from the Constable and Cavalry forts on the other side of the Galligan ravine. Nevertheless, Montjuich began to crumble, and it looked as if the end of the siege were already approaching. On July 3, there was a breach 35 feet broad in the fort's northeastern bastion, and the Spanish flag, which floated over it, was thrown down into the ditch by a chance shot. A young officer named Montoro climbed down, brought it up, and nailed it to a new flagstaff under the fire of 20 guns. Meanwhile, long stretches of the parapet of Montjuich were ruined, the ditch was half filled with debris, and the garrison could only protect themselves by hasty erections of gabions and sandbags, placed where the crest of the masonry had stood. By this time, St. Cyr and the covering army had abandoned the position in the plain of Vich, which they had so long occupied. The general had, as it seems, convinced himself at last that Blake, who was still engaged in his unlucky Aragonese campaign, was not likely to appear. He therefore moved nearer to Gerona in order to repress the efforts of the local Sarmatines, who were giving much trouble to Verdier's communications. On June 20, he established his headquarters at Caldas de Malavella, some 9 miles to the southeast of Gerona. That same evening, one of his Italian brigades intercepted and captured a convoy of 1,200 oxen, which the governor of Hostelrich was trying to introduce into the beleaguered city along one of the mountain paths which lead to the Capuchin Heights from the coast. St. Cyr strung out his 14,000 men in a line from San Feliu de Guixals on the sea to the Upper Tur, in a semicircle which covered all the approaches to Gerona saving those from the Amperdam. He visited Verdier's camp, inspected the siege operations, and expressed his opinion that an attack on the Mercadal front would have been preferable to that which had been actually chosen. But he washed his hands of all responsibility, told Verdier that, since he had chosen to correspond directly with Paris, he must take all the praise or blame resulting from his choice, and refused to countermand or to alter any of his subordinates' dispositions. On July 2, however, he sent, with some lack of logic, a summons of his own to Alvarez, inviting him to surrender on account of the desperate state of his defenses. This he did without informing Verdier of his move. The governor returned an indignant negative, and Verdier wrote in great wrath to complain that if the siege was his affair, as he had just been told, it was monstrous that his commander should correspond with the garrison without his knowledge. The 2 generals were left on even worse terms than before. St. Cyr, however, gave real assistance to the siege operations at this time by storming, on July 5, the little fortified harbor town of Palamos, which lies on the point of the seacoast nearest to Gerona, and had been hitherto used by the Miquelites as a base from which they communicated by night with the fortress, and at the same time kept in touch with Tarragona and the English ships of the blockading squadron. On the night of the 4th of July, the defenses of Montjuich appeared in such a ruinous condition that Commandant Fleury, the engineer officer in charge of the advanced parallel, took the extraordinary and unjustifiable step of assaulting them at 10 p.m. With the troops, 2 companies only, which lay under his orders, trusting that the whole of the guards of the trenches would follow if he made a lodgment. This presumptuous attack, made contrary to all the rules of military subordination, was beaten off with a loss of 40 men. Its failure made Verdier determine to give the fort 3 days more of continuous bombardment before attempting to storm it. The old batteries continued their fire, a new one was added to enfilade the northwestern bastion, and cover was contrived at several points to shelter the troops which were to deliver the assault, till the actual moment of the storm arrived. But 300 yards of exposed ground still separated the front trenches from the breach, a distance far too great according to the rules of siegecraft. The Spaniards, meanwhile, finding it impossible under such a fire to block the breach, which was now broad enough for 50 men abreast, threw up 2 walls of gabions on each side of it, sank a ditch filled with chevox de frise in front of it, and loopholed some interior buildings of the fort, which bore upon its reverse side. That tie find nothing but waste. So sol ye turn time with Greta Fry, as tie were chassit with sword away. Fortunately for himself, for England, and for Europe, Wellington had to deal with a peasantry almost as frugal, as tough, and as stubborn in their hatred as the medieval Scot. They saw nothing strange in the demand now made to them, and obeyed. The difficulty lay with the townsfolk of large places, such as Coimbra, Tamar, or Santarem, which lay far from the frontier, and had not the old traditions of the peasantry, since the Spaniards had never penetrated to their doors since the 17th century. Here there was much recalcitrance, as was but natural. The burgher had much to abandon where the peasant had little. Yet, as we shall see, the scheme was carried out in the end, and those who stayed behind to greet the French could be counted on one hand in places of the size of Viseu, Coimbra, or Leiria. That fanatical patriotism went far towards producing such a result is true, but does not explain the whole matter. Quite as strong a motive was the unforgotten tale of the horrors that had followed Soult's entry into Oporto. To the Portuguese citizens, the approach of the French meant probable murder and rape, hence came the readiness that they showed to depart. There were exaggerated rumors abroad of the ruthlessness of the French. Was not Loyson, the man-eater of whom so many atrocious, and mostly false, stories were told, known to be in high command? Wellington's scheme for the clearing of the countryside, in face of the enemy, had long been thought out. It included not merely the evacuation of the towns and villages, but the destruction of bridges, mills, even ovens, the removal of all animals and means of transport, the destruction of all foodstuff that could not be carried off, the burning of all ferry boats and other small craft on the navigable rivers. The moment that the enemy crosses the frontier, he wrote to Beresford, the governor of the province of Estremadura must be told that it is necessary to order all carts, carriages, and other means of conveyance, with all the provisions they can carry, away. He ought to have all his arrangements prepared for ordering them off as soon as the French approach. The captains more and their ordinancer must be prepared to give the enemy all the opposition in their power, not by assembling in large bodies, but by lying out in the mountains and the strong parts of the roads, annoying their patrols and small parties, and interrupting their communications. This comes from an order of February. By August, when a new harvest had been gathered in, the question of the destruction of foodstuffs became more difficult. The peasantry, as was natural, persisted in hiding rather than burning what could not be carried off. By one means or another, a certain number of these concealed stores, even when buried in pits or removed to remote ravines, were discovered by the French and enabled them to prolong their precarious stay in front of the Torres Vedras lines. As to the displacement of the population, Wellington considered that in many parts it would be sufficient if it took to the hills for a few days, while the French army was passing. His military arrangements were such that he thought it impossible that the enemy would be able either to leave small posts behind him or to maintain his lines of communication with Spain. It would suffice, therefore, that the peasantry in parts off the main roads and remote from large towns or points of strategical importance should make ready for a merely temporary migration. They must always, however, be ready to flit again if fresh columns of the enemy, advancing or retreating, should come near their abodes. The townsfolk, and the inhabitants of the fertile coast plains of Estremadura and western Beira were recommended to retire either to Lisbon or to Oporto, according as they were nearer to one or to the other. It was clear that the problem of feeding them there would be a matter for the government, for individuals of the poorer classes could not be expected to carry or to buy provisions for many weeks. Hence, there was a need for the accumulation of immense stores, over and above those required for the army. The Portuguese Regency did what it could, but in its usual slipshod and inefficient fashion, and there is no doubt that much misery and a certain amount of starvation fell to the lot of the unhappy emigrants. Fortunately, Lisbon and Oporto were great ports and full of food, but despite of this, the position of the refugees became deplorable when Massena tarried at Santarém 2 months longer than Wellington had considered probable. But their suffering was not in vain. The French were starved out, even if it was a few weeks later than had been expected. Having dealt with the organization of the military force of Portugal and the arrangements for the depopulation of the country, we have still to explain the third section of Wellington's great scheme of defense, that consisting of fortifications. We have already mentioned that Almeida and Elvas had been repaired and garrisoned, the former with 5,000 men, consisting of 1 regiment of regulars and 3 of militia, under the English General William Cox, the other by 8,000 men, 2 regiments of regulars and 5 of militia, under General Late. These were the outer bulwarks of the realm. Campo Mayor, a small and antiquated fortress, a sort of outlying dependency of Elvas, was held by 1 militia battalion under a Colonel Talia, a retired engineer officer. It was not expected to make a serious resistance, but did so in the time of need, and detained a French division before its walls for some precious days in the spring of 1811, to the great glory and credit of its governor. Only 2 other of the ancient fortresses of Portugal were placed in a state of defense, and made to play a notable part in Wellington's general scheme for checking the French. These were Peniche and Abrantes. The former is a very strong, isolated sea fortress, on a projecting headland in the Atlantic, 40 miles north of Lisbon. It commands several good creeks and landing places, suitable for the embarkation and disembarkation of troops, and is nearly impregnable because of the narrowness of the isthmus connecting it with the mainland. Placed where it is, just in the rear of the position which an enemy must take who is meditating an attack on Lisbon, it offers unique opportunities for making incursions on his rear and his communications. Moreover, it afforded a refuge and a safe point of departure by sea for any section of the Allied troops which might become isolated and be pressed towards the water by the advancing enemy. Some of Wellington's officers considered that it was an even better place for embarkation than Lisbon if the French should prove too strong and the British should be compelled to abandon Portugal. The commander-in-chief thought otherwise, but caused its fortification to be carefully restored and garrisoned it with a picked regiment of militia. Even more important than Peniche was Abrantes, the one great crossing place of the Tagus above Lisbon, where there was a permanent bridge and free communication by good roads between Beira and Alemtejo. It lies at the point where the road from Spain by way of Castelo Branco crosses the road from north to south down the Portuguese frontier, from Almeida and Garda to Evora and Elvas. An invader who has advanced towards Lisbon through Beira has it on his flank and rear. Equally so an invader who has advanced on the same objective from Badajoz and the Guadiana. It is the natural point at which to move troops north and south along the frontier, though Wellington had established an alternative temporary crossing point at Vila Velha, 30 miles higher up the river, by means of pontoons. But this secondary passage was inferior in safety, since it was not protected by a fortress like Abrantes. Orders were given to burn the pontoons if ever a French force from the east should come near. At Abrantes, on the other hand, the boat bridge could be pulled up and stacked under the city walls in the event of an attack, and did not need to be destroyed. The town is situated on a lofty eminence upon the north bank of the Tagus. Its fortifications were antiquated in 1809, but had been for many months in process of being rebuilt and strengthened by the English engineer Pat. With new earthworks and redoubts, it had been made a strong place, which could not be taken without a regular siege and plenty of heavy artillery. Here Wellington had placed a garrison of 2 militia regiments under the Portuguese General Lobo, whose orders were to resist to the last, and to make sure of burning the boat bridge down to the last plank before surrendering. The French never put him to the test, since they had no heavy guns with them, and therefore regarded it as hopeless to attempt an attack on the place. Almeida and Elvas, Peniche and Abrantes were regular fortresses with large garrisons. There were, however, other points where Wellington ordered fortifications of a less permanent kind to be thrown up, because he thought them of first-rate strategical importance. The two most important were one on the northern line of advance which the French might take, the other on the central or Castelo Branco line. The first was a line of redoubts behind the river Alva, just where it joins the Mondego, on either side of the bridge and village of Pont de Merchella. It was here, he thought, that Massena would choose his road, along the south bank of the Mondego, if he marched on Lisbon by the Beira line. But the Marshal moved by Viseu, partly, as it seems, because he had heard of the fortifications of this defile, and the works were never used. Equally unprofitable, so it chanced, was another important series of fieldworks, constructed to cover the lowest reach of the Zezer against an invader who should come by the Castelo Branco road and should have masked or taken Abrantes. This was a line of redoubts and trenches, almost a fortified camp, on the east bank of the river from Tancos to opposite Martinchal, blocking both the roads which lead from Castelo Branco into Estremadura. Massena, coming not by the route which was guarded against, but from Leria and Tama, took the lines of Zezer in the rear, and they proved useless. Along with the precautions taken on the banks of the Alva and the Zezer, two other pieces of engineering must be mentioned. The one, the destruction of the Estrada Nova, the mountain road which leads from Fundão and Belmont to the lower Zezer without passing through Castelo Branco, has already been noticed when we were dealing with the possible lines of invasion in Portugal. The other move was constructive, not destructive, in character. Foreseeing that Abrantes might be masked or besieged on the northern bank of the Tagus, and all the roads in that direction thereby blocked, while it might still be very profitable to have free communication between Lisbon and the Castelo Branco region, he caused the road above the south bank of the Tagus, from opposite Abrantes to the flying bridge at Vila Velha, to be thoroughly reconstructed. This route, by Gavio and Niza, was so much easier in its slopes than the old high road Abrantes-Castelo Branco, that even when the latter was safe, troops moving from east to west along the Tagus often used it during the next 2 years of the war, though it involved 2 passages of the river instead of 1. But all the matters of engineering hitherto mentioned were unimportant and merely subsidiary, when placed beside the one great piece of work which formed the keystone of Wellington's plan for the defense of Portugal. His whole scheme depended on the existence of an impregnable place of refuge available both for his army and for the emigrant population of the countryside which he was about to devastate. He must have a line on which the invader could be finally checked and forced to halt and starve. If such a line had not existed, his whole scheme would have been impracticable, and after a lost battle, he might have been driven to that hurried embarkation which the ministers in London foresaw and dreaded. But his eye had been fixed upon the ground in front of Lisbon ever since his second landing in the Peninsula in Apra, and there he thought that the necessary stronghold might be found. A full year before Massena's invasion, he had informed the British cabinet that though he could not undertake to defend all Portugal, for the whole country is frontier, and it would be difficult to prevent the enemy from entering by some point or other, he yet conceived that he might protect the essential part of the realm, the capital, against anything save the most overwhelming odds. The scheme had taken definite shape in his head when on October 20, 1809, he wrote his famous dispatch to Colonel Fletcher, the commanding engineer at Lisbon, directing him to draw up without delay a scheme for the construction of 2 successive lines of trenches and redoubts, covering the whole stretch of country, from the Atlantic to a point on the estuary of the Tagus, 20 miles or more north of the capital. This was, in its essentials, the order for the construction of the lines of Torres Vedras, for though the front designated does not exactly tally with that ultimately taken up, it only differs from it in points of detail. Fletcher is directed to survey a line from the mouth of the Castanera Brook to the mouth of the Zizender, and another, a few miles behind, from Alhandra on the Tagus by Bucellas and Cabeça de Montequique towards Mafra. These roughly represent the two lines of defense ultimately constructed, though in the end, the extreme right flank was drawn back from the Castanera to the Alhandra stream. Fletcher is told that the works will be on the largest scale. The fortified camp above Torres Vedras is to hoe 0 men. The works at Cabeça de Montequique alone will require 5,000 workmen to be set to dig at once. Great operations, such as the damming up of rivers and the creation of marshes many miles long, are suggested. How the great scheme worked out, and how the work stood when Massena's long-expected army at last appeared in front of them, will be told in a later chapter in its due place. Suffice it here to say that all through the spring and summer of 1810, they were being urged forward with feverish haste. It must not be supposed that it was an easy matter to carry out all these preparations. The Portuguese government ended by adopting all Wellington's suggestions, but it was not without friction that he achieved his purpose. While he was planning works at the very gates of Lisbon and making provisions for the devastation of whole provinces in view of the approaching invasion, he was often met by suggestions that it would be possible to defend the outer frontiers of the realm, and that his schemes were calculated to dishearten the Portuguese people, rather than to encourage them to a firm resistance. The Regency, moreover, had enough national pride to resent the way in which a policy was dictated to them without any reference to their own views. The governing party in Portugal had accepted the English alliance without reserve, but it often winced at the consequences of its action. There was a view abroad that the little nation was being set in the forefront of the battle of European independence, mainly for the benefit of Great Britain. Fortunately, the memory of Junot's dictatorship and Soult's ravages was still fresh enough to overcome all other considerations. A moment's reflection convinced Wellington's most ardent critics that though the British yoke might sometimes seem hard, anything was better than a return to French servitude. The Regency murmured, but always ended by yielding, and issued the edicts necessary to confirm all the orders of the general. The state of the Portuguese government at this moment requires a word of explanation. The original Regency, confirmed by Sir Hugh Dalrymple in 1808, had been somewhat changed in its personnel. It was now a more numerous body than at its first installation. Of the original members, only the Patriarch Antonio de Castro, late Bishop of Oporto, and the Marquez de Aljao, Francisco de Melo y Menezes, the Constable or Montero Mor, as he is more frequently called, now survived. But 4 new members had been appointed in 1810. The most important of them was José Antonio de Menezes y Sousa, generally known as the Principal Sousa, an ecclesiastic who was one of the band of 3 Sousa brothers, who formed the backbone of the anti-French party in Portugal. The eldest of them, Rodrigo de Sousa Coutinho, Conde de Linhares, was Prime Minister of the Prince Regent at Rio de Janeiro. The third, Domingos Antonio de Sousa Coutinho, afterwards Conde de Funchal, was Portuguese minister in London. Thus, when the principal entered the Regency, this busy and capable family could pull the strings alike at Rio, London, and Lisbon in the interests of their relations and dependents. This they did without scruple and without ceasing. Domestic politics in Portugal had always been a matter of family alliances, as much as of principles. They presented, indeed, a considerable resemblance to those of Great Britain during the Whig domination of the 18th century. Hence there was considerable danger that the policy of the alliance against Napoleon might become identified in the eyes of the Portuguese nation with the domination of the Sousa faction. That this peril was avoided was not their fault. They did their best to keep all promotion, civil and military, for their own adherents. Hence came interminable quarrels on petty personal questions, both with Wellington and Beresford. Fortunately, the 2 marshals could generally get their way in the end, when large interests were at stake, because the Sousas were pledged to the British alliance and dared not break with it. To do so would have brought other politicians to the front. But meanwhile, unending controversies wasted Wellington's time and soured his temper. More than once he is found writing in his dispatches to Lord Liverpool that the impatient, meddling, mischievous principal ought to be got out of the Regency and promoted to some foreign embassy or great civil post, where he could do less harm But the British government thought, and probably was right in thinking, that it was better to bear with known evils than to quarrel with the Sousa family, and thereby to break up the pro-British party in Portugal. Wellington had to endure the principal's small intrigues and petty criticism till the end. The other members who entered the Regency in 1810 were the Conde de Redondo, Fernando Maria de Sousa Coutinho, another of the Sousa clan, Dr. Raimundo Nogueira, a law professor of the University of Coimbra, and far the most important of all, the newly appointed British minister at Lisbon, Mr. Charles Stuart. The nomination of a foreigner to such a post touched Portuguese pride to the quick, and was looked upon by all enemies of the Sousa faction as an act of miserable weakness on the part of the Conde de Linhares and the Prince Regent. It was considered doubtful policy on the part of the Perceval cabinet to consent to the appointment, considering the offence which it was certain to give. In their justification, it must be pleaded that both the Patriarch and the Principal Sousa were men capable of causing any amount of difficulty by their ill-considered plans and their personal intrigues, and that a colleague who could be trusted to keep an eye upon their actions and to moderate their ambitions was much needed. Stuart was a man of moderate and tactful bearing, but could be neither cajoled nor overruled. It was on his influence in the Regency that Wellington relied most for support. At this moment, there were two questions in process of discussion, which rendered it most necessary that the Portuguese government should not be left entirely to its own guidance. Taking advantage of the unhappy condition of Spain and the weakness of the newly appointed executive at Cadiz, the Portuguese were pressing for the restoration of Olivenza, Godoy's old conquest of 1801, and for the recognition of the Princess Carlotta of Spain, the wife of the Prince of the Brazils, as the person entitled to act as regent of Spain during the captivity of her brothers at Valence. Dom Pedro de Sousa Holstein, the Portuguese minister at Cadiz, a kinsman of Linhares and the principal, was actively urging both these demands on the Spanish government. If he had succeeded in imposing them on Castaños and his colleagues, there would have been desperate friction between the allies. But by promising the active support of the Portuguese army within the Spanish frontiers, which he had no power to guarantee and which Wellington had absolutely refused to grant, the minister won some support at Cadiz. Extra pressure was brought to bear upon the Spaniards by the massing of Brazilian troops on the South American frontier, on the side of Rio Grande do Sul, a most unjustifiable act which might have led to an actual rupture, a thing which the British government was bound to prevent by every means in its power. The only way to prevent an open breach between Spain and Portugal was to check the activity of Sousa Holstein, an end which Stuart found much difficulty in accomplishing, because the objects for which the minister was striving, and especially the restoration of Olivenza to its old owners, were entirely approved by his colleagues in the Regency. When it is added that there were numerous other points of friction between the British and the Portuguese governments, such as the question of free trade with Brazil, that of the suppression of the slave trade, and that of the form to be adopted for the payment of the subsidies which maintained the Portuguese army, it is easy to understand that Stuart's position on the Council of Regency was no easy one. He often found himself in a minority of one when a discussion started. He frequently had to acquiesce in decisions which he did not approve, merely in order to avoid friction on matters of secondary importance. But in matters of really primary moment, he generally succeeded in getting his way, owing to the simple fact that Portugal was dependent on Great Britain for the continuance of her national existence. Conscious of this, the other members of the Regency would generally yield a reluctant assent at the last moment, and Wellington's plans, when set forth by Stuart, though often criticized, delayed, and impeded, were in the end carried out with more or less completeness. Section 19, Chapter 3. The French Preparations, Massena's Army of Portugal. During the summer campaign of 1809, the French army of Spain had received hardly any reinforcements from beyond the Pyrenees. Every man that the emperor could arm was being directed against Austria in May and June. But when Wagram had been won, and the armistice of Znaim signed, and when moreover it had been discovered that the British expedition to the Isle of Walcheren need not draw off any part of the army of Germany, the emperor began to turn his attention to the peninsula. The armistice with Austria had been signed on July 12. Only 6 days later, on the 18th of the same month, Napoleon was already selecting troops to send to Spain and expressing his intention of going there himself to finish the business in person. But he had made up his mind that it was too late in the year for him to transport any great mass of men to the peninsula in time for operations in the autumn, and had settled that the expulsion of the English and the conquest of Cadiz, Seville, and Valencia must be delayed to the spring of 1810. On September 7, he wrote to approve King Joseph's decision that Soult should not be allowed to make any attempt on Portugal in the autumn, and a month later he advised his brother to defend the line of the Tagus and drive back Spanish incursions, but to defer all offensive movements till the reinforcements should have begun to arrive. The composition of the new army that was to enter Spain was dictated in a minute to the Minister of War on October 7, in which the emperor stated that the total force was to be about 100,000 men, including the Guard, that it was all to be on the roads between Orleans and Bayonne by December, and that he should take command in person. It may be noted that the troops designated in this memorandum were actually those which took part in the campaign of 1810, with the exception of the Old Guard, which was held back when Napoleon determined to remain behind and to send a substitute as commander-in-chief in Spain. Since the bulk of the immense column was only directed to reach Bayonne at the end of the year, it was clear that it would not be within striking distance of the enemy till March 1810. Down to the month of December 1809, Napoleon's correspondence teems with allusions to his approaching departure for Spain. They were not merely intended to deceive the public, for they occur in letters to his most trusted ministers and generals. We might be inclined to suspect an intention to cajole the English ministry in the magnificent phrases of the address to the Corps Legislatif on December 3, when the emperor declares that, the moment he displays himself beyond the Pyrenees, the leopard in terror will seek the ocean to avoid shame, defeat, and death. But business was certainly meant when Berthier was advised to send forward his carriages and horses to Madrid, and when the Old Guard's departure for the frontier was ordered. Suddenly, in the 3rd week of December, the allusions to the emperor's impending departure cease. It would appear that his change of purpose must be attributed not to the news of Ocaña, where the last great Spanish army had perished, but to a purely domestic cause. This was the moment at which the question of the imperial divorce came into prominence. It would seem that when Napoleon had conceived the idea of the Austrian marriage and had learnt that his offers were likely to be accepted, he gave up all intention of invading Spain in the early spring in person. The divorce was first officially mooted when the protest was laid before a Privy Council on December 15, and after that day there is no more mention of a departure for the south. All through January, February, and March, the negotiations were in progress, and on April 2, the emperor married his new wife. The festivities which followed lasted many days, and when they were over, the emperor conducted his spouse on a long tour through the northern departments in May, and did not return to the vicinity of Paris till June, when the army of invasion, which had long since reached the peninsula, had been already handed over to a new chief. In the months during which the marriage negotiations were in progress, and the columns of reinforcements were pouring into Navarre and Old Castile, it is not quite certain what were the emperor's real intentions as to the allocation of the command. Nothing clear can be deduced from an order given to Junot in the middle of February to spread everywhere the news of the arrival of the emperor with 80,000 men, in order to disquiet the English and prevent them from undertaking operations in the south. This is but a ruse de guerre. The marriage project was so far advanced that the ratifications of the contract were signed only 4 days later than the date of the dispatch, and Napoleon must have known that he could not get away from Paris for another 2 months at the least. But it was only on April that an imperial decree dated at Compiègne was published, announcing that not the whole French force in Spain, but 3 army corps, the 2nd, 6th, and with certain other troops, were to form the army of Portugal and to be placed under the command of Massena, Duke of Rivoli and Prince of Essling. After this, it was certain that the emperor would not cross the Pyrenees. 5 days later, this was made still more clear by an order to the commandant of the guard to recall the old chasseur and grenadier regiments of that corps from the various points that they had reached on the way to Bayonne, and to send on to Spain only the Tirailleur and Voltigeur regiments recently raised in 1809 and generally known as the Young Guard. Napoleon never took the field in person without the veteran portion of his bodyguard. The non-appearance of the emperor had one most important result. If he had taken the field, every marshal and general in Spain would have been subject to a single directing will and would have been forced to combine his operations with those of his neighbors, whether he wished or no. On determining to devote the spring and summer of 1810 to nuptial feasts and state progresses, instead of to a campaign on the Tagus, he did not nominate any single commander-in-chief to take his place. Massena, from his seniority and his splendid military record, might have seemed worthy of such promotion. He was not given it, but only placed in charge of 3 army corps and of certain parts of Old Castile and Leon and the garrison troops there residing. This was a vast charge, embracing in all the command of 138,000 men, but it gave Massena no control over the rest of the armies of Spain and no power to secure their cooperation, save by the tedious method of appeals to Paris. Indeed, the emperor had chosen the precise moment of King Joseph's conquest of Andalusia to break up such hierarchical organization of command as existed in the Peninsula. By a decree of February 8, he took the provinces of Aragon and Catalonia, with the army corps there employed, completely out of the sphere of the authority of King Joseph. Augereau and Suchet were forbidden to hold any communication with Madrid, and were directed to make every report and request to Paris. This would not have been fatal to the success of the main operations of the French army, for Aragon and Catalonia were a side issue, whose military history all through the war had little connection with that of Castile and Portugal. But their severance from the military hierarchy dependent on the king was followed by that of Navarre, the Basque provinces, Burgos, Valladolid, Palencia, and Toro, which were formed into 4 military governments under generals Duffer, Thuvenot, Dorsen, and Kellerman. These governors were given complete civil and military autonomy, with power to raise taxes, administer justice, to name and displace Spanish functionaries, and to move their troops at their own pleasure, under responsibility to the emperor alone. The 6th government, Valladolid, Palencia, Toro, was afterwards placed under the authority of Massena. The others remained independent viceroyalties. Thus, military authority in the Peninsula was divided up for the future between 1. The commander of the army of Portugal, who controlled not only his army but all the regions which it occupied, Leon, the greater part of Old Castile, and part of Estremadura. 2. The military governors of Catalonia, Aragon, Navarre, Biscay, Burgos. 3. The king, who practically controlled his army of the center and the kingdom of New Castile alone, since Soult, in Andalusia, though not formally created a military governor, practically acted on his own responsibility without any reference to the king's wishes. All the viceroys reported directly to Paris and kept the emperor fully employed with their perpetual bickerings. How Napoleon came to create and continue such a vicious system, it is hard to conceive. Apparently, the explanation must be sought in the fact that he feared servants with too great power and acted on the principle of divide et impera, despite of the fact that he knew, as a soldier, that the want of a commander-in-chief is ruinous in practical war. At the bottom was the idea that he himself could manage everything, even when his armies were 1,000 miles away, and when it took 3 weeks or a month to transmit orders to them. He sometimes acknowledged, in a moment of self-realization, that this was a bad arrangement, and that it was impossible for him to conduct or criticize the details of strategy at such a distance or under such conditions. But after a lucid moment, he would fall back into his usual ways of thought and proceed to give orders and directions which were obsolete before the dispatches that conveyed them could be delivered to the hands of his marshals. To proceed to details, the old army of Spain had come to a standstill after it had overrun Andalusia in February 1810. 3 corps under Soult were absorbed by that new conquest, some 73,000 men in all. Suchet with his 3rd Corps, 26,000 men, held Aragon. Augereau with the vast 7th Corps, 56,900 in all, did not hold down, but was executing military promenades in, the turbulent Catalonia. The 2nd Anth Corps lay observing Portugal, the former with headquarters at Talavera, the latter with headquarters at Salamanca. Ney had now returned to take charge of the 6th Corps, and Rainier, an old enemy of the English, who had beaten him at Alexandria and Maida, was named chief of the 2nd Corps. This last had now been shorn of its 3rd Division, that which had been composed of so many fractional units in 1809. These had been made over to the 6th Corps, which in 1810 possessed 3 divisions and no longer 2. Rainier had about 18,000 men, nay no less than 38,000 after this rearrangement. He had been assigned Lorges' Dragoon Division, as well as the troops transferred from the 2nd Corps. The King had 0 men in Madrid and New Castile, the old garrisons of the northern provinces, excluding the newly arrived reinforcements, made up nearly 20,000 men more. This 237,000 sabres and bayonets represents the old army of 1809. The troops sent down by the Emperor after the termination of the Austrian War had not, for the most part, been absorbed into the old units, though they had crossed the Pyrenees in December and January. It is now time to see what troops constituted these succors, the 100,000 men with whom the Emperor had originally intended to march in person to the conquest of the Peninsula. On looking through their muster roll, the first thing that strikes the eye is that very little, almost nothing indeed, had been taken from the army of Germany. The Emperor, though Austria was tamed and Prussia was under his feet, did not think it safe to cut down to any great extent the garrisons of Central Europe and Eastern France. One of all the corps that had taken part in the Wagram campaign, only one had been directed on Spain, and this was a force of the 2nd line, a unit originally called the Corps de Réserve de l'Armée de l'Emagne and afterwards the 8th Corps. It had played only a small part in the late war, and was mostly composed of the newly raised battalions of regiments serving elsewhere. Recruited up to a strength of 30,000 men by the addition of some stray battalions from northern Germany, it was the first of all the new reinforcements to reach Spain. Indeed, the head of its column reached Burgos by the 1st of January, 1810. It was assigned to the army of Portugal, by the drafting away of some of its 4th battalions to join the regiments to which they appertained. It ultimately came down to about 20,000 men. 2 next in point of importance were the 2 divisions of the Young Guard under Generals Roget and Dumoustier, 19 battalions, with 3 provisional regiments of the Guard Cavalry, nearly 15,000 men in all. These units had been formed in 1809, just in time for some of them to take their share in the bloody days of Essling and Wagram. The Emperor did not make them over to the army of Portugal, but retained them in Biscay and Navarre, close under the Pyrenees. Apparently, he disliked sending any of his guards so far afield as to render it difficult to draw them back to France, in the event, unlikely as it was at this moment, of further troubles breaking out in Central Europe. The Guard divisions stayed in Spain 2 years, but were never allowed to go far forward into the interior. 3. Deeply impressed with the danger and difficulty of keeping up the lines of communication between Bayonne and Madrid, since Mina and his coadjutors had set the guerrilla war on foot in Navarre and Old Castile, Napoleon had formed a corps whose special duty was to be the keeping open of the roads and the policing of the countryside between the frontier and the Spanish capital. This was composed of 20 squadrons of gendarmes, all veterans and picked men, each with a total strength of 7 officers and troopers. The decree ordering their selection from among the gendarmerie of southern and central France was published on November 24, 1809, but the first squadrons only began to pass the Pyrenees in February 1810, and many did not appear till April and May. Yet 4,000 men were in line by the summer. A few new regiments which had not hitherto been represented in the Peninsula were moved down thither. Among these were the Neuchâtel troops from Berthier's Principality, a German division from the minor states of the Confederation of the Rhine under General Rauher, which went to Catalonia, the 7th, 13th, Anth Chasseurs à Cheval, with 2 battalions of Marines. The total did not amount to more than some 10,000 men. 5. By far the largest item in the reinforcements was composed of the 4th battalions of Wellington, every regiment, which was already serving in Spain. The army which had marched across the Pyrenees in 1808 had been organized on the basis of 3 field battalions to the regiment, the 4th battalion being the Dépôt battalion. but Napoleon had now raised the standard to 4, or in a few cases more, field battalions over and above the départ. All the 4th battalions were now existing and available. A few had served in the Austrian War, many of the others had been lying in the camps, which the Emperor had formed at Boulogne, Pontivy, and elsewhere, to protect his coasts against possible English descents. Those belonging to 40 regiments already in Spain, with the full complement of 840 men each, were first ordered to cross the Pyrenees. They number 600 men. These were all at the front by May 1810. The Emperor somewhat later dispatched the 4th battalions of 26 regiments more to the Peninsula, giving to the temporary organization the name of the 9th Corps. This should have given another 21,840 men, and nearly did so. Their gross total, when all had reached Vitoria in September 1810, was 20,231. But the 9th Corps should not be reckoned in the first 100,000 men, which the Emperor set aside for the spring campaign of 1810. It was a supplementary addition. 6. The Emperor dealt in a similar way with the cavalry. The regiments already in Spain had been reduced to a strength of 2 or 3 squadrons by the wear and tear of 18 months of war. The départs had now got ready 2 squadrons fit for field service. Those belonging to 16 regiments of dragoons, organized into 8 provisional regiments, were sent early to the front, and were all in Spain by January 1810. 7. In addition to units like 4th battalions and anth squadrons added to the strength of each dragoon or infantry regiment, the Emperor did not neglect to send drafts to fill up the depletest 2nd anid battalions and squadrons. In the early months of 1810, 27,000 men, in small drafts not amounting to the strength of a battalion or squadron, were forwarded to recruit the old units. They went forward in regiments de marque, which were broken up on reaching the headquarters of the corps to which each party belonged. Adding together all the units, with an extra allowance of 3,500 artillery for the new batteries that came in with Junot's Corps, the Guard divisions, and the 9th Corps, we get as a total of the reinforcements poured into Spain between December 1809 and September 1810 the following figures. Junot's Corps at its final strength in June, infantry only 20,000. Young Guard divisions 15,000. Gendarmerie 4,000. New regiments 10,000. 4th battalions, the first arrivals 33,600. 4th battalions forming the 9th Corps 20,000. Cavalry in organized squadrons 5,000. Artillery in complete batteries 3,500. Drafts not in permanent units for infantry, cavalry, and artillery 27,000. 130, 8,100. This total far exceeds the Regina, 0 of which Napoleon had spoken in the autumn of 1809, but is certainly rather below the actual number of men received into the Peninsula. The figure for drafts, in especial, is hard to verify, but as the total strength of the Army of Spain in the autumn of 1809 was 237,000 men, and in September 1810, 353,000 men, while at least 25,000 had been lost in the interval, the figures cannot be far out. Of this total, as we have already said, the 2nd, 6th, anth Corps and the troops under Kellerman and Bonnet occupying the provinces of Toro, Palencia, Valladolid, and Santander formed the Army of Portugal assigned to Massena. He was also given an extra unattached division under Serres and promised the use of the 9th Corps when it should have crossed the Pyrenees. The gross total of this force was in May, when the new commander-in-chief had taken up his post, about 130,000 men, of whom some 86,000 were effective and available for active operations at the moment. Serres, Kellerman, and Bonnet were tied down to their local duties. The first had to look after the Spanish army of Galicia, the second to keep the plains of Valladolid quiet, the third to hold Santander, and when it was fully subdued, to enter and overrun the Asturias. The 20,000 men of the 9th Corps were not yet arrived in Spain. The troops in the provinces of Burgos, Biscay, and Navarre, though not placed under the marshal's actual command, were yet in existence to cover his rear and his communications with France. if they are added to the total of the force which, directly or indirectly, was employed for the conquest of Portugal, some 30,000 more must be taken into consideration. But though they were useful, indeed indispensable, for the conquest of Portugal, it is fairer to leave them out of consideration. But the exact total of an army is, after all, less important than the character and capacity of its generals. The individuality of Massena was the most important factor in the problem of the invasion of Portugal. He was 52 years of age, very nearly the eldest of all the marshals, and he was the only one of those on active service, save Jourdan, who had achieved greatness in the days before Napoleon arrived at supreme power. He had led an army of 60,000 men when, of the 3 corps commanders now under him, Ney was but a lieutenant colonel, Junot a young captain, and Rainier a brigadier general. Like nearly all the men of the Revolution, he had risen from below. He sprang from a poor family in Genoa. According to his enemies, they were Jews, and his name was but Manasseh disguised. His personal character was detestable. Many of the marshals had an evil reputation for financial probity, but Massena's was the worst of all. He plundered like a condottiere of the Middle Ages, wrote one of his lieutenants. He had been in trouble, both with the Republican government and with the Emperor, for his shameless malversations in Italy, and had piled up a large private fortune by surreptitious methods. Avarice is not usually associated with licentiousness, but he shocked even the easygoing public opinion of the French army by the way in which he paraded his mistress at unsuitable moments and in unsuitable company. He took this person, the sister of one of his aides-de-camp, with him all through the dangers of the Portuguese campaign, where her presence often caused friction and delays, and occasionally exposed him to insults. Massena was hard, suspicious, and revengeful, an intriguer to the fingertips. He was always prone to suppose that others were intriguing against himself. Though an old Republican who had risen from the ranks early in the Revolutionary War, he had done his best to make himself agreeable to Napoleon by the arts of the courtier. Altogether, he was a detestable character, but he was a great general. Of all the marshals of the empire, he was undoubtedly the most capable. Davoust and Soult, with all their abilities, were not up to his level. As a proof of his boldness and rapid skill in seizing an opportunity, the Battle of Zurich is sufficient to quote. For his splendid obstinacy, the defense of Genoa at the commencement of his career has its parallel in the long endurance before the lines of Torres Vedras at its end. His best testimonial is that Wellington, when asked, long years after, which of his old opponents was the best soldier, replied without hesitation that Massena was the man, and that he had never permitted himself to take in his presence the risks that he habitually accepted when confronted with any of the other marshals. Portrait of Massena. Enlarge André Massena. Duc de Rivoli, Prince 500 Essling. Né à Nice, en 1755. Mort à Sauterre prise Paris, en Aveux. The fatigues of the late Austrian War, in which he had borne such an honorable part, had tried Massena's health. It was not without difficulty that the Emperor had persuaded him to undertake the Portuguese campaign. When he first assembled round him at Salamanca the staff which was to serve him in the invasion, he astonished and somewhat disheartened his officers by beginning his greetings to them with the remark, "Gentlemen, I am here contrary to my own wish. I begin to feel myself too old and too weary to go on active service. The Emperor says that I must," and replied to the reasons for declining this post which I gave him, by saying that my reputation would suffice to end the war. It was very flattering, no doubt, but no man has 2 lives to live on this earth, the soldier least of all. Those who had served under the Marshal a few years back, and now saw him after an interval, felt that there was truth in what he said. Foy wrote in his diary, "He is no longer the Massena of the flashing eyes, the mobile face, and the alert figure whom I knew in 1799, and whose head then recalled to me the bust of Marius. He is only 52, but looks more than 60. He has got thin, he is beginning to stoop. His look, since the accident when he lost his eye by the Emperor's hand, has lost its vivacity. The tone of his voice alone remains unchanged. But if the Marshal's bodily vigor was somewhat abated, his will was as strong as ever. He needed it at this juncture, for he had to command subordinates who were anything but easy to deal with. Nay, though an honest man and an admirable soldier, had the fault of insubordination in the highest degree. He never obeyed anyone save the emperor in the true military fashion. He quarreled with every colleague that he met, notably with Soult, and had an old and very justifiable personal dislike for Massena. Even before the latter appeared at the front, he had been heard to use threatening language concerning him. Junot was almost as bad. Having held the chief command in the last Portuguese expedition, he had a strong, if a mistaken, belief that it was becoming that he should be placed in charge of the second. His record rendered the idea absurd, but this he was the last to understand, being of an overweening and self-confident disposition. He was stupid enough to regard Massena as his supplanter and to show sullen resentment. Of the three chiefs of the army corps about to invade Portugal, Rainier was the only one on decent terms with his commander-in-chief, but even he was not reckoned his friend. Massena's chief of the staff was Frerian, a scientific soldier and a man well liked by his colleagues, but it is said that he was not so much in the marshal's confidence as Lute, Colonel Pellet, the senior aide-de-camp of his staff. Complaints are found, in some of the letters and memoirs of the time, that Massena would talk matters over with Pellet and issue orders without letting even his chief of the staff know of his change of plan or new inspiration. Pellet's own indiscreet statements on this point seemed to justify the complaints made by others against him. There was friction, therefore, even within the staff itself, and all that the marshal did or said was criticized by some of those who should have been his loyal subordinates, under the notion that it had been inspired by others who were accorded a more perfect confidence by their common chief. Exact knowledge of the disputes in the État Major is hard to obtain because, when the campaign was over, every man tried to make out that its failure had been due to the advice given to Massena by those of whom he was jealous. At the bottom, however, all this controversy is not very important. There is no doubt that the marshal himself was responsible for all that had happened. He was not the man to be led by the nose or overpersuaded by ambitious or intriguing underlings. Failure or success is not the sole criterion of merit. Massena's campaign was a disastrous business, yet on investigating the disabilities under which he labored, we shall be inclined in the end to marvel that he did so much, not that he did no more. The fundamental error was the emperor's, who gave him too few men for the enterprise with which he was entrusted. Napoleon refused to take the Portuguese troops into consideration when he weighed the needs of the expedition. He repeatedly wrote that it was absurd that his armies should be held in check by 25,000 or 30,000 British troops, as if nothing else required to be taken into consideration. He did not realize that Wellington had turned the Portuguese regular army into a decent fighting machine, capable of holding back French divisions in line of battle, as was shown at Busaco. He had not foreseen that the despised militia required to be contained by adequate numbers of troops on the line of communications. Still less had he dreamed of the great scheme for the devastation of Portugal, which was to be not the least effective of the weapons of its defender. But of this more will be said in the proper place. Section 19, Chapter IV. The Months of Waiting. Siege of Astorga, March, May 1810. Massena, as we have seen, was only appointed commander-in-chief of the Army of Portugal on April 1810 and did not appear at Valladolid to take up his charge till May. The campaign, however, had begun long before under the emperor's own directions. There were preliminary operations to be carried out, which could be finished before either the new general-in-chief or the main body of the reinforcements from beyond the Pyrenees had arrived. These were the repression of the insurgent bands of Navarre, Biscay, and Old Castile, the firm establishment of the line of communications between Salamanca and Bayonne, and the capture of the outlying Spanish fortresses, Astorga and Ciudad Rodrigo, which served as external defenses for the Portuguese frontier. Les besoins en Espagne sont successifs, wrote the emperor early in the winter of 1809-10, il faut d'abord encore qui soumet les derrières. Étant en novembre il serait impossible de réunir tous les moyens avant du commencement de janvier. Et dans cette presqu'île coupée de montagnes, les fraudes et les neiges de janvier ne permettront de rien faire. All that he could do before spring would be to send forward Junot's corps and the other earlier reinforcements to positions from which they should be ready to strike the moment that the fine weather began. With the coming of the new year, when these corps had reached their destined positions, the imperial orders begin to abound in elaborate directions for the extermination of the guerrillas of the upper Ebro and the upper Douro, orders which led to much marching and countermarching of the newly arrived troops, but to little practical effect in the way of repression, for skilled leaders like Mina, the Empecinado, and Julian Sanchez nearly always slipped between the fingers of their pursuers, and on the few occasions when they were pressed into a corner, simply bade their men disperse and unite again at some distant rendezvous. These operations, however, were wholly subsidiary. The actual advance against Portugal only commences with the orders given to Junot in February to concentrate his corps at Valladolid, to hand over the charge of Salamanca and Old Castile to Kellerman's dragoons and the divisions of the 6th Corps, and then to subdue the whole of the plainland of Leon, as far as the foot of the Asturian and Galician mountains, including the towns of Benevent, Leon, and Astorga. Bonnet and his division, now as always based on Santander, were already advancing to invade the Asturias and to threaten Galicia from the east. Ney, with the 6th Corps, was ordered to draw near to the frontier of Portugal on the side of Ciudad Rodrigo, to inundate all the approaches to that kingdom with his cavalry, disquiet the English, and prevent them from dreaming of transferring themselves back to the south. The news of the near approach of the emperor himself, with 80,000 men, was to be spread in every direction. Meanwhile, the third great unit, which was to form part of the projected army of Portugal, the 2nd Corps, under the temporary command of General Houdelet, was taking part in a separate and remote series of operations far to the south. This corps, it will be remembered, had been left on the Tagus about Talavera and Oropsa to protect the rear of Soult and King Joseph when they marched in January with the 1st, 4th, and 9th Corps to conquer Andalusia. That exploit having been accomplished, Mortier went, with half of the 5th Corps, to attack Badajoz and to subdue Estremadura, which Soult imagined to be defenseless, since Albuquerque had marched with the old Estremaduran army to save Cadiz. Mortier advanced unopposed to the walls of Badajoz, which he reached on February 12, but found himself unable to undertake its siege with his small force of 9,000 men, because a new Spanish host had just appeared upon the scene. La Romana, with 3 of the divisions of the army that had been beaten at Alba de Tormes in November, had marched down the Spanish-Portuguese frontier by the Pass of Perales, and on the same day that Mortier appeared in front of Badajoz, his vanguard arrived at Albuquerque, only 20 miles away. These divisions were 13,000 strong. La Romana could add to this force a few thousands more left behind by Albuquerque. Mortier rightly felt that he dare not commence the regular siege of Badajoz when he had such superior numbers in his front. He therefore asked for reinforcements, both from Soult and from King Joseph. The former could spare nothing from Andalusia at this moment, but the 2nd Corps was ordered to leave the Tagus and place itself in communication with Mortier. Houdelet had other projects on hand at the moment. He had just seized Placentia on February 10 and was engaged in bickering with Carlos d'Espana and Martin Carrera, whom La Romana had left in the Sierra de Gata. But in obedience to his orders, he called in his detachments and marched by Dilitosa and Truxillo into the valley of the Guadiana. This movement, from the French point of view, was a hazardous one. By the transference southward of the 2nd Corps, a long gap was left between Ney at Salamanca and Houdelet and Mortier in Estremadura. No troops whatever covered Madrid from the side of the southwest and the valley of the Tagus, and an eruption of the English on this line was one of the dangers which Napoleon most dreaded. He was unaware of Wellington's deeply rooted determination to commit himself to no more Spanish campaigns. Long before Houdelet approached the Guadiana, Mortier had been compelled, partly by want of supplies, partly by the threatening attitude of La Romana, who began cautiously to turn his flanks, to retire from in front of the walls of Badajoz. He gave back as far as Zafra on the road to the south, and 6 days after marched for Seville, leaving only a rearguard at Santa Eulalia, on the extreme border of Estremadura. Soult required his presence, for, on account of a rising in Granada and a threatening movement by the Spanish army of Murcia, the French reserves in Andalusia had been moved eastward, and its capital was almost stripped of troops. Hence, when the Second Corps reached Cáceres on March 8 and appeared in front of Albuquerque on March 14, it found that the Fifth Corps had departed, and that it was nearly 100 miles from the nearest friendly post. Hudilot, therefore, having all La Romana's army in his front and no orders to execute, since the junction with Mortier had failed, retired to Mérida, where Rainier arrived from the north, superseded him and took command. Here the Second Corps remained practically passive for the rest of the spring, keeping open, but with difficulty and at long intervals, the communications between Madrid and Seville by means of detachments at Truxillo and Almaraz. To a certain extent, Rainier kept La Romana's army in check, but he did not fully discharge even that moderate task, for the Spanish general detached southward 2 of his divisions, those of Contreras and Ballesteros, to threaten the frontiers of Andalusia and stir up an insurrection in the Condado de Niebla and the other regions west of Seville. Ballesteros surprised the cavalry brigade of Mortier's corps at Valverde at midnight on February 19 and scattered it, killing Beauregard, the brigadier. He then advanced to Ronquillo, only 20 miles from Seville, where on March 25-6 he had an indecisive engagement with one of Gazen's brigades, after which he retired into the Condado. Mortier thereupon came out against him from Seville at the head of a whole division. Unwisely offering battle at Zalamea on the Rio Tinto on Apra, Ballesteros was beaten and retired into the mountains. Thither, after some time, he was pursued by Mortier's columns and again defeated at Arisna on May 26. But he rallied his broken force in the Sierra de Arisna, where he remained for long after, a thorn in the side of the army of Andalusia, always descending for a raid in the plains of Seville when he was left unwatched. Soult was forced to keep a considerable part of the Fifth Corps in observation of him, a detachment that he was loth to spare. La Romana's central divisions, meanwhile, those of Charles O'Donnell, brother of the Henry O'Donnell, who had distinguished himself at Gerona in the previous autumn, Mendizábal and Contreras, bickered with the Second Corps in the direction of Cáceres and Torres Novas, without any notable advantage on either side. But as long as Rainier lay at Mérida, and Mortier might at any moment come up from Seville to his aid, Wellington felt uneasy as to the possibility of a French advance between Tagus and Guadiana, and regarding La Romana's army as an insufficient security on this side, moved Hill with a force of 12,000 men to Portelaga, close to the rear of Badajoz. Hill had with his own British division, now consisting of 3 brigades, another division composed of Portuguese under General Hamilton, the English Heavy Cavalry Brigade of Slade, a weak Portuguese cavalry brigade under Madden, and 3 batteries. He was ordered not to countenance any offensive movements on the part of La Romana, but to support him and to endeavor to cover Badajoz if the French should unite the Second Anth Corps and make a serious move westward. There was no need, as matters turned out, for any such support for Rainier, though he executed some rather useless feints and countermarches in April and May, undertook nothing serious. One of his demonstrations drew Hill to Arronches, close to Elvas, on May 14, but it turned out to be meaningless, and the British troops returned to their usual headquarters at Portelaga a few days later. There seems to have been some uncertainty of purpose in all this maneuvering of the French in Estremadura. Rainier was not strong enough to offer to fight La Romana and Hill combined. He might have done so with good prospect of success if Mortier could have been spared from Andalusia. But half the Fifth Corps was usually detached far to the south, hunting the insurgents of the Sierra de Ronda, and the other half had to garrison Seville and watch Ballesteros. Hence Rainier, left to himself, did no more for the common cause of the French in Spain than detain Hill's 2 divisions in the Alemtejo. That Wellington was thus obliged to divide his army was no doubt a permanent gain to the enemy, yet they obtained it by the very doubtful expedient of leaving nothing on the Tagus. A push in the direction of Plasencia and Almaraz by even a small Spanish force would have been a very tiresome and troublesome matter for King Joseph, who would have been forced either to bring down Ney from Salamanca or to call Rainier back from the Guadiana, for Madrid was entirely uncovered on the west. But nothing of the sort happened. La Romana kept his main body concentrated in front of Badajoz, and had the full approval of Wellington for doing so. At the extreme opposite flank of the French front, on the shores of the Bay of Biscay, there was going on at this same time a side campaign conducted with a much greater degree of vigor, but equally indecisive in the end. The Asturias had been almost stripped of troops by Del Parc in order to reinforce the army that fought at Tamames and Alba de Tormes. When the Duke moved his main force southward after the last-named fight, he carried off with him the division of Ballesteros, which had been the core of the old Asturian army. General Antonio Arce was left in the Principality with some 4,000 men, whom he kept at Colombes, behind the Debat, under General Lanopont, watching the French force in the province of Santander. New levies, little more than 2,000 strong, were being collected at Oviedo. In the end of January, General Bonnet, whose division at Santander had received its drafts and had been strengthened up to 7,000 men, thought himself strong enough to drive in Arce's weak line and to make a dash at the Asturian capital. On the 25th, he attacked the lines of Colombes and carried them with no difficulty. On the 31st, he captured Oviedo, which was evacuated by the Captain General Arce and the local junta without serious fighting. But that active partisan Juan Porlier at once cut off his communication with Santander by seizing Infisto and Gijon. Bonnet at once evacuated Oviedo and turned back to clear his rear. Porlier escaped along the coast to Pravia, and meanwhile the main body of the Asturians, under General Barcina, reoccupied the capital. Having driven off Porlier, the French general marched westward once more, beat Barcina at the bridge of Calito on February 14, and again made himself master of Oviedo. The Asturians rallied behind the Narcia, where they were joined by a brigade of 2,000 men sent to their aid by Mahi, the Captain General of Galicia. That province, like the Asturias, had been left almost ungarrisoned by Del Parc when he took the old Army of Galicia across the Sierra de Gata and transferred it to Estremadura. Mahi had been left behind with the skeleton of one division, which he was to recruit, as best he could, by new levies. His main preoccupation at this moment was the defense of the newly fortified stronghold of Astorga, which was already threatened by the French troops in the plains of Leon. But seeing his flank menaced by Bonnet's advance, he lent what men he could spare to aid in the defense of the Asturias. The Asturian junta, having deposed General Arce for incapacity and corruption and appointed Cienfuegos to take over his troops, ordered the resumption of offensive operations against Bonnet in March. Porlier, their great partisan hero, made a circuit along the coast and threatened the French communications with Santander. At the same time, their main force advanced against Oviedo by the valley of the Nalon. Bonnet's advanced brigade was driven in, after a sharp skirmish at Grado on March 19, and disquieted by Porlier's simultaneous attack on his rear, he evacuated the Asturian capital for the third time and gave back as far as Cangas de Arnis in the valley of the Ona. He then called up all the reinforcements that he could obtain from Santander and marched, for the fourth time in 3 months, on Oviedo with his whole division. The Spaniards retired without offering serious opposition and took up a line behind the Narcia. This time Bonnet left them no time to rally, but forced the passage of that river, whereupon the Asturians ascended to Tineo in the mountains, while the Galician succors gave back to Navia, almost on the edge of their own principality. After this, Bonnet's offensive force was spent, having to occupy Oviedo and its ports of Gijon and Avils, as well as all the central and eastern Asturias, and moreover, to defend his communication with Santander from new attacks of Porlier. His strength sufficed for no more. His 7,000 men were immobilized for the rest of the year. He had conquered 2/3 of the Asturias and barely succeeded in keeping it down. But he was quite unable to spare a man to aid in French operations in the plains of Leon, or even to make a serious attempt to threaten Galicia. Once or twice he succeeded in communicating with the forces which Junot, and after him Kellerman and Serres, commanded in the plains beyond the Cantabrian range, by expeditions pushed down through the pass of Pages onto Leon, but the road was always closed again by the guerrillas, and no cooperation could take place. In short, the Spaniards lost the greater part of the Asturias, and the French lost the further services of Bonnet's division. It had no power to threaten Galicia, because it was forced to keep garrisons in Gijon, Avils, Lasters, Santona, and all the seaports, with a full brigade at Oviedo in the center to support them. Any concentration of troops, leading to the evacuation of the smaller garrisons, at once let loose the guerrillas from their mountains. Bonnet had but 7,000 men in all. Of these, not more than half could be used for an expedition, and such a force was too small to have any practical effect on the general course of events in northwestern Spain. Bonnet's operations were, of course, wholly subsidiary. The really important movements that were on foot in the early spring of 1810 were those of Junot and Ney in the plains of Leon. In pursuance of the emperor's orders to the effect that the whole plainland of Leon was to be occupied, as a preliminary to the invasion of Portugal, Loyson, who had re-entered Spain at the head of a number of battalions which were ultimately to join the corps of Ney, was ordered to move on from Valladolid and occupy the country about Benavent and Astorga. He was left free to select either of those towns as his headquarters and was directed to communicate with Bonnet when the latter should have entered the Asturias so that their operations should threaten Galicia simultaneously. Loyson's expedition, however, proved a complete failure. He marched towards Astorga early in February with nearly 10,000 men. On the 11th, he appeared before that town and learnt that since Carrier's reconnaissance in October 1809, it had been much strengthened. La Romana had repaired the breaches of its medieval walls. He had thrown up entrenchments round the suburb of La Retabia, which occupies that part of the hill of Astorga, which is not covered by the town itself. He had also established outlying posts in the suburbs of San Andrés and Puerta del Rey, which lie at the foot of the hill on its northern and eastern sides. 14 guns, only 2 of the pounders, the rest light, had been mounted on the walls. The place, therefore, was a makeshift fortification of the most antiquated style. General Garcia Velasco, who had been left behind in Galicia with one division of the old Northern Army when Del Parque marched for Estremadura, was in charge of this portion of the Spanish front, under the superintendence of Mahy, the Captain General. He had placed half his troops, 5 battalions or 2,700 men, in Astorga, while he himself with the remainder lay beyond the mountains at Villafranca in the Bierzo with about the same force. The total of organized troops in Galicia at this moment did not exceed 0 men, including the small brigade which Mahy sent to the Asturias, and a detachment under Echeverria at Puebla de Sanabria. Astorga had not been expecting a siege at such an early date as February 11. It was only provisioned for 20 days, and the guns had not ammunition to last for even that short space of time. The governor, José Santasildas, was a man of courage and resource, who knew how to put on a bold face to an impossible situation, or instant disaster might have followed. Loyson was disconcerted to find that Astorga, his destined headquarters, was held and garrisoned against him. His engineers reconnoitered its walls and informed him that it could not be taken without a regular battering train. He had only field pieces with him, the weather was abominable, and his troops, all conscript battalions from France, were suffering terribly from the continued rain and cold. Wherefore he contented himself with inviting Santasildas to surrender, promising him promotion at King Joseph's hands, if he would implore the clemency of a sovereign who treats all Spaniards like a father. When the governor sent a curt reply, intimating that he and his people intended to do their duty, Loyson retired to La Baenza and reported to his chiefs that he was helpless for want of siege guns. He announced at the same time that he had attempted to communicate with Bonnet at Oviedo by sending 2 battalions to the foot of the pass of Pajes, but that the mountain roads were all blocked with snow, and that this detachment had been forced to fall back into the plains without obtaining any news of what was afoot in the Asturias. A few days later, the head of Junot's corps entered the province of Leon, and Loyson was directed to move southward and join Ney at Salamanca. His place on the Esla and the Orbigo was taken by Clausel's division of the 8th Corps. The newly arrived general executed another reconnaissance to the neighborhood of Astorga, and on February 26 sent Santasildas a second summons in the name of Junot. It received the same answer that had been given to Loyson. It was clear that Astorga must be besieged, and that a battering train must be placed at the disposition of the force charged with the operation. But in the present state of the roads, it would take some time to bring heavy guns to the front. Further operations had to be postponed. The 6th Corps, it may be remarked, had executed at the same time that Loyson appeared in front of Astorga, a demonstration against Ciudad Rodrigo. King Joseph had written from Andalusia to beg Ney to threaten the place, while the news of the French victories in the south was still fresh, assuring him that the Spaniards were so cowed that a prompt surrender was probable. The Marshal, though doubting the wisdom of these optimistic views, concentrated his corps, advanced to San Felices, and on February 13 summoned Rodrigo. He got from General Herasti, the governor, an answer as bold and confident as that which Loyson received from Santasildas, and returned to Salamanca to disperse his troops in cantonments and ask for a battering train. His short and ineffective excursion to the banks of the Aigda had taken him in sight of the British outposts on the Spanish frontier, and had induced Wellington for a moment to think that the invasion of Portugal was at hand. It was impossible that he should have guessed that Ney's advance had no better cause than King Joseph's foolish confidence. Hence the withdrawal of the 6th Corps after the vain summons of Ciudad Rodrigo was as inexplicable as its advance. "I do not understand Ney's movement," he wrote to his trusted subordinate, Robert Crawford, "coupled as it is with the movement upon Badajoz from the south of Spain. The French are not strong enough for the 2 sieges at the same time, and I much doubt whether they are in a state to undertake one of them. The prompt retirement of Ney from before Ciudad Rodrigo and of Mortier from before Badajoz completely justified his conclusions within a day or 2 of the writing of his letter. There was nothing for the French in the kingdom of Leon to do save to await the arrival of the great battering train which Napoleon had bestowed upon his army of Portugal. It was far to the rear. On February 20, its head was only beginning to approach Burgos, and its tail had not quitted Bayonne. The reason of this tardiness was the want of draft animals at the southern depots of France. The equipment of the train and the artillery of the 8th Corps and the other great reinforcements which had just passed the Pyrenees had exhausted the available supplies of horses, and when the authorities at Bayonne had to place the Grand Park on a war footing, there was intolerable delay. Even when detachments of the park had started, they made slow progress in Spain, for the French horses died off rapidly in the bitter weather of the plateau of Old Castile, and it was almost impossible to replace them by requisition from the countryside. Junot, bold to the verge of rashness and feverishly anxious to remake the reputation that he had lost at Vimero, could not endure the delay. He sent to requisition Spanish guns from the governors of Burgos and Segovia, dispatched his own teams to draw them, and when he heard that a small train was procurable, ordered the 8th Corps towards Astorga on March 15, leaving the cannon to follow. The month's delay in the investment had enabled Santasildas to fill up the supply of food and ammunition which had been so low in February. He had now got his fortress in as good state as was possible, considering the intrinsic weakness of its medieval walls, and had induced 0 of the 4,000 inhabitants to retire to Galicia. On March 21, Clausel's division invested Astorga, while Solignac's came up to Leon and Benevent in support, and St. Croix's division of dragoons took post in advance of La Bainza to observe the Spanish forces in southern Galicia and the Portuguese of the Trás-os-Montes. Till the guns should arrive, there was nothing to be done save to choose the point of attack, prepare fascines and gabions, and open the first parallel out of harm's way from the small artillery of the garrison, none of it heavier than a 12-pounder. Valazé, Junot's chief engineer, opined that the low-lying suburbs at the foot of the hill of Astorga might be neglected, and the newly entrenched Retabia on the high ground masked by a false attack, while the projecting and unflanked northwest corner of the old walls of the city itself might be battered from the slopes below. Here, as in all its circuit, the place had neither ditch nor glacis. There was simply the stout medieval wall, broken every 30 yards by a small square tower, which followed the skyline of the plateau. The first 3 weeks of the siege had an unusual character, since the French could build what works they pleased, but could not seriously batter Astorga with the 16 field guns of small caliber belonging to the division lying before the walls. The officer in temporary command of the artillery, Colonel Nile, contented himself with opening fire from various false attacks, from which the guns were repeatedly moved, in order to distract the attention of the enemy from the chosen front on the northwest, where the approaches were completed and a great battery constructed, ready for the siege guns when they should arrive. Meanwhile, there was a good deal of infantry skirmishing in and about the lower suburbs, in whose outskirts the French ultimately established themselves, though they had no intention of pushing up to the walls either from Puerta del Rey or from San Andres. The garrison defended itself well, executed several vigorous sorties, and lost no post of importance, though the line of resistance in the suburbs was gradually thrust back. Santasildas received several encouraging messages from his chief Mahi, who announced that he was bringing up to the pass of Fonsabaden, on the edge of the plain of Astorga, every man that Galicia could furnish. But even when the Captain General had brought his reserves from Lugo to join Garcia's division, they had only 5,000 bayonets. To hold them off, Junot sent Clausel's division to the outposts and replaced it in the trenches by Salignac S and one brigade of Lagrange S. Mahi, in face of such an accumulation of men, was absolutely helpless. Echeverria, with his weak brigade from Puebla de Sanabria, had pushed a little forward to give moral support to Mahi. He was surprised and routed near Alcanizas on Apra by Saint Croix's dragoons. Map of the Siege of Astorga. Enlarged Siege of Astorga. On the 15th, the siege train arrived from Valladolid. It was small, but sufficient against an enemy so miserably provided with guns as Santasildas. Junot himself came up on the 17th to watch the effect of the attack. It was instant and overpowering. When once the artillery had been placed in the works prepared for it and had begun its fire, the old walls of Astorga began to crumble. The light Spanish pieces on the enceinte were overpowered, despite of the gallant way in which the gunners stuck to their work. By noon on the 21st of April, the northwestern angle of the walls of Astorga had been beaten down, and the fallen stones, there being no ditch, had accumulated at the foot of the broad breach, so as to give an easy entrance. Fortunately for the defense, there was a large church just inside the angle. Its roof and tower had been shot down, but the garrison had made themselves strong in the lower parts of the building, and threw up traverses from it to the wall on each side of the breach. This gave them a second line of defense, though but a weak one, and when Junot sent in a summons in the afternoon, Santasildas refused his offer. At 7, the French general bade 700 men storm the breach. The forlorn hope was composed of the Voltigeur and Grenadier companies of the Irish Legion and the 47th of the line. The column penetrated to the foot of the breach without much difficulty, though exposed to heavy musketry from the walls and a flanking fire from the suburb of the Retabia. The breach was carried, and in addition, a house built with its back to the ramparts just inside the enceinte. But the assailants could get no further, owing to the murderous fire which the Spaniards kept up from behind the ruined church and the traverses. After an hour of desperate attempts to break in, they took shelter, some in the house that they had captured, but the majority behind the lip of the breach, where they covered themselves as best they could by piles of debris built in with their haversacks and even with the corpses of the fallen. Under this poor shelter they lay till dark, suffering heavily. During the night, the troops in the trenches ran out a line of gabions from the front works to the foot of the walls, and by dawn had opened a good communication with the men at the breach, though they had to work under a furious but blind fire from above. At dawn on Apra, Santasildas surrendered. He might have held out some hours longer behind his inner defenses if he had not exhausted nearly all his musket ammunition in resisting the storm. There were less than 30 cartridges ahead left for the infantry of the garrison and only 500 pounds of powder for the artillery. The defense had been admirable, and it may be added, very scientific, a fact proved by the low figures of the dead and wounded, which did not amount to 200 men. The French, in the assault alone, lost 5 officers and men killed, and 8 officers and men wounded. Junot was thought to have been precipitate in ordering the storm. His excuse was that there were less than 2 hours of daylight left, and that, if he had deferred the attack till next morning, the Spaniards would have retrenched the breach under cover of the dark and made it impracticable. The siege cost the 8th Corps in a killed and some 400 wounded, a heavy butcher's bill for the capture of a medieval fortress armed with only 14 light guns. 2,500 prisoners were taken, as shown by Santasilda's lists, but do not claim to have captured 500 fine troops, all with good English muskets and well clothed in English great coats, as well as 500 sick and wounded, impossible figures. On the morning of the surrender, Mahy made a feeble demonstration against the covering troops, on both the passes of Manzanal and Fonsabaden, while Echeverria beat up the force at Peninsular, which lay facing him. All three attacks were checked with ease, the Galician army not being able to put more than 6,000 men in the field on the three fronts taken together. Its loss was heavy, especially at Peninsular. After detaching the 22nd Regiment, which was ordered to endeavor to communicate with Bonnet in the Asturias, and garrisoning Astorga with 2 battalions, Junot drew back the greater part of his corps to Valladolid and Toro. He had been ordered to place himself near Ney in order to aid and cover the 6th Corps in the oncoming siege of Ciudad Rodrigo. At the same time, he received the unwelcome news that Massena had been named Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Portugal, and that the 8th Corps was placed under his orders. Massena, as has been already mentioned, did not arrive at Salamanca till May 28th. He could not well have reached the front earlier, since the Emperor had only placed him in command in April. The long delay in the opening of the main campaign must therefore be laid to Napoleon's account rather than to that of his generals. If he had suspected that every day of waiting meant that Wellington had added an extra redoubt to the ever-growing lines of Torres Vedras, it is permissible to believe that he would have hurried forward matters at a less leisurely pace. But his determination to conduct the invasion of Portugal in what he called a methodical fashion is sufficiently shown by the orders sent to Salamanca on May 29. Tell the Prince of Essling that, according to our English intelligence, the army of General Wellington is composed of no more than 24,000 British and Germans, and that his Portuguese are only 25,000 strong. I do not wish to enter Lisbon at this moment, because I could not feed the city, whose immense population is accustomed to live on seaborne food. He can spend the summer months in taking Ciudad Rodrigo and then Almeida. He need not hurry, but can go methodically to work. The English general, having less than 3,000 cavalry, may offer battle on ground where cavalry cannot act, but will never come out to fight in the plains. The Emperor then proceeds to add that, with the 50,000 men of the 6th Corps, the cavalry reserve, and c. Massena is strong enough to take both Rodrigo and Almeida at his ease. Rainier and the 2nd Corps can be called up to the bridge of Alcantara, from whence they can menace central Portugal and cover Madrid. No order is given to bring up this corps to join the main army. It seems that the Emperor at this moment had in his head the plan, with which Wellington always credited him, of threatening a secondary attack in the Tagus Valley. The 2nd Corps is treated as covering Massena's left, while on his right he will be flanked by Kellerman, who is to add to the small force already under his command in Old Castile a whole new division, that of Serras, composed of troops just arrived from France. This, added to Kellerman's dragoons, would make a corps of 12,000 men. In addition, as the Emperor remarks, by the time that the army of Portugal is ready to march on Lisbon, it will have in its rear the 9th Corps under Drouet, nearly 20,000 men, who will be concentrated at Valladolid before the autumn has begun. There will be over 30,000 men in Leon and Old Castile when Massena's army moves on from Almeida, and in the rear of these again, Burgos, Navarre, and Biscay will be held by the Young Guard, and by 20 STH battalions from France, which were due to start after the 9th Corps, and would have made their appearance south of the Pyrenees by August or September. This document is a very curious product of the imperial pen. It would be hard to find in the rest of the correspondence a dispatch which so completely abandons the Napoleonic methods of quick concentration and sharp strokes, and orders a delay of 3 months or more in the completion of a campaign whose preliminary operations had begun so far back as February. We may reject at once the explanation offered by some of Napoleon's enemies to the effect that he was jealous of Massena and did not wish him to achieve too rapid or too brilliant a success. But it is clear that a humanitarian regard for the possible sufferings of the inhabitants of Lisbon, the only reason alleged for the delay is an inadequate motive. Such things did not normally affect the emperor, and he must have remembered that when Junot occupied Portugal at the midwinter of 1807-8, famine had not played its part in the difficulties encountered by the French. Nor does it seem that an exaggerated estimate of the enemy's strength induced him to postpone the attack till all the reinforcements had arrived. He underestimates Wellington's British troops by some 5,000, his Portuguese troops by at least 15,000 men. He is utterly ignorant of the works of Torres Vedras, though 6 months' labor has already been lavished on them, and by this time they were already defensible. 3 months seem an altogether exaggerated time to devote to the sieges of the 2 little old-fashioned second-rate fortresses of Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida. From whence, then, comes this unprecedented resolve to adopt a methodical system in dealing with the invasion of Portugal? It has been suggested that the emperor was very desirous to make sure of the absolute suppression of the guerrilleros of the Pyrenees and the Ebro before pushing forward his field army to Lisbon. Possibly he was influenced by his knowledge of the infinite difficulty that Massena would find in equipping himself with a train, and more especially in creating magazines during the months before the harvest had been gathered in. Some have thought that, looking far forward, he considered it would be more disastrous to the English army to be driven into the sea somewhere in the rough months of October and November rather than in the fine weather of June. And undoubtedly, no one who reads his dispatches can doubt that the desire to deal an absolutely crushing blow to that army was his dominating idea throughout. But probably the main determining factor in Napoleon's mind was the resolve that there should be no failure this time, for want of preparation or want of sufficient strength, that no risks should be taken, and that what he regarded as an overwhelming force should be launched upon Portugal. After Junot's disaster of 1808 and Soult's fiasco in 1809, the imperial prestige could not stand a third failure. The old pledge that the leopard should be driven into the sea must be redeemed at all costs on this occasion. Solid success, rather than a brilliant campaign, must be the end kept in view. Hence came the elaborate preparations for the sustaining of Massena's advance by the support of Drouet, Kellerman, and Serres. Even such its operations in eastern Spain were to be conducted with some regard to the affairs of Portugal. It was a broad and a formidable plan, but it failed in one all-important factor. Wellington's strength was underrated. It was no mere driving of 25,000 British troops into the sea that was now in question, but the reduction of a kingdom where every man had been placed under arms and every preparation made for passive as well as for active resistance. When Napoleon was once more foiled, it was because he had treated the Portuguese army, atas de coquins, as he called them, as a negligible quantity, and because he had foreseen neither that systematic devastation of the land, nor the creation of those vast lines in front of Lisbon, which were such essential features of Wellington's scheme of defense. The French attack was delivered by 65,000 men, not by the 100,000 whose advent the British general had feared. And precisely because the numbers of the army of Portugal were no greater, the attack was made on the Beira frontier only. Massena had no men to spare for the secondary invasion south of the Tagus, which Wellington had expected and dreaded. The emperor's plans went to wreck because he had underestimated his enemy and assigned too small a force to his lieutenant. But it was no ordinary general who had so prepared his defense that Napoleon's calculations went all astray. The genius of Wellington was the true cause of the disastrous end of the long-prepared invasion. Section 19, Chapter 5. The Months of Waiting. The Siege of Ciudad Rodrigo, May, July 1810. The long months of delay that followed the first operations of the French in 1810 were a time of anxious waiting for Wellington. He had moved his headquarters to Viseu on the 12th of January and had been lying in that bleak and lofty town all through the rest of the winter. With him there had come to the north all the old British divisions save the second, which had been left with Hill, first at Abrantes and then at Portelaga, to watch the French between the Tagus and the Guadiana. The first division was placed at Viseu, the third at Trancoso and the neighboring villages, the 4th at Garda, while the cavalry wintered in the coast plain between Coimbra and Aveiro. Only the Light Brigade of Robert Crawford, which takes the new style of the Light Division on March 1, was pushed forward to the Spanish frontier and lay in the villages about Almeida, with its outposts pushed forward to the line of the Aigde. The Portuguese regular brigades, which were afterwards incorporated in the British divisions, were still lying in winter quarters around Coimbra and Tama, drilling hard and incorporating their recruits. The militia were also under arms at their regimental headquarters, save the few battalions which had already been thrown into Elvas, Almeida, Peniche, and Abrantes. Wellington's front, facing the French, was formed by Hill's corps in the Alemtejo, Lecker's Portuguese brigade in the Castelo Branco district, and Crawford's force on the Aigde. Neither Hill nor Lecker was in actual contact with the enemy, and La Romana's army, spread out from the pass of Perils to Zafra and Arisna in a thin line, lay between them and Rainier's and Mortier's outposts. It was otherwise with Crawford, who was placed north of La Romana's left division, that of Martin Carrera. He was in close touch with Ney's corps all along the line of the Aigde as far as the Douro. Since the outposts of the 6th Corps had been pushed forward on March 9th, the commander of the Light Division was in a most responsible, not to say a dangerous, position. The main army was 40 miles to his rear in its cantonments at Vizu, Garda, and Trancoso. He had with him of British infantry only the 1st battalions of the 43rd, 52nd, 8th, with 1 battery and 1 regiment of cavalry, the 1st Hussars of the King's German Legion. His orders were to keep open the communication with Ciudad Rodrigo till the last possible moment, to cover Almeida as long as was prudent, and to keep the commander-in-chief advised of every movement of the enemy. It was clear that he might be thrust back at any moment. The 6th Corps, since Luysen had joined it, was 30,000 strong. The Light Division had only 2,500 infantry with the 500 German light horse. On March 28th, Wellington sent up to reinforce Crawford 2 battalions of Caçadores, the 1st and. The latter of these units was afterwards changed for the 3rd, which, trained by Elder, the best of all the colonels lent to the Portuguese army, was reckoned the most efficient corps that could be selected from Beresford's command. But the 2 Caçador battalions only add 0 bayonets to the Light Division, and even after their arrival Crawford's force was less than 4,000 strong. Robert Crawford, though only a brigadier and junior of his rank, had been chosen by Wellington to take charge of his outpost line, because he was one of the very few officers then in the Peninsula in whose ability his commander-in-chief had perfect confidence. Nothing is more striking than to compare the tone and character of the letters which Wellington wrote to him with those which he dispatched to most of his other general officers. Only with Crawford, Hill, and Beresford did he ever condescend to enter into explanations and state reasons. The rest receive orders without comment, which they are directed to carry out, and are given no opportunity to discuss. The difference was noted and resented by the others. When on March 8th Crawford was formally given charge of the whole outpost line of the army, and his seniors Picton and Cole were told to conform their movements to his, without waiting for orders from head quarters, some friction was engendered. Picton and Crawford, in especial, were for the rest of the campaign in a state of latent hostility, which more than once led to high words when they met, a fact which was not without its dangers to the welfare of the army. The celebrated commander of the Light Division was at this time well known for his ability, but reckoned rather an unlucky soldier. He had entered the army so far back as 1779, and had seen service in every quarter of the globe, yet in 1809 was only a colonel. This was the more astounding since he was one of the few scientific soldiers in the British Army when the Revolutionary War broke out. He had spent some time at Berlin in 1782, studying the tactics of the army of Frederick the Great, and had translated into English the official Prussian treatise on the art of war. His knowledge of German, a rare accomplishment in the British Army at the end of the 18th century, caused him to be given the post of military attaché at Coburg's headquarters in 1794, and he followed the Austrian army through all the disasters of that and the 2 following years. Again in 1799, he went out to take the same post at the headquarters of the Army of Switzerland, but quitted it to serve on the staff of the Duke of York during the miserable Dutch expedition of that same year. He seemed destined to witness nothing but disasters, and though he was known to have done his duty with admirable zeal and energy in every post that he occupied, promotion lingered. Probably his caustic tongue and fiery temper were his hindrances, but it seems astonishing that he took 26 years to attain the rank of colonel, though he was not destitute of political influence, having friends and relatives in Parliament and even in the ministry. In 1801, he was a disappointed man, thought of retiring from the army, and having accepted a nomination borough, sat in the Commons for 5 years. In 1805, he was at last made a colonel, and in the following year went on active service with the expedition which, sent originally to the Cape, was distracted in 1807 to the unhappy Buenos Aires campaign. This was the zenith of his misfortunes. It was he who, placed in charge of a light brigade by the incapable Whitelock, was thrust forward into the midst of the tangled streets of Buenos Aires, surrounded in the convent of San Domingo, and forced to capitulate for lack of support. At the ensuing court-martial, he was acquitted of all blame, but the fact that he had surrendered a British brigade rankled in his mind for the rest of his life. The unshaken confidence in his abilities felt by the home authorities was marked by the fact that he was sent out in October 1808 with Baird's Corps, which landed at Corunna, and again in June 1809 to Lisbon, each time in command of a brigade. But his bad luck seemed still to attend him. He missed the victory of Corunna because Moore had detached his brigade on the inexplicable march to Vigo. He failed to be present at Talavera, despite of the famous forced march which he made towards the sound of the cannon. In 1810, Crawford was burning to vindicate his reputation, and to show that the confidence which Wellington placed in him was not undeserved. He still regarded himself as a man who had been unjustly dealt with and had never been given his chance. He could not forget that he was 4 years older than Beresford, 5 years older than Wellington, 8 years older than Hill, yet was but a junior brigadier general in charge of a division. He was full of a consuming energy, on the lookout for slights and quarrels, a very strict disciplinarian, restless himself, and leaving his troops no rest. He was not liked by all his officers. In the light division, he had many admirers and many bitter critics. Nor was he at first popular with the rank and file, though they soon began to recognize the keen intelligence that guided his actions, and to see that he was a just if a hard master. In the matter of feeding his troops, the most difficult task imposed on a general of the Peninsular Army, he had an unparalleled reputation for accomplishing the impossible, even if the most drastic methods had to be employed. The famous old story about Wellington and the commissary had Crawford, and not, as it is sometimes told, Picton as its hero. As a sample of his high-handed ways, it may be mentioned that he once seized and impounded some church plate till the villages to which it belonged found him some corn for his starving division. Crawford, on one of his happy days, and they were many, was the most brilliant subordinate that Wellington ever owned. His mistakes, and he committed more than one, were the faults of an ardent and ambitious spirit taking an immoderate risk in the hour of excitement. From March to July 1810, Crawford, in charge of the whole outpost system of Wellington's army, accomplished the extraordinary feat of guarding a front of 40 miles against an active enemy of sixfold force, without suffering his line to be pierced, or allowing the French to gain any information whatever of the dispositions of the host in his rear. He was in constant and daily touch with Ney's corps, yet was never surprised and never thrust back save by absolutely overwhelming strength. He never lost a detachment, never failed to detect every move of the enemy, and never sent his commander false intelligence. This was the result of system and science, not merely of vigilance and activity. The journal of his aide-de-camp Shaw Kennedy, giving the daily work of the Light Division during the critical months of 1810, might serve as an illustrative manual of outpost duty, and was indeed printed for that purpose in 1851. Crawford's 1 cavalry regiment, the German Hussars, had to cover a front of nearly 40 miles and performed the duty admirably. It had been chosen for the service because it was considered by Wellington superior in scouting power to any of his British light cavalry corps. General Crawford worked out the most difficult part of the outpost duty with them. He had the great advantage of speaking German fluently, and he arranged for the outpost duties of the different parts of the long line that he had to guard by his personal communications with the captains of that admirable corps, men who were themselves masters of the subject. They each knew his plan for the space that they covered, though not his general plan, and each worked out his part most admirably. The general communicated with them direct. He had the great advantage of possessing, with his great abilities and energy, uncommon bodily strength, so that he could remain on horseback almost any length of time. When his operations began, the point to be observed was the line of the Aigde, extending for some 40 miles. The country, although very irregular in its surface, was quite open and unenclosed, and fit almost everywhere for the action of all three arms. When he took up the line, he kept his infantry back entirely, with the exception of 4 companies of the rifles above the bridge of Barba del Puerco, upon the calculation of the time that would be required to retire the infantry behind the Coa, after he received information from the cavalry of the enemy's advance. If we are properly to understand Crawford's operations, the calculation must never be lost sight of, for it was on calculations that he acted all along. The hazarding of the 4 companies at Barba del Puerco forms a separate consideration. It rested on the belief that the pass there was so difficult that 4 companies could defend it against any numbers, and that, if they were turned higher up the river, the hussars would give the rifles warning in ample time for a safe retreat. Special reports were made of the state of the fords of the Aigde every morning, and the rapidity of its rises was particularly marked. An officer had special charge of all deserters from the enemy to examine them and bring together their information. Beacons were prepared on conspicuous heights so as to communicate information as to the enemy's offensive movements. To ensure against mistakes in the night, pointers were kept at the stations of communication, directed to the beacons. As Napier has remarked in his history, 7 minutes sufficed for the division to get under arms in the middle of the night, and a quarter of an hour, night or day, to bring it in order of battle to its alarm posts, with the baggage loaded and assembled at a convenient distance to the rear. And this not upon a concerted signal, nor as a trial, but at all times and certain. To complete the picture, it remains to be added that there were some 15 fords between Ciudad Rodrigo and the mouth of the Aigde, which were practicable in dry weather for all arms, and that several of them could be used even after a day or 2 of rain. The French were along the whole river. They had 0 horse available in March and April, 5,000 in May and June. Their infantry at some points were only 3 or 4 miles back from the river, yet Crawford's line was never broken, nor was even a picket of 10 men cut off or surrounded. The least movement of the enemy was reported along the whole front in an incredibly short time. The whole web of communication quivered at the slightest touch, and the division was immediately ready to fight or to draw back, according as the strength of the French dictated boldness or caution. During February, Wellington had rightly concluded that Crawford had nothing to fear. Ney's early demonstration against Ciudad Rodrigo had no more serious significance than Mortier's similar appearance in front of Badajoz. But when March arrived, and the 8th Corps appeared in the plains of Leon and commenced the siege of Astorga, while Ney began to move up his cavalry to the line of the Yelts, and Loyson's division, coming from Astorga, established itself on the lower Aigde, it seemed likely that serious work would soon begin. The first test of the efficiency of Crawford's outpost system was made on the night of March 1920, when Ferry, commanding the brigade of Loyson's division, which lay at San Felices, assembled his 6 Voltigeur companies before dawn and made a dash at the pass of Barba del Puerco. He had the good luck to bayonet the sentries at the bridge before they could fire, and was halfway up the rough ascent from the bridge to the village, when Beckwith's detachment of the 95th Rifles, roused and armed in 10 minutes, were upon him. They drove him down the defile and chased him back across the river with the loss of 2 officers and 45 men killed and wounded. Beckwith's riflemen lost 1 officer and 3 men killed, and 10 men wounded in the 3 companies engaged. After this alarm, Crawford was in anxious expectation of a general advance of the 6th Corps, and made every preparation to receive them. But Ferry's reconnaissance had no sequel, and a whole month passed by without any serious move on the part of the enemy. The Aigde was in flood for the greater part of April, owing to incessant rains, which made the outpost work simple, as the number of points to be observed went down from 15 to 3 or 4. It was not till the 26th that Maucun's and Ferry's brigades moved up close to Ciudad Rodrigo, drove in the Spanish outposts, and formed the blockade of the place on the east side of the Aigde. Even then, its bridge remained unmolested, and Crawford could communicate quite freely with the garrison, and did so till June 2nd. Massena, at a later date, blamed Ney for having established this partial and useless blockade before he was ready to commence the siege in earnest. The two French brigades consumed, during the month of May, the whole of the local resources of the district around Rodrigo, so that, when the rest of the army came up, all supplies had to be brought up from a great distance. It may also be remarked that to advance a corps of no more than 7,000 men within striking distance of the British army would have been very hazardous if Wellington had been entertaining any designs of taking the offensive, and Ney at this time could not have been sure that such contingency was unlikely. The only advantage which the Marshal got from keeping his detachment so close to the fortress was that, in their month of waiting, the brigades were able to prepare a great store of gabions and fascines, and the engineers to make a thorough survey of the environs. Ciudad Rodrigo stands on a single circular knoll of no great height, whose summit it exactly covers. It is a small place of some 8,000 souls, packed tight in narrow streets within a stout medieval wall thickly set with towers. A 14th-century castle, on which the houses press in too close for strength, fills its southeastern corner. There is no other inner place of refuge. The Aigde, divided into several channels, runs under the southern side of the place. It is crossed by a bridge completely commanded by the fire of the walls. On the waterfront the knoll is at its highest. On the opposite face it is much less steep, and only very slightly exceeds the level of the surrounding ground. Round the circuit of the medieval wall, a low modern enceinte had been constructed and served as an outer protection fauspray. It was only 12 feet high, so did not shield more than a third of the inner wall, which could be battered over its summit. Its outline was zigzagged in the form of redans, and it was furnished with a dry ditch. Its glacis, owing to the rising of the knoll, gave it little protection, so that both the older and the modern wall could be searched, for the greater part of their height, by the artillery of a besieger. Outside the eastern gate of Rodrigo lies the straggling suburb of San Francisco, on very low ground. It was so large and so close to the walls that the Governor Herasti considered it absolutely necessary to take it inside the circuit of his defenses. It had accordingly been surrounded by a strong earthwork, and the three great monasteries which it contains, San Francisco, San Domingo, and Santa Clara, had been strengthened and loopholed. The small suburb of La Marina, just across the bridge, was retrenched and manned, as was also the convent of Santa Cruz, which stands isolate yards outside the northwest angle of the town. Other outlying buildings had been leveled to the ground, lest they should afford cover to the enemy. Map of the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo. Enlarged siege of Ciudad Rodrigo. These preparations were very wise and helpful, but they did not do away with the main weakness of Ciudad Rodrigo, considered as a modern fortress. Like many other medieval strongholds, it is commanded by outlying heights, which could be disregarded as an element of danger in the 14th or the 16th century because of their distance, but became all-important with the improvement of artillery. In this case, two knolls, considerably higher than that on which the place stands, lie outside its northern walls. The smaller, named the Little Tesson, lies only 200 yards from the northern angle of the town. It is some 50 feet higher than the base of the ramparts. Immediately behind it rises the Great Tesson, which dominates the whole countryside, its broad flat top, 3/4 of a mile in diameter, being 100 feet above the level of the plain. It was hopeless to think of holding the Little Tesson as an outwork, since the greater one looks down into it and searches it from end to end. The Great Tesson, on the other hand, is so large, its circuit is about the same as the city itself, that it would be impossible to think of defending it, as when entrenched it would require a garrison of at least 3,000 men, and Herasti had but 5,500 troops under his command. Its slopes, moreover, are gentle, and do not lend themselves to fortification. The southern edge of the plateau of the Great Tessin being only 500 yards from the town wall, it was obvious that here was the place from which Rodrigo could best be assailed. Batteries on its skyline could breach both the inner and outer walls, and could command every square foot both of the town and of the fortified suburbs. Accordingly, the brigades which lay before the place in May had encamped on and behind the Tessin, and stored the gabions, fascines, and sandbags which they were making in a park, near the convent of La Caridad and the village of Pedro de Toro on its further side. Herasti, as we have said, had a garrison of 5,500 men, composed of 1 line battalion, 2 militia battalions, 3 battalions of new levies from the town and its vicinity, called Voluntarios de Ciudad Rodrigo, and 1 battalion of urban guards. None of these troops, save the line battalion of Majorca, which had formed part of the old army of Estremadura, had ever been under fire, a fact which makes their fine defense all the more creditable. There were only 11 officers and men of the artillery of the line in the place. These had to train 350 men assigned to them from the infantry, but fortunately, the long delay in the opening of the siege had allowed the instruction to be thoroughly carried out. Of engineers, there were only 4 officers and sappers, of cavalry none, but the partisan chief Julian Sanchez, with some 200 of his lancers, chanced to be in the place on the day when it was completely invested, and was forced to cut his way out when the bombardment began. Perhaps the main strength of Ciudad Rodrigo, as of Gerona, lay in the personality of its governor. General Andres Herasti, a veteran of nearly 70 years, was determined to do his duty and showed as much ingenuity and readiness as obstinacy in his defense. Though the French had appeared before the walls of Ciudad Rodrigo on Apeth, it was not till May 30th that Ney came up in person, with 4 brigades of infantry and Montbrun's division of reserve cavalry to complete the investment. The main cause of the delay was, as usual, the lack of supplies. Ney had to levy and forward from Salamanca 2 months' rations for an army of 30,000 men, and could only do so after long and harassing preparation. He nearly came to actual blows with King Joseph over the matter, for he sent a cavalry brigade to raise requisitions in the province of Avila, which was outside his command, and General Hugo, the king's governor, put his troops under arms and refused to allow the dragoons to enter his district. An imperial rescript, however, soon arrived, which placed Avila at the disposition of the 6th Corps, and the royal authorities had to yield. All Ney's troops were now concentrated for the siege, his outlying detachments in every direction having been relieved by Junot, who, at Massena's orders, brought down the 8th Corps from the Douro, placed a brigade to watch the pass of Baños, left garrisons in Zamora and Toro, and advanced with the remainder of his troops to the line of the Aigda. Clausel's division and St. Croix's division of dragoons took post at San Felices in immediate touch with Crawford's division. Solignac's division lay a march and a half to the rear at Ledesma. San Felices is only 20, Ledesma is 40 miles from Ciudad Rodrigo, so that the 8th Corps, deducting the outlying brigades, could have joined Ney in 2 days. These distances were the governing factor in Wellington's policy during the next month. Ney had 0 men of the 6th Corps and Montbrun's 4,000 dragoons in front of Rodrigo. Junot could join him with 8,000 infantry and 800 cavalry in a day. A second day would bring up Solignac with 7,000 men more. Unless the 6th Corps could be surprised in its camps and forced to fight before it received its reinforcements, there would be 47,000 French to face. Of their numbers, Wellington was roughly aware. The figures sent in to him by Crawford were accurate to within a few thousands, and estimated the enemy at 40,000 men. The commander-in-chief's own calculation was even nearer the truth. Early in May, he reckoned Ney, with Loyson's division included, at 30,000 men, Junot and Kellerman at 30,000. Early in June, he made out that the 2 corps in his front, without Kellerman, amounted to 50,000 men, which was only 3,000 over the true total. He himself had at this moment only 18,000 British troops under his hand and within striking distance. He had on Apeth brought up his headquarters and the 1st Division to Celorico and moved forward Picton and the 3rd Division to Pinhole, while Cole with the 4th remained at Garda and the light division was, as usual, facing the Aigde. The cavalry had also come up from the Mondego Valley and lay behind Almeida. Moreover, the 5 Portuguese brigades of Harvey, Collins, Pack, Coleman, and Alex Campbell were ordered up to the front and joined the army in the first days of May. Wellington thereupon incorporated Harvey's brigade with the 3rd Division and Collins' with the 4th, a system which he afterwards carried out with nearly all the Portuguese units. The whole of this mass of troops came to some 15,000 men. These, with the British, making a total of 32,000 men, were all that Wellington could count upon, for he could not dare to move Hill's 12,000 men from the south, where they were observing Rainier, nor to displace the small reserve, which lay at Abrantes and Tomer to guard against a possible French move along the Tagus by Castelo Branco. Lisbon could not be left unprotected on this side, so long as Rainier lay between the Tagus and the Guadiana. By bringing up every man, Wellington could have attacked Ney's 30,000 in front of Rodrigo with 33,000, of whom nearly half would have consisted of the newly organized Portuguese brigades, of which hardly a battalion had been under fire. He would have had under 3,000 cavalry to face 5,000, and a marked inferiority in artillery also. No practical assistance could have been got by inviting the cooperation of Martin Carrera's depleted Spanish division of 3,000 men, which lay on the hills about the sources of the Aigde, watching Ney's flank. If the first stroke should fail, and Ney were not surprised, Wellington would have Junot's 17,000 men to count with within 48 hours. Ciudad Rodrigo lies on a plain, a full day's march from the hills, and by advancing to relieve it, the British army must commit itself to an action in the open. It is no wonder, then, that Wellington refused to attempt the movement. Weak in cavalry, and with 15,000 troops of uncertain value in his ranks, he would have been mad to embark upon such an operation. It was most improbable that Ney could have been surprised and forced to fight without Junot's aid, when he had 0 horsemen at hand to discover and report the first movement of the Anglo-Portuguese. Napoleon had been right when he told Massena that it was practically impossible that Wellington would offer battle in the plains. Herasti had been sent assurances that the British army would do anything that was feasible for his relief, but he was warned in a supplementary letter of June 6 that it might be impossible to aid him. "You will believe," wrote Wellington, "that if I should not be able to attempt your relief, it will be owing to the superior strength of the enemy and to the necessity for my attending to other important objects." Notwithstanding this caution, it would appear that the Spanish governor still hoped for prompt assistance. It seemed to him, as it did to all Spanish and some English officers at the time, that Wellington would not be able to endure the spectacle of Ciudad Rodrigo being taken, while his outposts were lying only 6 miles in front of it. Those who held such views little knew the inflexible character of the man with whom they had to deal, or his contempt for considerations of pride or sentiment. To take a great risk, when victory would mean only the raising of the siege of Rodrigo till Junot and Kellerman should have joined Ney, while defeat might mean the loss of Portugal, was not in consonance with Wellington's character. The possible gain and loss were too unequal, and he very rightly, and not without much regret, remained in observation at Celorico. He sums up the matter thus: "I must leave the mountains and cross the plains as well as 2 rivers to raise the siege. To do this I have about 33,000 men, including Carrera's Spaniards, of which 3,000 are cavalry. Included are 15,000 Spaniards and Portuguese, which troops, to say the best of them, are of doubtful quality. Is it right, under these circumstances, to risk a general action to raise the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo? I should think not. And again, my object is to be able to relieve the place, if it should be advisable to attempt it, in consequence of any alteration in the enemy's force. This does not appear to be a very probable event at present, and ought not to be provided for according to the common rules of prudence at any considerable risk." Expressions of regret are added. "I do not give the matter up. If they hold out like men, they are worth saving, and under certain circumstances, it might be possible to incur the risk." But the certain circumstances never came about. They seem to have been the possibility either that one Ney or Junot might make detachments, or move their corps into a less concentrated position than they at present occupied, or 2, that they might form a covering army and advanced to drive him off from his present quarters, which were too close to Ciudad Rodrigo for their comfort. This last contingency almost happened, as we shall see. Probably if the enemy had come out to attack him, Wellington would have accepted battle in one of the defensive positions that he knew so well how to select. Ney, as has been already mentioned, arrived before the fortress with some 20,000 men on May 30th. On June 1st, he threw a bridge across the Aigda, a mile and a half above Rodrigo, but sent no troops across it. 2 days later, Massena came up from the rear, approved of the plan that had been formed for breaching the city from the side of the two Tessins, and having reviewed the 6th Corps, took his way back to Salamanca. At this moment, he gave orders to Rainier and the 2nd Corps to leave Truxillo and the valley of the Guadiana, and to cross the Tagus to Coria and Placentia, from whence they could threaten Castelo Branco and Abrantes. This was in accordance with the orders of the Emperor, who had bidden him call up Rainier from the Guadiana to cover his flank. Such a movement had been foreseen by Wellington, who as early as June 9th had directed Hill to leave Portelaga with his 12,000 men, and to cross the Tagus at Villavelha the moment that Rainier should have passed it at Almaraz. Some days later, the Galician General Mahy sent to the British headquarters 4 duplicates of Napoleon's dispatches to Massena and King Joseph, which had been intercepted by guerrillas on the way to Salamanca. They corroborated all Wellington's suspicions and enabled him to provide against the danger on this side even before it had begun to arise. Hill's route by Villavelha being appreciably shorter than that of Rainier, he was in position beyond the Tagus before the 2nd Corps had reached Coria. Their cavalry met and skirmished at Ladoiro on the Zarza-Castelo Branco road on July 22nd. Thus the relative position of the two hostile forces in the south was exactly preserved. Wellington knew that he could call in Hill to join his main army as quickly as Massena could draw Rainier to himself through the pass of Pereils, the only route possible for him. He felt all the more secure because he had now some British troops at Abrantes ready to support Hill. 3 newly arrived battalions, which landed at Lisbon early in April, had been passed up the Tagus to Tamar and the line of the Zezer, where, uniting with 2 Portuguese brigades, they formed Leth's 5th Division, a fresh factor in the situation. This detachment, with 2 batteries added, could assist Hill with 7,000 men if Rainier should push forward in the direction of Castelo Branco. Whether at this moment Massena was proposing to order a serious attack on this side, or whether he was from the first intending to bring up the 2nd Corps to join the main army, is not certain. Napoleon, in some of his dispatches, seems to recommend the rather hazardous attack on double external lines, a result of his general underestimate of Wellington's resisting power. On May 29th, he told his lieutenant that with 50,000 men of the 6th Corps, he could capture both Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida, and then march methodically into Portugal, while Rainier at Alcantara could cover the communication with Madrid and menace Upper Beira. Le Prince le Mainchandre dans cette position sans le laisser en tamer. Massena, however, did not think his main army strong enough, and being left a free hand by his master, ultimately called in Rainier to join him, and so freed Wellington from the harassing doubt as to whether he might not have to defend himself on the Zezer and on the Mondego at the same moment. Long before the orders reached the 2nd Corps to move up from Truxillo to Coria and Zarza, the siege of Rodrigo had begun in earnest. On June 1st, as we have already seen, Ney had cast a bridge across the Aigda above the town. 4 days later a second was constructed at the ford of Laura, below the place. The moment that it was completed, Marchand's division, half Mermits, and the light cavalry brigade of Lamotte crossed the river and established camps on its western bank. The horsemen pushed back Crawford's pickets to Marialva and Manzanilla, and completely cut his communication with Rodrigo, which had hitherto been intermittently open. The troops which had passed the river threw up redoubts to cover the bridge heads and slightly entrenched their camps. On June 8th, Ney received the first convoy of his siege train, which continued to come in by detachments during the next week, till he had 50 heavy guns in hand, with 700 rounds for each, and 0 gunners and sappers of the Grand Park. On the 15th, the French opened their first parallel on the Great Tesson, on a front of 1,500 yards, It was only 500 yards from the glacis of the town. Herasti kept up a furious fire upon it, and vexed the workmen by 2 sorties, which were not pressed home and did no harm. On the 19th, 6 batteries on the Tesson were commenced. The work was easy owing to the great store of gabions and sandbags already in store, which the brigades of Maucune and Ferry had prepared in May. While the emplacements for the guns were being got ready, the sappers pushed forward zigzags from the right end of the first parallel down the slopes on the flank of the Little Tesson. One approach was directed toward the isolated convent of Santa Cruz, the other toward the extreme northern angle of the town. The Spaniards, though firing furiously day and night, could not prevent either the construction of the batteries or the advance of the approaches, wherefore Julian Sanchez, seeing that his cavalry could not live under the oncoming bombardment, got leave from the governor to quit the town. On the night of the 21st-22nd, he crossed the bridge, broke through the lines of Marchand's division, and escaped by the Fuente Guinaldo road with his 200 lancers. He came into Crawford's camp and gave a full report of the state of the garrison and the progress of the enemy's works. It was impossible for the French to open their second parallel so long as the convent of Santa Cruz was held, for the fire of this outwork would have enfiladed its whole length. On the night of the 23rd-24th, therefore, Ney tried to storm the convent with a picked body of grenadiers. They blew in its door with a petard and set fire to its lower story, but were finally driven off. The convent was partially destroyed, but the garrison gallantly clung to its ruins and covered themselves in the debris. The French lost 15 killed and 50 wounded that night. On June 25th, the batteries opened, without waiting for the reduction of Santa Cruz, with 46 guns placed in 6 batteries along the crest of the Tesson. The counterfire of the besieged was very effective. 2 expense magazines containing 9,000 lb. of powder were blown up in the trenches, many guns dismounted, and 1 battery silenced. The loss of the besiegers was heavy. The Spaniards suffered less, but fires broke out in several quarters of the town from the shells thrown by the French mortars, and many houses were destroyed. The ruins of the convent of Santa Cruz, moreover, were so thoroughly battered to pieces that the garrison retired, when an assault was made upon it by 300 grenadiers after nightfall. This enabled the French to push forward their works much nearer to the town. 4 days of furious artillery engagement followed, in which the besiegers, though suffering heavily, succeeded not only in setting more than half the town on fire, but what was more serious, in making a breach in the Fosspray at the projecting angle of the north side of the city, on which 4 of the batteries had been trained, and in injuring the inner medieval wall at the back of it. Believing, wrongly as it seems, that the breach was practicable, Ney sent an officer to summon the town. Herasti replied that he was still in a position to defend himself, and that after 49 years of service, he knew the laws of war and his military duty. He made, however, the unusual request that he might be allowed to send a letter to Wellington, and that a suspension of arms should be granted till the return of his messenger. The marshal, as was natural, sent a refusal and ordered the bombardment to recommence, June 28th. Up to this moment, the French engineers had been under the impression that Ciudad Rodrigo would probably surrender when it had been breached, without standing an assault. Now that they recognized that the governor intended to fight to the last, and noted that he had spent the night following the summons in clearing the ditch and repairing the damaged Fosspray with sandbags, they resolved that the breaching batteries must be brought closer in, and the approaches pushed up to the foot of the walls. Accordingly, a second parallel was opened along the front of the Little Tesson, 250 yards in advance of the first, on the night of July 1st. On the same night, a column of 600 men stormed the convent of San Francisco in the suburb, a post which would have enfiladed the southern end of the new parallel in the most dangerous fashion. Having obtained this lodgment in the suburb, the French set to work to conquer the whole of it, and after some stiff street fighting stormed Santa Clara, its central stronghold. Herasti thereupon evacuated the rest of the scattered houses and withdrew all his troops inside the town, July 3rd. The new battery on the Little Tesson was costly to build and maintain. On one night, the French lost 61 men killed and wounded in it, but it was very effective. The original breach was much enlarged, and the old wall behind it was reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, a mortar battery, placed in the conquered suburb, played upon the parts of the town which had hitherto escaped bombardment, and reduced many streets to ashes. The position of the garrison was unsatisfactory, and Herasti sent out several emissaries to beg Wellington to help him, ere it was too late. Most of these adventurers were captured by the French, but at least 2 reached the British commander, who had recently come up to the front to observe for himself the state of the enemy's forces. He found them too strong to be meddled with, and sent back a letter stating that he was ready to move if he saw any chance of success, but that at present none such was visible. He then retired, after leaving Crawford 2 squadrons of the 16th Light Dragoons to strengthen his thin outpost line. Herasti, though much dispirited by Wellington's reply, continued to make a vigorous defense, but the town was now mostly in ruins, and the breach gaped wide. On July 4th, Massena, who had again come up to visit the siege, obtained intelligence that Wellington had been with the Light Division at Gallegos and determined to push back the British outposts, in order to discover whether the front line of his enemy had been strengthened by any troops from Portugal. It seemed to him likely enough that the British general might have massed his army for a bold stroke at the besiegers, now that the strength of Ciudad Rodrigo was running low. Accordingly, St. Croix's division of dragoons, supported by a brigade of Junot's infantry, crossed the Azava Brook and drove in Crawford's cavalry pickets. They retired, skirmishing vigorously all the way to Gallegos, where the 5 infantry battalions of the Light Division had concentrated. Crawford, having strict orders from his chief that he was not to fight, fell back on Fort Conception, the work on the Spanish frontier halfway to Almeida. Thereupon the French retired, having obtained the information that they wanted, viz., that Crawford had not been reinforced by any considerable body of troops from the rear. The Light Division had maneuvered with its customary intelligence and alertness all day. Its flanks were being continually turned by horsemen in overpowering numbers, but it beat them off with ease and lost only 5 men wounded while falling back across 10 miles of absolutely open country. The French lost 5 officers and over 20 men, mostly in combats with the German hussars, who surpassed themselves on this day, and repeatedly charged the heads of the hostile columns on favorable occasions. For the future, Crawford kept behind the Deux Casas, while the French took up his old line on the Azava. This move made any attempt to help Ciudad Rodrigo a harder business than before, since the British outposts were now 15 instead of only 6 miles from the town. An attempt to storm by surprise the French camps on the near side of the place was for the future impossible. Warned by this activity on the part of the enemy, Wellington again reinforced Crawford's cavalry, giving him 3 squadrons of the 14th Light Dragoons, so that the Light Division had now some 1,200 horse to watch its long and much exposed front. But the French advance now halted again for a full fortnight, the demonstration of July 4th having had no other purpose than that of ascertaining the strength of the British observing force behind the Azava. On the 4 days that followed Crawford's retreat, the French batteries were thundering against the northern angle of Ciudad Rodrigo, and had reduced it to one vast breach more than 120 feet broad. But Ney, more sparing of life than was his wont, refused to order an assault till the whole of the Spanish artillery on the neighboring front should have been silenced, until the engineers should have worked up to and blown in the counterscarp. This last preliminary was accomplished on the night of the 8th, when a mine containing 800 lb. of powder was exploded with success just outside the counterscarp, and cast down a vast amount of earth into the ditch, so that there was now an almost level road from the advanced trenches to the foot of the inner wall. The garrison repeatedly built up the lip of the breach with palisades and sandbags, under a heavy fire and at great expense of life. But their flimsy repairs were swept away again and again by the batteries on the Little Tesson, and all their guns on this front of the walls were gradually disabled or destroyed. Early on the afternoon of July 9th, the engineers informed the marshal that Ciudad Rodrigo was untenable, and that a storm could not fail of success. 3 battalions, composed of picked Voltigeur and grenadier companies, were brought up to the advanced trenches, under the marshal's personal superintendence. Before letting them loose on the broad acclivity of rubble before them, Ney asked for 3 volunteers who would take the desperate risk of climbing up to the crest of the breach to see if it were retrenched behind. A corporal and 2 privates made this daring venture, ran lightly up to the summit, fired their muskets into the town, and descended unhurt, under a scattering fire from the few Spaniards who were still holding on to the ruins. On receiving their assurance that nothing was to be feared, Ney ordered the storming battalions to move out of the trenches, but ere they had started, an officer with a white flag appeared on the breach, and descended to inform the marshal that the governor was prepared to capitulate. Finding that Ney was immediately below, Herasti came out in person with his staff a few minutes later and settled the whole matter in a short conversation. Ney congratulated the white-haired veteran on his handsome defense, returned him his sword, and told him that he should have all the honors of war. Accordingly, the garrison marched out next morning, about 4,000 strong, laid down its arms below the glacis, and was marched off to Bayonne. The Spaniards had lost 461 killed and wounded, just a quarter of their force, in their highly honorable resistance. They had only a few days' provisions left, and though their munitions were by no means exhausted, they would have been forced to yield for want of food, even if the storm had failed, which was absolutely impossible. The French capture guns, most of them in bad order or disabled, and 0 muskets. Not a house or church in the place was intact, and a large majority were roofless or leveled to the ground. There was no use whatever in protracting the resistance, and it is clear that Herasti had done all that a good officer could. In his dispatch to the junta, he spoke somewhat bitterly of the fact that Wellington had made no effort to relieve the place, showing feeling natural enough under the circumstances. Martin La Carrera, who had been commanding the Spanish division that lay in the mountains south of the town, expressed his wrath still more bitterly and marched off to Estremadura in high dudgeon the moment that the news of the surrender reached him. The French had been forced to much greater exertions in the siege of Rodrigo than they had expected when they first sat down before its walls. Their artillery had thrown 11,000 shells and 0 rounds shot into the place, which almost exhausted their store of munitions, only 700 rounds for each of their 50 guns having been provided. They had lost 180 killed and over 1,000 wounded, mainly in the costly work of pushing forward the approaches towards the wall, before the Spanish artillery fire had been silenced. Professional critics attributed the delays and losses of the siege entirely to the fact that the engineers believed, when they first planned their works, that the enemy would surrender the moment that a breach had been made, an idea which had never entered into Herasti's head. Massena showed his ill temper, when all was over, by sending the civilian members of the junta as prisoners to France and imposing a fine of 500,000 francs on the miserable ruined town. It is surprising to learn that he actually succeeded in extracting half that sum from the homeless and starving population. On the day that the garrison of Rodrigo marched out, July 10, Crawford had suffered a misadventure. Seeing that the French foragers were busy in the villages between the Azava and the Deux Casas, he had resolved to make an attempt to surprise some of their bands, and went out from Fort Conception with 6 squadrons of cavalry, 6 companies of the Rifles, and the 43rd, a battalion of Cazadores and 2 guns. Coming suddenly upon the French covering party near the village of Barquilla, he ordered his cavalry to pursue them. The enemy, consisting of 2 troops of dragoons and men of the 22nd Regiment from Junot's corps, began a hasty retreat towards their lines. Thereupon Crawford bade his leading squadrons, one of the German hussars and one of the 16th, to charge. They did so, falling upon the infantry, who halted and formed square in a cornfield to receive them. The charge, made by men who had been galloping for a mile and had been much disordered by passing some enclosures, failed. The troopers, opening out to right and left under the fire of the square, swept on and chased the French cavalry, who were making off to the flank. They followed them for some distance, finally overtaking them and making 2 officers and 29 men prisoners. Meanwhile, Crawford called up the next squadron from the road, the leading one of the 14th Light Dragoons, and sent it in against the little square. Headed by their Colonel Talbot, the men of the 14th charged home, but were unable to break the French, who stood firm and waited till the horses' heads were within 10 paces of their bayonets before firing. Talbot and 7 of his men fell dead, and some dozen more were disabled. Before another squadron could come up, the French slipped off into the enclosures of the village of Cismero and got away. It was said that no effort was made to stop them because 2 outlying squadrons of British cavalry, which had ridden in towards the sound of the firing, were mistaken for a large body of French horse coming up to the rescue of the infantry. Both Crawford and the British cavalry were much criticized over this affair, but it was, in truth, nothing more than an example of the general rule that horsemen could not break steady infantry, properly formed in square, during the Peninsular War. The instances to the contrary are few. It was said at the time that Crawford might have used his leading squadrons to detain and harass the French till his guns or his infantry, which were a mile to the rear, could be brought up. This may have been so, but criticism after the event is easy, and if the guns or the riflemen had come up 10 minutes late, and the French infantry had been allowed to go off uncharged, the general would have been blamed still more. He lost in all an officer and 8 men killed, and 23 wounded, while he took 31 prisoners, but the defeat rankled and caused so much unpleasant feeling that Wellington went out of his way to send for and rebuke officers who had been circulating malevolent criticism. The French Captain Gouache, who had commanded the square, was very properly promoted and decorated by Massena. Nothing could have been more firm and adroit than his conduct. Section 19, Chapter 6. Combat of the Coa, Siege of Almeida, July-August 1810. On July 10th, the French had entered Ciudad Rodrigo, but 10 days more elapsed before they made any further advance. Massena, who had returned to the front, was resolved to follow his master's orders and to act methodically. It was clearly incumbent on him to begin the siege of Almeida as soon as possible, and as that place is only 21 miles from Ciudad Rodrigo, one long march would have placed him before its walls. But since he had only a few thousand rounds of ammunition left for his heavy guns, he refused to move on till all the available reserves were on their way from Salamanca to the front, and requisition for a further supply had been sent to Bayonne. He had also to do his best to scrape together more food, since the magazines that Ney had collected were nearly exhausted when Rodrigo fell. Moreover, 1,500 draft animals had died during the late siege, and it was necessary to replace them before the Great Park could move forward. On July 21st, however, some convoys having come up from Salamanca, Massena directed Ney to advance with the 6th Corps and to drive Crawford back onto Almeida. The main point that he was directed to ascertain on this day was whether the English intended to make a stand at Fort Conception, the isolated Spanish work which faces Almeida on the frontier, beyond the Torrons. This was a solid 18th-century fort, covering the bridge where the high road passes the river. It had lately been repaired and could have resisted a bombardment for some days, but it would have required a garrison of 1,000 men, and since it lies in the midst of the plain, there would be little chance of relieving it if once it were surrounded. Wellington, therefore, gave orders that it should be blown up whenever the French should advance in force toward Almeida, and that Crawford should make no attempt to defend the line of the Torrons, and should send back his infantry to Junca, a village about a mile outside the gates of Almeida, keeping his cavalry only to the front. On the 21st, Ney advanced with the whole of Loyson's division and Trailard's cavalry brigade. Thereupon Crawford, with some reluctance, retired and blew up Fort Conception as he went. The French advanced, skirmishing with the 14th Light Dragoons and the German Hussars, but finally halted at Val de Mula, 4 miles from Almeida. Crawford established himself at Junca, only 3 miles from the enemy's line of pickets. On the next evening, he received a strong suggestion, if not quite an order, from his chief to send his infantry across the Coa. "I am not desirous of engaging an affair beyond the Coa," wrote Wellington. "Under these circumstances, if you are not covered from the sun where you are, would it not be better that you should come to this side of it, with your infantry at least?" The tentative form of the note well marks the confidence that the commander-in-chief was wont to place in his subordinates' judgment. This time that confidence was somewhat misplaced, for Crawford tarried 2 days longer by the glacis of Almeida and thereby risked a disaster. It must be remembered that Almeida is not on the Coa, but 2 miles from it, and that its guns, therefore, did not cover the one bridge over which Crawford could make his retreat. Indeed, that bridge and the river also are invisible from Almeida. The fortress is slightly raised above the level of the rolling plain, which extends as far as Ciudad Rodrigo. The river flows in a deep bed, so much below the plateau as to be lost to sight. Its ravine is a sort of canyon which marks the end of the plains of Leon. It has often been remarked that Almeida's value would have been doubled if only it had been on the near side of the Coa and commanded its bridge. But Portuguese kings had built and rebuilt the old fortress on its original site, with no regard for strategy. Crawford then should have remembered that, if he was suddenly attacked in his camp outside the gates, he risked being thrown back into the town, the last thing he would wish, or being hustled down to the bridge and forced to pass his division across it in dangerous haste. But he had so often challenged, held back, and evaded Ney's and Junot's advanced guards that he evidently considered that he was taking no very serious risk in staying where he was. He was, moreover, discharging a valuable function by keeping Almeida from being invested, as stores and munitions were still being poured into the place. The only peril was that he might be attacked both without warning and by overwhelming superiority of numbers, with the defile at his back. Neither of these misadventures had yet happened to him during the 4.5 months, while he had been defying the 6th and the 8th Corps along the banks of the Aigde. The French had never assailed him with much more than a division, nor had they ever pressed on him with headlong speed, so as to prevent an orderly retreat properly covered by a moderate rearguard. Now, however, Ney, untrammeled by any other operation, had his whole corps concentrated behind Val de Mulla, and having learnt of the defile that lay in Crawford's rear, thought that he might be hurled into it and crushed or caught. Before dawn, he arrayed his whole 24,000 men in one broad and deep column. 2 cavalry brigades, Lamotte's 3rd Hussars Anth Chasseurs and Gardin's 15th Anth Dragoons, were in front. Then came the 13 battalions of Loyson's division in a line of columns. Behind them was Mermet with 11 battalions more, while 3 regiments of Marchand's division, the 4th was garrisoning Ciudad Rodrigo, formed the reserve. In a grey morning, following a night of bitter rain, the French horsemen rode at the British cavalry pickets and sent them flying helter-skelter across the 3 miles of rolling ground that lay in front of the light division. On hearing the fire of the carbines, Crawford's men turned out with their accustomed celerity, and in a very short space were aligned to the right of Almeida, with their flank only 800 yards from the glacis, and their front covered by a series of high stone walls bounding suburban fields. There would have been just enough time to get cavalry, guns, and impedimenta across the bridge of the Coa if the general had started off at once. But not realizing the fearful strength that lay behind the French cavalry advance, he resolved to treat himself to a rearguard action and not to go till he was pushed. On a survey of the ground, it is easy to understand the temptation, for it would be hard to find a prettier battlefield for a detaining force, if only the enemy were in no more than moderate strength. A long double-headed spur runs down from the high plateau on which Almeida stands to the Coa. Successive points of it can be held one after the other, and it is crossed by many stone walls giving good cover for skirmishers. With his left covered by the fire of the fortress, and his right refused, and trending back towards the river, Crawford waited to be attacked, intending to give the leading French brigade a lesson. There was a delay of more than an hour before the French infantry was up, but when the assault came, it was overwhelming. Crawford's line of 3 British and 2 Portuguese battalions was suddenly assaulted by Loyson's 13, who came on at the pas de charge, yelling, with drums beating, and the officers, like mountebanks, running ahead with their hats on their swords, capering like madmen and crying as they turned to wave on their men, Allens, Enfants de la Patrie, le premier qui s'avancera, Napoleon le récompensera. The rolling fire of the British stopped the first rush, when suddenly a French cavalry regiment, the 3rd Hussars, charged across the interval between Crawford's left and the walls of Almeida, braving the fire of the ramparts in the most gallant style. Some fell, but the gunners were flurried at this unexpected development and fired wildly, so that the Hussars swept down unchecked on the extreme flank of the light division, where a company of the 95th Rifles was annihilated, and began riding along the rear of the line and rolling it up. They were luckily checked for a moment by a stone wall, but Crawford saw that he must retreat at once, since he was turned on the side where he had thought that he was safest. The cavalry and guns were ordered to gallop for the bridge, the cazadores to follow them, and the rest of the infantry to fall back in echelon from the left, defending each enclosure and fold of the hillside as long as possible. But it is hard to make an orderly retreat when a foe with twofold strength in his fighting line is pressing hard. Moreover, the road to the bridge has an unfortunate peculiarity. Instead of making straight for its goal, it overshoots it, in order to descend the slope at an easy point, and then comes back along the river bank for a quarter of a mile. The cavalry and guns, forced to keep to the road because the hillside was too steep for them, had to cover two sides of a triangle with a sharp turn at the apex, which delayed them terribly. To add to the trouble, an artillery caisson was upset at a sharp turn, and took much trouble to right and send forward. Thus it chanced that the covering infantry were driven down close to the bridge before the cazadores and the last of the guns had crossed the river. The retreat of the 3 British battalions had been most perilous. At one moment, a wing of the 43rd found themselves checked by a vineyard wall 10 feet high, while the French were pressing hard on their rear. They only escaped by shoving a long part of it over by sheer strength. Fortunately, like all other walls in this part of Portugal, it was made of dry flat stones without mortar. Finally, the 43rd, the rifles, and part of the 52nd were massed on a long knoll covered with pine trees, which lies above the bridge and completely masks it against an attack from above. While they held firm, Crawford ranged the guns and the cazadores on the slopes upon the other side, so as to command the passage when the rest of the troops should have to cross. He then began to withdraw the 43rd, and part of that battalion had already crossed the water, when 5 companies of the 52nd, which had occupied the extreme right wing of the division, were seen hastening along the river bank some way above the bridge. They had held out a little too long on the slopes above and seemed likely to be cut off, for the French, noting their position, made a vigorous effort and carried the knoll which protected their line of retreat to the point of passage. This was a desperate crisis, but such was the splendid courage and initiative of the regimental officers of the Light Division that the disaster was averted. At one point, Beckwith, colonel of the Rifles, at another Major MacLeod of the 43rd, called on the disordered mass of men who had been driven back to the bridgehead to charge again and save the 52nd. The soldiers grasped the situation, cheered, and followed. They recaptured the knoll that they had just lost and held it for 10 minutes more, gaining time for the companies of the 52nd to pass behind and cross the bridge. "No one present," wrote an eyewitness, "can fail to remember the gallantry of Major MacLeod, how either he or his horse escaped being blown to atoms, while in this daring manner he charged on horseback at the head of some 200 skirmishers of the 43rd Anth mixed together, and headed them in making a dash at the line of French infantry, whom we dislodged, I am at a loss to imagine." It was one of those extraordinary escapes which tend to implant in the mind some faith in the doctrine of fatality. The moment that the 52nd were safe, the troops on the knoll evacuated it and crossed the bridge behind them at full speed, while the French reoccupied the wooded eminence. If Ney had been wise, he would have stopped at this moment and have contented himself with having driven in the Light Division with a loss of 300 men, while his own troops had suffered comparatively little. But carried away by the excitement of victory, he resolved to storm the bridge, thinking that the British troops were too much shaken and disordered to make another stand, even in a strong position. There were plenty of examples in recent French military history, from Lodi to Ebersberg, where passages had been forced under difficulties as great. Accordingly, he ordered the 66th, the leading regiment of Loyson's division, to push on and cross the river. This was a dire mistake. Crawford already had the cazadores in position behind stone walls a little above the bridge, and Ross's guns placed across the road so as to sweep it from end to end. The British battalions were no sooner across the river than they began to string themselves out behind the rocks and walls, which lie in a sort of small amphitheater on the slope commanding the passage. The bridge, a 2-arch structure 70 yards long, crosses the Coa diagonally at a point where it is narrowed down between rocks and flows very fiercely. It was flooded at this moment from the rain of the previous night and was swelling still, for a tropical storm had just begun and raged at intervals throughout the afternoon. The cavalry, useless at the bridge, was sent upstream to watch some difficult fords near Alvarenos. The French 66th, ordered by the marshal to carry the bridge, formed its grenadiers on the knoll to lead the column and then charged at the passage. But the leading company was mown down before it had got halfway across by a concentrated musketry salvo from the hillside in front and the enfilading fire of the guns from the right. The column broke, and the men recoiled and dispersed among the rocks and trees by the bank, from whence they opened a fierce but ineffective fire upon the well-sheltered British battalions. Ney, who had now lost his temper, ordered up a bataillon d'élite of light infantry, which had distinguished itself at the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo, and told his aide-de-camp Sprunglin to take the command and cross at all costs. There ensued a most gallant effort and a hideous butchery. The chasseurs flung themselves at the bridge and pushed on till it was absolutely blocked by the bodies of the killed and the wounded, until they themselves had been almost literally exterminated, for out of a battalion of little more than 300 men 90 were killed and wounded in less than 10 minutes. A few survivors actually crossed the bridge and threw themselves down among the rocks at its western end, where they took shelter from the British fire in a little corner of dead ground, but could of course make no further attempt to advance. Ney, irritated beyond measure, now bade a mounted officer sound for a ford at a spot above the bridge, where the river spreads out into a broad reach. But horse and man were killed by a volley from the British side and floated down the swollen stream. Finding the river impracticable, the marshal again ordered the 66th to go forward. This third attack, delivered without the dash and determination of the first two, was beaten back with little trouble. The firing then died down, and during one of the fierce rainstorms of the late afternoon, the few chasseurs who had crossed the bridge ran back and escaped to their own bank. Crawford held the position that he had occupied till midnight and then retired on Pinhole. He had lost 333 men only and was fortunate therein, for half his division might have been destroyed if the officers had shown less intelligence and the men less pluck. The French had casualties, 4/5 of them in the mad attempt to force the bridge, in which the colonel of the 66th and 15 of his officers had fallen, and the battalion of chasseurs had been practically exterminated. Ney forwarded an honest chronicle of the day's doings to his chief, which Massena wrote up and sent to the emperor, turned into a work of fancy, in which he declared that he had destroyed 200 of Crawford's men, whom he estimated at 2,000 horse and 0 infantry, double their real strength, taken 300 prisoners, a color, and 2 guns. Making no mention of the complete check that Loyson's division had suffered at the bridge, he stated that the imperial troops have shown once again this day that there is no position which can resist their intrepidity. He added, foolish gossip, their Estefitmore chief Portuguese courier has been captured with all his dispatches, in which are several of the 25th instant, which declare that the English army is in complete rout, that its deplorable state cannot be exaggerated, that the English have never been in such a hot corner, that they have lost 60 officers, of whom they buried 24 on the battlefield, about 400 dead and wounded. Apparently these dispatches are an invention of Massena's own. It is incredible that any British officer can have written such stuff after a combat of which every man present was particularly proud, and in which the losses had been incredibly small, considering the risks that had been run. 4 officers, not 24, had been killed, and 1 made prisoner. Instead of being in complete rout, the light division had retired at leisure and unmolested, without leaving even a wounded man or a single cart behind. Wellington was justly displeased with Crawford for accepting this wholly unnecessary combat. If the light division had been withdrawn behind the Coa on the 22nd, as he had advised, no danger would have been incurred, and the bridge might have been defended without the preliminary retreat to the water's edge. Yet so great was the confidence in which Crawford was held by Wellington that their correspondence shows no break of cordiality or tension of relations during the ensuing days, though unofficially the divisional general was aware that the commander-in-chief had disapproved his action and felt the blame that was unspoken in the keenest fashion. There was another British general involved in a serious degree of culpability on the 24th, This was Picton, who, hearing at his post of Pinhel the firing in the morning, rode up to the bridge of the Coa. There he met Crawford, who was just preparing to resist Ney's attempt to cross the river. Picton was asked to bring up the 3rd Division in support, which could have been done in less than 3 hours, but roughly refused, saying apparently that Crawford might get out of his own scrape. The generals parted after an exchange of some hard words, and Picton rode back to order his division to get ready to retreat, having committed one of the greatest military sins, that of refusing to support a comrade in the moment of danger, because he did not choose to compromise his own troops. Having cleared the countryside beyond the Coa by pressing back the light division, and having ascertained by a reconnaissance that Picton had evacuated Pinhel on the night of the 25th, Massena was able to sit down to besiege Almeida at his leisure. The investment was assigned to Ney and the 6th Corps, while Junot and the 8th Corps were brought up from the Aigda and placed in the villages behind and to the right of the besieged place, so as to be able to support Ney at a few hours' notice. The extreme steepness of the banks of the Coa during its whole course rendered it most unlikely that Wellington would attempt the relief of Almeida by a direct advance. He would have had to force a passage, and the Coa, unlike the Aigda, has very few fords. Its only 2 bridges, that opposite Almeida and that higher up at Charles Oman, were held in force by the 6th Corps. The siege, however, might not improbably prove long. Almeida was in far better repair than Ciudad Rodrigo and had less defects. The little town is situated on the culminating knoll of an undulating plateau, a very slight eminence, but one which was not commanded by any higher ground as Rodrigo was by the 2 Tessons. The outline of the place is almost circular and exactly fits the round knoll on which it stands. It has 6 bastions with demi-lunes and a covered way. There is a dry ditch cut in the solid rock, for Almeida lies on a bare granite plateau with only 2 or 3 feet of earth covering the hard stratum below. It was well armed with over 100 guns, 40 of which were 18-pounders or still heavier. It had casemates completely proof against bomb fire and large enough to cover the whole garrison. This, as has been already said, consisted of 1 regular regiment, the 24th of the line over 1,200 strong, and the 3 militia regiments of Arganil, Trancos, and Visu, in all some 4,000 infantry, with a squadron of the 11th Cavalry Regiment and gunners. The governor was William Cox, an English colonel and a Portuguese brigadier. He had with him 5 other English officers, all the rest of the garrison being Portuguese. There was an ample store both of food and of ammunition, which Wellington had been pouring in ever since the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo began. Only 2 serious defects existed in the place. The first was that its glacis was too low and left exposed an unduly large portion of the walls. The second, a far worse fault, was that the grand magazine was established in a rather flimsy medieval castle in the center of the town, and was not nearly so well protected as could have been desired. Nevertheless, Wellington calculated that Almeida should hold out at least as long as Ciudad Rodrigo, and had some hope that its siege would detain Massena so much that the autumn rains would set in before he had taken the place, in which case the invasion of Portugal would assume a character of difficulty which it was far from presenting in August or September. For some days after the investment of Almeida had been completed, the 6th Corps remained quiescent and made no attempt to break ground in front of the place. Ney was waiting for the Grand Park and the train, which had now started in detachments from Ciudad Rodrigo, but were advancing very slowly on account of the lack of draft animals. For a moment, Wellington thought it possible that the enemy was about to mask Almeida and to advance into Portugal with his main army without delay. This hypothesis received some support from the facts that Junot had moved up from the Aigda and that Rainier had shown the head of a column beyond the pass of Perales. This last appeared a most significant movement, for if the 2nd Corps was about to march up from the Tagus to join Massena, the deduction was that it was required to join in a general invasion, since it was clear that it was not needed for the mere siege of Almeida. Wellington accordingly wrote to urge Hill to keep a most vigilant eye on Rainier, and to be ready to move up to the Mondego the moment that it was certain that his opponent had passed the Sierra de Gata and linked himself to the main French army. As a matter of fact, there was, as yet, no danger from Rainier. the advance of one of his flanking detachments to Navas Frias beyond the Pass of Perils, and a raid made upon Penimaca on July 31 and upon Monsanto on August 1 by another, were pure matters of foraging and reconnaissance. Rainier had no orders to move up his whole force to join Massena, and was only amusing himself by demonstrations. His actions became most puzzling to Wellington when, a few days later, he called back all the troops that had moved northward and concentrated his force at Zarza la Maya, on the road to Castelo Branco, so as to threaten once more to invade central Portugal by the line of the Tagus. This was no device of his own, but the result of a dispatch from Massena dated July 27, ordering him to keep more to the south for the present, to threaten Abrantes, and to afford Hill no chance of joining Wellington. Rainier's feints, meanwhile, had given Hill some trouble. The appearance of a northward move on the part of his adversary had caused the British general to make ready for a parallel march on Fundão and Garda, so as to connect himself with his chief. He transferred his headquarters first from Castelo Branco to Sarzedas, and then from Sarzedas to Atalaya, at the foot of the pass that leads to the Mondego Valley, intending to cross the mountains the moment that Rainier had passed over the Perils defiles with his main body. But seeing the Second Corps unexpectedly turning back and concentrating at Zarza, Hill also retraced his steps, and lay at Sarzedas again from August 3rd till September 21st, with his advanced guard at Castelo Branco and his cavalry well out to the front along the Spanish frontier, watching every movement of the Second Corps. During this time of waiting, the Portuguese cavalry of his division had two small but successful engagements with Rainier's horse, of whom they cut up a squadron on the 3rd of August near Penimaca and another on the 22nd at Ladoiro, when 2 officers and 60 men of the Hanoverian chasseurs à cheval were killed or taken. Wellington's doubts as to Massena's intentions in the first days of August were provoked not merely by the movements of the Second Corps, but by a demonstration made on an entirely new front by General Serres, the officer who had been left with an unattached division to hold the plains of Leon, when Junot and the 8th Corps went off to join the main army on the Agde. In obedience to Massena's orders, on July 27 Serres collected at Benevent as much of his division as could be spared from garrison duty, and moved forward to threaten the frontier of the Trás-os-Montes, far to the north of Portugal. He advanced with some 5,000 men as far as Puebla de Sanabria, from which on July 29 he drove out a small Spanish force under General Taboada, the weak brigade which Echeverria had formerly commanded. Silveira immediately collected all the Portuguese militia of his district at Braganza and prepared to defend the frontier. But Serres unexpectedly turned back, left a battalion of the 2nd Swiss Regiment and a squadron of horse in Puebla de Sanabria, and returned to Zamora. The moment that he was gone, Silveira and Taboada united their forces, attacked this small detached force, routed it, and shut it up in the town on August 4. It was forced to surrender some 6 days later, about 20 officers and men, all that remained of 600, being made prisoners. Serres, who had hurried back when he heard of Silveira's offensive movement, was too late by 12 hours to save his men, and found Puebla de Sanabria empty, for the Allies had gone off with their prisoners and taken to the mountains. He then retired to Benevent, and Taboada reoccupied Puebla de Sanabria, where he was not again disturbed. Serres soon after was drawn away to the northeast by the demands of Bonnet, whose communications with Santander had once more been cut by Porlier's roving Asturian bands. He called on his colleague to attack this partisan force in the rear, and while Serres was hunting it at Pots and Alba in the Cantabrian hills, northern Portugal and Galicia were left undisturbed in September. While glancing at the subsidiary operations in this remote corner of Spain, it may be worthwhile to note, as a proof of the slight hold which Bonnet and Serres possessed on their allotted districts, that on June 7, Mahi threatened Astorga, while the Asturian bands of Colonel Barcina, eluding Bonnet, came down into the plains by the Pass of Pagers and surprised Leon. They got into the town by escalade at night, held it for 2 days, and only evacuated it when Serres came up in strength on June 9. Provoked at this bold adventure, Bonnet made his last attempt to conquer western Asturias, and so to destroy the indefatigable and evasive partisans in his front. He forced his way across the Narcia and the Navia, and his vanguard had reached Castropol on the Galician border upon July 5, when he heard to his disgust that the enemy had slipped behind him. Barcina was threatening his base at Oviedo, while Porlier's band, carried round by English ships, had landed near Lanez and cut the communication with Santander. These clever moves brought Bonnet back in haste. He evacuated western Asturias, called up Serres to his aid, and was engaged in August and September in the hunt after Porlier, which we have already mentioned. But to return to the main focus of the war in the north. On August 15th, Ney's troops, having at last received the siege train and a good supply of munitions from Ciudad Rodrigo and Salamanca, broke ground in front of Almeida. Wellington was much relieved at the news, as it was now clear that Massena was about to besiege the place, and not to mask it and march forward into Portugal. The front which the engineers of the 6th Corps had chosen for attack was that facing the bastion of San Pedro on the southeast front of the town. The first parallel was drawn at a distance of only 500 yards from the walls. It was found very difficult to complete, owing to the shallowness of the earth, and had to be built with gabions and sandbags rather than to be excavated in the rocky subsoil. In many places, outcrops of stone came to the surface and had actually to be blasted away by the sappers in order to allow of a trench of the shallowest sort being formed. It was clear that the construction of approaches towards the town would present the greatest difficulties, since there was little earth in which to burrow. Between the 17th and the 24th, no less than 11 batteries were constructed along the first parallel. They were armed with more than 50 heavy guns, for there was artillery in abundance. In addition to the old siege train, many of the Spanish guns taken in Ciudad Rodrigo had been brought forward. The Portuguese kept up a vigorous but not very destructive fire all the time, but on the 24th they succeeded in preventing the commencement of a second parallel, driving out the workmen before they could cover themselves in the stony ground. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the 26th August, the batteries were all completed and opened fire. Several quarters of the town were in flames before the afternoon, and the guns on the 3 bastions attacked were unable to hold their own against the converging fire directed on them. But no serious damage had been done to the defenses, and the governor was undismayed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, however, a fearful disaster occurred, one in its own way unparalleled in magnitude during the whole Peninsular War. The door of the great magazine in the castle had been opened in order to allow of the sending out of a convoy of powder to the southern ramparts, where the artillery had been hard at work all day. A leaky barrel was handed out, which left a trail of powder behind it along the ground. It was being fixed to the saddle of a packass when a French bomb fell in the courtyard of the castle. In bursting, the bomb chanced to ignite the train. The spark ran along it and exploded another barrel at the door of the magazine, which was still open. This mischance fired the whole store, and in 2 seconds the castle, the cathedral at its side, and the whole central portion of the town had been blasted out of existence. "The earth trembled," wrote a French eyewitness, "and we saw an immense whirlwind of fire and smoke rise from the middle of the place. It was like the bursting of a volcano, one of the things that I can never forget after 26 years. Enormous blocks of stone were hurled into the trenches, where they killed and wounded some of our men. Guns of heavy caliber were lifted from the ramparts and hurled down far outside them. When the smoke cleared off, a great part of Almeida had disappeared, and the rest was a heap of debris. 500 of the garrison perished, including nearly every man of the 200 artillerymen who were serving the guns on the front of attack. Some inhabitants were killed, but not many, for the majority had taken refuge in the casemates when the bombardment began that morning. It was the unfortunate soldiers who were manning the walls that suffered. Map of the combat of the COA. Enlarged combat of the COA. July 24th, 1810. Fearing that the French might seize the moment for an escalade, General Cox ran to the ramparts and, assisted by a Portuguese artillery officer, loaded and fired into the trenches some of the few guns on the south front which were not disabled. He turned out the whole garrison, and kept them under arms that night, lying behind the walls in expectation of an assault which never came. The morning light enabled him to realize the full extent of the disaster. The bastions and curtains had suffered little. The shell, so to speak, of the town was still intact, and the casemates had stood firm, but everything within the enceinte was wrecked. Only 5 houses in the place had kept their roofs. The castle was a deep hole, like the crater of a volcano. The streets were absolutely blocked with ruins, so that there was no going from place to place save along the ramparts. There were sent 0 men under arms, but the officer commanding the artillery reported that 39 barrels of powder and a few hundred rounds in the small expense magazines on the ramparts were all that had escaped the explosion. That is to say, there was not powder in the place to keep up a reply for 1 day to the batteries of the besieger. The infantry had 0 cartridges in their regimental stores, 150 rounds per man, but that was of no use for the heavy guns. Moreover, more than half the gunners had perished in the disaster of the previous night. Only 200 were left to man nearly 100 guns that were still serviceable. It was clear that Almeida was doomed, since it could not defend itself without powder, but there was a chance that Wellington, whose outposts must have heard and seen the explosion, might think it worthwhile to dash forward and endeavor to save the garrison during the next 24 hours. Therefore, Cox resolved to protract his resistance as long as was possible, to give his chief the option of fighting if he should so please. But the defense could not be prolonged for more than a day or 2 at the most. At 9 on the morning of the 27th, Massena sent in his aide-de-camp Pellet to demand the surrender of the fortress. Cox had him blindfolded and taken into a casemate for their interview, so that he might not be able to judge of the awful effects of the explosion. The usual haggling followed. The French officer threatened that the place should be escalated at once, and the garrison put to the sword. The governor replied that his walls were intact, that he could still defend himself, and that the deplorable accident had not appreciably diminished his resisting power. But he finally consented to send out an officer to the French camp to negotiate for terms. All this was merely done to gain time, and the semaphore on the western ramparts was signaling desperate messages to Wellington all the morning. Cox's attempt to gain time was fruitless, for a reason that he had not foreseen. The garrison was hopelessly demoralized, knew that it must surrender, and did not see why it should expose itself to another day's bombardment for a lost cause. During the conference, in the casemate General de Lorna and other Portuguese officers on Massena's staff came out of the trenches and boldly presented themselves at the foot of the walls, calling to their compatriots above and beseeching them to accept the good terms offered, and not to risk their lives for Wellington, who would abandon them just as he had abandoned Herasti at Ciudad Rodrigo. The officers on the ramparts ought to have driven the renegades away, by shots if necessary, but far from doing so, they entered into long conversation with them and approved their arguments. 500 Alorna recognized some old acquaintances among the regulars, and pledged his word to them that an assault was imminent, and that they were doomed if they made any resistance. What was still more unlucky for Cox was that the officer whom he sent out to the French camp to treat, Major Barreros of the artillery, was one of those who were most convinced that further defense was fruitless. He divulged the hopeless state of the place to the marshal, and bade him press his attack without fear, for the garrison would not fight. He himself remained at the French headquarters and did not return to Almeida. Massena, therefore, sent back a blank refusal of all Cox's demands and conditions, and ordered the bombardment to recommence at 7 in the evening, while approaches were thrown out from the second parallel towards the ramparts. A feeble musketry fire alone replied. The renewal of the bombardment speedily brought matters inside the place to a head. A deputation of Portuguese officers, headed by Bernardo da Costa, the second in command, visited Cox and informed him that further resistance was madness, and that if he did not at once hoist the white flag, they would open the gates to the enemy. The governor was forced to yield, and capitulated at 11 o'clock on the night of the 27th. Massena granted him the terms that the regular troops should be sent as prisoners to France, while the 3 militia regiments should be allowed to disperse to their homes, on giving their parole not to serve again during the war. On the morning of the 28th, the garrison marched out, sent 0 strong, its total loss during the siege having been some 600, nearly all destroyed in the explosion. The French had lost 58 killed and wounded during the operations. The capitulation was no sooner ratified than it was violated. Instead of dismissing the militia and marching off the regulars towards France, Massena kept them together and set the renegades de Lorna and Pamplona to tempt them to enter the French service. The officers were promised confirmation of their rank. The men were invited to compare the relative advantages of prison and of joining the victorious side and keeping their liberty. The arguments of the traitors seemed to prevail. Almost the whole of the regulars and of the militia signified their consent to enlist with the enemy. The rest of the militia were turned loose, but de Lorna was able to organize a brigade of 3 battalions to serve the emperor as the 2nd Portuguese Legion. But the intentions of these docile recruits were quite other than Massena had supposed. They had changed their allegiance merely in order to escape being sent to France, and while left unguarded during the next 3 days, absconded in bands of 200 or 300 at a time, officers and all, and kept presenting themselves at Silvera's and Wellington's outposts for a week. The French, undeceived too late, disarmed the few men remaining in the camp, who were packed off to France, to rejoin Cox and the half-dozen officers who had loyally refused to accept de Lorna's offers. Wellington had been somewhat alarmed when the first news of the adhesion of the garrison to the French cause reached him, fearing that it implied serious disaffection in the whole Portuguese army. He was soon undeceived on this point, as the troops gradually streamed into his camp. But he was then seized with grave doubts as to whether he could, consistently with military honor, accept the service of these perjured but patriotic people. It was well enough for the private men, but highly disgraceful to the character of the officers, he observed, and was pondering what should be done, and proposing to cashier the officers when he received a proclamation from the Regency approving the conduct of the deserters and restoring them to their place in the army. Finally, he resolved that, since Massena had obviously broken the capitulation by his action, it might be held that it was not binding on the prisoners, and ordered the 24th Regiment to be reformed at its headquarters at Braganza. The militia he dismissed to their homes, on the scruple that the French had let some, though not all of them, go free after the capitulation. There remained the problem of what was to be done with the Portuguese officers who had played a treacherous part on the 27th, especially Barreiros, the negotiator who had betrayed the state of the town to Massena, and de Costa, who had headed the mutinous deputation to Cox, which forced him to surrender. Finally, their names were included with those of the officers who had served on Massena's Portuguese staff during the campaign, in a great indictment placed before a special commission on traitors, called a Junta de Inconfidencia, which sat at Lisbon during the autumn. All from de Lorna downwards were declared guilty of high treason, and condemned to death on December 22, 1810, but only 2 were caught and executed: João de Mascarenhas, one of de Lorna's aides de camp, and de Costa, the lieutenant governor of Almeida. The former was captured by the Ordinança while carrying Massena's dispatches in 1810, and the latter was apprehended in 1812. Mascarenhas died by the garrote, de Costa was shot. Of the others, some never returned to Portugal. The others were pardoned at various dates between 1816 and. During the siege of Almeida, the British army had been held in a position somewhat less advanced and more concentrated than that which it had occupied in July. Wellington had brought back his headquarters from Alverca to Celorico, where he had the light division under his hand. A few miles behind, on the high road running down the south bank of the Mondego, was the 1st Division at Villa Cortes. Picton and the 3rd Division had been drawn back from Pinhel to Carapicina, but Cole and the 4th remained firm at Garda. The Portuguese brigades of Coleman and A. Campbell were at Pinhanços, that of Pack at Jegua. The whole of the cavalry had come up from the rear to join the brigade that had recently operated under Crawford's orders. They now lay in a thick line of 6 regiments from in front of Garda, through Alverca and Freixadas to Lamegel. Thus the whole army was concentrated on a short front of 15 miles, covering the watershed between the Coa and the Mondego, and the bifurcation of the roads which start from Celorico down the 2 banks of the last-named river. The French held back, close to Almeida, with a strong advance guard at Pinhel, and occasionally raided the low country towards the Douro, in the direction of Villanova de Fespoa and Castel Rodrigo. About August 19, Wellington moved forward a day's march, the front of his infantry columns being pushed up to Alverca and Freixadas, on a false rumor that Massena was leaving the 6th Corps unsupported at Almeida and had drawn back Junot into the plains of Leon. If this had been the case, Wellington intended to make a push to relieve the besieged fortress. But he soon discovered that the report was baseless and that the 8th Corps was still on the Azava and the Aigda, wherefore he halted and was still lying 12 miles in front of Celorico when the noise of the explosion at Almeida and the cessation of fire on the next day betrayed the fact that the place had fallen, and that there was no longer any reason for maintaining a forward position. On the night of the 28th, therefore, the whole army was drawn back once more to the strong line between Garda and Celorico, and arrangements were made for a further retreat, in case the French should follow up the capture of Almeida by an instant and general advance. Massena seemed at first likely to make this move. On September 2, a brigade of infantry and 200 horse drove in the British cavalry outposts to Massel de Cayo, only 5 miles in front of Celorico. Looking upon this as the commencement of the serious invasion of Portugal, Wellington sent back his infantry to Villa Cortes, Pinhanços, and Moita, far down the high road on the south of the Mondego, and bade Cole draw in the 4th Division from Garda to San Martinho, under the north side of the Serra. De Estrella, only cavalry were left at, and in front of Celorico and Garda. This retreat shows that Wellington was fully convinced that the French would advance along the high road to the south of the Mondego, where he intended to stand at bay on the Alva, behind the entrenchments of Pont de Merchella. The main point of interest at this moment was the movements of the French 2nd Corps, which still lay in cantonments at Zarza and Coria in front of Hill. Garda being no longer held in force, it was clear that Hill could not safely join the main army by the road Atalaya-Fundaugarda if Rainier moved up by the pass of Perils to Alfietes and Sabugal. Wellington began an anxious daily correspondence with Hill, giving him a new line of march by Sabrera Formosa, Villa del Rey and Espinhel for his junction, but ordering him to be sure that he did not move till Rainier had thoroughly committed himself to the transference of his whole force to the north of the Sierra de Gata. For it would be disastrous if feints should induce the British detaining force to leave Villa Velha and Abrantes uncovered, and Rainier should turn out to have selected them as his objective, and to be meditating an invasion along the Castello Branco line. It was even possible, though not likely, that Massena might bring up the 6th Anth Corps to join Rainier, instead of bringing Rainier across the mountains to join them. But every contingency had to be provided against, the unlikely ones as well as the likely. As a corollary to Hill's march, that of Leith had also to be arranged. He must wait at Tamar till it was certain that the 2nd Corps had moved, but the moment that certainty was obtained, must march for Pont de Merchella and join the main army if the French had gone north, but support Hill on the Castello Branco road if they had taken the other and less probable course. Note on Almeida and the bridge of the Cioe. The small circular town of Almeida has never recovered from the disaster of 1810. The population does not fill up the area within the walls. Open spaces are frequent, and some of the more important buildings, especially the old palace of the governor, stand in ruins. Others show solid 17th or 18th century masonry on the ground floor and flimsy modern repairs above, where the upper stories were blown away by the explosion. The cathedral has never been properly rebuilt and is a mere fragment. The railway passes 12 miles south of Almeida, so that the place has had no chance of recovery and remains in a state of decay. The walls stand just as they were left after Wellington's hasty repairs in 1811. The vast bomb-proof shelters repeatedly mentioned in narratives of the siege are still visible, damp, but intact. The surrounding countryside is a low, rolling, treeless upland, the edge of the vast plains of Leon. It contrasts very strongly with the hilly and picturesque scenery that is reached when once the Coa has been passed. From Almeida, the ground slopes down sharply to the place of Crawford's celebrated skirmish. The town is not visible after the first mile of the descent towards the deep-sunk gorge through which the Coa cuts its way. The high road is very bad for artillery, being steep, filled with great stones, and in many places shut in by high banks, which tower above it and make it narrow. The sharp turn at the end, where it descends to the river with a sudden twist, must have been specially tiresome to a force with cavalry and guns, compelled to a hasty retreat. All the slopes about the road are cut up into small fields by high walls of undressed stone, without mortar, such as are seen on Cotswold. The bridge is not visible till the traveller approaching from Almeida has got down to the level of the river. It is completely masked by the high fir-clad knoll described in the text, so long as he is descending the slope above. From the point where the road swerves aside to avoid this knoll, there is a rough goat track down to the still invisible bridge, but this is not available for guns, horses, or formed infantry, only for men scrambling individually. The two-arched bridge is 70 yards long. It crosses the Coa diagonally, with a curious twist in the middle, where there is a little monument recording the reparation of the structure by John VI, in the days after the war was over. There is no mention of Crawford's fight in the inscription, only a laudation of the king. The bridge crosses the river at a sort of gorge, the place where the rocks on the two sides come nearest. Hence the stream runs under it very fiercely, being constricted to far less than its normal breadth. Upstream the channel broadens and the passage looks much less formidable, but for some distance on each side of the bridge, the river is very rapid, darting between rocks and boulders. The little corner where the few French who passed the bridge found a small angle of dead ground can be easily identified. It was just to their right after crossing. All the rest of the ground on the west bank could be thoroughly searched by the British guns, which were placed a few hundred yards up the road on the left hand, as well as by the fire of the infantry ensconced among rocks and boulders above the bridge. Of the French attacking force during the early part of the skirmish, those who were on their left, nearest the river and opposite the 52nd, had far easier ground to cover than those on the right, opposite the 43rd. It is not so high or rough, and less cut up by stone walls. Hence the stress on the 52nd ought to have been the heavier, yet they lost only 22 men to the 129 of the 43rd. The damage to the latter must have been caused partly when the cavalry got in among them, just as the retreat began, partly when they stormed the knoll to cover the retreat of the 52nd. The scene of the fight is most picturesque on a small scale, one of the prettiest corners in Portugal, all rock, fir trees, and rushing water. Notes made on the spot on April 1906. Section 20. Operations in the east and south of Spain during the spring and summer of 1810. Chapter 1. Esusaciti and Eugeriu in Aragon, Valencia, and Catalonia, March-July 1810. Though Suchet had successfully pacified the plains of Aragon during the autumn of 1809, and though Augereau in the last month of that year had received the surrender of the much-enduring garrison of Gerona, the position of the French in northeastern Spain was still far from satisfactory. It was not yet possible for the 3rd and the 7th Corps to combine their operations. While the broad strip of territory in western Catalonia, reaching from the foot of the Pyrenees to the sea, whose places of strength were Lerida, Tarragona, and Tortosa, still remained intact, Augereau and Suchet could still communicate only by the circuitous route through France. A letter from Saragossa to Barcelona took a fortnight or more to arrive at its destination. It was high time that they should endeavor to get into touch with each other by cutting through the Spanish line of defense. Both of the corps commanders had now a comparatively free hand and could assemble a considerable force for offensive operations. Suchet's position was the happier. He had no Spanish army opposed to him at the moment. His only opponents were, to the west, the bold guerrillero Mina the Younger on the borders of Navarre; to the south Villacampa, with the dilapidated remains of his band on the side of the Sierra de Albarracin and Molina; and to the east the governor of Lerida, who kept a flying force under Colonel Perena. On foot between the Cinca and the Sega, for the encouragement of the insurgents of eastern Aragon. None of these three opponents could do any serious mischief to the 3rd Corps, which had risen by the new year of 1810 to a strength of 24,000 men, now that its drafts from France were beginning to arrive. Mina was the most tiresome of the three. He was a young man of untiring energy and kept the borders of Navarre in a perpetual ferment, till he was finally put down by mere force of numbers. For while Suchet sent a number of columns under General Harris to hunt him, Lagrange's division of the newly arrived corps came down from the side of Pampeluna and swept the valleys of the Arga and the Aragon from the other quarter. Pursued from one refuge to another by 12,000 men, Mina ended by bidding his followers disperse. He did not appear again as a combatant till the 8th Corps had passed on into Castile in the month of February 1810. Villacampa and Perena being very weak adversaries, Suchet could now dispose of the greater part of his corps for offensive operations. Two lines of attack were open to him. The more natural and obvious one was to attack Lerida or Tortosa, while Augereau and the 7th Corps moved against them from the other side. This was Suchet's own intention, and he had received dispatches from Paris which approved of the plan. But another objective was pointed out to him from another quarter. It will be remembered that while King Joseph and Soult were planning the details of their Andalusian expedition, one of the schemes which they discussed was the use of the 3rd Corps as a flanking detachment to cover their attack on Seville. It was to march on Valencia while Mortier marched on Badajoz. The plan was rejected in favor of the direct frontal march against the passes of the Sierra Morena. Nevertheless, when the defiles had been passed and the king had entered Cordova in triumph, he recurred to his original scheme, and on January 27 Soult sent orders to Suchet directing him to make a dash at Valencia and assuring him that the demoralization of the Spaniards was so great that he would probably enter the city without meeting with much resistance. Similar orders, as we have already seen, were sent to Ney, who was directed at the same moment to make himself master of Ciudad Rodrigo, which Soult and the king imagined to be likely to surrender at the first summons. Suchet, though doubting, as he says, the wisdom of the plan of campaign imposed upon him, prepared to obey and concentrate 0 men, consisting of Lavel's division and half that of Musnier, at Teruel, on the borders of Valencia, while Habert, with 6 battalions. Moore was to move in a separate parallel column from Alcañiz and to strike down on to the sea-coast of Valencia by way of Morla. On their way to Teruel, some of Lavel's columns made a side stroke at Villacampa and drove off his band into the mountains of New Castile. The march on Valencia had already begun when Suchet received at Teruel, on March 1, the dispatch from the emperor which announced to him that the Kingdom of Aragon had been made an independent military government under his charge, and that he was for the future to take no orders from Madrid, but to seek all his instructions from Paris. By the same dispatch Suchet was informed that the emperor approved of the plan for directing the 3rd Corps against Lerida and the rear of Catalonia, which he had himself always advocated. But since Habert's column had already disappeared in the mountains and could not be recalled, and since his own advanced guard had actually crossed the borders of Valencia, Suchet thought that it was now too late to turn back, and that he must endeavor to carry out Soult's orders, even though they were now countermanded by the emperor. Accordingly, he marched by Sarrion, on the road which leads from Teruel to Segorbe, and from thence to Mervidro on the Valencian coast, where Habert was to join him. The force opposed to Suchet was that Valencian army which the governor, or rather the dictator, José Caro had so persistently refused to lend to Blake in the preceding autumn for the relief of Gerona. It was about 12,000 strong at the moment, and as some 9 months had elapsed since the disaster of Belchite, where the Valencian troops had fared so badly, the regiments had been recruited up to their old strength and had been thoroughly reorganized and re-equipped. Nevertheless, Caro did not wish to risk them in the open field, and when Suchet's approach was reported to him, ordered the troops to prepare to retreat within the walls of the city of Valencia, which had been so successfully defended against Montse 2 years before. He was probably right in his decision. Having no great superiority of numbers over the French invading columns, he would have been risking overmuch if he had offered battle on the frontier, even in an advantageous position. Behind the fortifications of Valencia, which had been improved and enlarged during the last 2 years, he could at least be certain of making a long and formidable resistance. If the enemy appeared without a great battering train and unprepared for a regular siege, the garrison would be absolutely safe. Accordingly, Caro sent out only a single brigade to observe and retard such its advance. This force, assisted by some armed peasants, tried to hold the defile of Alventosa against the French March 4, but was beaten out of the position with ease, lost 4 guns, and retired by Segorbe and Mervidro on to Valencia without offering further resistance. Suchet, following in the wake of the Spanish detachment, reached Mervidro on March 5, and there met Habert, whose march by Morla and Castellan de la Plana had been absolutely unopposed. A day later, the French appeared in front of the fortifications of Valencia. Having surveyed the outworks and summoned the place in vain, Suchet found that there was no more to be done. His bolt was shot. The city intended to defend itself. It was full of troops, and the whole population had been armed. Caro had given notice that the defense was to be conducted in the style of Saragossa, and as a foretaste of his intentions, court-martialed and hanged several persons who were accused of being traitors. After lying 4 days in front of Valencia, Suchet marched off again on the night of March 10-11, having convinced himself that he had been sent on a fool's errand by Soult and King Joseph. For the expedition had only been undertaken on the hypothesis that the enemy was demoralized and ready to surrender, which was clearly not the case. No siege train had been brought, and without heavy artillery Valencia was impregnable. The retreat of the French was hastened by the fact that their communications with Aragon had already been cut off. Villacampa, undismayed by his defeat in February, had returned to the front the moment that the invading columns had passed on to the Valencian coast. He had blockaded the garrison of Teruel, cut off 2 small columns which were moving in its neighborhood, and captured 4 guns and some 300 prisoners. At the same moment, though Suchet was unaware of the fact, Colonel Perena, with a detachment from Lerida, had made a demonstration against Monzon, and when the garrison of eastern Aragon concentrated to defend it, had fallen on Fraga and burnt the bridge. There the only crossing of the Cinca which was in French hands. Mina, too, warned of the departure of the main body of the Third Corps for the south, had reassembled some of his levies and begun to render the road from Saragossa to Pampeluna once more unsafe. Suchet, therefore, on withdrawing from Valencia, found plenty of occupation awaiting him in Aragon. Villacampa was once more chased into the wilds of the Sierra de Albarracin, and several columns were detached in pursuit of Mina. This time the young partisan was unfortunate. He was caught between one of Suchet's detachments and a party sent out by the governor of Navarre, and taken prisoner on March 31 with some scores of his followers. His place, however, was taken ere long by his uncle Espaz y Mina, who rallied the remnant of the guerrilleros of northwestern Aragon and continued the struggle with an energy as great and a success far greater than that of his nephew. Meanwhile, the months of February and March had been wasted, so far as the Third Corps was concerned, and it was not till April that Suchet was able to take in hand the enterprise which he himself had approved, and to which the Emperor had now given his consent, the siege of Lerida. A few weeks after his return to Saragossa, he received from Paris 2 imperial letters denouncing his late campaign as presumptuous, objectless, and altogether deserving of high condemnation. While the Valencian expedition had been in progress, Marshal Augereau had been trying his hand at the Catalan problems which Verdier and St. Cyr had found so puzzling. His luck had been bad, and his faults had been many, for of all the commanders-in-chief who successively endeavored to subjugate the untamable principality, he was decidedly the least capable. When Girona fell, the main body of his army was let loose for operations in the open field. But Verdier's divisions, on whom the burden of the siege work had fallen, were in much too dilapidated a condition for active service. Leaving them to recover their strength and gather up their convalescents in cantonments between Figueras and Girona, Augereau moved southwards in January at the head of the troops of Sauham and Pino, whose 2 divisions still count 0 bayonets with the Eagles, though they left behind the 0 sick in the hospitals of Figueras and Perpignan. The marshal's main duty at this moment was to clear the road from Figueras to Barcelona, which the Spanish fortress of Girona had so effectually blocked during the whole year 1809. All further advances were suspended till this operation should have been completed, by the emperor's special orders. Duhesme, indeed, isolated in Barcelona with some 6,000 men, communicating with France only by sea and surrounded by a discontented population, which was reduced to semi-starvation by the blockade kept up by the British fleet, was in a perilous condition. There had been many who thought that if Blake, in October 1809, had marched against Barcelona instead of trying to throw succors into Girona, he would have forced Augereau to abandon the siege of the latter place. For Duhesme would have been in such danger, since he was neither strong enough to fight in the open nor to man efficiently the immense circuit of the walls of Barcelona, that Augereau might probably have judged that it was better to save the capital of Catalonia than to continue the interminable blockade of the smaller town that was holding out so obstinately against him. Be this as it may, Augereau set Sauhem's and Pinot's columns on the march early in January 1810, after having first executed at their head a sort of battue of the Sarmatines of the mountains around Girona, as far as Ripoll and Campredon. His progress was a reign of terror. He had issued on December 28th a proclamation stating that all irregulars taken with arms in their hands were to be treated as simple highway robbers and hung without any form of trial. He was as good as his word, and all the prisoners taken by the flying columns of Sauhem and Pinot were suspended on a line of gallows erected on the high road between Girona and Figueras. These atrocities turned the war in Catalonia into a struggle even more ferocious than that of 1809, for the natives, very naturally, retaliated upon every French straggler that they caught, and the Spanish regular officers had great difficulty in saving the lives even of large bodies who had laid down their arms upon formal terms of surrender. Two roads lead from Girona and the valley of the Ter to Barcelona, that by Vich and that by Hostelrich. They unite near Granollers, 20 miles outside Barcelona. Augereau marched with the Italian division of Pinot by the second road, while he sent Sauhem by the other. Both met with opposition. The small castle of Hostelrich was still held by the Spaniards. It was the only fortified place in central Catalonia which was now in their hands, and commanded, though it did not actually block, the main road to Barcelona. On arriving before it, the marshal ordered Mazzucchelli's Italian brigade to form the siege, trusting that the place would fall in a few days, but finding the resistance more serious than he had expected, he finally continued his march, with the remainder of the Italian division, towards Granollers and Barcelona. He had ordered Duhesme to come out to meet him at the former place, with as many of his troops as he could spare from garrison duty. Map of Sea Catalonia. Enlarge Catalonia. Sauhem, meanwhile, on the eastern road, had entered Vich on January 11. He found that it had just been evacuated by the main body of the Spanish army of Catalonia, whose headquarters had been maintained in that town all through the later months of the siege of Girona. This force, still numbering about 7,000 men, was no longer under the command of its old general. Blake had resigned at Christmastide, after a lively altercation with the Junta of Catalonia, who laid the blame for the fall of Girona on his shoulders, while he maintained that they were to blame for not having ordered the general levée en masse of the Principality at an earlier date. The command then passed in quick succession to the two senior general officers of the Catalan army, first to the Marquis of Portago, and then, after he had fallen ill, to General Garcia Conde, governor of Lerida. But these interim commanders-in-chief were replaced in a few weeks by a younger and much more active leader, Henry O'Donnell, the man who had conducted the second convoy for Girona and had cut his way out of the place with such splendid address and resolution. He had only just been raised to the rank of Major General, yet was now entrusted by the Central Junta with the control of the entire army of Catalonia. As he was setting to work to reorganize it, Sauhem arrived in front of his headquarters. Judging it unwise to offer battle at the head of demoralized troops, O'Donnell evacuated Vich and fell back to the mountains above it. Sauhem followed him with an advanced guard as far as the pass called the Col de Suspina, where the Spaniards suddenly turned upon the pursuing force and hurled it back with loss upon the main body of the division, January 12, 1810. He refused, however, to face Sauhem next day and retreated towards Manresa. Thereupon the French general also turned back, thinking it profitless to leave the Vich-Barcelona road and to plunge into the hills in pursuit of an evasive enemy. He ended by making his way across the mountains to join the Marshal. Meanwhile, Augereau, with Pino's Italian brigades, reached Granollers and came into touch with Duhesme's troops, just in time to find that a disaster had preceded his arrival. The governor of Barcelona, in obedience to the orders sent him, had marched out on January 16 with 3 battalions and cuirassiers in order to meet the Marshal. He waited 4 days at Granollers and then left the brigade under the charge of Colonel Gaitry and returned in person to Barcelona, recalled by rumors of a threatened attack from the side of Tarragona. On the morning after his departure, Gaitry's force, which believed itself in complete security, was suddenly surprised in its camps by a detachment sent out by O'Donnell. That enterprising officer had heard that Augereau was still 20 miles away, and that Gaitry had scattered his men in the 3 villages of Santa Perpetua, Mollet, and Granollers, in order to cover them from the bitter January weather. Accordingly, he resolved to risk an attack on this unwary detachment. 2 brigades, about 4,000 men, under the Marquis of Campo Verde, made a forced march across the mountains and fell upon the villages at dawn. The battalion of the 112th in Santa Perpetua was completely cut to pieces or captured. Only 2 men are said to have escaped. The 7th and the cuirassiers at Mollet fared somewhat better, but were driven back to Barcelona with heavy loss. Part of the 3rd Battalion, one of the 5th Italian Line Regiment, which was posted at Granollers, escaped destruction by throwing itself into a fortified convent and held out for 2 days, till it was saved by the approach of Augereau along the high road. Altogether, Duhesme's division was thinned by the loss of 1,000 men on January 21-22. Gaitry had been taken prisoner, with some 600 men more and 2 guns. The Spaniards disappeared the moment that Augereau came in sight and rejoined O'Donnell in the hills. Augereau entered Barcelona on the 24th and at once asserted his authority by deposing Duhesme from the governorship and sending him home to France. They were old enemies, and the general's friends regarded his disgrace as a display of spite on the part of his superior. As all the Spanish narratives describe the 18 months dictatorship of Duhesme as having been as much distinguished for private rapacity as for public oppression, it is probable that the Marshal's action was wholly justifiable. The emperor, however, refused to sanction the prosecution of the general on the charges laid against him, remarking that such proceedings would give too much pleasure to the Catalans. Il y avait bien autre chose à faire que de réduire les Espagnols par cette réaction. Having concentrated Pino's and Sauham's troops at Barcelona, Augereau would have proceeded to advance against the Catalans and lay siege to Tarragona, but for one fact: the magazines of the city were almost empty, and no food could be procured for the army. Indeed, after a very few days, it was necessary for the Marshal to retrace his steps, in order to bring up an enormous convoy for the revictualling of the place, which was being collected at Perpignan and Figueras. All that he had done by his march was to open up the road, and to muzzle the fortress of Hostelrich, which was still being blockaded by the Italians. Accordingly, on February 1, his 2 divisions marched back each by the way that it had originally taken, Sauham to Vich, where he halted, Pino to Girona, where the convoy began presently to gather, escorted thither in detachments by a large body of reinforcements which had just come up from France, for the emperor had strengthened the army of Catalonia by a division of troops of the Confederation of the Rhine under General Rauer, and by a Neapolitan brigade, some 8,000 men in all. But the long train of carts and mules came in slowly, and march began before Augereau was ready to move. Meanwhile, his lieutenant Sauham had been exposed to a sudden and unexpected peril. O'Donnell had discovered that the division at Vich was completely isolated and did not count much more than 5,000 sabres and bayonets. Having reorganized his own field army at Moya, near Manresa, and brought it up to a strength of 7,000 foot and horse by calling a few troops from Tarragona, he directed the Sarmatines of northern Catalonia to muster on the other side of Vich, so as to fall on Sauham from the rear. The indefatigable Miquelite leaders Rivera and Malans got together between 3,000 and 0 men, despite of all their previous losses and defeats. On February 19, these levies thrust in the pickets of the French division on the eastern side, but Sauhem did not see his danger till, on the following morning, he found O'Donnell's regular troops pouring down into the plain of Vich in 3 columns and challenging him to a battle in the open. Since the day of Valls, the Catalan army had never tried such a bold stroke. The French general was greatly outnumbered. He had but 4,000 infantry and 200 horse to oppose to O'Donnell's 7,500 regulars and the 3,500 Miquelites. The action fell into 2 separate parts. While Rivera and Milans bickered with 2 battalions left to guard the town of Vich, Sauhem fought a pitched battle against the Spanish main body with the 8 battalions and 2.5 regiments of cavalry, which constituted the remainder of his force. It was a fierce and well-contested fight. O'Donnell took the offensive, and his men displayed an unwanted vigor and initiative. Unhappily for this enterprising general, his small body of horsemen was utterly unable to restrain or to cope with the superior French cavalry. Twice the battle was turned by the charge of Sauhem's squadrons. After the first repulse, O'Donnell rallied his beaten right wing, threw in all his reserves, and tried to outflank the shorter French line on both sides. The enemy was losing heavily and showing signs of yielding, when the whole of his cavalry made a second desperate charge on the Spanish right. It was completely successful. O'Donnell's turning column, composed of the Swiss regiments of Caesar and Traxler, was broken, and the larger part of it captured. Thereupon the Spanish general, who had displayed undaunted courage throughout the day and headed several charges in person, thought it time to retire. He fell back on the mountains, leaving behind 8 killed and wounded and 0 prisoners. The French had suffered at least 600 casualties, including Sauhem himself, desperately wounded in the head, and had been within an ace of destruction. But for their superiority in cavalry, the day was lost. On March 13, Augereau had at last collected his vast convoy at Gerona. There were more than 1,000 wagons laden with flour, besides pack mules, caissons, carriages, and other vehicles of all sorts. He marched in person to escort it, with the Italians, who were now under Severelli, Pino having gone home on leave, and the newly arrived German division of Rauger. Verdier was left behind, as in January, to defend the Amsterdam from the incursions of the Miquelites of Rivera and Milans. Meanwhile, Sauham's division, which had passed into the hands of General Augereau, the marshal's brother, since its old chief had been invalided to France, pursued a line of march parallel to that of the main force. Moving from Vich by the Col de Suspina and Manresa, it came down into the valley of the Llobregat, on the same day that Pino's and Rauer's troops reached it by the other route. The marshal and the main column had made their way past Hostelrich, which was found still unsubdued and still blockaded by Mazzucchelli's brigade, which had been left opposite it in January. These troops were ordered to join their division, a mixed detachment under Colonel de Vaux being left in their stead to watch the castle. The marshal then took up his residence in the palace at Barcelona and had himself proclaimed governor of Catalonia with great state, in consonance with the imperial decree of February 8, which had taken the principality out of the hands of King Joseph and made its administrator responsible to Paris alone, and not to Madrid. Augereau established himself permanently at Barcelona and proceeded during the next 2 months to act rather as a viceroy than as a commander-in-chief. The conduct of military operations he handed over to his brother, to the unbounded disgust of the other generals. In what proportions the responsibility for the disasters which followed should be distributed between the 2 Augereaus, it is hard to say. But Napoleon, very naturally and reasonably, placed it on the marshal's shoulders, and wrote that "en est point en restant dans les capitales illognes de l'armée, que des généraux en chef, pouvant acquérir de la gloire, au mérite mon estime." The force assembled on the Llobregat was now a very large one, consisting of 3 divisions, those of Augereau, Severelli, and Rauger. It numbered nearly 20,000 men, for along with the convoy there had marched a mass of drafts for the old regiments of the 7th Corps, which brought their battalions up to full strength. There were only 2 rational plans of campaign open to the French. The one was to march on Tarragona with a siege train and to complete the conquest of Catalonia by the capture of its greatest fortress. The other was to mask Tarragona and to strike across the principality westward, in order to get into communication with Suchet and the army of Aragon, by way of Igualada, Cervera, and Lerida. If the two corps could meet, northern Catalonia would be completely isolated from Tarragona, Tortosa, and Valencia. It was this latter plan which Augereau had been ordered to carry out by his master. He was directed to march on Lerida and to join Suchet before that place. By a dispatch of February 19, he had been informed that on March 1 the army of Aragon would have arrived before Lerida and would be forming its siege. This prophecy was false, for Suchet, as we have seen, had gone off on his Valencian expedition and was at Teruel on the appointed day. It was impossible to direct from Paris a combined movement depending on accurate timing for its success. But Augereau should have attempted to carry out the order sent him by his master with proper zeal and dispatch. This he failed to do. His own inclination was to strike a blow at Tarragona, and the movements of his corps show that this was the operation which he had determined to carry out. Instead of marching in person with his main body on Cervera and Lerida, he directed his brother to take his own and Severali's divisions, and to move by Villafranca on Ruz, a large town 12 miles to the northwest of Tarragona, and suitable as a base of operations against that city, March 29. A battalion and a half was dropped at Villafranca to keep open the communications between Ruz and Barcelona, while a brigade of Rauer's newly arrived Germans, under the ever-unlucky Schwartz, the vanquished of Bruch and Esparregra, was placed as a sort of flank guard at Manresa. On March 27, a summons was sent in to Tarragona demanding surrender. This was, of course, refused. The town was full of troops, for Henry O'Donnell had just strengthened its garrison by retiring into it himself, with the 6,000 men who represented the remains of his field army. The Spanish general, contemplating the position of affairs with a wary eye, had convinced himself that he could stop General Augereau's further movements by striking at his line of communication with Barcelona. This he proceeded to do in the most skillful and successful fashion. Before the enemy closed in upon Tarragona, he sent out a picked force under General Juan Caro, with orders to attack Villafranca and Manresa without a moment's delay. This daring stroke was completely successful. Caro stormed Villafranca at dawn on March 30 and took or captured the whole of the 800 men posted there. He was wounded and had to hand over his command to Campo Verde, who, after some preliminary skirmishing lasting for 3 days, completed the little campaign by driving Schwartz out of Manresa, after a heavy fight on Apra, in which the German brigade lost 30 officers and men. The Sarmatines turned out to hunt the routed force as it retired on Barcelona and inflicted many further losses, so that Schwartz only brought back a third of his brigade to the marshal. The touch between the two divisions at Ruz and the garrison of Barcelona was thus completely severed. Moreover, Augereau feared lest the next move of the raiding force might be an attack on the isolated force under Colonel de Vaux, which was blockading Hostelrich. He therefore sent out a brig with one of his aide-de-camp on board, bearing orders to his brother and Severali to return at once to his headquarters with their troops. By good fortune, the messenger reached his destination without being intercepted by English cruisers, and the two divisions started on their march back to Barcelona on Apra only 2 days before. Severali, more by luck than by skill, had got for a moment into touch with the army of Aragon. An exploring column of 2 battalions under Colonel Villat, which he had sent out westward to Falset in the direction of the Ebro, met, entirely by chance, a similar detachment of Musnier's division of the 3rd Corps, which had advanced to Mora. On interchanging news of their respective armies, Villat learnt from his colleague that Suchet was at this moment marching on Lerida, where, according to the Emperor's instructions to Marshal Augereau, he ought to have arrived more than a month before. Villat brought back the information to Severoli, but the latter could make no use of it while he was under orders to return without delay to Barcelona. He and General Augereau accomplished their retreat in 3 days, much harassed on the way, not only by the Sarmatines of the mountains, but also by O'Donnell, who followed them with a detachment of the garrison of Tarragona. They took some small revenge on him, however, at Villafranca, where they turned on the pursuers and inflicted a sharp check on their advanced guard, which was pressing in, with more courage than discretion, on a force which outnumbered it by 4-1. On April, the whole army was encamped outside the walls of Barcelona. Counting the garrison, Augereau had now more than 20,000 men in hand, but not contented with this concentration, he sent orders back to the Ampurdam, ordering Verdier to bring forward as many troops as possible to Girona, and from thence to push forward down the high road as far as Granollers, so as to succor de Vaux if the Spaniards should show any intention of relieving Hostelrich. The Marshal's next move lost him the favor of Napoleon and led to his removal in disgrace to Paris. On April, he issued orders to Severally to march on Hostelrich and there to take over the conduct of the siege from de Vaux, while at the same time he himself moved back to Girona with his brother's French division, and an immense train consisting partly of the empty carts of the convoy which he had brought south in March, partly of confiscated property of all sorts. From Barcelona, Augereau's excuse for this retrograde movement, which abandoned all central Catalonia to the enemy, was that his army would have exhausted the magazines of Barcelona if he had kept it concentrated for 10 days more, and that he had no other way of feeding it, since the activity of the Sarmatines made the dispatch of foraging detachments utterly impossible. The moral effect of the move was deplorable. After taking in hand an offensive movement against Tarragona, he had allowed himself to be checked by an enemy hopelessly inferior in numbers, had lost over 3,000 men in petty combats, and then had retired to the base from which he had started in January. 3 months had been wasted, and nothing had been gained save that the small castle of Hostelrich was now in a desperate condition for want of food, and must fall if not speedily succored. What rendered the position of Augereau the more shameful was that he had now in front of him only a skeleton enemy. For O'Donnell at this moment was distracted by the advance of Suchet against Lerida, and had been forced to draw off towards the borders of Aragon 2 of the 4 divisions into which he had reorganized his little field army. Facing Augereau, there was only Campo Verde's division of regulars, not over 5,000 strong, and the bands of the mountains. It was against such an enemy that the Marshal had concentrate 0 men, including Verdier's force, between Hostelrich and Girona. The food problem, on which those who defend Augereau lay all the stress possible, was no doubt a very real one. The feeding of Barcelona, with its garrison and its large civil population, by means of convoys brought from France, was no easy task. But it seems clear that with the large force at his disposition, the 7th Corps was over 50,000 strong. Augereau could have organized convoy guards sufficiently powerful to defy the Spaniards, without abandoning the offensive position in front of Barcelona, which was all-important to him. He might have set aside 10,000 men for that purpose, and still have kept a strong field army together. Had he done so, O'Donnell could not have dared to march with 8,000 men, the pick of the Catalan army, to relieve Lerida, while his old enemies were massed, awaiting an impossible attack 100 miles away. Meanwhile, the one task which was completed by the 7th Corps during the months of April and May was the reduction of Hostelrich. The little castle was a place of strength, perched high above the abandoned town to which it belonged. It was garrisoned by 2 battalions, one of Granadan regulars from Redaing's old division, the other of local Catalan levies, under Colonel Giuliano Estrada, an officer of high spirit and commendable obstinacy. To the first summons made to him in January by Augereau, he had replied that Hostelrich was the child of Girona and would know how to emulate the conduct of the mother city. Nor was this high-flown epigram belied by the after-conduct of the garrison. Hostelrich held out from January 16 to May 12 without receiving either a convoy from without or any reinforcements. Twice, the local Miquelites attempted to pass succors into the castle, but on each occasion they were driven off after having barely succeeded in communicating with Estrada. Their convoys never got close enough to enter the gates. At last, on May 12, the provisions of the place were completely exhausted. Thereupon Estrada took in hand a scheme which was only tried by one other governor during the whole Peninsular War, the Frenchman Brenier at Almeida in May 1811. He put every able-bodied man of the garrison under arms at midnight, issued silently from the castle, and charged at the besiegers' lines, with the intention of cutting his way through to Campo Verde's headquarters in the mountains. He was fortunate enough to pierce the Italian outposts at the first rush, but 2 whole brigades were presently at his heels. His guides lost their way among cliffs and ravines, and he was overtaken. Turning back with his rearguard to fend off the pursuers, he was wounded and taken prisoner. 10 other officers and some 300 soldiers shared his fate. The rest of the garrison dispersed in the hills and reached Vich in small parties to the number of 800 men. If only their gallant commander had escaped with them, the exploit would have been an exact parallel to the Almeida sortie of 1811. The reduction of Hostelrich and of a small fort on the Isles of Las Medas near the mouth of the Tur were the last achievements of the army of Catalonia while it was under the command of Augereau. On Ypres, the emperor had resolved to remove him from his post and had ordered Marshal MacDonald, Duke of Tarentum, to relieve him. In the Moniteur, it was merely stated that the elder marshal had been forced by ill health to resign his charge. But the real causes of his displacement are plainly stated in Napoleon's letter to the Minister of War. They were the blow which he had given to the imperial prestige by his retreat to Gerona and his disobedience in having failed to march on Lerida in aid of Suchet. It must be confessed that the wrath of the emperor was justifiably roused. Its final manifestation took the shape of a minute directing that when the Moniteur published the news of the successes at Hostelrich and Las Medas, the name of Augereau was to be kept out of the paragraph, and only those of his subordinates mentioned. While the new commander of the 7th Corps was on his way from Italy to Perpignan, and for some time after his arrival on May 22, there was a complete suspension of active operations. None of the French generals in the Principality could do more than await orders and keep the neighborhood of his cantonment safe from the irrepressible Miquelites. The whole interest of the French operations in northwestern Spain during this period turns on the movements of the army of Aragon. On returning from his futile Valencian expedition, Suchet had found awaiting him at Saragossa orders to commence without delay the siege of Lerida, and promising that Augereau would contain the Spanish army of Catalonia and would ultimately open up communication with him by way of Cervera or Montblanch. In obedience to the imperial mandate, the commander of the 3rd Corps collected more than half his troops for the expedition against Lerida. This concentration entailed the abandonment of the rough country of southern Aragon to Villacampa and his bands. For having determined to leave only Lavel's division behind him to protect the central parts of the province, Suchet had to evacuate the region of Teruel, Albarracin, and Montalvan. Lavel's 2 brigades remained in the valley of the Jiloca, between Saragossa and Daroca, watching the debouches from the mountains. The other 2 divisions of the army of Aragon were destined for the siege of Lerida. Musnier, with 1 column, marching down from Caspe and Alcañiz, crossed the Ebro at Flix and approached Lerida from the south. Habert, with his division, coming from the side of Saragossa, made for the same goal by way of Alcubierre and Monzon. It might seem a dangerous experiment to march the 2 isolated columns across the Spanish front, for a junction at a point so remote from their respective starting points. But for the moment, there was no hostile force of any importance in their neighborhood. Severally and Augereau being still at Rouz, when Musnier and Habert started on their way, O'Donnell could spare no troops for the relief of Lerida. It was not till they had retired, and the Duke of Castiglione had withdrawn all his forces to Hostelrich and Gerona, that the Captain General found himself free for an expedition to the west. In front of Musnier, while he was marching on Lerida, there were nothing but trifling detachments sent out for purposes of observation by the governor of Tortosa. In front of Habert, there were only 2,000 men under Colonel Perana, thrown out from Lerida to observe the open country between the Sega and the Cinca. This was the sole field force which remained from the old Spanish army of Aragon, with the exception of the 2 dilapidated regiments that formed the nucleus of Villacampa's band. On Ypres, Suchet arrived at Monzon with a brigade of infantry and the 6 companies of artillery and 4 of engineers which were destined for the siege of Lerida. On the 13th, he was before the walls of the place on the west bank of the Sega, while on the next day Habert appeared on the other bank, driving before him Colonel Perana and his battalions. His 2nd French column had passed the Sega at Balaguer, from which it had expelled the Spanish brigade. Perana, having the choice between returning into the mountains or strengthening the garrison of Lerida, had taken the latter alternative. On the same day, Musnier came up from the south, and joined the army with the force that had started from Alcañiz and had crossed the Ebro at Flix. Suchet had now concentrated the whole of the 13,000 men whom he destined for the siege. The town of Lerida, then containing some 18,000 inhabitants, lies in a vast treeless plain on the western bank of the broad and rapid Segre. Its topography is peculiar. Out of the dead level of the plain rise two steep and isolated hills. One of these, about 800 yards long by 400 broad, and rising 150 feet above the surrounding flats, is crowned by the citadel of the town. The other, somewhat longer but rather narrower, is no other than the hill about which Caesar and Afranius contended in the old civil wars of Rome, when Lerida was still Ilerda. It lies about 3/4 of a mile from the first-named height. In 1810, its culminating summit was covered by a large work called Fort Garden, and its southern and lower end was protected by the two small redoubts called San Fernando and El Pilar. The town occupies the flat ground between the citadel height and the river. It has no transpontine suburb, but only a strong terre du pont on the other side of the Segre. The strength of the place lay in the fact that its whole eastern front was protected by the river, its whole western front by the high-lying citadel. The comparatively short southern front was under the guns of Fort Garden, which commanded all the ground over which an enemy could approach this side of the town. There only remained, unprotected by outer works, the northern front, and this was the point which a skillful enemy would select as his objective. Another fact which much favored the defense was that the besieger was forced to make very long lines of investment, since he had to shut in not only the town, but the whole plateau on which lie Fort Garden and its dependent works. Moreover, he must keep a force beyond the Segre to block the Terre du Pont, and this force must be a large one, because the east was the quarter from which succors sent from Catalonia must certainly appear. The garrison, on the other hand, was quite adequate to man the works entrusted to it. The entry into the town of Perenna's Aragonese battalions had brought it up to a strength of over 8,000 men. The artillery were the weak point. There were only 350 trained men to man over 100 pieces. The governor was Major General Garcia Conde, who owed his promotion to his brilliant achievements at Gerona in the preceding September. Suchet's 13,000 men were insufficient for a close and thorough investment of such a large space as that covered by the Lerida Garden fortifications. He was forced to leave a considerable part of its southern front watched by cavalry posts alone. Of his total force, Musnier, with 6 battalions and the greater part of the cavalry, about 4,000 men in all, was beyond the river. 3 battalions blocked the Terre du Pont. The rest formed a sort of covering force, destined to keep off the approach of enemies from the side of Catalonia. On the hither side of the Segre, the 3 brigades of Habert, Buget, and Verges were encamped facing the western and northwestern fronts of Lerida. They counted only 13 battalions, being weakened by 1,200 men who had been detached to garrison Monzon and Fraga. The communication between Musnier's division and the rest of the army was by a flying bridge thrown across the Segre 2 miles above the town. It was guarded by a redoubt. The artillery park was placed at the village of San Rufo, opposite the northwestern angle of the town, from which it is distant about 2,500 yards. It was evident from the first that this would be the point of attack selected by the French engineers. The army had barely taken up its position when, on Ypres, rumors were spread abroad that O'Donnell was on his way to relieve Lerida. They must have been pure guesses, for the Spanish general on that day was still at Tarragona and had made no movement. They were, however, sufficiently persistent to induce Suchet to take off Musnier's covering corps, strengthened by 3 other battalions, on a mission of exploration almost as far as Tarragona on the Barcelona road. No Spanish force was met, nor could any information be extracted from the inhabitants. The absence of the troops on the left bank of the Segre was soon detected by Garcia Conde, who, to his great regret 3 days later, sent messengers to inform O'Donnell that the French lines to the east of the city were now almost unoccupied. The fiery O'Donnell was already on his way when this news reached him. The moment that he was sure that Augereau had left Barcelona and was retreating northward, he had resolved to fly to the relief of Lerida with the 2 divisions of which he could dispose. On the 20th, he marched from Tarragona by Valls and Montblanch, with 7,000 regular infantry, 400 horse, a single battery, and some 1,500 miquelites. On the 23rd, he had reached Juneta, 12 miles from Lerida, without having seen a French picket or having been detected himself. He intended to drive off the few battalions blocking the bridgehead and to open up communication with the besieged town that same day. Unfortunately for him, Suchet and Musnier had returned on the previous night from their expedition to Taraga and were now lying at Alcolich, 3 miles north of the bridgehead, with 7 battalions and cuirassiers. Pushing briskly forward along the high road, in a level treeless plateau, destitute of cover of any kind, the leading Spanish division, that of Ibarola, came into contact about midday with the small force guarding the bridgehead, which was now in charge of Harisp, Suchet's chief of the staff. To the surprise of the Spaniards, who had expected to see these 3 battalions and 2 squadrons of hussars retire in haste, the French showed fight. Harisp was aware that Musnier could come up to his aid within an hour and was ready for battle. His hussars charged the leading regiment of Ibarola's column and threw it into disorder, while his infantry formed up in support. At this moment, the Spanish general received news that Musnier was moving in towards his flank. He therefore retired to get the support of O'Donnell, who was following him with the 2nd Division. But at the ruined village of Margalef, 6 miles from Lerida, the column of Musnier came up with Ibarola, and he was so hard pressed that he formed line, with 300 cavalry on his right wing and his 3 guns on his left. The position was as bad a one as could be found for the Spanish division, a dead flat, with no cover. Musnier, on reaching the front, flung his cavalry, 500 cuirassiers of the 13th Regiment, at the Spanish right wing. The horsemen placed their broke and fled without crossing sabres, and the French charge fell on the flank battalion of the infantry, which was caught while vainly trying to form square. It was ridden down in a moment, and the horsemen then rolled up the whole line, regiment after regiment. A great part of Ibarola's corps was captured, and O'Donnell, who came on the field with the division of Pyers just as the disaster took place, could do no more than retire in good order, covering the scattered remnants of his front line. A Swiss battalion, which he told off as his rearguard, was pierced by the cuirassiers and for the most part captured. In this disastrous affair, the Spaniards lost 500 killed and wounded and several thousand prisoners, as also 4 flags and the half-battery belonging to Ibarola's division. The French, of whom the cavalry alone were seriously engaged, are said by Suchet to have had no more than 23 killed and wounded. It is clear that O'Donnell must take the blame for the ruin that fell upon his little field army. He should not have been caught with his 2 divisions marching with an interval of 4 miles between them. Nor ought he to have been ignorant of the return of Musnier's force, considering that he had cavalry, who should have been exploring the whole countryside for miles around, instead of riding in a mass along with Ibarola's infantry. The carelessness shown was unpardonable, relying, apparently, on Garcia Conde's dispatch, now 2 days old, concerning the weakness of the French beyond the Segre. The Spanish general was caught moving, as if for an unopposed entry into Lerida, instead of in battle order. It may be added that he would have done well to collect more men before advancing against Suchet. 8,000 bayonets and sabres were too small a force to tackle the main body of the 3rd Corps, even if they were aided by a sortie from Lerida, as O'Donnell had intended. It would have been well to make some endeavor to get troops from the Valencian army, whose 12,000 men were absolutely idle at the moment. It is true that José Caro and the Valencian junta were very chary of sending their men outside their own border, but for such a great affair as the relief of Lerida, a brigade or 2 might have been borrowed. There was a considerable Valencian force, at the moment, in the neighborhood of Alcañiz. After the combat of Margalef, Suchet summoned Lerida for a 2nd time, and offered to allow the governor to see the prisoners and guns which he had taken from O'Donnell. Garcia Conde very rightly answered that he relied on his own forces alone and should fight to the end. Accordingly, the regular siege began. The trenches were opened opposite the north front of the town on Apra. Several days of heavy rain hindered the completion of the first parallel, but on May 7, the breaching batteries were ready and the bombardment began. The front attacked, the Carmen and Magdalena bastions was weak. It was not protected by any flanking fires and had neither a ditch nor a covered way. It was bound to succumb before the very heavy fire directed against it, unless the defense should succeed in beating down the fire of the breaching batteries. The Spaniards did their best, bringing up every gun that could be mounted and replacing each injured piece as it was disabled. But the end was obvious from the first. The walls were not strong enough to resist the attack. Meanwhile, Suchet made 2 successive assaults on a part of the defenses very far distant from the main front of attack. The 2 isolated redoubts, which stood on the south end of the extramural plateau, of which Fort Garden formed the main protection. He wished to gain a footing on this high ground, both because he could from thence molest the south front of the town, and because he wished to prevent the Spaniards from using the plateau as a place of refuge after the fall of the city, which he regarded as inevitable. The first attempt to take the works by escalade on the night of April 24 was a disastrous failure. The pillar was occupied for a moment, but the attack on San Fernando failed, and the dominating fire from it drove the stormers out of the smaller work, after they had held it for a few hours. The second escalade was more successful. It was carried out on the night of May 12-13 and ended in the storming of both works. Only a small part of their garrison succeeded in escaping into Fort Garden. The besieged lost 300 men, the successful assailants only 120. The greater part of the plateau was now in the hands of the French. On the next day, May 13, the engineers announced that the 2 breaches in the north front of the town walls were practicable, and that same evening Lerida was stormed. The breaches were carried with no great difficulty, but the garrison made a stubborn resistance for some time, behind traverses and fortified houses in the rear of them. When these were carried, the city was at Suchet's mercy, but it was not at the city alone that he was aiming. He wished to master the citadel also. During the last siege of Lerida, that by the Duke of Orleans in 1707, the high-lying castle had held out for many days after the town had been lost. Suchet's way of securing his end was effective but brutal. On the whole, it was the greatest atrocity perpetrated by any combatant, French, Spanish, or English, during the whole Peninsular War. When his troops had entered the streets, he directed columns towards each gate, and having secured possession of them all, so as to make escape into the open country impossible, bade his troops push the whole non-combatant population of Lerida uphill into the citadel, where the beaten garrison was already taking refuge. The soldiery, as he writes, with evident complacency and pride in his ingenuity, were set in a concentric movement to push the inhabitants, along with the garrison, towards the upper streets and the citadel. They were dislodged by musketry fire from street after street, house after house, in order to force them into the castle. That work was still firing, and its discharges augmented the danger and the panic of the civil population as they were thrust, along with the wreck of the garrison, into the ditch and over the drawbridge. Pressed on by our soldiers, they hastily poured into the castle yard, before the governor had time to order that they should not be allowed to enter. The castle being crammed with some 15,000 men, women, and children, Suchet gave orders to bombard it with every available mortar and howitzer. Every shell, he writes, that fell into the narrow space containing this multitude fell on serried masses of non-combatants no less than of soldiery. It had been calculated that the governor and the most determined officers would be influenced by the presence of these women, children, old folk, and unarmed peasants. As General Suchet had flattered himself would be the case, the scheme had a prompt and decisive effect. On the 14th at midday, Garcia Conde, unable to stand the slaughter any longer, hoisted the white flag. It is difficult to see how the forcing of thousands of non-combatants, by means of musketry fire, onto the front of the enemy's line of defense, differs in any way from the device, not unknown among African savages and Red Indians, of attacking under cover of captured women and children thrust in upon the weapons of their fathers and husbands. The act places that polished writer and able administrator Louis Gabriel Suchet on the moral level of a king of Dahomey. He acknowledges that the plan was deliberately thought out, and that scores of his victims perished not in the subsequent bombardment, but by being shot down by his own men while the crowd was being collected and hunted forward. Historians have denounced the atrocities committed by the French rank and file at Tarragona or Oporto, by the English rank, and file at Badajoz or St. Sebastian, but the cultured general who worked out this most effective plan for the reduction of a hostile citadel has never had his due meed of shame. Napier's remarked that, though a town taken by assault is considered the lawful prey of a licentious soldiery, yet this remnant of barbarism does not warrant the driving of unarmed and helpless people into a situation where they must perish, seems a sufficiently mild censure when all the circumstances are taken into account. The total number of Spanish troops surrendered by Garcia Conde in the citadel and Fort Garden, or captured by the French during the storm, amounted to over 7,000 men, of whom about 800 were wounded lying in the hospital. It was calculated that 1,200 or 1,500 more had perished during the siege, and that about 500 of the civil population had fallen victims to such its barbarous device. The French losses during the whole series of operations had been 1,100 killed and wounded. The Spaniards declared that Garcia Conde had betrayed Lerida and ought never to have surrendered. But the only ground for this accusation was that, after a short captivity, he did homage to King Joseph and became an afrancesado. Though he had shown dash and courage at Gerona, it is clear that he lacked the firmness of governors such as Mariano Alvarez or Andrés Herasti. His defense of Lerida had not been particularly skillful nor particularly resolute. With over 8,000 men within the walls, he ought to have been able to hold out longer against Suchet's 13,000. The most blameworthy part of his arrangements was his neglect to retrench the breaches and to form a strong second line of temporary works behind them. Alvarez, under similar conditions, and with a garrison far less strong in comparison to the besieging army, held out for months after his walls had been breached, simply because he treated them only as an outer line of resistance and was prepared to fight on behind his inner defenses. After the fall of Lerida, Suchet, having received through France the news that the whole of Augereau's army was collected in the neighborhood of Hostelrich and Gerona, made up his mind that he had better attempt nothing ambitious until the 7th Corps was in a position to help him. But there was a small task close to his hand, which was well worth undertaking in a moment of enforced leisure. This was the siege of Mequinenza, the only fortress left in Spanish hands on the eastern side of Aragon. It was a small place, but not without its strategic importance, for not only did it cover the junction of the Segre and the Ebro, but it was the highest point open for navigation on the last-named river. Anyone holding Mequinenza can use the Ebro as a high road, except in times of drought, and this was an advantage of no small importance, since the country from thence to the sea chances to be singularly destitute of roads of any kind. A few months later, Suchet found the place invaluable, as he was able to prepare his battering train for the siege of Tortosa within its walls, and then to send all the heavy material downstream with the minimum of trouble. Mequinenza was a small place, consisting of a few hundred houses along the river bank, enclosed by a weak and old-fashioned wall, but dominated by a strong castle, which towers 500 feet above the water at the end of a spur of the Sierra de Montenegro. The garrison consisted of about 1,000 men under a Colonel Carbon. The very day after Lerida had fallen, Suchet sent a brigade to invest Mequinenza. More troops followed after an interval. It was clear that the taking of the town would offer small difficulty, but the castle was another matter. Its defenses were independent of those of the place below, and its site was so lofty and rocky that it could not be battered from any ground accessible by existing roads. Indeed, it could only be approached along the crest of the Sierra, of which it forms the last lofty point. The main interest of the siege of Mequinenza lies in the fact that, in order to reduce the castle, the French engineers had to build a road practicable for heavy guns in zigzags up the side of the Sierra. They had arrived in front of the place on May 15. By June 1, the road was completed. It was a piece of hard work, as in order to utilize the easiest possible slopes, it had been made no less than 5 miles long. But when the guns had once been got up onto the crest of the mountain, Mequinenza, town and castle alike, was doomed. The town was stormed on June 5. It might have been captured long before, but there was little use in taking possession of it until the attack upon the castle had been begun. Before the storm, Colonel Carbon had wisely ordered all the large river craft in the place, 11 in number, to run downstream to Tortosa. He was well aware that Suchet wanted to open up the navigation of the Ebro, and was resolved that he should find no vessels ready for him. 2 of the craft ran ashore and were captured. The other 9 got off clear. When the 3 batteries erected on the summit of the Sierra opened on the castle, the walls began to crumble at once. At the end of 8 days, its front towards the French trenches was a mass of shapeless ruins. Carbon then surrendered, without waiting for an assault, which must undoubtedly have proved successful. There was nothing particularly obstinate, or, on the other hand, particularly discreditable in the defense. The castle was not a modern fortress. Its sole strength had lain in its inaccessible position, and when the French had climbed up onto a level with it, nothing more could be done. Having mastered Lerida and Mequinenza, and obtained a firm footing in the plain of western Catalonia, Suchet had now harder work before him. His first necessity was to clear the country behind him of the insurgents, who had swarmed down from the hills to attack the troops left behind in central Aragon, while the main army had been concentrated before Lerida. Villacampa had half destroyed a column of 350 men at Arandija on the Zalone on May 14. Catalan Sarmatines had attacked the garrison of the Valley of Venasque on the very frontier of France on May 16. Valencian bands had besieged the castle of Alcañiz for many days, but all the enemies of Suchet had to fly as soon as his main army became once more free for field service. No attempt was made to oppose a serious resistance to his movable columns. The insurgents fled to right and left. The most extraordinary proof of their demoralization was that, on June 13, General Montgomery, at the head of one of these columns, found the strong fort of Morla, within the Valencian border, absolutely unoccupied. He seized and garrisoned it, knowing that this place, which commands the mountain road from Aragon to Valencia, was of immense strategical importance. When June came round, Suchet had once more mastered all Aragon, and was free for work outside its borders. A march against Valencia, on the one side, or against Tortosa and Tarragona on the other, was equally possible. But at this moment Napoleon was set on proceeding, methodically, in eastern Spain no less than in Portugal, and the orders issued to the commander of the Third Corps were to proceed against Tortosa and cut off Valencia from Catalonia by its capture. The longer and more difficult advance against Valencia itself was relegated to a distant date. There must be no more fiascos like that of February. Accordingly, Suchet was ordered to follow up the capture of Lerida and Mequinenza by the reduction of Tortosa. He was informed at the same time that MacDonald, the new commander of the Army of Catalonia, was ordered to attack Tarragona. In this way, the restless O'Donnell would find his hands full at home, and would not be able to spare time or men for the relief of Tortosa. Only from the Valencian army, which had always been badly led, and managed with the most narrow particularism by José Caro and his junta, need Suchet expect any trouble. But until MacDonald was prepared to lead down his corps to the neighborhood of Tarragona and the lower Ebro, Suchet felt that his own enterprise must be held back, or at least conducted with caution. And although MacDonald had received his orders in May on taking over Augereau's post, it was some time before he was able to execute them. June and July had passed, and August had arrived, before he appeared in the regions where Suchet had been told to expect him, and at last placed himself in communication with the army of Aragon. This long delay was entirely due to the burden imposed upon him by the necessities of Barcelona, with its large garrison and its vast civil population. The provisions which Augereau had introduced into the city in the early spring were exhausted, and his successor was forced to replace them by escorting thither 2 new convoys of great size in June and July. So active were the Miguelites that MacDonald found himself obliged to take with him his French and his Italian division as escort on each occasion. For a first-class convoy is a vast affair, stretching out to long miles in a mountain country and requiring to be strongly guarded at every point of its unwieldy length. The Emperor was bitterly disappointed at MacDonald's delays. It was hard to convince him that the problem of food supply in Catalonia was almost insoluble, and that neither Barcelona nor the field army could be permanently fed by seizing the resources of the valley of the Llobregat or the Campo of Tarragona and making war support war in the regular style. Catalonia had never fed its whole population even in time of peace, but had largely depended on corn brought up from Aragon or imported by sea. But the British Mediterranean squadron now made the transport of food to Barcelona by water impossible, while, till the Third Corps and the Seventh Corps should finally meet, it was impossible to supply the latter from the Aragonese base. While neither of the normal ways of procuring a regular supply of provisions was practicable, nothing remained but the weary task of escorting convoys from Perpignan and Figueras to Barcelona. This MacDonald accomplished thrice, in June, July, and August. It was only after the third journey that he left the storehouses of Barcelona so thoroughly replenished that he was able to think of further offensive operations and to concert the long-delayed junction with Suchet and the Third Corps. The Marshal in his autobiography confesses that he hated the task set him and found it entirely out of the lines of his experience. He began his career by repealing Augereau's hanging edicts and endeavored to introduce more humane methods of warfare. But his own men were out of hand, and the Spaniards being as fierce as ever, his task was a very hard one. Meanwhile, Henry O'Donnell was granted 3 months in which to reorganize the Catalan army, which had suffered so severely at Margalef. His untiring energy enabled him to raise his force by the end of July to 22,000 men, organized in 5 divisions, with which he formed a double front, facing Suchet on the west and MacDonald on the east. One division under Campo Verde lay northward in the mountains, with headquarters at Cardona, and detachments pushed forward as far as Urgel and Alat. Its main task was to harass the French garrison of the Ampurdum, and to threaten MacDonald's rear every time that he moved forward towards Barcelona. A second division lay facing that city, on the lower Llobregat, with detachments at Montserrat and Manresa, which kept up the communications with Campo Verde and the north. 2 more divisions lay westward, in the direction of Falset and Borja Blanca, watching Suchet, and prepared to oppose any serious attempt on his part to close in upon Tortosa. The 5th Division, or reserve, formed a central mass of troops, ready to reinforce either the detachments which watched Suchet or those which watched MacDonald. It lay south of Tarragona, at the Cal de Alba. Thus posted, O'Donnell waited for further developments and continued to drill and exercise his new levies, to dismiss inactive and incompetent officers, to collect magazines, and to quarrel with the local junta. For this active and intelligent, if reckless and high-handed, young officer was on even worse terms with the Catalan authorities than his predecessor, Blake. The main cause of quarrel was that O'Donnell wished to strengthen his regular troops by drafting into the depleted cadres of Redaing, and Coupigny's old battalions every recruit that he could catch. He held that the French could only be brought to a final check by disciplined troops. The junta, on the other hand, believed in guerrilla warfare and preferred to call out from time to time the Miquelites and Sarmatines, who drifted back to their homes whenever a crisis was over. Both sides had much to say for themselves. The Catalans could point out that the regular troops had been beaten times out of number, while their own irregulars had achieved many small successes and done the French much harm. O'Donnell, on the other hand, was quite right in holding that guerrilla operations, much as they might incommode the enemy, would never deal him a fatal blow or finish the war. He dreamed of recruiting his army up to a force of 50,000 men at some happy future date, and of delivering a stroke with superior numbers which should destroy the French hold on Catalonia. Meanwhile, much as they quarreled, the Irish-Spanish general and the local junta were both too good haters of France to allow their disputes to prevent a vigorous resistance from being kept up in the Principality. O'Donnell carried his point to the extent of persuading the junta to allow him to form many of the ever-changing tercios of Miquelites into legions, which were to be kept permanently embodied, and to count as part of the regular army. Hence came the large rise in his muster rolls. Section 20, Chapter 2. Operations in the south of Spain during the spring and summer of 1810, March, October 1810. The situation which had been created by King Joseph's rapid conquest of the open country of Andalusia in January and February 1810, and by his failure to capture Cadiz, was destined to remain unchanged in any of its more important details for a full year. Soult, with the three corps of Victor, Sebastiani, and Mortier, was strong enough to hold the towns and plains, strong enough also to blockade Cadiz, and to spare expeditionary forces at intervals for operations outside the limits of his own sphere of command. From time to time, he sent the greater part of Mortier's corps against Estremadura and the greater part of Sebastiani's corps against Murcia. But his 70,000 men were not sufficient to provide an army for the permanent conquest of either of these provinces. And every time that 10,000 or 15,000 sabres and bayonets were distracted to one of these raids, the total of troops left behind to watch Cadiz, to guard Seville, and to repress the interminable activity of the guerrilleros of the mountains was found to be dangerously small. Ere long, the force that had marched out for external operations had to be called back in haste to ward off some peril to one or other of the vital points of Andalusia. Soult himself remained for the greater part of his time at Seville, occupied not only in keeping the movements of his three corps in unison, no easy task, for both Victor and Sebastiani had wills of their own, and even the placid Mortier occasionally murmured, but in superintending the details of civil administration, it was very seldom that he marched out in person at the head of his last reserves to strengthen some weak point in his line of offense or defense. During the next 2 years, he was quite as much the viceroy as the commander-in-chief in Andalusia, though the emperor had refrained from naming that kingdom one of the military governments, which he had created by his decree of Feb. 15, 1810, yet Soult made himself in fact, if not in name, as independent as the governors of Aragon or Navarre or Catalonia. The bond of common interests and desires which had united him to King Joseph during the winter of 1809-10 was soon broken. The monarch at Madrid soon discovered that his presence was not desired in Andalusia. Some good military reason could always be discovered, which made it impracticable that he should revisit Seville. Little or no money was remitted to him from the south. Rich as was Soult's sphere of governance, it was always made to appear that the expenses of the sustenance of the army and of the siege of Cadiz were so great that no surplus remained for the central government. When the king murmured and appealed to Paris, his brother usually supported the marshal. It was Napoleon's first maxim that war should maintain war, and he thought it of far more importance that the army of Andalusia should pay for itself than that the bankrupt exchequer at Madrid should be recruited. As the months rolled on, and Joseph gradually realized the position, his hatred for the plausible marshal became as bitter as it had been during their earlier quarrel in the summer of 1809. He had good reason to be angry, for Soult undoubtedly sacrificed the interests of the King of Spain to those of the Viceroy of Andalusia. He played a selfish game, though he had always a good military excuse for any particular refusal to fall in with the king's plans or to obey his orders. In 1810, his conduct may be justified, but in 1811, and he undoubtedly, as will be shown in chapters to come, ruined what small chance there was of bringing the Peninsular War to a successful termination, by pursuing a policy which made the maintenance of the French authority in Andalusia its chief end, and not the general good of the imperial arms in Spain. Soult's conduct at Oporto in the days of his invasion of Portugal must never be forgotten when his doings in Andalusia are discussed. He undoubtedly yearned after supreme power, and though the lesson which he had received after his vain attempt to create himself king of northern Lusitania had not been forgotten, his ambitions were as great as ever. He suppressed his desire for the royal name, but gave himself the reality of the royal power. He practically kept a court, a ministry, and a revenue of his own, despite of all the angry complaints of his immediate master at Madrid. Secure in the support of the emperor, who reckoned him the best military head in Spain, he ignored or disobeyed all such communication from Joseph as did not suit his purpose. To a great extent, he justified his policy by success. The plain land of Andalusia was undoubtedly the part of the French holding in Spain where the administration was most successful and the occupation most thorough. Soult not only built up, but kept together, and a francesado party among the local population, which was stronger and more compact than in any other part of the peninsula. He even succeeded in raising a small permanent force of Spanish auxiliaries, which was decidedly more trustworthy and less given to desertion than the regiments of the same class which King Joseph was perpetually creating in Madrid, only to see them crumble away under his hand. The army of Andalusia was strengthened by 2 regiments of chasseurs à cheval, which were attached to the 5th Corps, and some free companies of infantry, which were used for garrison and blockhouse work. But it was far more important that Soult succeeded in enlisting many battalions of a sort of national guard, which he called escopeteros, fusiliers. With them, he kept the peace of the larger towns, such as Seville, Cordova, and Jaén. The very existence of such a force, which King Joseph had vainly attempted to establish in Madrid, was of evil omen for the patriotic cause in Andalusia. On several occasions, they fought well against the guerrilleros, when the latter attempted raids dangerously close to the great cities. For the Juramentado was well aware that if the national cause were at last to triumph, an evil fate would await him. Having once committed himself to the French side, he was forced to defend his own neck from the gallows. Soult's civil government was conducted with a far greater decency than that of Duhesme, Kellerman, and other noted plunderers among the French governors. But it involved, nevertheless, a considerable amount of more or less open spoliation. The marshal's own hands were not quite clean. His collection of the works of Murillo and Velázquez, the pride of Paris in after years, represented blackmail on Andalusian church corporations, when it did not come from undisguised confiscation. Unless he was much maligned by his own compatriots, no less than by the Spaniards, hard cash as well as pictures did not come amiss to him. But his exactions were moderate compared with those of some of his subordinates. Though Mortier and Dessalles had good reputations, Sebastiani had an infamous one, and Perimond, Godinot, who shot himself early in 1812, when called to face a commission of inquiry, and certain other generals have very black marks against them. Still, the machine of government worked, if not without friction, at least with an efficiency that contrasted favorably with the administration of any other province of Spain save such its domain of Aragon. But it was only the valley of the Guadalquivir which lay subdued beneath the feet of Soult. Cadiz and the mountains had yet to be dealt with, and as the months went on, the difficulties of the French army of Andalusia became more and more evident. It was only by degrees that the French generals came to comprehend the absolute impregnability of Cadiz, and the advantage that the possession of the island city and the fleet depending on it gave to the Spaniards. In the first months of the siege, victors, engineers, and artillerists had flattered themselves that something might be done to molest the place, if not to reduce it to surrender, by pushing batteries forward to the extreme front of the ground in their possession all around the harbor. Within the first weeks of his arrival in front of Cadiz, Victor made an attempt to push forward his posts along the high road, which crosses the broad salt marshes of the Santi Petri. But the bogs and water channels were found impracticable, and the Spanish works in front of the bridge of Zuazo too strong to be attacked along the narrow causeway. The French drew back to Chiclana, which became the headquarters of the left wing of the blockading force, and where Ruffin's division was permanently encamped. It was then thought that something might be accomplished further to the north, by working against the arsenal of La Caraca at the one end of the Spanish line, or the projecting castle of Puntals at the other. The struggle for the points of vantage from which Puntals could be battered formed the chief point of interest during the early months of the siege. The French, pushing down from the mainland on to the peninsula of the Trocadero, began to erect works on the ground most favorable for attacking the fort of Matagorda, which had once more become the outermost bulwark of Cadiz. There was a bitter fight over this work, which stands on the tidal flats below the Trocadero, surrounded by mud for one half of the day and by water for the other. It will be remembered that Matagorda had been blown up at the time of the first arrival of the French before Cadiz. But after a few days of reflection, the English and Spanish engineer officers in command of the defense grew uneasy as to the possibilities of mischief which might follow from the seizure of the ruined fort by the enemy. Their fears, as it afterwards turned out, were unnecessary, but they led to the reoccupation of Matagorda on February 22 by a detachment of British artillery supported by a company of the 94th Regiment. The front of the work facing toward the mainland was hastily repaired, and heavy guns brought over the harbor from Cadiz were mounted on it. Moreover, it was arranged that it should be supported by a Spanish ship of the line and some gunboats, as far as the mud banks permitted. Victor took the reoccupation of the fort as a challenge and thought that the Allies must have good reasons for attaching so much importance to it. Accordingly, he multiplied his batteries on the Trocadero till he had got 40 guns mounted in a dominating position, with which to overwhelm the garrison in their half-ruinous stronghold. There was a long and fierce artillery contest, but the French had the advantage both in the number of guns and in the concentric fire which they could pour upon the fort. The naval help promised to Matagorda proved of little assistance, partly owing to the impracticability of the mud flats when the tide was out, partly because the gunboats could not endure the fire of the French heavy artillery. On Apra, General Graham, who had arrived at Cadiz and taken command of the British forces over the head of General Stuart, ordered Matagorda to be evacuated. It was high time, for the fort was shot to pieces, and men out of a garrison of 140 had been killed or wounded. The enemy took possession of the ruins and rebuilt and rearmed the fort. They also re-established the ruined forts of San Luis and San Jose on the firm ground facing Matagorda, to which they had not possessed a safe access till the outer work in the mud had been captured. These were the most advanced points toward Cadiz which the French could hold, and here they mounted their heaviest guns in the hope of demolishing the castle of Puntals on the other side of the water and of making the inner harbor useless for shipping. Their purpose was only partly accomplished. The ships, it is true, had to move east or west into the outer harbor or nearer to the Caraca and the Isla de Leon. But Puntals was never seriously injured and maintained an intermittent artillery duel with Matagorda across the strait as long as the siege lasted. The occasional bombs that fell beyond Puntals in the direction of the Cortadura did not seriously incommode the garrison, and ships could always pass the strait between the two forts at night without appreciable risk. Later on, Soult caused mortars of unprecedented dimensions to be cast in the arsenal of Seville, on the designs presented to him by an artillery officer of the name of Villentrois. But even when these had been mounted on Matagorda, no great damage was done. One bomb only, as a Spanish popular song recorded, ever touched Cadiz town, and that only killed a street dog. Spanish Infantry, 1810. Enlarged Spanish Infantry, 1810. Showing the new uniform introduced under British influence. Note, under the influence of the immense quantity of British materials supplied, the uniform has completely changed since 1808. The cut is assimilated to that of the British Army, the narrow-topped shako and long trousers have been introduced. The coat is dark blue, the trousers grey blue, the facings red. Grenadiers have the grenade, light companies the bugle-horn on their shakos. After the fall of Matagorda, the next most notable event of the spring in front of Cadiz was a fearful hurricane, lasting from the 6th to the 9th of March, which caused grave losses to the vessels in the outer harbor. A southwester from the Atlantic drove 3 Spanish line-of-battle ships, one of which, the Conception, was a 3-decker of 100 guns, and a Portuguese 74, upon the coast about Puerto Santa Maria and Rota. The French opened upon them with red-hot shot and destroyed them all, slaying a great part of the unfortunate crews who had no thought of resistance and were only trying to escape to land, where they were bound to become prisoners. More than 30 merchant ships, mostly British, were destroyed by the same storm. One was a transport containing a wing of the 4th Regiment, which was coming to reinforce the garrison of Cadiz. Some 300 men from this unlucky vessel got ashore and were captured by the French. A month after the loss of Matagorda, the outer harbor of Cadiz again saw some exciting scenes. Moored beside the Spanish fleet were a number of pontoons, old men-of-war from which the masts and rigging had been removed, and which were used as prison ships. On them there were still kept several thousands of French prisoners, mostly the men captured with Dupont in 1808. It is astonishing that the Regency had not ordered their removal to some more remote spot the moment that Victor's army appeared in front of Cadiz. Overcrowded, and often kept without sufficient food for days at a time, these unhappy captives were in a deplorable position. The sight of their fellow countrymen in possession of the opposite coast drove them to desperation, and they were prepared to take any risks for a chance of escape. Having noted, during the hurricane of March 6-9, that every vessel which broke loose from its moorings had been cast by the set of the tide upon the coast in the direction of Rota, the prisoners on the Castilla, on which nearly all the officers were confined, waited for the next southwester. When it came, on the night of the 15th-16th May, they rose upon their small guard of Spanish marines, overpowered them, and then cut the cables of the pontoon, committing themselves to the perils of the sea as well as to the risk of being sunk by the neighboring men-of-war. But it was supposed that they had got adrift by accident, and they had been carried by the tide almost to the opposite shore before it was realized that an escape was on foot. 2 gunboats sent to tow the Castilla back met with resistance, the prisoners firing on them with the muskets taken from their guard, and throwing cold shot down upon the little vessels when their crews tried to board. Just as they were beaten off, the pontoon went ashore. The French garrisons of the neighboring batteries ran down to help their countrymen to escape. At the same moment, other gunboats, Spanish and English, came up and began firing on the crowd, who strove to swim or scramble ashore. Some were killed, but over 600 got to land. It is surprising that after this incident, the Spaniards did not take better care of the remaining pontoons, but 10 days later the prisoners on the Argonauta were able to repeat the trick of their comrades. On this occasion, the absconding vessel ran ashore upon a mud bank some hundreds of yards from the shore of the Trocadero. The stranded vessel remained for hours under the fire of the gunboats which pursued it, and a large proportion of the men on board perished, for when the troops on shore brought out boats to save the survivors, many of them were sunk as they plied between the Argonauta and the land. Finally, the pontoon was set on fire, and several wounded Frenchmen are said to have been burnt alive. The English seamen who were engaged in this distressing business were heartily disgusted with their share in it. After this, the Regency at last ordered the removal of the rest of the French prisoners from Cadiz. The few remaining officers were sent to Majorca and afterwards to England. Of the men, part were dispatched to the Canaries, part to the Balearic Islands. But the islanders protested against the presence of so many French in their midst, raised riots, and killed some of the prisoners. Thereupon the Regency ordered 0 of them to be placed upon the desolate rock of Cabrera, where there were no inhabitants and no shelter save one small ruined castle. The wretched captives, without roofs or tents to cover them, and supplied with food only at uncertain intervals and in insufficient quantity, died off like flies. Once, when storms hindered the arrival of the provision ships from Majorca, many scores perished in a day of sheer starvation. The larger half did not survive to see the peace of 1814, and those who did were for the most part mere wrecks of men, invalids for life. Even allowing for the desperate straits of the Spanish government, which could not feed its own armies, the treatment of the Cabrera prisoners was indefensible. They might at least have been exchanged for some of the numerous Spanish garrisons taken in 1810-11, but the Regency would not permit it, though Henry O'Donnell had arranged with MacDonald a regular cartel for prisoners in the neighboring Catalonia. This is one of the most miserable corners of the history of the Peninsular War. But to return to Andalusia, by the month of May, the Regency at Cadiz had recovered a certain confidence in view of the utter inefficacy of Victor's attempt to molest their city. From that month began a systematic attempt to organize into a single system all the forces that could be turned to account against Soult. There were now in the isla some 18,000 Spanish troops, as well as 8,000 British and Portuguese. This was a larger garrison than was needed, now that the defenses had been put in order, and it was possible to detach small expeditionary corps to east and west, to stir up trouble in the coastland of Andalusia and serve as the nuclei round which the insurgents of the mountains might gather. For the insurrection in the remoter corners of the Kingdom of Granada had never died down, despite of all the efforts of Sebastiani to quell it. The Regency had now determined that an effort should be made to extend it westward, the Sierra de Ronda being quite as well suited for irregular operations as the Alpujarras. At the other end of the line, too, there were opportunities in the Condado de Niebla and the lands by the mouth of the Guadiana, which the French had hardly touched. Trifling detachments of the Fifth Corps at Mager and Niebla observed rather than occupied that region. By means of the large fleet always moored in Cadiz harbor, it was possible to transfer troops to any point of the coast, for the French could not guard every creek and fishing village, and if an expedition failed, it had a fair chance of escaping by sea. Moreover, any force thrown ashore in the south had the option of retiring into Gibraltar if hard pressed, just as any force sent to the west might retire on Portugal. In addition to the insurgents and the garrison of Cadiz, there were two regular armies whose energies might be turned against Soult. The relics of Arizaga's unfortunate host, which had fled into the kingdom of Murcia and had been rallied by Blake, were now 12,000 strong, and since Suchet's expedition against Valencia had failed and there was no danger from the north, this force could be employed against Sebastiani and the French corps in the kingdom of Granada. It was in a deplorable condition, but was yet strong enough to render assistance to the insurgents of the Alpujarras by demonstrating against Granada and so forcing Sebastiani to keep his troops massed for a regular campaign. Whenever the French general was threatened from the east, he had to abandon his smaller posts and to desist from hunting the guerrilleros, who thus obtained a free hand. The Regency could also count to a certain extent upon aid from La Romana and the army of Estremadura. The Marquis, it will be remembered, was now confronted in his own province by Rainier and the Second Corps, but he had thrust his flanking division, under Ballesteros, into the mountains of northwestern Andalusia, where it had been contending with Mortier's corps in the direction of Arisna and Zalamea, as has already been recounted. This outlying division was in communication with Cadiz via Ayamonte and the Lower Guadiana, and could always compel Soult to detach troops from Seville by descending into the plains. La Romana himself could, and occasionally did, provide further occupation for the Fifth Corps by moving other troops southward, on the Seville high road, when he was not too much engrossed by Rainier's demonstrations in his front. Thus it was possible to harass the French troops in Andalusia on all sides. With the object of securing some sort of unity for their operations, the Regency made Blake commander-in-chief of the forces in Cadiz as well as of those in Murcia, declaring them parts of a single army of the center. Albuquerque's separate charge had come to an end when, after many quarrels with the Cadiz junta, he resigned the post of governor and accepted that of ambassador to the court of St. James's at the end of March. He died not long after his arrival in London, engaged to the last in a hot warfare of pamphlets and manifestos with the junta, whose monstrous insinuations against his probity and patriotism are said to have driven him into the brain fever which terminated his life. He was a man of unsullied honor and high personal courage, but not a lucky general, though his last military action, the direction of the army of Estremadura on Cadiz, was a sound and meritorious piece of strategy. He and La Romana were the only Spanish officers with whom Wellington was able to work in concert without perpetual friction, but the British commander-in-chief had a greater respect for his allies' hearts than for their heads, as may be gathered from constant references in the Wellington dispatches, as well as from the confidential conversations of the Duke's later years. Blake arrived in Cadiz on Apra, having turned over the temporary command of the Murcian army to General Frere, the ever-unlucky cavalry commander who had served under Venegas and Arizaga in the campaigns of Almonacid and Ocaña. He set himself to reorganize the various Estramaduran and other troops in Cadiz into one division of horse and 3 divisions of foot, which he numbered Vanguard, 2nd, Anth of the Army of the Center. The Murcian forces were distributed into the 1st, 3rd, Anth infantry divisions of the same army and 2 small cavalry divisions. This reorganization of the regular troops was followed by systematic attempts to foster the insurrection to right and left of Seville. General Capons was sent to Ayamonte at the mouth of the Guadiana with 700 men round whom he collected a miscellaneous assemblage of peasantry, which often descended from the hills to worry the French garrisons of Mager and Niebla. When chased by stronger forces detached from Mortier's corps, he would retire into Portugal. When unmolested, he joined hands with Ballesteros and the flanking division of the army of La Romana, or executed raids of his own in the central plain of the Kingdom of Seville. Often chased and sometimes dispersed, his bands were never completely crushed and kept Western Andalusia, or Spanish Algarve, as it was called in the old days when the boundaries of Castile and Portugal had only just been fixed, in a state of constant ferment. The diversion which was prepared on the other flank by Blake and the Regency was far more important. Their intention was to wrest from the French the whole district of the Sierra de Ronda, the mountain region between Gibraltar and Malaga, and so to thrust in a wedge between Victor and Sebastiani. There was already the nucleus of an insurrection in this quarter. Soon after King Joseph's triumphal progress from Exers by Ronda and Malaga to Granada, the first small bands had appeared. They were headed by local chiefs, such as Becerra, Ruiz, and Ortiz, better known as El Pastor, whose original followers were a party of the smugglers who, in times of peace and war alike, had been wont to ply a contraband trade with Gibraltar. In March and April, they were not strong enough to do more than molest the convoys passing from Malaga and Seville to the French garrison of Ronda. But finding the enemy in their neighborhood weak and helpless, the bulk of the First Corps was before Cadiz, and that of the Fifth Corps was still watching La Romana on the roads north of Seville. They multiplied in numbers and extended their raids far afield. They asked for aid both from the British governor of Gibraltar and from the Regency at Cadiz, promising that, if they were backed by regular troops, they would easily expel the French and master the whole countryside. Already their activity had produced favorable results, for Soult sent down from Seville Gerard's division of the Fifth Corps, a detachment which left Mortier too weak for any serious operations on the side of Estremadura, and Sebastiani drew back from an expedition against Murcia, which might otherwise have proved most prejudicial to the Spanish cause. This raid deserves a word of notice. Just after Blake had left Murcia for Cadiz, Sebastiani, who had for the moment got the better of the insurgents in the Alpujarras, assembled at Baza, in the eastern extremity of the Kingdom of Granada, the greater part of the Fourth Corps, and marched with 7,000 men on Lorca. Frere, distrusting his troops, refused to fight, threw 4,000 men into the impregnable harbor fortress of Cartagena, and retired with the rest of his army to Alicante, within the borders of Valencia. Thus, the rich city of Murcia, along with the whole of the rest of its province, which had never seen the French before, was exposed undefended to Sebastiani. He entered it on Apra, and commenced by fining the corporation $50,000 for not having received him with a royal salute and the ringing of the bells of their churches. The rest of his behavior was in keeping. He entered the cathedral while Mass was in progress and interrupted the service to seize the plate and jewels. He confiscated the money and other valuables in all the monasteries, hospitals, and banks. He permitted his officers to blackmail many rich inhabitants, and his rank and file to plunder houses and shops. 2 days after his entry, he retraced his footsteps and retreated hastily towards Granada, leaving a ruined city behind him. The cause of his sudden departure was the news that the insurgents of the Alpujarras, whom he had vainly imagined that he had crushed, were beleaguering all his small garrisons, and that Malaga itself had been seized by a large band of the Serranos, and held for a short space, though General Peramond had afterwards succeeded in driving them out. But the whole of the Alhama and Ronda Sierras were up in arms, no less than the more eastern hills where the rising had begun. It would have been absurd for Sebastiani to proceed any further with the offensive campaign in Murcia, when southern Andalusia was being lost behind his back. Throughout the month of May, Gerard and Sebastiani, with some small assistance from Des Salles, who spared a few battalions from the Kingdom of Cordova, were actively engaged in endeavoring to repress the mountaineers. The larger bands were dispersed, not without severe fighting. Gerard's men had hot work at Albandonates on May 1 and at Grazoma on May 3. But just as the main roads had been reopened and the blockade of the French garrison of Ronda raised, the whole situation was changed by the landing at Algeciras of General Lacy, with a division of 3,000 regulars sent from Cadiz by the Regency, June 19. His arrival raised the spirits of the insurgents, and they thronged in thousands to his aid when he announced his intention of marching against Ronda. Lacy, however, was both irresolute and high-handed, as he afterwards showed on a larger stage when he became Captain General of Catalonia. On arriving before Ronda, he judged the rocky stronghold too formidable for him to meddle with, and turned aside to Grazalma to the disgust of his followers. He then fell into a quarrel with the Serranos, dismissed many of them, smugglers and others, from his camp as unworthy to serve alongside of regular soldiers, and even imprisoned some of the more turbulent chiefs. At this moment, Gerard from the north and Sebastiani from the east began to close in upon him. Uneasy at their approach, Lacy fell back towards the coast, and after some insignificant skirmishes, re-embarked his force at Estepona and Marbella, from whence he sailed round to Gibraltar and landed at the lines of San Roque, under the walls of that fortress, July 12. Almost the only positive gain produced by his expedition had been the occupation of Marbella, where he left a garrison which maintained itself for a considerable time. It was no doubt something to have detained Gerard and Sebastiani in the remote mountain of the south for a full month, when they were much needed by Soult in other directions. Yet the evil results of Lacy's timid maneuvers and hasty flight upon the morale of the insurgents might have been sufficiently great to counterbalance these small advantages, if the Serranos had been less tough and resolute. It is surprising to find that they did not lose courage, but kept the rising of foot with undiminished energy, being apparently confirmed in their self-confidence by the poor show made by the regular army, rather than disheartened at the ineffective succor sent them from Cadiz. Despite of all the efforts of Soult's flying columns, they could not be entirely dispersed, though they were hunted 100 times from valley to valley. The power of the Viceroy of Andalusia stopped short at the foothills, though his dragoons kept the plains in subjection. Every time that Ronda and the other isolated garrisons in the mountains had to be revictualled, the convoy had to fight its way to its destination through swarms of sniping insurgents. The Regency had not yet done with Lacy and his expeditionary force. After they had lain for some time under the walls of Gibraltar, they were re-embarked and taken back to Cadiz, from where a short time after they were dispatched for a raid in the Condado de Niebla. In this region, where Capons was already in arms, the French forces, under Raymond and the Duke of Aremberg, were so weak that the junta believed that Lacy's division would easily clear the whole countryside of the enemy. Its liberation would be most valuable, because Cadiz was wont to draw both corn and cattle from the lands between the Rio Tinto and Guadiana, and had felt bitterly the want of its accustomed supplies since the war had been carried thither. Lacy landed in the Bay of Huelva on August 23 with nearly 3,000 men. He had the good fortune to meet and to overcome in succession 2 small French columns which marched against him from Maga and from San Juan del Puerto. Thereupon the Duke of Aremberg, whose whole force in this region was less than 1,500 men, 2 battalions of the 103rd of the Line and the 27th Chasseurs, evacuated Niebla and fell back on Seville. Capons, who had been told to join Lacy but had failed to receive his instructions in time, pursued a separate French column under General Raymond for some distance, but was soon stopped by the news that a large force was moving against him, to repair this check to the French arms. Lacy, meanwhile, to the surprise and disgust of the inhabitants of the Condado, re-embarked on August 29 and went back to Cadiz, professing to regard the purpose of his expedition as completed. He had this much justification, that the news of his raid had induced Soult to send out against him, at a most critical moment, the main body of Gazan's division, which marched to Niebla, vainly sought the expeditionary force, and returned to its base after wasting a fortnight. But a larger garrison was now left in western Andalusia. Capons was hunted more vigorously than before, and cruel reprisals were made on the inhabitants of Maga and Huelva, who had aided Lacy. Feeble as it had been, Lacy's raid on the Condado had staved off a serious danger to the Spanish army of Estremadura by forcing Soult to detach Gazan against him, at a moment when he was concentrating the 5th Corps for a blow at La Romana and was already engaged in active operations against the Marquis. A complete change had taken place in the situation in Estremadura at the end of July, when Rainier, acting under orders from Massena, had marched northward from his old base at Merida and Medellin, and crossed the Tagus at the ferry of Alcántar above the broken bridge of Alcantara, July 16. This removal of the whole 2nd Corps to the north, followed, as we have already seen, by the corresponding transference of Hill's British force from Portugal to the neighborhood of Castelo Branco, had left La Romana at Badajoz with no enemy in front of him, and had caused a complete rupture of communications between the French army of Andalusia and the army of Portugal, who could for the future only hear of each other by the circuitous route through Madrid, since that by Almaraz was closed. Soult had now thrown upon his hands, to his immense disgust, the task of containing the whole of La Romana's force, which Rainier had been keeping in check from March till July. Accordingly, he called back from the Sierra de Ronda the division of Gerard, wishing to reunite the whole Fifth Corps for the protection of the northern approaches to Seville. He was only just in time, for La Romana had seen his opportunity and had resolved to concentrate his army for a demonstration against Andalusia, which seemed to offer great temptations, while nothing but the solitary division of Gazan stood between him and Seville, and that division, moreover, was weakened by the detachments under Rimond and Aremberg, which lay in the Condado de Niebla. Accordingly, the Marquis, leaving Charles O'Donnell to watch Rainier on the Tagus and another division to guard Badajoz, marched with his cavalry and the infantry of La Carrera and Ballesteros to invade Andalusia. He also told Capans to come up to reinforce him with his levies from the lower Guadiana. Even without the help of the latter, who never succeeded in reaching him, he had 0 foot and 0 horse. But La Romana was always unlucky when he fought. Just as he started, Gerard had returned from Ronda to Seville. On hearing that the army of Estremadura was on the move, Soult pushed the newly returned division, strengthened by part of Gazan's regiments and a brigade of cavalry, out towards the passes of the Morna. On August 11, Gerard, with about 7,000 bayonets and 200 sabres, encountered La Romana at Villagarcia, just outside the town of Lerena. The Spaniards were eager to fight, believing that they had only to deal with some fraction of Gazan's division. The news of Gerard's return from Ronda had not yet reached them. They got involved in a severe combat, were beaten, and were forced back to Zafra and Almendrelejo with a loss of 600 men, triple that of the French. Soult then strengthened Gerard's column, placed Mortier in command, and bade him push for Badajoz. But just as the Duke of Treviso was preparing to advance, the news of Lacy's disembarkation at Mager arrived. There were hardly any troops left in Seville, wherefore Soult hastily recalled from Mortier such of Gazan's regiments as were with him, and nearly all the cavalry, and sent them off against Lacy. Gerard's division retired from Zafra and took up a defensive position in the passes covering Seville. Thus a dangerous crisis was avoided, for if the whole Fifth Corps had marched on Badajoz in August and had driven back La Romana into Portugal, Wellington's flank in the Alimtejo would have been left exposed. There was no longer a British division south of the Tagus to support the Spanish army of Estremadura, since Hill had transferred himself to Castelo Branco in order to contain Rainier. Of regular troops, indeed, Wellington had nothing left on the Alimtejo frontier save Madden's brigade of Portuguese horse and the 2 infantry regiments of the same nation who formed part of the garrison of Elvas. Hence he was much troubled at La Romana's tendency to take the offensive against Seville, and repeatedly begged him to content himself with defensive operations, and not to attract the notice of Soult. For the Duke of Dalmatia, if left alone, had enough to occupy his attention in Andalusia, yet, if provoked, might abandon some outlying part of his viceroyalty, in order to concentrate a force which might crush the Estremaduran army, and then execute that diversion against Portugal south of the Tagus, which Wellington so much dreaded. Yet despite the warning that he had received at the combat of Villagarcia, and despite of his allies' entreaties, La Romana renewed in September the project that had cost him so dear in August. Learning that the passes in front of Seville were once more weakly held by the French, he began to move his army southward in detachments till he had gathered a heavy force at Guadalcanal and Monasterio. Attributing his misfortunes in the last month to the weakness of his cavalry, he brought down with him Madden's Portuguese horsemen, a weak brigade of 800 men, which Wellington had put at his disposition, not foreseeing that its existence would add to the inclination which the Marquis felt for offensive demonstrations. The inevitable result followed. Disquieted by the activity of the Estremaduran army, its raiding parties had already pressed as far as Santa Olalla on the Seville road and Constantina on the Cordova road, Soult ordered Mortier to concentrate the main body of the Fifth Corps at Ronquillo and to attack the enemy. La Romana gave back at once, evacuating the passes, but his rearguard was overtaken at Fuente Cantos, behind Monasterio, by the French horse, Sept 15. His cavalry under La Carrera turned to bay to cover the retreat, but was charged and scattered with heavy loss by Brich's chasseur, who captured the battery that accompanied it and enveloped a large mass of the beaten horsemen, who would have been forced to surrender if Madden's Portuguese, charging at the right moment, and, with great vigor, had not checked the French advance and given time for the routed brigades to save themselves in the hills. Madden, though pursued by the French reserves, made a steady and successful retreat, with small loss. The Spaniards, however, left behind them 6 guns and killed and wounded, while the French loss had not exceeded. Mortier then pursued La Romana to Zafra and pushed his advanced cavalry as far as Fuente del Meister, only 30 miles from Badajoz. Thus the situation which Wellington most dreaded had come into existence once again. A considerable French army was moving into central Estremadura and threatening the Alemtejo frontier south of the Tagus, at a moment when every man of the Anglo-Portuguese field army was fully employed in Beira by the advance of Massena. But again, as in August, Mortier did not push his advantage, though La Romana actually retired behind the Tagus to Montijo after raising the garrison of Badajoz to its full strength, and left the Duke of Treviso the opportunity of laying siege either to that city, to Olivenza, or even to Elvas, if he should so please. But the governing fact in all the operations of Soult and his lieutenants at this period was, as we have already pointed out, that if any great concentration of the French for offensive purposes took place, it was only made by withdrawing the garrison troops from some one of the many disturbed regions of Andalusia. When the whole Fifth Corps was united and had advanced to Zafra, western Andalusia was almost stripped of troops. Indeed, at Seville itself, Soult had nothing but his new Spanish levies and the convalescents from his central hospital, together with some detachments escorting convoys which happened to be passing through the city and had been detained in order to add a few hundred bayonets to its garrison. When, therefore, Capons began to make himself felt once more in the Condado de Niebla, and a second raiding expedition from Cadiz landed at Huelva, Soult felt very uncomfortable. His perturbation of mind was increased by news from the east. Sebastiani at this moment had been molested by demonstrations of the Spanish army of Murcia against his flank. Blake had returned in August from Cadiz to inspect the section of his forces which he had left behind under Frere, and which he had not seen since April. He had pushed reconnaissances to Huescar in the kingdom of Granada, had sent supplies to aid the insurgents of the Alpujarras, and was beginning to stir up a new rising on the side of Jaén. This provoked Sebastiani to concentrate the larger part of the Fourth Corps and to march against him with 8,000 men. Blake gave back before his enemy as far as the neighborhood of Murcia, where he had prepared a fortified position by inundating the Huerta, or suburban plain, which is watered by many canals drawn from the river Segura, and by stockading all the villages. 14,000 regulars with a powerful artillery held the approaches, while a mass of armed peasantry hung around Sebastiani's flanks. The French, however, only advanced as far as Lebrilla, 12 miles from Murcia, and then halted Aug. 28. Sebastiani, after reconnoitering Blake's line, thought it too powerful to be meddled with, and retired 2 days later towards his base, much harassed by the peasantry on his way. But during the 3 weeks that it took for the French general to concentrate his field force, to march on Murcia, and to return, all had gone to rack and ruin behind him. The insurgents of the Alpujarras had captured the important seaport towns of Almunecar and Motril, and had garrisoned their castles with the aid of English guns sent from Gibraltar. The people of the Sierra de Alhama had cut the roads between Malaga and Granada, and 0 mountaineers had attacked Granada itself. They were defeated outside its gates by the garrison on Sept 4, but were still hanging about its vicinity. The news of all these troubles had reached Soult, while Sebastiani was quite out of touch, lost to sight in the kingdom of Murcia. They undoubtedly had their part in inducing the Marshal to recall Mortier and the Fifth Corps from Estremadura. He once more divided its 2 divisions, drawing back Gazan to Seville to form his central reserve, while Gerard watched the passes as before. Meanwhile, Capons had already been beaten in the Condado by the column of General Raymond, Sept. 15, and Sebastiani on his return cleared the neighborhood of Granada and Malaga of insurgents, and drove the untamable bands of the Alpujarras to take refuge in their mountains. Motril and Almuneca were both recovered. Thus the storm passed, as soon as the two French expeditionary forces under Mortier and Sebastiani returned once more to their usual garrison posts. Only two more incidents remain to be chronicled in the Andalusian campaign of 1810. Campbell, the governor of Gibraltar, had resolved, somewhat too late, to lend a small detachment to aid the Granadan insurgents. The plan which he concerted with the Spanish governor of Ceuta was that Lord Blaney, with 2 British battalions from the Gibraltar garrison, the 82nd Anth Eratum. Lord Blaney's force had only a half battalion, not a whole battalion of the 89th, but contained companies of foreign chasseurs and a Spanish regiment, Imperial de Toledo from Ceuta. 2,200 men in all should be thrown on shore at Fuengirola, 20 miles on the nearest side of Malaga, where there was a small French garrison and a depot of stores, which was serving for a brigade then engaged in the siege of Marbella, the town which had been garrisoned by Lacy in June, and which was still holding out gallantly in October. It was calculated that, on hearing of a descent at Fuengirola, Sebastiani would come with the larger part of the garrison of Malaga to relieve the fort. But the moment that he was known to be nearing the expeditionary force, Lord Blaney was to re-embark and to make a dash at Malaga itself, which he could reach more swiftly by water than Sebastiani by land. Secret partisans within the city were ready to take arms, and the peasantry of the Sierra de Alhama were also enlisted in the enterprise. The scheme seems liable to many criticisms. The whole was at the mercy of the winds and waves of stormy October. What would happen if the weather was too rough to allow of re-embarkation or of easy landing at Malaga? And if Malaga were captured for the moment, for how long could 0 regulars, backed by a mass of undisciplined insurgents, hold it against the whole of Sebastiani's corps, which would be hurled upon it at short notice? The expedition, however, was not actually wrecked on either of these dangers, but ruined by the folly of its chief. Lord Blaney landed successfully on October 13 and laid siege to Fuengirola, which was held by 150 Poles under a Captain Milokosuitz. Instead of making the attack a mere demonstration, he brought some 12-pounders ashore and set to work to batter the castle in all seriousness. Finding its walls commencing to crumble, he held on for 2 days, though if he had reflected, he must have remembered that the garrison of Malaga might be with him at any moment. He was busily preparing for an assault when Sebastiani suddenly fell upon him with 3,000 men from the rear. Apparently the English commander had neglected to keep up any watch on the side of the inland, and the peasantry had failed to send any intelligence of the fact that the French were on the move. The besiegers, taken entirely by surprise, and distracted also by a sortie of the little garrison, were rolled down to the seashore in confusion. Lord Blaney, a short-sighted man, rode in among some French whom he mistook for Spaniards, and was made prisoner in the most ignominious fashion. The Spanish regiment got off with little loss. It had kept its ranks and forced its way to the boats after beating off an attack. The 82nd was partly on shipboard at the moment of the combat, and the companies which were on shore saved themselves by a steady rearguard action. But the battalion of the 89th was half destroyed, losing over 200 prisoners besides some 40 killed. The utter incapacity of the British commander was best shown by the fact that if he had but carried out the plan on which he was acting, he would certainly have captured Malaga, for Sebastiani had left only 300 men in the city when he marched on Fuengirola, and if the expeditionary force had re-embarked 24 hours before the disaster, it would have found the place practically undefended, and Sebastiani a long day's march away, and incapable of returning in time to save it. The very last military event of the year 1810 on the Andalusian side was a disaster far worse than that of Lord Blaney, suffered by a general whose almost unbroken series of defeats from Medina de Rio Seco down to Belchite ought to have taught him by this time the advantages of caution, and the doubtful policy of risking a demoralized army in a fight upon open ground. When Sebastiani retired from the Kingdom of Murcia in the first days of September, Blake had brought back his army to its old positions on the frontier of that realm. 7 weeks later, Finding the French line in front of him very weak, he resolved to try a demonstration in force, or perhaps even a serious stroke against the force of the enemy in Granada. On November 2, he crossed the Murcian border with 8,000 foot and 0 horse and occupied Color. On the next day, he was at the gates of Baza, where there were 4 battalions of the French force which covered Granada. But on the next morning, General Milhaud rode up with a powerful body of horsemen, the greater part of his own division of dragoons, and the Polish lancers from Sebastiani's corps cavalry, some 1,300 men in all. Though he had only 2,000 infantry to back him, Milhaud determined to fight at once. Blake's army invited an attack. It was advancing down the high road with the cavalry deployed in front, 1 division of infantry supporting it, while a 2nd division was some miles to the rear, on the hills which separate the plain of Baza from the upland of the Sierra de Oria. A rearguard of 2,000 men was still at Color, 10 miles from the scene of action. The situation much resembled that of Suchet's combat of Margalef and led to the same results. For Milhaud's squadrons, charging fiercely along and on each side of the road, completely routed Blake's cavalry and drove it back onto the leading infantry division, which broke and was badly cut up before its remnants could take shelter with the other division in reserve on the hill behind. Blake gave the order for an instant retreat, and Milhaud could not follow far among the rocks and defiles. But he had captured a battery of artillery and 1,000 prisoners, and killed or wounded some 500 men more in the few minutes during which the engagement lasted. The French cavalry lost no more than 200 men. The infantry had hardly fired a shot. Blake, not being pursued, retired only as far as the Venta de Bahel on the other side of Color, and remained on the Murcian border, cured for a time of his mania for taking the offensive at the head of a demoralized army. Thus ended the inconclusive campaign of 1810 in Andalusia. The French, on the last day of the year, held almost precisely the same limits of territory that they had occupied on the 1st of March. They had beaten the enemy in 4 or 5 considerable actions, yet had gained nothing thereby. They were beginning to understand that Cadiz was impregnable, and that the complete subjection of the mountains of the south and east was a far more serious task than had been at first supposed. Things indeed had come to a deadlock, and Soult kept reporting to his master that another 25,000 men would be required to enable him to complete his task. Almost as many battalions belonging to the 1st, 4th, and Corps as would have made up that force had been sent by the Emperor into Spain. They were intended to join their regiments in the end, but meanwhile they had been distracted into the 8th and Corps, and were marching in the direction of Portugal, when Soult wished to see them on the Guadalquivir. Very little of the mass of reinforcements which had been poured into the Peninsula in the spring of 1810 had come his way. While the whole battalions had been sent away with Junot or Drouet, the drafts in smaller units had been largely intercepted by the generals along the line of communication. There were 4,000 of such recruits detained in New Castile alone and formed into provisional battalions to garrison Madrid and its neighborhood. King Joseph must not be blamed too much for thus stopping them on their way. He had been left with an utterly inadequate force when the emperor turned off everything on to the direction of Portugal. During the summer and autumn of 1810, there were with him only 2 French infantry regiments, the same number of light cavalry regiments, Lahausse's weak division of dragoons, and the German division of the 4th Corps, less than 4,000 strong, over and above his own guard and untrustworthy Juramentado battalions. The royal troops numbered about 7,000 men, the other units, including Soult's detained drafts, about 12,000. With them Joseph had to garrison Madrid, Avila, Segovia, Toledo, and Almaraz, and hold down all New Castile and La Mancha, which last province was described at the time as populated solely by beggars and brigands. He had the duty of maintaining the sole and very circuitous line of communication between Soult and Massena, which, after Rainier went north in July, had to be worked via Almaraz. He was frequently annoyed not only by the Empecinado and other guerrilleros, but by Villacampa, who descended from higher Aragon into the Cuenca region, and by Blake's cavalry, which often raided La Mancha. But his great fear was lest La Romana or Wellington should send troops up the vast gap left between Rainier at Zarza and Coria and Mortier in the Sierra Morna. There was nothing but Lahausse's dragoons and 2 infantry battalions in the whole district about Almaraz and Talavera, where such a blow would have fallen. It was small wonder that he felt uncomfortable. But military sources of disquietude formed only the smaller half of King Joseph's troubles at this date. His political vexations, which engrossed a much larger portion of his time and energy, must be dealt with elsewhere. They will be relegated to the same chapter which treats of the new development of Spanish politics, consequent on the long-delayed meeting of the Cortes in the winter of 1810-11. Section 21. BUSSACO and TORRES VDRAS, September, December 1810. Chapter 1. Massena's advance to Basaco, September 1810. After the fall of Almeida, Massena waited much longer than Wellington had anticipated. The reasons for his delay were the usual ones that were always forthcoming when a French army had to advance in the Peninsula: want of transport and penury of supplies. The Marshal had just discovered that the countryside in front of him had already been depopulated by Wellington's orders, and that the only inhabitants that were to be met would be the armed ordnancer, who were already shooting at his vedettes and attacking his foraging parties. He was inclined to treat them as brigands, his provost-marshal, Colonel Pavetti, having been surprised and captured along with 5 gendarmes of his escort by the villagers of Nova Davil on September 5. He caused the place to be burned, shot the 1 or 2 male inhabitants who could be caught, and issued a proclamation stating that no quarter would be given to combatants without uniforms. This provoked 2 stiff letters from Wellington, who wrote to say that the ordnancer were an integral part of the Portuguese military forces, and that, if they wore no uniforms, the Marshal should remember that many of the revolutionary bands which he had commanded in the Old War of 1792-7 were no better equipped. Vous devez vous souvenir que vous-même vous avez augmenté la gloire de l'armée française en commandant des soldats qui n'avaient pas d'uniforme. If ordnancer were shot as brigands and highway robbers in obedience to the proclamation of September 7, it was certain that French stragglers and foragers would be knocked on the head and not taken prisoners by the enraged peasantry. At present, the number of them sent into the British headquarters by the Portuguese irregulars proved that the laws of war were being observed. Massena replied that Pavetti had been ambushed by men who hid their arms and ran in upon him and his escort while he was peaceably asking his way. His letter then went off at a tangent to discuss high politics and to declare that he was not the enemy of the Portuguese but of the perfidious British government and C. Finally, he complained that the Arganil and Trancoso militia, whom he had sent home after the fall of Almeida, had taken up arms again. If caught, leur sort sera funeste. The last statement Wellington denied. He said that the capitulation had been annulled by the French themselves when they debauched the 24th Regiment and detained of the militia to form a battalion of pioneers, but stated that as a matter of fact, the militia battalions had not been re-embodied. The French continued to shoot the ordnancer, and the ordnancer soon began to reply by torturing as well as hanging French stragglers. Wellington forbade, but could not prevent retaliation. In his dispatch to Berthier of September 8, Massena explains that the depopulation of the district in front of him and the fact that the ordnancer had taken arms throughout the countryside have compelled him to make an enormous provision of food for his army. Since the land has been swept bare, he must collect 15 or 20 days' rations for the 6th Anth Corps. Each day demonstrates the necessity of this more clearly, but each day makes it more evident that we are not obtaining as much as our activity deserves. The small amount of transport available and the destruction by the Spanish brigands of several convoys of corn which were coming up from the province of Valladolid have occasioned delay in the accumulation of the stores. An additional vexation is that while it was reported that we had captured 0 rations of biscuit in Almeida, there turned out really to be only 120,000 rations. But it was the loss of draft beasts that was the most serious trouble. To his great regret, Massena had to cut down the artillery of each division from 12 to 8 guns, for want of horses, with a similar reduction of the caissons. Every animal that could be procured was given over to the train, yet it could not carry even the 15 days' food, which the Marshal considered the minimum that he could afford to take with him. There was also a deficiency in cartridges for the infantry, for who 200,000 rounds were only procured by setting the artificers of the train to make up as many as was possible from the powder captured at Ciudad Rodrigo. Finally, Massena explains that the losses in the two late sieges, the necessity for garrisoning Almeida and Rodrigo, and the effects of a sickly summer, have reduced the two corps and the reserve cavalry under his hand to 42,000 or 45,000 men, so that he must incorporate Rainier with his main army in order to get a sufficient force concentrated for the invasion. When this has been done, he will have no force to leave behind to guard his communications, and Kellerman and Serres are too much occupied to spare a man for that purpose. The Spaniards will press in between the army and Salamanca the moment that the troops have entered the Portuguese mountains. He will advance, therefore, on September 15, but only with grave apprehension for his rear, and he begs that at all costs a division of the 9th Corps should be brought up to Salamanca. He had been promised long ago that this should be done, but no signs of Drouet's arrival were yet visible. Rainier accordingly was called up at last to join the main army. He left Zarza and Penamaker on the 10th of September, crossed the pass of Perales, and on the 12th was at Alfietes, with cavalry in front at Sabugal. Hill, always vigilant, perceived Rainier's movement as soon as it had taken place. On the 12th, his corps quitted Sarzedas, leaving nothing behind in the Castelo Branco country save Lecker's Portuguese at Fundão, who were ordered to follow, unless Rainier should send back any detachments to the south side of the Sierra de Gata. Leith started from the banks of the Zezer 3 days later, and on the 20th, the two divisions were drawing near to Wellington's rear in the valley of the Mondego, Hill being at Espinhel that day, and Leith, who had less distance to cover, a march further to the front at Faz d'Arance. Wellington's concentration on the Alva must obviously be completed before the French could strike. On September 15, 1810, Ney and Junot broke up from the encampments in front of Almeida, while Rainier drew in close to the main body by marching up from Sabugal towards Garda. It was clear that the attack of the French was to be delivered along the line of the Mondego, but whether by its southern or its northern bank Wellington could not yet be sure, though he was under the impression that the former would be the chosen route, since the chaussee from Almeida by Celorico and Pont de Marchella is good for a Portuguese road, while the mountain track by Trancoso and Vizu is abominable. Yet one of the three columns of the French pointed from the first towards the north bank, while Ney took his way by Freixadas and Alvaca towards Celorico. Junot was reported to have turned off from the main road at Valverde and to be marching by Pinhel westward or northwestward. What Rainier would do after reaching Garda remained yet to be seen. The total force which Massena had drawn together for the invasion was 65,000 officers and men. He had left behind a regiment of dragoons and 4 battalions of infantry to take care of Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo. In the latter place, he had also deposited his siege train, with the considerable body of artillerymen belonging to it. Brenier and Cacolt commanded at the two places respectively. They had between them some 3,500 men, a force which perceptibly diminished the army of invasion, yet was insufficient to do more than to hold the two fortresses. Garden, with 5 squadrons of dragoons, was to maintain touch between them. Not a man would be available from the garrisons for service against Spanish or Portuguese insurgents. Indeed, both Almeida and Rodrigo were practically under blockade from the moment that the main army went forward, and were destined to learn nothing of its doings for many days. Wellington's cordon of ordnanza proved perfectly efficient. On the evening of the 15th, the Second Corps had reached Garda, from which it drove out a picket of the 16th Light Dragoons, who retired towards the Mondego. The 6th Corps bivouacked at Freixadas, having pushed back from it 2 squadrons of the 14th Light Dragoons and the German Hussars. The 8th Corps, which had to come up from the Azava, passed Almeida and slept beyond the Coa. In its rear was Montbrun's reserve cavalry division, and behind this, again the reserve artillery of the whole army. This column, therefore, was by far the longest, and owing to the amount of guns and caissons, the most unwieldy of the 3 masses in which the French were marching. On the 16th, Wellington hoped to see Massena's designs unmasked, But it proved a day of continued doubt. Rainier left Houdelot's division at Garda and moved on with Merle S. and the cavalry to Celorico. Here he met Ney, who had marched from Freixadas to Celorico and had pushed his light cavalry through it in advance. One body of horsemen took a hill road high up the side of the Serra de Estrela and reached Linhares. Another followed the Great Chaussee as far as Carapicina and detached a squadron or two from that point to seize the bridge of Fornos Dalgados, over which passes the bad side road from Celorico to Vizu. Was the enemy about to turn aside on this path, or to pursue the more probable policy of continuing along the Chaussee to Pont de Merchella? Nothing could yet be deduced from Junot's movements. His heavy column only reached Pinhel that day. From thence he might either come down to Celorico, the most probable course, or make a move towards Oporto by the high road Pinhel-Marialvacent, Joe de Pesqueira, or what seemed least likely, follow the very bad mountain road from Pinhel by Pavoa del Rey to Trancoso and Vizu. Meanwhile, Wellington ordered the continuation of the retreat of his army towards Pont de Merchella and the position behind the Alva. The 1st, 3rd, and 9th divisions retired at their leisure along the Great Chaussee by Saragossa and Chamusca. The light division moved parallel to them by the mountain road Guviasan-Martinho-San Ramo. The appearance of Ney's cavalry at Linhares on this track made the commander-in-chief anxious to have it watched, since it was possible that the 6th Corps might use it. The cavalry, keeping the rear well guarded, lay this day at Pinhanços on the Chaussee and San Martinho on the hill road. Headquarters were at sea, on the latter line. The only troops now left north of the Mondego, on the route which Junot might possibly follow from Pinhel, were a few cavalry pickets, wherefore the commander-in-chief, conceiving it just possible that the 8th Corps might be intending to make a dash at Oporto, while the other two kept him in check, sent urgent letters to Trant, the officer in charge of the militia of northern Beira, and to Baxeller, who lay at Oporto with the militia of the Entredauro Minho, to take precautions against this movement. Trant, from Moimento de Beira, was to feel for Junot's front and flank. Baxeller was to send out some picked battalions under J. Wilson to the line of the Vouga and to get into touch with Trant on his left. On the 17th, Massena's intentions at last became clear to his adversary. The cavalry of the 6th Corps crossed the bridge of Fornos, which it had seized on the previous night, and the leading division of infantry followed it to Junkies on the Mondego bank. Nothing came along the Chaussee, all the French columns turning off it at Carapicina and pursuing the cross road. Ney's rear was still at Celorico, to which place the whole of the 2nd Corps also came up that day. In the evening, the head of the cavalry of the 6th Corps was near Mangualda, many miles along the road north of the Mondego. It seemed probable, therefore, that a transference of the whole French army to the right bank over the bridge of Fornos was about to take place. This became almost certain when the simultaneous news arrived that Junot had marched that day from Pinhel not towards Celorico, nor on the Oporto road, that by Marialva and St. Joe de Pesqueira, but by the abominable crossroad by Pavoa del Rey to Trancoso. The 8th and 9th Corps, therefore, were showing a tendency to converge on Vizu. If so, they must be aiming at reaching Coimbra without touching Wellington's chosen position of Pont de Merchella, where he had hoped to fight. This deduction once made, the British commander had to recast his plans. The 2nd and 9th Corps came to Celorico yesterday, he wrote to Leith that evening, and a part of them crossed the Mondego at Fornos. More have crossed this day, while no part of the enemy's army has moved this way, i.e., along the Great Chaussee south of the river. It is generally understood that their whole army is between the Douro and the Mondego, and that they are about to move on Coimbra. I shall have troops in Coimbra tomorrow. All the divisions were ordered back at once, so as to be ready on the lower Mondego to resist the French when they should appear from the direction of Vizu. Only cavalry were left at Sampio and Guvia to watch the passage of the Mondego by the French army and to make certain that its rear, i.e. Rainier's corps, might not be about to use the main Chaussee, a move which was even yet possible. Massena's resolve to use the route by the north bank of the Mondego surprised all British and some French observers at the time, and has been censured by most historical critics. He left a good for a bad road. He imposed 2 extra marches on his army at a moment when it was short of provisions. He gave Wellington ample time to call up Hill and Leith, and to select a new position for battle to replace that of Pont de Marchella. The Bassaco hillsides, where the clash was to come, were as formidable as those behind the Alva. But these considerations were less obvious to Massena in 1810 than they appear to the critic of 1907. It must first be remembered that his maps were abominable. The actual case of plans used by the staff of the Army of Portugal is preserved. It is that issued by Lopez in 1778, which in the remoter parts of Portugal not only offers a mere travesty of the natural features, but actually marks as existing roads that never had been made, and omits others that were actually available. It shows, moreover, no distinction between chaussées, country roads, and mere mule tracks. Places of considerable importance are misplaced by several miles, e.g. Almeida is placed on the Coa instead of 2 miles from it. Viseu is much too far north, as is also Bassaco. As far as this map goes, the physical difficulties in the way of an advance north of the Mondego look no greater than those on the southern bank. But it may be said, Massena should have supplemented the use of the map by collecting oral information and by sending reconnaissances in every direction. He did so far as was in his power. But exploration far afield was only possible with large bodies of men, since the ordinanza blocked every road to the isolated staff officer, and the only oral information which was forthcoming was defective. Massena asked for it from Alorna, Pamplona, and the other Portuguese officers on his staff. There were no less than 18 of them in all. They were absolutely ignorant of their own country, a normal thing in the military men of the old Portuguese army. Even Pamplona, whose estates lay in the neighborhood of Coimbra, gave hopelessly erroneous information about the routes leading into that town. But from natural amour propre, they avoided confessing their ignorance, and when taken into counsel by Massena, gave him copious but wholly misleading details. They assured him that the roads Pinhel-Trancoso-Viseu and Fornos-Mangualde-Viseu were no worse than other lines of communication, and that the great chaussée by Sampio and Pont de Marchella was crossed by so many torrents and climbed so many slopes that it was not preferable to the routes north of the river. The news that a formidable position behind the Alva had been entrenched had reached the French headquarters. Hence, Massena had fair reasons for taking the route that he selected so far as strategy went. It undoubtedly enabled him to turn the line of the Alva. Moreover, on it lay a large town, Viseu, from which it was hoped that much food would be procured, for the invaders were still ignorant of the thoroughness with which Wellington's plans for devastating the country before them had been carried out. Even after Celorico and Garda had been found empty of inhabitants, they hardly believed that such a large place as Viseu, a town of 9,000 souls, would be deserted. Massena's mistake became evident to his soldiers on the first day on which he ordered his columns to quit the main roads and take to the bypaths. The infantry could still get forward, but the artillery and wagon train began to drag behind, to lose horses, and to see vehicle after vehicle broken, disabled, or abandoned. On the 18th, the infantry of the 6th Corps got as far as Mangualde on the north bank of the Mondego, but the artillery was so much delayed in the defile after passing Junkies that it could not catch up the rear of the marching troops, and had to be parked at night not many miles beyond the bridge of Fornos. The 2nd Corps, on reaching this spot, found the road blocked, and bivouacked with one division beyond the Mondego and one still in the rear of the bridge. But the troubles of this column were nothing to those of the 8th Corps on the miserable road from Pinhel to Viseu. The journal of the commandant of the artillery of Junot's 1st Division, Colonel Nile, may be quoted as giving a fair description of the marches of the 17th and September. After passing the little town of Trancoso, with its battlemented wall, all the countryside is mountain and rock. There is no road, only a stony, narrow, dangerous track, which the artillery had all the pains in the world to follow without meeting accidents. It is all steep ups and downs. I had to march with a party of gunners ahead of me, with picks and crowbars to enlarge the track. As each arm only looked out for itself, the artillery soon got left to the rear and deserted by the infantry and cavalry. We only arrived at our halting places late at night, utterly done up. The guns were almost always abandoned to themselves. We did not know what road to follow, having no one to give us information but a few infantry stragglers who had themselves lost their way. At noon on the 18th, I halted with my 2 batteries after 2 hours of incessant uphill, to find myself at the crest of a mountain, with a precipitous descent before me, and beyond that another ascent winding upwards as far as the eye could reach. We were so exhausted that it was useless to go further that day, but on the 19th, with a party of gunners always working in front to enlarge the road, we moved over hill and vale, completely out of touch with the army. I had to ride out with 4 mounted men to hunt for any trace of it. At last, in a deserted village, we found an old peasant who pointed out the road to Viseu, but it was only on the 20th that we got there. Niles' batteries, it may be remarked, were moving all the time between the infantry, which was ahead, and the Grand Park, which was behind them, with Montbrun's cavalry bringing up the rear. Yet they were absolutely lost and had to shift for themselves without orders or escort. The park fared even worse. When nearing Sartugel on the 20th, it was unexpectedly beset by Colonel Trant, who had come down from Mimenta with a brigade of his militia and 2 squadrons of Portuguese regular cavalry. The park was escorted by 1 company of grenadiers, who marched at its head, and a battalion of the Irish Legion, who were far to the rear, while Montbrun's immense cavalry column was quite out of sight. Trant had a great opportunity, for the long file of vehicles and guns, caught in a narrow road, was almost helpless, but he failed to do all that was in his power. His cavalry charged the company at the head of the column and was repulsed. He then filed his battalions along the hillside, opened fire on the horses and men of the train, and descending into their midst, captured and destroyed some caissons and took some 80 prisoners. But when the escort battalion came hurrying up from the rear, his levies were stricken with panic and hastily retired, though they were strong enough to have held off the 500 Irish, and to have smashed or rolled over the precipices the greater part of the guns and wagons. Montbrun's cavalry did not get up till all was over, and would have been perfectly useless on the precipitous road, even if they had arrived earlier. If Trant's foray had been properly carried out, Massena might have lost his reserve artillery and most of his provisions, a disaster which might have forced him to turn back to Almeida. He deserved such a punishment for having marched his all-important train on the extreme flank of his army with an insufficient escort. Though Junot's infantry divisions reached the deserted walls of Viseu on Sept 19th, and there met the corps of Ney, the divisional artillery did not arrive till next day, while the reserve artillery, the trains, and the heavy cavalry were struggling in upon the 21st and by detachments. For Montbrun had halted the great convoy after Trant's attack and parked it, fearing that the Portuguese might come back in greater numbers and give more trouble. When he started it again, on the 21st, he took care to give it better marching arrangements and to attach cavalry escorts to each section. But this caused much delay, and meanwhile the 8th Corps waited at Viseu, marking time, and unable to move. Even the 6th Corps remained there 2 days, waiting while its gun carriages and cannons were being repaired. For the Fornos-Viseu road, though infinitely less rough than that which the 8th Corps and the park had followed, was still bad enough to shake many vehicles to pieces. The Intendant General reported that 19 caissons carrying 2,900 rations of biscuit belonging to the 6th Corps broke down and had to be burnt. The food was distributed among the regiments as they passed, with much consequent waste. All that Ney could do between the 18th of September, when he reached Viseu, and the 21st, was to push forward an advanced guard to Tondela, 15 miles down the Viseu-Coimbra road, with an infantry division in support at Fail. Meanwhile, the 2nd Corps, following in the wake of the 6th, had also made its way to Viseu. The bulk of Rainier's force took the Fornos-Mangualde-Lagiosa route, as Ney's had done. But an advanced guard of all arms descended the great chaussée south of the river as far as Taboa, driving in the pickets of the English cavalry, and then crossed the Mondego at the bridge of Taboa, and fell into the rear of the rest of the corps beyond Mangualde. This apparently was intended to keep Wellington uncertain, as long as possible, as to whether part of the French army was not intending, after all, to follow the chaussée and present itself before the position on the Alva. But it was executed by so small a force that the British general was not for an hour deceived. He was at this moment in a cheerful frame of mind. Massena had made a mistake in choosing his route, and was merely wasting time when time was most precious. "There are certainly many bad roads in Portugal," he wrote, but the enemy has taken decidedly the worst in the whole kingdom. And again, I imagine that Marshal Massena has been misinformed and has experienced more difficulty in making his movement than he expected. He has certainly selected one of the worst roads in Portugal for his march. Owing to the necessary delays of the enemy, Wellington was now in a position as strong as that on the Alva. His headquarters were at the convent of Bassaco. His divisions, including Leith and Hill, so placed that they could be concentrated on the Serra de Alcoba, right across the Viseu-Coimbra road, long before the French could descend from Viseu. "We have an excellent position here, in which I am strongly tempted to give battle," he wrote on the evening of the 21st, foreseeing 6 days ahead the probability of the engagement which was to make Bassaco famous. There was a road by which his position might be turned, but it was doubtful whether the enemy would discover it, and I do not yet give up hopes of discovering a remedy for that misfortune. Map of the Mondego Valley. Enlarge the Mondego Valley. Massena, meanwhile, was chafing at his self-imposed delays and writing querulous letters from Viseu to Berthia. "The Grand Park and the baggage," he wrote on the 22nd, "are still in the rear and will only get up tomorrow. It is impossible to find worse roads than these. They bristle with rocks. The guns and train have suffered severely, and I must wait for them. I must leave them 2 days at Viseu when they come in, to rest themselves, while I resume my march on Coimbra, where, as I am informed, I shall find the Anglo-Portuguese concentrated. Sir, all our marches are across a desert, not a soul to be seen anywhere. Everything is abandoned. The English push their barbarity to the point of shooting the wretched inhabitant who tries to remain in his village. The women, the children, the aged, have all decamped. We cannot find a guide anywhere. The soldiers discover a few potatoes and other vegetables. They are satisfied and burn for the moment when they shall meet the enemy." The plan of devastation was already beginning to work. Massena had exhausted 7 of the 13 days' provisions which his army carried, and it was not with the potatoes gleaned in the fields of Viseu or the ripe grapes of its vineyards that he could refill the empty store wagons. He must push on for Coimbra as fast as possible. This, no doubt, was why he made up his mind to march on that place, not by descending from Viseu to Aveiro and entering the coast plain, but by taking the direct road by Santa Comba d'Au, Mortegoa, and Bassaco. Even Lopez's faulty map shows the ridge of Bassaco as a serious physical feature, but the Marshal does not seem to have reflected for a moment that Wellington might choose to defend it. The orders drawn up on September 24th for the march on Coimbra presuppose an unobstructed progress. Having met no active resistance as yet from the Anglo-Portuguese army, Massena wrongly took it for granted that he might count on the prolongation of this good fortune. Before moving on from Viseu, the organization of the French army was slightly modified. Junot's corps contained a number of 4th battalions belonging to regiments whose 3 senior battalions were serving in the 2nd Corps. The 2 corps had never met till both lay at Viseu. Massena then ordered the 4th battalions of the 36th, 47th, 70th of the line, and the 2nd Anth Leger to join their regiments in Rainier's corps. This reduced the 8th Corps by 2850 men. In return, however, Rainier was ordered to make over to Junot 2 regiments of old troops, the 15th Anth of the line, each of 3 battalions, making in a 251 bayonets. Thus the 2 corps were somewhat equalized in quality, the 2nd receiving 5 battalions of recruits, while the 8th, in which there were too few veterans, got in return 6 battalions which had served in Spain since the commencement of the war. The net result was to make the 2nd Corps a little stronger, 17,024 men, and the 8th Corps a little weaker, 15,904 men. On September 21st, the advance of the Army of Portugal was recommenced, though the train and heavy baggage was not yet prepared to start, and some of its rear detachments had not even reached Viseu. But on that day, the advanced guard of the 6th Corps advanced from Tondela and found in front of it some light cavalry and 2 Portuguese regiments, the first hostile troops that the French had seen since the campaign began. The whole of the 2nd Anth Corps followed behind and bivouacked that night at Casal de Maria, Tondela, Sabugosa, and other villages on the steep downward road from Viseu to Coimbra. The 8th Corps still remained at Viseu, guarding the belated reserve artillery and train. On the 22nd, the 2nd Corps, passing the 6th, which had hitherto taken the lead, crossed the Criz and drove in the British outposts, who retired on Mortegoa. But Ney and the 6th Corps remained stationary, and the 8th did not even yet make a start. These delays seem extraordinary, but Massena was still paying for his evil choice of roads. The infantry had to wait for the guns, and the guns could only creep forward as the sappers enlarged and improved the roads for them. Wellington, meanwhile, was recasting his dispositions at his leisure. When Massena's march on Viseu had become certain, the British commander-in-chief thought at first that the enemy would take the good Chaussee-Viseu-Aveiro, so as to descend into the coast plain and attack Coimbra from the easiest side. He therefore, on the 18th, moved the 1st Division back from Pont de Marchella to Coimbra, where it was joined by a new brigade from Lisbon, composed of the 1st Battalions of the 7th Anth, newly landed. A. Campbell's and Coleman's Portuguese also moved to the same point. The 3rd Anth Divisions remained at Pont de Marchella in the entrenched position, with the Light Division and Pax Portuguese in front of them at Venda do Porco and Sampaio. But on the 20th, when Ney's advanced guard began to come out from Viseu on the Santa Comba Dao Road, not on the Aveiro Road, Wellington discovered that it was on the mountain of Bassaco, and not on the plain in front of Coimbra, that he would next meet the enemy. Accordingly, Pax Portuguese and the Light Division forded the Mondego below Sampaio, as did the light cavalry, and a detaining force was thus thrown across the Viseu-Coimbra road. The Portuguese brigade took post behind the Criz torrent, Crawford's men a little to the rear at Mortegoa. At the same time, the 1st Division and the troops attached to it moved out from Coimbra to Milhada on the Aveiro road, a point from which they could easily be called up to the Bassaco position if no French columns were discovered coming down the Aveiro road, as now seemed probable. This day, Leith's division, to Wellington's intense satisfaction, arrived at San Miguel de Payers behind the Alva, and so joined the main body. Hill was reported to be a day's march only to the rear, at Faz d'Arance. Thus the whole of the Anglo-Portuguese regular forces between Douro and Tagus were neatly concentrated. At the same time, Trant was told to bring the militia of northern Beira down the Oporto-Coimbra road to Agde and Sardau, and Baxeller was directed to support him with Wilson's militia brigade, in case Massena should have some subsidiary operation against Oporto in his mind. On the 24th, the first skirmish of the campaign took place. The 2nd Corps, advancing into the plain in front of Mortegoa, found Pax Portuguese facing them on the right, and Crawford's division on the left, with a screen of cavalry in front. They pushed in the horsemen upon the infantry, but halted when artillery opened upon them, and made no further advance. On this day the belated Corps, with the reserve cavalry, at last started from Viseu. Next morning Rainier pressed on in force with 2 heavy columns each formed by a division, and Crawford was ordered by Wellington to retire, which he did with some reluctance by alternate echelons of brigades. The 95th Anad had some sharp skirmishing with the French van, and made a stand by the village of Mura under the Bassaco Heights, before retiring up the high road and taking position upon the crest of the great ridge, which they did at 6 o'clock in the evening. While the advance guards of Rainier and Ney were driving in Crawford and Pack, the Anglo-Portuguese army was assembling on Wellington's chosen fighting ground. Picton and Cole, with the 3rd Anth Divisions, had already taken up their quarters on the Bassaco Ridge on the 21st, the 1st across the road from San Antonio de Cantaro to Paleiros, the 2nd across the Chaussee, behind the spot to which the troops of Pack and Crawford were retiring. Leith, who had been brought over the Mondego by the fords of Peñacova on the 23rd, moved up on to the southern tract of the Bassaco Heights on the 24th. Hill, who reached the line of the Alva on the 22nd, followed in Leith's wake, and on the 25th was at Peñacova waiting for orders to cross. The 1st Division with Campbell's and Coleman's Portuguese alone was still absent, though not far off. They had started from Milhada when it became clear that no French force was coming by the Aveiro-Coimbra road, but on the night of the 25th was still some 8 miles away, and did not get into position between Cole and Picton till between 9 and 10 o'clock on the morning of the 26th. Nevertheless, nearly 40,000 men, composed of the Light, 3rd, 4th, 5th Divisions and their Portuguese auxiliaries, and of Hill on their flank, only 4 miles away, were concentrated on the night of the 25th, when Rainier's vanguard deployed in front of the heights. Before 10 o'clock on the following morning, Spencer had arrived, and Hill was over the fords and encamped along the rear slopes of the heights. There seems to be no truth whatever in the allegation that the British army was in a somewhat dangerous position on the evening of the 25th, for the French had only their vanguard up, and there were less than 2 hours of daylight left when Crawford retired from Murrah, and Rainier and Ney obtained their first view of the British position. Before the enemy could have collected in strength sufficient for an attack, night would have set in. Note on the situation on Sept. 25. Napier wholly misrepresents the state of affairs in Vol. Roman 3, pp. 22-3. He writes as follows: before 3 o'clock 40,000 French infantry were embattled on the 2 points, the Chaussee and the San Antonio de Cantaro road, their guns trying the range above, while the skirmishing clatter of musketry arose from the dark wooded chasms below. Ney, whose military glance was sure, instantly perceived that the mountain, a crested not a table one, could hide no great reserves, that it was only half occupied, and that the Allies were moving with the disorder usual on the taking of unknown ground. He wished therefore to attack, but Massena was 10 miles to the rear. The officer sent to him waited 2 hours for an audience, and then returned with orders to attend the prince's arrival. Thus a great opportunity was lost, for Spencer was not up, Leith's troops were only passing the Mondego, and Hill was still behind the Alva. Scarcely 25,000 men were in line, and with great intervals. Almost every statement here is incorrect. 1. The French did not reach the ground in front of the heights o'clock. They were not up at 3 p.m. 500 Urban's diary. At noon, the heads of the French infantry columns, having reached the lower falls leading from the Mortegoa Valley, he pushed forward his cavalry and began to skirmish with our pickets. It not being Lord Wellington's intention to dispute this ground, but rather to entice Massena to follow and attack him in his position of Bassaco, the light division was gradually withdrawn, the 95th Anad covering the retreat and Ross's artillery playing upon the enemy's advance from hill to hill, till at 5 o'clock they were halted by the fire of the 43rd before the village of Sula. At about 6 the firing ceased, and our advance, heretofore at Murrah and Sula, took up their ground, as well as General Cole's division, upon the heights of Bassaco. This diary, written that same night, cannot be wrong as to the dating of the hours. 500 Urban was riding with Beresford at Wellington's side. Napier was writing from memory 20 years after. 2. Ney did not perceive the mountain only half occupied and wished to attack on the evening of the 25th. His reconnaissance was made on the morning of the 26th, and it was then that he expressed his wish to attack when Wellington had every man in line. This is conclusively proved by the following note of Ney to Rainier, dated at 10:30 on the morning of the 26th, from his advanced posts, which lies in the French archives. Je reçois à l'instant, mon cher général, votre lettre de séjour. Je pense qu'une grande partie de l'armée anglo-portugaise a passé la nuit sur la crête des montagnes qui dominent la vallée de Murrah. Depuis ce matin l'ennemi marqué par sa gauche et semble diriger ses colonnes principales sur la route de Porto. Cependant il tient encore à ses demandes à la droite du parc, qui couvre le couvent de Minims appelé Saco, et monte une douzaine de pieces d'artillerie. Le chemin de Coimba passe tout prise de ce couvent. Si j'avais le commandement, j'attaquerais sans hésiter un seul instant. Mais je crois que vous ne pouvez rien comprendre en vous échelonnant sur la droite de l'ennemi, et en poussant ses avant-postes le plus possible, car c'est véritablement par ce point qu'il faudrait le forcer à faire sa retraite. What Ney had seen, and wrongly took for a general movement of the English army towards its left, was Cole taking ground to the left on the arrival of Spencer, who came up between 8 and that morning, just before Ney was scribbling this hasty note to Rainier. Montjuich, however, looked in a miserable state when, just before sunrise on July 7, Verdier launched his columns of assault upon it. He had collected for the purpose the Grenadier and Voltigeur companies of each of the 20 French, German, and Italian battalions of the besieging army, about 2,500 men in all. They were divided into 2 columns, the larger of which went straight at the breach, while the smaller, which was furnished with ladders, was directed to escalade the left face of the demi-lune, which covers the northern front of Montjuich. The troops passed with no great loss over the open space which divided them from the work, as its guns had all been silenced, and the fire from the more distant forts was ineffective in the dusk. But when they got within close musketry range, they began to fall fast. The head of the main column, which was composed of some sapper companies and the Italian velites of the guard, got up onto the face of the breach, but could never break in. Every officer or man who reached the cutting and its chevaux de frise was shot down. The concentric fire of the defenders so swept the opening that nothing could live there. Meanwhile, the rear of the column was brought to a stand, partly in, partly outside, the ditch. The Spaniards kept playing upon it with musketry and 2 or 3 Smarren-pounders, which had been kept under cover and reserved for that purpose, firing canister into it at a distance of 20 or 30 yards. Flesh and blood could not bear this for long, and the whole mass broke and went to the rear. Verdier, who had come out to the Battery Imperiale to view the assault, had the men rallied and sent forward a second time. The head of the column again reached the breach and again withered away. The supporting mass gave way at once and fell back much more rapidly than on the first assault. Yet the general, most unwisely, insisted on a third attack, which, made feebly and without conviction by men who knew that they were beaten, only served to increase the casualty list. Meanwhile, the escalade of the demi-lune by the smaller column had been repelled with ease. The assailants barely succeeded in crossing the ditch and planting a few ladders against the scarp. No one survived who tried to mount them, and the troops drew off. This bloody repulse cost the French 1079 casualties, including 77 officers killed or wounded, much more than a third of the troops engaged. It is clear, therefore, that it was not courage which had been lacking, nor could it be said that the enemy's artillery fire had not been subdued, nor that the breach was insufficient, nor that the 300 yards of open ground crossed by the column had been a fatal obstacle. Indeed, they had been passed with little loss. The mistake of Verdier had been that he attacked before the garrison was demoralized, the same error made by the English at Badajoz in 1811 and at San Sebastian in 1813. A broad breach by itself does not necessarily make a place untenable if the spirit of the defenders is high, and if they are prepared with all the resources of the military art for resisting the stormers, as were the Geronese on July 7-8. The garrison lost, it may be remarked, only 123 men out of a strength of 787 present in the fort that morning. The casualty list, however, was somewhat increased by the accidental explosion, apparently by a careless gunner, of the magazine of the Tower of San Juan, alongside of the Galligan, which was destroyed with its little garrison of 25 men. The repulse of the assault of Montjuich thoroughly demoralized the besieging army. The resistance of the Spaniards had been so fierce, the loss they had inflicted so heavy, that Verdier's motley collection of French, German, Lombard, and Neapolitan regiments lost heart and confidence. Their low spirits were made manifest by the simultaneous outbreak of desertion and disease, the two inevitable marks of a decaying morale. All through the second half of July and August, the hospitals grew gradually fuller, not only from sunstroke cases, which were frequent on the bare, hot, rocky ground of the heights, but from dysentery and malaria. The banks of the Tur always possessed a reputation for epidemics. Twice in earlier centuries, a French army had perished before the walls of Gerona by plagues, which the citizens piously attributed to their patron, San Narcisse. It was mainly because he realized the depression of his troops that Verdier refrained from any more assaults, and went on from July 9 to August 4 battering Montjuich incessantly, while he cautiously pushed forward his trenches till they actually reached the ditch of the demi-lune, which covers the northern front of the fort. The garrison was absolutely overwhelmed by the incessant bombardment, which destroyed every piece of upstanding masonry and prevented them from rebuilding anything that was demolished. They were forced to lurk in the casemates and to burrow for shelter in the debris which filled the interior of the work. 3 large breaches had been made at various points, yet Verdier would never risk another assault, till on August 4 his approaches actually crowned the lip of the ditch of the demi-lune, and his sappers had blown in its counterscarp. The ruined little outwork was then stormed with a loss of only 40 men. This put the French in the possession of good cover only a few yards from the main body of the fort. Proceeding with the same caution as before, They made their advances against Montjuich by mining. On the night of the 8th-9th August, no less than 23 mines under the glacis of the fort were exploded simultaneously. This left a gaping void in front of the original breach of July 7 and filled up the ditch with debris for many yards on either side. Part of the interior of the fort was clearly visible from the besiegers' trenches. Only one resource for saving Montjuich remained to Alvarez, a sortie for the expulsion of the enemy from their advanced works. It was executed with great courage at midday on August 9, while at the same time separate demonstrations to distract the enemy were made at two other points. The column from Montjuich had considerable success. It stormed two advanced batteries, spiked their guns, and set fire to their gabions. The French were cleared out of many of their trenches, but made head behind one of the rear batteries, where they were joined by their reserves, who finally thrust back the sallying force into the fort. The damage done, though considerable, could be repaired in a day. Verdier gave orders for the storm of the dilapidated fort on the night of August 11, and borrowed a regiment from St. Cyr's covering army to lead the assault, being still very doubtful of the temper of his own troops. But at 6, on the preceding afternoon, an explosion was heard in Montjuich, and great part of its battered walls flew up into the air. The Spaniards had quietly evacuated it a few minutes before, after preparing mines for its demolition. The French, when they entered, found nothing but a shapeless mass of stones and 18 disabled cannon. The garrison had lost, in the 65 days of its defense, 962 men killed and wounded. The besiegers had, first and last, suffered something like 3 times this loss. While the bombardment of Montjuich was going on, the Spanish generals outside the fortress had at last begun to make serious efforts for its assistance. Not only had the Sarmatines redoubled their activity against Verdier's convoys, and several times succeeded in destroying them or turning them back, but Coupigny had at last begun to move, for he saw that since Blake's rout at Belchite on June 18 he, and he alone, possessed an organized body of troops on this side of Spain, small though it was. Unable to face St. Cyr in the field, he tried at least to throw succors into Girona by the mountain paths from the south, if he could do no more. The first attempt was disastrous. 3 battalions started from Hostelrich under an English adventurer, Ralph Marshall, whom Alvarez had suggested for the command of this expedition. They evaded the first line of the covering army, but at Casteller, on July 10, ran into the very center of Pino's division, which had concentrated from all sides for their destruction. Marshall escaped into Girona with no more than 12 men. 40 officers in rank and file laid down their arms. The rest of the column, some 600 or 700 men, evaded surrender by dispersion. Equally disastrous, though on a smaller scale, was another attempt made on August 4 by a party of 300 Miquelites to enter Girona. They eluded St. Cyr, but on arriving at the entry of the Galligan, close under the forts, made the unfortunate mistake of entering the convent of San Daniel, which the garrison had been compelled to evacuate a few days before. It was now in the French lines, and the Catalans were all taken prisoners. It was not till August 17, 6 days after the fall of Montjuich, that Alvarez obtained his first feeble reinforcement, the Miquelite battalion of Cervera, with a draft for that of Vich already in the garrison, altogether 800 bayonets. Got into the city on the west side by eluding Lecai's Italians in the plain and fording the Tur. They were much needed, for Alvarez was complaining to the Catalan junta that he had now only 1,500 able-bodied men left of his Regina, 0. Verdier had written to his master, after the capture of Montjuich, to announce that Girona must infallibly surrender within 8 or 10 days, now that it had nothing but an antiquated medieval wall to oppose to his cannon. So far, however, was he from being a true prophet that, as a matter of fact, the second and longer episode of the siege, which was to be protracted far into the winter, had only just begun. Section 17, Chapter 3. The Fall of Girona, August-December 1809. When Montjuich had been evacuated, the position of Girona was undoubtedly perilous. Of the 2 mountain summits which command the city, one was now entirely in the hands of the French, for not only the great fort itself, but several of the smaller works above the ravine of the Galligan such as the fortified convent of San Daniel and the ruined Tower of San Juan, had been lost. The front exposed to attack now consisted of the northern section of the old city wall, from the bastion of Santa Maria at the water's edge to the Tower of La Giarnella, which forms the northeastern angle of the place and lies further up the slope of the Capuchin Heights than any other portion of the enceinte. The space between these 2 points was simply covered by a medieval wall set with small round towers. Neither the towers nor the curtain between them had been built to hold artillery. Indeed, the only spots on this front where guns had been placed were 1. The comparatively modern bastion of Santa Maria, 2. A work erected under and about the Giarnella and called the Redoubt of the Germans, and 3, 4, 2 parts of the wall called the platforms of San Pedro and San Cristobal, which had been widened till they could carry a few heavy guns. On the rest of the enceinte, owing to its narrowness, nothing but wall pieces and 2-pounders could be mounted. The parts of the curtain most exposed to attack were the sections named Santa Lucia, San Pedro, San Cristobal, and Las Sarracenas, from churches or quarters which lay close behind them. With nothing but an antiquated wall, 7 to 9 feet thick, 30 feet high, and destitute of a ditch, it seemed that this side of Gerona was doomed to destruction within a few days. But there were points in the position which rendered the attack more difficult than might have been expected. The first was that any approaches directed against this front would be exposed to a flanking fire from the forts on the Capuchin Heights, especially from the cavalry and chapter redoubts. The second was that the greater part of the weak sections of the wall were within a re-entering angle, for the Tower of Santa Lucia and the Redoubt of the Germans by the Giarnella project, and the curtains between them are in a receding sweep of the enceinte. Attacks on these ill-fortified sections would be outflanked and enfiladed by the 2 stronger works. The only exposed part of the curtain was that called Santa Lucia, running from the tower of that name down to the bastion of Santa Maria. Lastly, the parallels which the French might construct from their base on Montjuich would have to be built on a down slope, overlooked by loftier ground, and when they reached the foot of the walls, they would be in a sort of gully or bottom, into which the defenders of the city could look down from above. The only point from which the north end of Gerona could be approached from flat ground and without disadvantages of slope is the short front of less than 200 yards breadth between the foot of Montjuich and the bank of the Ter. Here, in the ruins of the suburb of Pedret, there was plenty of cover, a soil easy to work, and a level terrain as far as the foot of the Santa Maria bastion. The engineers of the besieging army selected 3 sections of wall as their objective. The first was the Redoubt of the Germans and the Tower of La Giarnella, the highest and most commanding works in this part of the enceinte. Once established in these, they could overlook and dominate the whole city. The other points of attack were chosen for the opposite reason, because they were intrinsically weak in themselves, not because they were important or dominating parts of the defenses. The curtain of Santa Lucia in particular seemed to invite attack, as being in a salient angle, unprotected by flanking fire, and destitute of any artillery of its own. Verdier, therefore, on the advice of his engineers, set to work to attack these points of the enceinte between La Giarnella and Santa Maria. New batteries erected amid the ruins of Montjuich were leveled against them, in addition to such of the older batteries as could still be utilized. On the front by Pedret also, where nothing had hitherto been done, works were prepared for guns to be directed against Santa Maria and Santa Lucia. Meanwhile, a perpetual bombardment with shell was kept up against the whole quarter of the town that lay behind the selected points of attack. Mortars were always playing, not only from the Montjuich Heights, but from 2 batteries erected on the so-called Green Mound in the plain beyond the river Ter. Their effect was terrible. Almost every house in the northern quarter of Gerona was unroofed or destroyed. The population had to take refuge in cellars, where after a few days they began to die fast, all the more so that food was just beginning to run short as August advanced. From the 14th to the 30th of that month, Verdier's attack was developing itself. By its last day 4 breaches had been established, 1 about 40 feet broad in the curtain of St. Lucia, 2 close together in the works at La Giarnella, the 4th and smallest in the platform of San Cristobal. But the approaches were still far from the foot of the wall. The fire of the outlying Spanish works, especially the cavalry fort, was unsubdued, and though the guns along the attacked front had all been silenced, the French artillery had paid dearly both in lives and in material for the advantage they had gained. Moreover, sickness was making dreadful ravages in the ranks of the besieging army. The malarious pestilence on which the Spaniards had relied had appeared, after a sudden and heavy rainfall had raised the Tur and Onya beyond their banks and inundated the whole plain of salt. By malaria, dysentery, and sunstroke Verdier had lost 5,000 men, in addition to his casualties in the siege. Many of them were convalescents in the hospitals of Perpignan and Figueres, but it was hard to get them back to the front. The Sarmatines made the roads impassable for small detachments, and the officers on the line of communication, being very short of men, were given to detaining drafts that reached them on their way to Girona. Hence Verdier, including his artillerymen and sappers, had less than 10,000 men left for the siege, and these much discouraged by its interminable length, short of officers, and sickly. This was not enough to guard a periphery of 6 miles, and messengers were continually slipping in or out of Girona between the widely scattered camps of the French. On August 31, a new phase of the siege began. In response to the constant appeals of Alvarez to the Catalan junta and the consequent complaints of the junta, alike to the Captain General Blake, and to the central government at Seville, something was at last about to be done to relieve Girona. The Supreme Central Junta, in reply to a formal representation of the Catalans dated August 16, had sent Blake 6 million reals in cash and a peremptory order to march on Girona, whatever the state of his army might be, authorizing him to call out all the Sarmatines of the province in his aid. The general, who had at last returned to Tarragona, obeyed, though entirely lacking confidence in his means of success, and on the 31st, his advance guard was skirmishing with St. Cyr's covering army on the heights to the south of the Tur. Blake's army, it will be remembered, had been completely routed at Belchite by Suchet on June 18. The wrecks of his Aragonese division had gradually rallied at Tortosa, those of his Valencian divisions at Morla, but even by the end of July he had only a few thousand men collected, and he had lost every gun of his artillery. For many weeks he could do nothing but press the junta of Valencia to fill the depleted ranks of his regiments with recruits, to reconstitute his train, and to provide him with new cannon. Aragon had been lost. Nothing could be drawn from thence. Catalonia, distracted by Suchet's demonstration on its western flank, did not do as much as might have been expected in its own defense. The junta was inclined to favor the employment of Miquelites and Sarmatines, and to undervalue the troops of the line. It forgot that the irregulars, though they did admirable work in harassing the enemy, could not be relied upon to operate in large masses or strike a decisive blow. Still, the regiments at Tarragona, Lerida, and elsewhere had been somewhat recruited before August was out. Blake's field army was composed of some 14,000 men. There were 5 Valencian regiments, those which had been least mishandled in the campaign of Aragon, with the relics of 6 of the battalions which Redaing had brought from Granada in 1808, 2 of Lazen's old Aragonese corps, and 5 or 6 of the regiments which had formed the original garrison of Catalonia. The battalions were very weak. It took 24 of them to make up 13,000 infantry. Of cavalry, there were only 4 squadrons, of artillery only 2 batteries. Those of the rank and file who were not raw recruits were the vanquished of Malins de Ray and Valls, or of Maria and Belchite. They had no great confidence in Blake, and he had still less in them. Despite the orders received from Seville, which bade him risk all for the relief of Girona, he was determined not to fight another pitched battle. The memories of Belchite were too recent to be forgotten. Though much obloquy has been poured upon his head for this resolve, he was probably wise in his decision. St. Cyr had still some 12,000 men in his covering army who had taken no share in the siege. Their morale was intact, and they had felt little fatigue or privation. They could be, and were in fact, reinforced by 4,000 men from Verdier's force when the stress came. Blake, therefore, was, so far as regular troops went, outnumbered by the French, especially in cavalry and artillery. He could not trust, in time of battle, the Meticulous, of whom some 4,000 or 5,000 from the Ampurdum and central Catalonia came to join him. He thought that it might be possible to elude or outflank St. Cyr, to lure him to divide his forces into scattered bodies by threatening many points at once, or, on the other hand, to induce him to concentrate on one short front, and so to leave some of the exits of Girona open. But a battle with the united French army he would not risk under any conditions. St. Cyr, however, was too wary for his opponent. He wanted to fight at all costs, and he was prepared to risk a disturbance of the siege operations if he could catch Blake in the open and bring him to action. The moment that pressure on his outposts by regular troops coming from the south was reported, he drew together Sauham's and Pino's divisions on the short line between San Dalme on the right and Casa de Selva on the left, across the high road from Barcelona. At the same time, he sent stringent orders to Verdier to abandon the unimportant sections of his line of investment, and to come to reinforce the field army at the head of his French division, which still count 0 bayonets. Verdier accordingly marched to join his chief, leaving Leccai's Italians, now little more than 2,000 strong, to watch the west side of Girona, and handing over the charge of the works on Montjuïc, the new approaches, and the park at Pont Mayer to the Westphalians. He abandoned all the outlying posts on the heights, even the convent of San Daniel, the village of Campdura, and the peak of Nostra Senora de los Angels. Only 4,600 infantry and 0 gunners and sappers were left facing the garrison, but Alvarez was too weak to drive off even such a small force. On September 1, Blake ostentatiously displayed the heads of his columns in front of St. Cyr's position, but while the French general was eagerly awaiting his attack and preparing his counterstroke, the Spaniards' game was being played out in another quarter. While Rivera and Claros with their Meticulous made noisy demonstration from the north against the Westphalians and threatened the park and the camp at Sarria, Blake had detached one of his divisions, that of Garcia Conde, some 4,000 strong, far to the left beyond St. Cyr's flank. This corps had with it a convoy of more than 1,000 mules laden with provisions and a herd of cattle. It completely escaped the notice of the French, and marching from Aymer at break of day, came down into the plain of Salt at noon, far in the rear of St. Cyr's army. Garcia Conde had the depleted Italian division of the siege corps in front of him. One of the brigadiers, the Pole Milo Switz, was in command that day, Leccai being in hospital. This small force, which vainly believed itself covered from attack by St. Cyr's corps, had kept no lookout to the rear, being wholly intent on watching the garrison. It was surprised by the Spanish column, cut into 2 halves, and routed. Garcia Conde entered the Mercadal in triumph with his convoy, and St. Cyr first learnt what had occurred when he saw the broken remnants of the Italians pouring into the rear of his own line at Fornells. That night Girona was free of enemies on its southern and eastern sides, and Alvarez communicated freely with Rivera's and Claros's irregulars, who had forced in the Westphalian division, and compelled it to concentrate in Montjuïc and the camp by the great park near Sarria. The garrison reoccupied the ruined convent of San Daniel by the Galligan, and placed a strong party in the hermitage on the peak of Nostra Senora de los Angels. It also destroyed all the advanced trenches on the slopes of Montjuïc. On the next morning, however, it began to appreciate the fact that the siege had not been raised. St. Cyr sent back Verdier's division to rejoin the Westphalians, and with them the wrecks of Leccai's routed battalions. He added to the force under Verdier half Pino's Italian division, 6 fresh battalions. With these reinforcements, the old siege lines could be reoccupied, and the Spaniards were forced back from the points outside the walls, which they had reoccupied on the night of September 1. By sending away such a large proportion of the 16,000 men that he had concentrated for battle on the previous day, St. Cyr left himself only some 10,000 men for a general action with Blake, if the latter should resolve to fight. But the Spanish general, being without Garcia Conde's division, had also no more than 10,000 men in line. Not only did he refuse to advance, but when St. Cyr, determined to fight at all costs, marched against him with offensive intentions, he hastily retreated as far as Hostelrich, 2 marches to the rear. There he broke up his army, which had exhausted all its provisions. St. Cyr did the same, and for the same reasons, his men had to disperse in order to live. He says in his memoirs that if Blake had shown a bold front against him and forced him to keep the covering army concentrated for 2 more days, the siege would have had to be raised. For the covering army had advanced against the Spaniards on September 2 with only 2 days' rations. It had exhausted its stores and eaten up the countryside. On the 4th, it would have had to retire or to break up into small fractions, leaving the siege corps unprotected. St. Cyr doubted whether the retreat would have ceased before Figueres was reached, but it is more probable that he would have merely fallen back to join Verdier and to live for some days on the dépots of Pont-Mayor and Sarria. He could have offered battle again under the walls of Gerona with all his forces united. Blake might have got into close touch with Alvarez and have thrown what convoys he pleased into the town, but as long as St. Cyr and Verdier with 22,000 men lay opposite him, he could not have risked any more. The situation, in short, would have been that which occurred in February 1811 under the walls of Badajoz, when Mortier faced Mendizábal, and would probably have ended in the same fashion, by the French attacking and driving off the relieving army. Blake, then, may be blamed somewhat for his excessive caution in giving way so rapidly before St. Cyr's advance. But if we remember the quality of his troops and the inevitable result of a battle, it is hard to censure him overmuch. Meanwhile, Garcia Conde, whose movements were most happy and adroit, reinforced the garrison of Gerona up to its original strength of 5,000 bayonets, by making over to Alvarez 4 whole battalions and some picked companies from other corps, and prepared to leave the town with the rest of his division and the vast drove of mules, whose burden had been discharged into the magazines. If he had dedicated his whole force to strengthening the garrison, the additional troops would have eaten up in a few days all the provisions that the convoy had brought in. Accordingly, he started off at 2 a.m. on September 4 with some 1,200 men, by the upland path that leads past the hermitage of Los Angels. St. Cyr had just placed Pino's troops from the covering army to guard the heights to the southeast of Gerona, but Garcia Conde, warned by the peasants of their exact position, slipped between the posts and got off to Hostelrich with a loss of no more than 50 men. Before he could consider his position safe, Verdier had to complete the lines of investment. This he did on September 5 by driving off the intermediate posts which Alvarez had thrown out from the Capuchin Heights to link the town with the garrison in the hermitage of Nuestra Señora de los Angels. Mazzucchelli's brigade stormed the hermitage itself on the following day with a loss of about 80 men and massacred the greater part of the garrison. On that same day, however, the French suffered a small disaster in another part of the environs. General Joba, who had been sent with 3 battalions to clear the road to Figueres from the bands of Claros and Rivera, was beaten and slain at San Gregorio by those chiefs. But the Miquelites afterwards retired to the mountains, and the road became intermittently passable, at least for large bodies of men. It was not till September 11, however, that Verdier recommenced the actual siege and bade his batteries open once more upon Gerona. The 11 days of respite, since Blake interrupted the bombardment on September 1, had been invaluable to the garrison, who had cleared away the debris from the foot of the breaches, replaced the damaged artillery on the front of attack, and thrown up interior defenses behind the shattered parts of the wall. They had also destroyed all the advanced trenches of the besiegers, which had to be reconstructed at much cost of life. In 4 days, Verdier had recovered most of the lost ground, when he was surprised by a vigorous sally from the gate of San Pedro. The garrison, dashing out at 3 p.m., stormed the 3 nearest breaching batteries, spiked their guns, and filled in all the trenches which were advancing towards the foot of the walls. 4 days' work was thus undone in an hour, and it was only on September 19 that Verdier had reconstructed his works and pushed forward so far towards his objective that he considered an assault possible. He then begged St. Cyr to lend him a brigade of fresh troops, pleading that the siege corps was now so weak in numbers and so demoralized by its losses that he did not consider that the men would do themselves justice at a storm. The losses of officers had been fearful. 1 battalion was commanded by a lieutenant, another had been reduced to 50 men, desertion was rampant among several of the foreign corps. Of 14,000 infantry of the French, Westphalian, and Italian divisions, less than 6,000 now remained. So far as mere siegecraft went, as he explained to St. Cyr, the affair might be considered at an end. We have made 4 large practicable breaches, each of them sufficient to reduce the town, but the troops cannot be trusted. St. Cyr refused to lend a man for the assault, writing with polite irony that every general has his own task. Yours is to take Girona with the resources placed at your disposal by the government for that object, and the officers named by the government to conduct the siege. He added that he considered, from its past conduct, that the morale of the siege corps was rather good than bad. He should not, therefore, allow the covering army to join the assault, but he would lend the whole of Pino's division to take charge of Montjuich and the camps during the storm, and would make a demonstration against the Mercadal to distract the enemy from the breaches. With this Verdier had to be content, and after making 2 final protests, concentrated all his brigades save those of the Westphalian division, and composed with them 4 columns, amounting to some 3,000 men, directing one against each of the 4 breaches. That sent against the platform of San Cristobal was a mere demonstration of 150 men, but the other 3 were heavy masses. The Italians went against Santa Lucia, the French brigade against the southern breach in the redoubt of the Germans, the Berg troops against the northern one. A separate demonstration was made against the cavalry fort, whose unsubdued fire still flanked the breaches, in the hope that its defenders might be prevented from interfering in the main struggle. Alvarez, who had noted the French columns marching from all quarters to take shelter before the assault, in the trenches on the slopes of Montjuich and in front of Pedret, had fair warning of what was coming, and had done his best to provide against the danger. The less important parts of the enceinte had been put in charge of the citizens of the crusade, and the picked companies of every regiment had been told off the breaches. The Englishman, Ralph Marshall, was in charge of the curtain of Santa Lucia. William Nash, the Spanish-Irish colonel of Altonia, commanded at the 2 breaches under La Gironella. Brigadier Fornes, the second in command of the garrison, had general supervision of the defenses. He had previously taken charge of Montjuich during the great assault in August. Everything had been done to prepare a second line of resistance behind the breaches. Barricades had been erected, houses loopholed, and a great many marksmen disposed on roofs and church towers, which looked down on the rear side of the gaps in the wall. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of September 19, the 3 columns destined for the northern breaches descended from Montjuich on the side of San Daniel, crossed the Galligan, and plunged into the hollow at the foot of the redoubt of the Germans. At the same moment, the 4th column started from the ruins of the Tower of San Juan to attack the curtain of Santa Lucia. The diversion against the cavalry fort was made at the same moment and beaten off in a few minutes, so that the fire of this work was not neutralized during the assault according to Verdier's expectation. The main assault, nevertheless, was delivered with great energy despite the flanking fire. At the 2 points of attack under La Gironella, the stormers twice won, crossed, and descended from the breach, forcing their way into the ruined barracks behind. But they were mown down by the terrible musketry fire from the houses and finally expelled with the bayonet. At the Santa Lucia curtain, the Italians scaled the breach, but were brought up by a perpendicular drop of 12 feet behind it, the foot of the wall in this quarter chancing to be much higher than the level of the street below. They held the crest of the breach for some time, but were finally worsted in a long and furious exchange of fire with the Spaniards on the roofs and churches before them, and recoiled. The few surviving officers rallied the stormers and brought them up for a second assault, but at the end of 2 hours of hard fighting, all were constrained to retire to their trenches. They had lost 624 killed and wounded, including 3 colonels, the only 3 surviving in the whole of Verdier's corps, and 30 other officers. The Spanish loss had been 251, among them Colonel Marshall, who was mortally wounded at his post on the Santa Lucia front. Map of the Siege of Girona. Enlarged Siege of Girona. Verdier accused his troops of cowardice, which seems to have been unjust. St. Cyr wrote to the Minister of War to express his opinion that his subordinate was making an excuse to cover his own error, in judging that a town must fall merely because there were large breaches in its walls. The columns stopped for 90 minutes on the breaches under as heavy a fire as has ever been seen. There was some disorder at the end, but that is not astonishing in view of the heavy loss suffered before the retreat. I do not think that picked grenadiers would have done any better, and I am convinced that the assault failed because the obstacles to surmount were too great. The fact was that the Spaniards had fought with such admirable obstinacy and had so well arranged their inner defenses that it did not suffice that the breaches should have been perfectly practicable. At the northern assault, the stormers actually penetrated into the buildings behind the gaps in the ruined wall, but could not get further forward. In short, the history of the siege of Gerona gives a clear corroboration of the old military axiom that no town should ever surrender merely because it has been breached, and justifies Napoleon's order that every governor who capitulated without having stood at least one assault should be sent before a court-martial. It refutes the excuses of the too numerous commanders who have surrendered merely because there was a practicable breach in their walls, like Imaz at Badajoz in 1811. If all Spanish generals had been as wary and as resolute as Mariano Alvarez, the Peninsular War would have taken some unexpected turns. The moral of the defenses of Tarifa, Burgos, and San Sebastian will be found to be the same as that of the defense of Gerona. The effect of the repulse of September 19 on the besieging army was appalling. Verdier, after writing 3 venomous letters to the emperor, the war minister, and Marshal Augereau, in which he accused St. Cyr of having deliberately sacrificed the good of the service to his personal resentments, declared himself invalided. He then went off to Perpignan, though permission to depart was expressly denied him by his superior. His divisional generals, Lecaille and Morio, had already preceded him to France. Disgust at the failure of the storm had the same effect on the rank and file. 1,200 men went to the hospital in the fortnight that followed the assault, till by October 1 the 3 divisions of the siege corps numbered little more than 4,000 bayonets, just enough to hold Montjuich and the camps by the great depots at Pont-Meyer and Sarria. The store of ammunition in the park had been used up for the tremendous bombardment poured upon the breaches from the 15th to the 17th of September. A new supply was wanted from Perpignan, yet no troops could be detached to bring it forward, for the Miquelites were again active, and on September 13 had captured or destroyed near Bascara a convoy guarded by so many as 500 men. St. Cyr, left in sole charge of the siege by Verdier's departure, came to the conclusion that it was useless to proceed with the attack by means of trenches, batteries, and assaults, and frankly stated that he should starve the town out, but waste no further lives on active operations. He drew in the covering corps closer to Gerona, so that it could take a practical part in the investment, put the wrecks of Lecaille's troops, of whom less than 1,000 survived, into Pinault's division, and sent the French brigade of Verdier's old division to guard the line between Bascara and the frontier. Thus, the distinction between the siege corps and the covering troops ceased to exist, and St. Cyr lay with some 16,000 men in a loose circle round Gerona, intent not on prosecuting advances against the walls, but only on preventing the introduction of further succors. He was aware that acute privations were already being suffered by the Spaniards. Garcia Conde's convoy had brought in not much more than 8 days' provisions for the 5,000 men, the reinforced garrison, and the 10,000 inhabitants who still survived. There was a considerable amount of flour still left in store, but little else. Meat, salt, and fresh was all gone save horseflesh, for Alvarez had just begun to butcher his draft horses and those of his single squadron of cavalry. There was some small store of chocolate, tobacco, and coffee, but wine and aguardiente had run out, so had salt, oil, rice, and what was most serious with autumn and winter approaching, wood and charcoal. All the timbers of the houses destroyed by the bombardment had been promptly used up, either for fortification or for cooking. Medical stores were wholly unobtainable. The chief hospital had been burnt early in the siege, and the sick and wounded, laid in vaults or casemates for safety, died off like flies in the underground air. The seeds of pestilence were spread by the number of dead bodies of men and animals which were lying where they could not be reached, under the ruins of fallen houses. The spirit alike of garrison and troops still ran high. The repulse of the great assault of September 19 and the cessation of the bombardment for many days after had encouraged them. But they were beginning to murmur more and more bitterly against Blake. There was a general, if erroneous, opinion that he ought to have risked a battle instead of merely throwing in provisions on September 1. Alvarez himself shared this view and wrote in vigorous terms to the junta of Catalonia to ask if his garrison was to perish slowly by famine. Blake responded by a second effort, less happily planned than that of September 1. He called together his scattered divisions, now about 12,000 strong, and secretly concentrated them at La Bispal, between Girona and the sea. He had again got together some 1,200 mules laden with foodstuffs and a large drove of sheep and oxen. Henry O'Donnell, an officer of the Ultonia regiment, who had been sent out by Alvarez, marched at the head of the convoy with 2,000 picked men. A division of 4,000 men under General Wimpfen followed close behind to cover its rear. Blake, with the rest, remained at La Bispal. He committed the egregious fault of omitting to threaten other parts of the line of investment, so as to draw off St. Cyr's attention from the crucial point. He trusted to secrecy and sudden action, having succeeded in concentrating his army without being discovered by the French, who thought him still far away beyond Hostelrich. Thus it came to pass that though O'Donnell struck sharply in, defeated an Italian regiment near Casseller and another 3 miles further on, and reached the Constable Fort with the head of the convoy, yet the rest of Pino's division and part of Souham's concentrated upon his flank and rear, because they were not drawn off by alarms in other quarters. They broke in between O'Donnell and his supports, captured all the convoy save 170 mules, and destroyed the leading regiment of Wimpfen's column, shooting also, according to the Spanish reports, many scores of the unarmed peasants who were driving the beasts of burden. About 700 of Wimpfen's men were taken prisoners, about 1,300 killed or wounded, for little quarter was given. The remnant recoiled upon Blake, who fell back to Hostelrich next day, September 27, without offering to fight. The amount of food which reached the garrison was trifling, and Alvarez declared that he had no need for the additional mouths of O'Donnell's 4 battalions and refused to admit them into the city. They lay encamped under the Capuchin fort for some days, waiting for an opportunity to escape. 3. The stretch of mountain opposite Ney and Rainier was not crested, but table, so much so that Wellington took 2 squadrons of cavalry up to it, for use in the battle. The British general never took up a position where he had no space to hide his reserves. 4. The time when Ney sent an officer to Massena to ask leave to attack was the morning of the 26th, not the evening of the 25th. How could Ney have hoped to get the permission to fight and carry it out, when the time when he reached Mura was 5 o'clock, and dusk falls at 6:30? The messenger had 20 miles to ride, to Mortegoa and back. See Frérien's note in his Aperçu sur la Campagne de Portugal in Victoires et Conquêtes. 5. Leith's troops, so far from being only passing the Mondego on the afternoon of the 25th, had passed it on the 23rd. Journal of Leith Hay, aide-de-camp of Leith. On the night of the 22nd, 23rd, Wellington wrote to Hill, "Leith's, Picton's, and Cole's divisions are now on the Serra de Busaco dispatches. Hill was not behind the Alva, but massed at the fords of Peñacova, only 4 miles from the battlefield. He crossed at dawn on the 26th, but could have been in action within 2 hours of the first shot if the attack had been made on the 25th. 6. Wellington, including Hill's division, had therefore 40,000 men, not 25,000, but the latter number would have sufficed, for Ney and Rainier had only their advanced guards up, and in the hour and a half before dusk could not have brought up their whole corps by the bad and narrow roads from behind. The diary of the 6th Corps mentions that only the vanguard division, Loyson, bivouacked in front of the heights. The rearguard was as far back as Barrel that night. 7. The exact moment of the arrival of the British 1st Division may be gauged from the fact that it passed Luzo, the village behind Busaco, at 8 a.m. on the 26th. Diary of Stothert 3rd Foot Guards, p. 188. There is only 2 miles from Luzo to the position taken up by the 1st Division. Section 21, Chapter 2. The Battle of Busaco, September 27, 1810. It remains that we should describe the ground which Wellington had chosen on the 21st, and on which he fought with such splendid success upon the 27th. The ridge, which takes its name from the convent of Bassaco, is one of the best marked positions in the whole Iberian Peninsula. A single continuous line of heights covered with heather and firs, with the dull red and dull grey granite cropping up here and there through the soil, extends from the Mondego on the right, where it ends precipitously, to the main chain of the Serra d'Alcoba on the left. The ridge is very irregular in its altitude. The two loftiest sections are one at a distance of 2 miles from the Mondego, and the other to the immediate right of the convent enclosure, where the original obelisk commemorating the battle was set up. Between these two culminating summits the ridge sinks down, and is at its lowest, where the country road from San Antonio de Cantaro to Paleros passes over it. There are 3 other points where it is crossed by lines of communication. 2 lie far to the east, not far from the Mondego, where bad paths from San Paulo to Pameses and from Carval Hill to Casal exist. The third and most important is in its left center, where, close to the convent, the chaussee from Celorico to Coimbra, the main artery of the local road system, passes the watershed. It does so at a place which is by no means the least lofty point of the ridge, but the line was obvious to the road-making engineer, because a spur, the only one of any importance in the heights, here runs gradually down from the Serra into the lower ground. To lead the chaussee up the side of this spur, past the village of Mura, and so to the crest of the ridge on gentle slopes, was clearly better than to make it charge the main range, even at a less lofty point. The convent lies just to the right of the spot where the chaussee passes the skyline, a few hundred yards off the road. It was a simple, low quadrangle with a small chapel in its midst, standing in a fine wood of pine and oak, surrounded by a 10-foot wall. The wood is sprinkled with hermitages, picturesque little buildings hewn in the rock, where those of the monks who chose practiced the anchorite's life. The outer wall of the wood and the tops of its trees are just visible on the skyline of the main ridge. The convent is not, being well down the reverse slope. The point where the convent wood tops the heights is the only section of them where trees are seen on the summit. The rest of the line is bare heath, with occasional outbreaks of rock, falling in slopes of greater or lesser steepness towards the broken wooded foothills, where the French lay. On part of the left center, there is ground which it is no exaggeration to describe as precipitous, to the front of the highest piece of the ridge, below the old obelisk. The effect of the whole line of heights is not dissimilar to, though on a smaller scale than, the Malvern Hills. The highest point on the Serra is about 1,200 feet above sea level, but much less, of course, above the upland below. The position of Bassaco is fully 9 miles long from end to end, from the steep hill above the Mondego to Cole's western flank. This was a vast front for an army of 50,000 men to cover, according to the ideas of 1810. There were absolute gaps in the line at more than one place, especially above Carvalho, where about a mile separated Leith's left from his central brigade. The defense of such a position could only be risked because of 2 facts. One was that every movement of the enemy on the lower ground before the ridge could be accurately made out from above. He could not concentrate in front of any section of the heights without being seen. His only chance of doing so would have been to take advantage of the night, but even if he had drawn up for the attack before dawn, a thing almost impossible in the broken, ravine-cut, wooded bottoms, he could not have moved till full daylight, because the face of the position presents so many irregularities, such as small gullies and miniature precipices, that columns climbing in the dark must undoubtedly have got lost and broken up on the wild hillside. Moreover, there was a thick cordon of British pickets pushed forward almost to the foot of the ridge, which would have given warning by their fire and their preliminary resistance if any advance had been attempted in the grey dawn. The second advantage of the Bassaco position is that on its left center and right center the ridge has a broad flat top, some 300 or 400 yards across, on which all arms can move laterally with ease to support any threatened point. It is so broad that Wellington even ventured to bring up a few squadrons of dragoons to the summit, rightly arguing that a cavalry charge would be of all things the most unexpected reception that an enemy who had breasted such a hillside could meet at the end of his climb. As a matter of fact, however, this section of the heights was never attacked by the French. The right of the position is not flat-topped like the center, but has a narrow saddleback, breaking into outcrops of rock at intervals. But though here prompt motion from right to left or left to right is not possible on the crest, there is a rough country path, good for infantry and available even for guns, a few hundred yards down the reverse side of the slope. Along this troops could be moved with ease, entirely out of sight of the enemy. It proved useful for Leith's division during the battle. Wellington calculated, therefore, with perfect correctness, that he could count on getting an adequate force of defenders to any portion of his long line before the enemy could establish himself on the summit. The extreme left, where Cole's division lay, was the hardest part of his line to reinforce, for want of good lateral communication. It was also a good deal lower than Crawford's post. Here, therefore, Wellington had placed the main mass of his reserves. The German Legion and 2 Portuguese brigades were lying on his left center very close to the 4th Division, so that they would be available at short notice, though they would have a stiff climb if the French chose that section of the position as their objective, and it had to be strengthened in haste. The distribution of the army remains to be described. On the extreme right, on the height of Nossa Senhora do Monte, just overhanging the Mondego, was a battalion of the Lusitanian Legion, with 2 guns. Next to them, on very high ground, lay Hill's division, 3 British and 2 Portuguese brigades, with a battery on each flank. Then came a slight dip in the ridge, where the road from San Paulo to Pameses crosses it. Athwart this path lay Leith's newly constituted division, consisting of 3 British and 7 Portuguese battalions. The British brigade lay on the right. Then came, after a long interval, 2 battalions of the Lusitanian Legion, the only troops guarding 2 miles of very rough ground. On Leith's extreme left, towards Picton's right, was Spry's Portuguese brigade, and 3 unattached battalions, 8th Line and Tamar Militia. Beyond the 8th Regiment, where the watershed sinks again, and is crossed by the road from San Antonio de Cantaro to Paleiros, Picton's line began. On his right, across the road, was Arenchalt's Portuguese battery, supported by the 74th British Regiment and Champlemon's Portuguese brigade of 3 battalions. The 45th Anth, the 2 remaining battalions of the Brigade of Mackinnon, were placed to the left of the road, the former on the first spur to the north of it, the latter nearly a mile to the left. Lightburn's brigade and Thompson's British battery were a short distance beyond the 88th. North of Picton's position, the ridge rises suddenly again to its loftiest section. Along this almost impregnable ground, with its precipitous front, were ranged the 3 British brigades of Spencer's 1st Division, the Guards on the right, Blantyres on the left, Pakenhams in the center, 5,000 bayonets, dominating the whole countryside and the rest of the position. North of them again, where the ridge falls sharply along the back wall of the Convent Wood, was Pack's Portuguese brigade, reaching almost to the high road. Along the curve of the high road itself, in column, was Coleman's Portuguese brigade, and beside it A. Campbell's Portuguese, with the German Legion beyond them on the Monte Novo ridge. Coleman, Campbell, and the Germans were the main reserve of the army, and were in second line, for far to the front of them, on a lower slope, along a curve of the Chaussee, lay Crawford and the Light Division, looking down on the village of Sula almost at the bottom of the heights. Between Crawford and his next neighbor to the right, Pack, was a curious feature of the field, a long narrow ravine, with steep grassy sides, terraced in some places into vineyards. This cleft, between Sula on the left and Mura on the right, cuts deep up into the hillside, its head almost reaching the crest of the watershed below the convent. In order to circumvent this precipitous gully, the Chaussee, after passing through the village of Mura, takes a semicircular curve to the right and goes round the head of the cleft. For half a mile or more, it overhangs the steep declivities on its right, while on its left at this point, it is dominated by a pine wood on the upper slopes, so that it forms more or less of a defile. The gully is so narrow here that guns on Crawford's position had an easy range on the road, and enfiladed it most effectively. The battery attached to the Light Division, that of Ross, had been placed in a sort of natural redoubt, formed by a semicircle of boulders with gaps between. Some of the guns bore on the village of Sula, on the lower slope below, others across the ravine to the high road. They were almost invisible among the great stones to an enemy coming up the hill or along the Chaussee. Crawford had got a battalion of his Caçadores, no, 3 in the village, low down the slope, with his other Portuguese battalion and the 95th Rifles strung out on the hillside above to support the troops below them. His two strong line battalions, the 43rd and, were lying far above in the road at the point where it has passed the head of the gully in its curve, with a little fir wood behind them and a small windmill in their front. The road being cut through the hillside here, they were screened as they stood, but had only to advance a few feet to reach the skyline and to command the slope stretching upwards from the village of Sula. To the left rear of Crawford's position and forming the northwestern section of the English line lay Cole's 4th Division, reaching almost to the villages of Paradas and Algeriz. Its Portuguese brigade, 11th Anid Regiments, was thrown forward on the left under Collins. Its two English brigades were at the head of the slope. The ground was not high, but the slope was very steep, and as a matter of fact was never even threatened, much less attacked. 60 guns were distributed along the line of the Serra. Ross's horse artillery troop were with Crawford, Bull S with Cole. Of the field batteries, Lawson's was with Pack, Thompson's with Lightburn, Retberg's with Spencer, Cleves with Coleman. There were also 4 Portuguese field batteries. Arenchild's was on the high road with Picton, Dixon's 2 batteries with Hill, Passos with Coleman, alongside of Cleves' German guns. Counting their artillerymen and the 2 squadrons of the 4th, Dragoons on the summit of the plateau, Wellington Ha, 0 men on the field. Of the rest of his disposable army, the Portuguese Cavalry Brigade, Regiments 1, 4, 7, 8, 1,400 sabres under Fane, and 1 British regiment, 13th Light Dragoons, were beyond the Mondego, far to the southeast, watching the open country across the Alva as far as Faz d'Au and Sabril. Their headquarters were at Faz de Alva. To defend the Pont de Mercella position against any possible flanking force the French might have detached, Wellington had left Le Corps Portuguese 2 regular regiments, Nos. 12 and 3 battalions of the Beira militia. All these troops were 10 or 12 miles from the nearest point at which a shot was fired, in a different valley, and were alike unseeing and unseen. In a similar fashion, far out to the west, on the other side of the watershed, in the low ground by Milhada, was the English cavalry, with the exception of the 1 regiment at Faz de Alva and 2 squadrons on the Convent Ridge. Rainier's corps, pushing the English rearguard before it, had arrived in front of the Bassaco position on the afternoon of September 25th. When Ney's corps came up at dusk, Rainier edged away to the left and established himself on the low hills above the hamlet of San Antonio de Cantaro, leaving the ground about the high road to the 6th Corps. The 8th and Montbrun's cavalry were still some way behind, beyond Beryl. Massena, for reasons which it is hard to divine, had not come to the front, though he must have heard the guns firing all through the afternoon, and had been informed by Rainier that the English were standing at bay on the Bassaco Ridge. He came no further to the front than Mortegoa on the 25th. Ney, on the morn of the next day, was busy reconnoitring the position. He sent forward Turelures to push in Crawford's outposts and ventured as far to the front as was possible. So well hidden was Wellington's line that the Marshal formed an entirely erroneous conception of what was before him. At 10:30 in the morning, he wrote to Rainier to say that the whole English army seemed to be moving to its left, apparently on the road towards Oporto, but that it had still a rearguard with a dozen guns in position to the right of the park, which covers the convent. Apparently Cole's division, taking ground to its left on Spencer's arrival, and Crawford on the chaussee, was all that he had made out. He had not discovered Leith and the 5th Division, and could not, of course, know that Spencer was at this moment arriving at the convent, and that Hill was across the Mondego at Peñacova. The Marshal added that if he had been in chief command, he should have attacked whatever was in front of him without a moment's hesitation. But things being as they were, he thought that Rainier would risk nothing by pushing forward on the English right and thrusting back Wellington's outposts, for it was desirable to make him retreat towards his left. It is clear that Ney, if he had possessed a free hand, would have brought on a battle when he was only intending to drive in a rearguard. For by 10:30 on the 26th, Wellington had every man upon the field whom he intended to use in the fight, and would have welcomed an assault. Of the French, on the other hand, Junot's 8th Corps and the cavalry and artillery were still far away to the rear. They only came up in rear of Ney on the night of the 26th-27th. Massena, on receiving Ney's report, rode up to the front at about 2 o'clock on the 26th, a late hour, but he is said to have been employed in private matters at Mortegoa. When he had at last appeared, he pushed forward as near to the foot of the British position as was safe, and reconnoitred it with care. In the evening, he drew up orders for attacking the Bassaco heights at their most accessible points, along the chaussee that leads from Mura up to the convent, and along the country road from San Antonio de Cantaro to Paleros. The Prince of Essling had no hesitation whatever about risking a battle. He had never seen the English before, and held concerning them the same views as the other French officers who had no experience of Wellington's army. Some confused generalization from the misfortunes of the Duke of York's troops in 1790-45 and determined the action of all the marshals till they had made personal acquaintance with the new enemy. The English were to be dealt with by drastic frontal attacks pushed home with real vigor. It is curious, as Napoleon remarked soon after, that Rainier, who had been badly beaten by the English at Alexandria and Maida, had learnt no more than the others, and committed exactly the same errors as his colleagues. He who had experience of his adversaries, and Ney, who had not, adopted precisely the same tactics. These, indeed, were indicated to them by Massena's order to attack in columns, each at least a division strong, preceded by a swarm of tirailleurs. There was no question of a general advance all along the line. The two corps commanders were directed to choose each his point, and to break through the British army at it by force of mass and impact. Only two sections of Wellington's 9-mile position were to be touched, there being a long gap between the objectives assigned to Ney and to Rainier. But by throwing 13,000 or 14,000 men in close order at each of the two short fronts selected, Massena thought that he could penetrate the thin line of the defenders. As none of the historians of the battle have thought it worthwhile to give the marshal's orders in detail, and many writers have misconceived or misstated them, it is necessary to state them. The attacks of the 2nd Nth Corps were not to be simultaneous. Rainier, having the easier ground before him, was told to move first. He was to select the most accessible stretch of the hillside in his front, and to climb it with his whole corps in 1 or 2 columns, preceded by a skirmishing line. Having gained the crest and pierced the British line, he was to reform his men, and then drop down the reverse slope of the heights on to the Coimbra road, along which he was to press in the direction of the convent of Bassaco toward the rear of Wellington's centre. Ney was directed not to move till he should have learnt that Rainier had crowned the heights, but when he should see the 2nd Corps on the crest, was to send forward 2 columns of a division each against the British left centre. One division was to follow the chaussee, the other to mount the rough path up the spur on which the village of Sula stands. Both columns, like those of the 2nd Corps, were to be preceded by a thick line of skirmishers. They were to halt and reform when the crest of the English position should be carried, and then to adapt their movements to suit those of Rainier's corps. Junot was to assemble his 2 infantry divisions behind Mura, and to have them ready to reinforce either Ney or Rainier as might be needed. His artillery was to be placed on the knolls on each side of the chaussee, so as to be able to hold back the Allied army if, after repulsing Ney, it should attempt a forward movement. Montbrun's cavalry and the reserve artillery were to be placed on either side of the chaussee behind Junot's centre. The horsemen were obviously useless, save that in the event of Wellington being defeated, they could be sent forward in pursuit. Nor were the guns much more serviceable. They could sweep the lower parts of the slopes of Bassaco, but could not reach its crest with their fire. Indeed, the only French artillery used successfully on the next day were 2 batteries which Ney's columns of attack took with them along the chaussee, as far as the elbow of road in front of Mura. These were in effective range of Crawford's and Pack's troops, since the latter were on a level with them, and not on the highest crest of the British position. Rainier's guns could just reach the summit of the pass of San Antonio de Cantaro, but not so as to play upon it with any good result. It is said that Junot and Rainier were in favor of trying the frontal attack which Massena had dictated, as was also Laszowski, the Polish general who commanded the engineers of the army. Fririon, the chief of the staff, and Eblé, commanding the artillery, spoke against the policy of taking the bull by the horns. Massena, according to Frerian, turned on the doubters with the words, "You come from the old army of the Rhine, you like maneuvering. But it is the first time that Wellington seems ready to give battle, and I want to profit by the opportunity." Ney too, as we read with some surprise, is said to have given the opinion that it would have been feasible to assault the heights yesterday, but that now, when Wellington had been given time to bring up his reserves and settle his army down into the most advantageous position, the policy of taking the offensive had become doubtful. He therefore advised that the army should turn aside and make a stroke at Oporto, which would be found unprotected save by militia. Massena, according to his official biographer, announced that the emperor had ordered him to march on Lisbon, not on Oporto. This was entirely correct. The capture of Lisbon would end the whole war, that of Oporto would prolong it and bring no decisive result. Moreover, it was quite uncertain whether Wellington would not be able to prevent such a move. He has troops at Cheland as far as the Vouga, and he could get to Oporto in 3 marches, because he possesses the Oporto-Coimbra chaussee, while the French army, moving by worse roads, would require 5 marches to reach it. It is suggested that Ney's policy was really to goad his superior into making the frontal attack at Bassaco, by feigning to believe it dangerous and to counsel its abandonment. For he thought that Massena would do precisely the opposite of what he was advised, out of his personal dislike for himself and general distaste for having counsel thrust upon him. If this was so, the Duke of Elchingen carried his point, to the entire discomfiture both of himself and his commander-in-chief. Map of the Battle of Bassaco. Enlarged Battle of Bussacao, Sep. 27, 1810. Position of the troops at the commencement of the French attack. On the 26th, after Massena had retired to his headquarters at Mortegoa, there was a little skirmishing on the English right centre, where Rainier's advanced guard drove the light company of the 88th off some knolls at the foot of the heights. Opposite San Antonio de Cantaro, much about the same time, there was some bickering on Ney's front. The pickets of Pack's 4th Caçadores and Crawford's 95th were attacked, but held their ground. The contest was never very serious, and the fire died down at dusk. That evening, the British army slept in order of battle, each man with his firelock in his grasp at his post. There were no fires, and the death-like stillness that reigned throughout the line was only interrupted by the occasional challenge of an advanced sentry or a random shot fired at some imaginary foe. Below and in front, all the low hills behind Mura and San Antonio were bright with the bivouac fires of the French, of which 3 great masses could be distinguished, marking the position of the 2nd, 6th, and 9th Corps. The dawn of the 27th was somewhat misty, but as soon as the light was strong enough, Rainier commenced his attack. He had chosen for his objective, as was natural, the lowest point of the ridge opposite him, the dip where the country road from San Antonio de Cantaro crosses the Serra. His 2 divisions, according to order, were drawn up in 2 heavy columns, preceded by a dense swarm of tirailleurs. Houdelot's division on the left was across the high road, with the 31st Leger in front, then the 2 regiments of Foy's brigade, the 70th Leger with the 47th in reserve. The whole made 15 battalions or 8,000 men. Murrell's division had the right and was to attack north of the road. Of its 11 battalions, making 6,500 men, the 36th of the line led, the 2nd Leger followed, the 4th Leger brought up the rear. All the battalions were in serried column with a front of 1 company only, and in each regiment the 3 or 4 battalions were originally drawn up one behind the other. But the involuntary swerving of the attack soon turned the 2 divisions into an irregular echelon of battalion columns, the right in every case leading. And the roughness of the hillside soon broke the ordered ranks of each column into a great clump of men, so that to the British defenders of the ridge, the assault seemed to be delivered by a string of small crowds crossing the hillside diagonally. It is curious that Rainier placed no troops to his left of the road. A study of his orders, as of those of Massena, leads to a suspicion that they had failed to discover Leith's division and still more Hill's, and imagined that the road was on the extreme right, not in the right center, of the British position. Otherwise, Rainier would have taken some precaution to guard himself from a flank attack from Leith, to which he was deliberately exposing his left column. There were, as has already been pointed out, several gaps in the 9-mile British line. One was between the 8th Regiment of Portuguese on Leith's extreme left and the rest of the 5th Division. Another was between Picton's troops at the pass of San Antonio and his left wing, the 88th and Lightburn's Brigade. Between the 45th and the 88th, there was 3/4 of a mile of unoccupied ground. The first gap led to no danger. The second caused for a moment a serious crisis. Such was indeed almost bound to occur when a line so long was held by such a small army. But this morning there arose the special danger that fog hid the first movements of the enemy from the eye, if not from the ear. Merle's division seems to have been the first of Rainier's 2 columns to move. At dawn, with the mist lying thick on the hillside, it began to move up the steep slope some 3/4 of a mile to the right of the San Antonio Paleros road. Here its tirailleurs came in contact with the light companies of the 74th, 88th, and 9th Regiments, which were strung out along the front, and soon began to push this thin line uphill. For some reason undetermined, a trick of the mist, or a bend of the hillside, the 3 French regiments all headed somewhat to their left, so as to pass across the front of the 88th and to direct their advance precisely to the unoccupied piece of crest. Between that regiment and the troops placed immediately above the pass of San Antonio, their progress was slow. The tirailleurs left far behind them the 11 battalion columns, which were trampling through the dense matted heather which here covers the hillside. Hearing the bicker of the skirmishing far to his left, Picton took the alarm, and though he could see nothing in the fog, detached first a wing of the 45th under Major Gwynn, and then the 2 battalions of the 8th Portuguese to fill the unoccupied space which intervened between him and the 88th. If he had suspected the strength of the column that was aiming at it, he would have sent more. But he was already distracted by the frontal attack of Houdelot's vanguard along the high road. A column of 4 battalions, the 31st Leger, was pushing up the road and driving in the skirmishers of Champlemon's Portuguese brigade. Just at this moment the mist began to lift, and Arenchalt's guns opened on the broad mass and began to plough long lanes through it. It still advanced, but was soon brought to a standstill by the fire of the British 74th and Portuguese 21st, which were drawn up in line to right and left, a little below the guns. The 31st Leger tried to deploy, but with small success, each section being swept away by the converging fire of the Anglo-Portuguese musketry, as it strove to file out of the disordered mass. Nevertheless, the French regiment gallantly held its ground for some time, shifting gradually towards its right to avoid the fire of the guns, and gaining a little of the hillside in that direction with its 1st battalion, while the other 3 were tending to edge away from the road and to break up into a shapeless crowd. Picton soon saw that there was no danger here, handed over the command at the pass of San Antonio to Mackinnon, and started off towards his left, where the firing was growing heavier every minute, and the vast column of Merle's division, climbing the hillside diagonally, had become visible through the mist. It was fortunate that the attack of Merle was made very slow by the steepness of the hillside and the heather that clung about the soldiers' stumbling feet, for the leading regiment reached the crest before there were any British troops yet established on the point at which it aimed. It was lurching over the skyline on to the little plateau above, just as the defenders arrived, the 88th descending from the British left, the wing of the 45th, and the 2 battalions of the 8th Portuguese coming along the hill road from the right. If the French had been granted 10 minutes to rest from the fatigue of their long climb and to recover their order, they might have broken the British line. But Wallace, the commander of the 88th, was one of Wellington's best colonels, the very man for the emergency. Seeing that the French must be charged at once, ere they had time to make a front, he threw out 3 of his companies as skirmishers to cover his flanks, called to the wing of the 45th to fall in on his right, and charged diagonally across the little plateau onto the flank of the great disordered mass before him. At the same moment, the 8th Portuguese, a little further along the hilltop, deployed and opened a rolling fire against the front of the enemy, while Wellington himself, who had been called down from his post of observation on the convent height by the noise of the fighting, came up with 2 of Thompson's guns and turned their fire upon the flank and rear of the climbing mass, which was still surging up the hillside. Apparently at the same instant, the light companies of the 45th Anth, which had been engaged in the earlier skirmishing with the French tirailleurs and had been driven far away to their right, were rallied by Picton in person and brought up along the plateau to the right of the 8th Portuguese. They drew up only 60 yards from the flank of the leading French regiment and opened a rolling fire upon it. At any other juncture and on any other ground, 4 battalions would have been helpless against 11. But Wallace had caught the psychological moment. The French 36th, dead beat from its climb and in hopeless disorder, was violently charged in flank by the Connaught Rangers and the wing of the 45th, while it was just gathering itself up to run in upon the Portuguese battalions that lay in its front. The French had no time to realize their position or to mark the smallness of the force opposed to them when the blow fell. The 4 battalions of the 36th were rolled downhill and to their left by the blasting fire of Wallace's little force, followed by a desperate bayonet charge. They were thrust sideways against the 2nd Leger, which was just reaching the skyline on their left, and was beginning to struggle in among some rocks, which here crowned the crest of the heights. Then the whole mass gave way, trampled down the 4th Leger in their rear, and rushed down the slope. All was confusion and uproar, smoke, fire and bullets. French officers and soldiers, drummers and drums, knocked down in every direction. British, French, and Portuguese mixed together, while in the midst of all was to be seen Wallace fighting like his ancestor of old, and still calling to his soldiers to press forward. He never slackened his fire while a Frenchman was within his reach, and followed them down to the edge of the hill, where he formed his men in line waiting for any order that he might receive, or any fresh body that might attack him. This was certainly one of the most timely and gallant strokes made by a regimental commander during the war, and the glory was all Wallace's own, as Picton very handsomely owned. The colonel of the 88th and Major Gwyn of the 45th are entitled to the whole of the credit, he wrote to Wellington, and I can claim no merit whatever in the executive part of that brilliant exploit, which your lordship has so highly and so justly extolled. The victorious British troops followed the enemy far down the hillside, till they came under the fire of Rainier's artillery and were warned to retire to their former position. They thus missed the last episode of Rainier's attack, which occurred along the hillside just to the left of the point, at which their collision with Merle's battalions had taken place. The commander of the 2nd Corps, seeing his right column rolling down the slope, while the 31st was melting away, and gradually giving ground under the fire of the Anglo-Portuguese troops at the pass of San Antonio, hurried to Foy's brigade and started it up the hill to the right of the 31st. Foy had been told to support that regiment, but had taken Rainier's orders to mean that he was to follow up its advance when it began to make headway. His corps commander cantered up to him, shouting angrily, "Why don't you start on the climb? You could get the troops forward if you choose, but you don't choose." Whereupon Foy rode to the leading regiment of his brigade, the 17th Leger, put himself at its head, and began to ascend the heights, his other regiment, the 70th, following in echelon on his left rear. At this moment Merle's division was still visible, falling back in great disorder some way to the right, and pursued by Wallace, a discouraging sight for the 7 battalions that were about to repeat its experiment. Foy chose as his objective the first and lowest hilltop to the French right of the pass of San Antonio, and took his string of columns, the right always leading, up towards it at such pace as was possible over the long heather and among the occasional patches of stones. The troops which were in front of them here were those sections of Picton's division which were neither far away on the English left, with Wallace and Lightburn, nor actively engaged on the road against the 31st Leger, viz. the right wing of the British 45th under Colonel Meade, and the Portuguese 8th of the line, which had just been aiding in the repulse of Merle. These were soon afterwards joined by 1 battalion of the 9th Portuguese from Champlemon's brigade, and the unattached battalion of Tommer militia, which Picton sent up the hill. Yet this was still far too small a force to resist Foy's 7 battalions, unless speedily supported. But support in sufficient quantity was forthcoming. General Leith had received orders from Wellington to close in to Picton's right if he saw no hostile troops in his own front. As it was clear that Rainier had kept no reserves or flanking detachments to the south of the high road, it was possible for the 5th Division to move at once. While the fog was still hanging thickly along the crests of the Serra, Leith ordered a general move of his brigades to the left, while Hill detached troops from the southern end of the position to occupy the heights which the 5th Division was evacuating. This general move to the left was carried out along the rough but serviceable country road which passes along the rear of the plateau, out of sight of the French. At the moment when Foy's attack was beginning, Leith had just reached the pass of San Antonio, with Spry's Portuguese brigade at the head of his column, then the 2 battalions of the Lusitanian Legion, and lastly, Barnes' British brigade. One of Dixon's Portuguese batteries was also with him. He dropped the guns at the pass to aid Arenchalt's battery, whose fire was beginning to slacken from want of ammunition, and left Spry in their rear and the legionary battalions on the country road hard by, while he brought up Barnes' brigade to the front and reported his arrival to Picton. The latter said, it appears, that he was strong enough at the pass, but would be obliged if Leith would attend to the attack which was being made at this moment on the height to its immediate left. This movement of Foy's was now becoming dangerous. Forcing his way to the summit under a destructive fire, he had met on the edge of the plateau the 3 Portuguese battalions and the wing of the British 45th, and had driven them back. The Tomar militia broke and fled down the rear declivity of the heights, and the 8th Portuguese, though they did not fly, gave way and fell back in disorder. Just at this moment, Leith, with Barnes' 3 battalions, came up along the communication road at the back of the plateau. A heavy fire of musketry, writes Leith, was being kept up upon the heights, the smoke of which prevented a clear view of the state of things. But when the rock forming the high part of the Serra became visible, the enemy appeared to be in full possession of it, and a French officer was in the act of cheering, with his hat off, while a continued fire was being kept up from thence, and along the whole face of the slope of the Serra, in a diagonal direction towards its bottom, by the enemy ascending rapidly in successive columns, formed for an attack upon a mass of men belonging to the left battalion of the 8th and the 9th Portuguese, who, having been severely pressed, had given way, and were rapidly retiring in complete confusion and disorder. The enemy had dispersed or driven off everything opposed to him, was in possession of the rocky eminence of the Serra. A few of his tirailleurs were even on the upper edge of the rear slope. Leith, realizing that there was still time to save the position, for only the head of the French column had crowned the rocky knoll, deployed his leading battalion, the 9th, across the summit of the plateau, while sending on his second, the 38th, to get between the enemy and the reverse slope of the position. This last move turned out to be fruitless, for the rear face of the knoll is so steep and so thickly covered with large boulders that the 38th was unable to climb it and came back to fall in on the right of the 9th. But before it could get back, the senior regiment had done its work. Leith had led it diagonally across the plateau so as to place it along the flank of the leading battalions of Foy's column, of which the 1st was now ensconced on the summit of the heights, while the others were struggling up to join it. The 9th opened with a volley at 100 yards and then advanced firing, receiving hardly any return from the enemy, who seemed entirely disconcerted by the appearance of a new force parallel with its flank. At 20 yards from the French, the 9th lowered its bayonets and prepared to charge, Leith riding at its head, waving his plumed hat. Then the enemy gave way. My heroic column, writes Foy, much diminished during the ascent, reached the summit of the plateau, which was covered with hostile troops. Those on our left made a flank movement and smashed us up by their battalion volleys. Meanwhile, those on our front, covered by some rocks, were murdering us with impunity. The head of my column fell back to its right. Despite my efforts, I could not get them to deploy. Disorder set in, and the 17th Anth raced downhill in headlong flight. The enemy pursued us halfway to the foot of the heights, till he pulled up on coming under effective fire from our artillery. The battle was now over on this side. Rainier had in reserve only one regiment, the 47th of the line. His other 22 battalions had all been beaten to pieces. They had lost over 2,000 men, including more than half their superior officers. Merle, commanding the 1st Division, was wounded, His junior Brigadier Graindorge was killed. Foy, commanding the 1st Brigade of the other division, was wounded. Of the 6 colonels who had gone up the heights, those of the 31st Leger, 2nd Leger, 4th Leger, Anth had been hit. Of the 23 battalion commanders, 4 were killed, 7 wounded. Of 421 officers in all who went into action, 118, more than 1 in 4, had been disabled. Of the 2023 casualties, 350 men and 15 officers were prisoners in the hands of the British. And these losses had been suffered without inflicting any corresponding loss upon the defenders of the position. Picton's division killed and wounded, Leith's 160. The only regiments appreciably diminished were the 45th, 88th, and Portuguese 8th, with 150, 134, and casualties respectively. The only superior officers hit were the Portuguese Brigadier Champlemond and a major each in the 45th Anth. Of the 3rd Anth divisions, only 6 British and 5 Portuguese battalions had been engaged. The superiority of force against them had been about 2-1. Yet Rainier complained in his dispatch to Massena of being crushed by a triple superiority of numbers. As a matter of fact, it was the position that beat him, not the imagined numbers of the Allies. Wellington could risk much in taking up a long line when he had a good road of communication along its rear to shift troops from point to point, and when he could descry every movement of the enemy half an hour before it began to take effect. The other half of the Battle of Busaco was an even shorter business than Rainier's struggle with Picton and Leith, but no less bloody and decisive. Ney exactly obeyed Massena's orders to attack, with 2 divisions, the ground on each side of the Coimbra Chaussee, when he should see the 2nd Corps lodged on the crest beside the pass of San Antonio de Cantaro. The many reproaches heaped upon him by critics who have not read his orders for attacking too late and not at the same moment as Rainier are groundless. He was told to go forward only when his colleague Sierra Mater des Hauteurs. He moved precisely when the dispersing mists showed Merle's great column massed on the edge of the plateau. Of his 3 divisions he had, again in exact obedience to orders, placed Loyson on the right, Marchand on the left, while Mermet was in reserve behind Murat. The 2 fighting divisions were completely separated by the deep and steep ravine of which we have had occasion to speak. The ground in front of them was very different. Marchand had to advance by rather gentle slopes along the Chaussee, which curves up towards the convent of Busaco. Loyson had to go up a hillside of a very different sort, whose lower stretch as far as the village of Sula is gentle and much cut up by woods and orchards, but whose upper half beyond Sula is extremely steep and absolutely destitute of cover. There was no road here, only a rough mule track. Loyson started a few minutes before Marchand. He had his 2 brigades side by side, Simon's 6 battalions on the right, Ferry's also 6 battalions on the left. Both started from the low ground in front of Sula, each with a strong chain of tirailleurs covering an advance in serried battalion columns. The 26th Regiment was the leading regiment in Simon S., the 66th in Ferry's brigade. On leaving the bottom and advancing among the trees on the lower slope, both brigades found their tirailleurs at once checked by a very strong skirmishing line. Pack had spread out the whole of the 4th Caçadors on the hillside in front of his line battalions. Crawford had thrown out the 95th, more than 700 rifles, and the 3rd Caçadors, 600 rifles more, into the enclosures in front of Sula. The 43rd and, with the 1st Caçadors, were lying down in the hollow road at the head of the steep slope above that village, completely concealed from sight. Of formed troops, Loyson could only see the 1st Division far above him on the left, on the highest plateau of the Serra, and Cole far away to his right, on the lower hillsides towards Paredes. In order to press in the obstinate light troops in front of him, Loyson was compelled to push forward whole battalions from his fighting line. By a strenuous use of these, the Caçadors and rifles were evicted first from the lower slopes, then from the village of Sula. But when the latter had been captured, the French found themselves under a heavy fire of artillery, Ross's guns on the knoll above, between their embrasures of rock, being carefully trained upon the exits of the village, while Cleves' German battery joined in from its position at the head of the ravine and took Ferry in flank. It was impossible to halt in Sula, and Loyson ordered his brigadiers to push forward the attack once more, taking Ross's guns and the windmill near them as their objective. The slope was now much steeper. The British and Portuguese skirmishers had rallied once more above Sula, and Crawford had sent down the first Caçadores to feed the fighting line. It was only with a severe effort and with much loss that the French battalions won their way up the culminating slope. Simon's front regiment, the 26th of the line, stuck to the mule path up the hill from Sula in one dense and deep column, with the front of a company only and a depth of 3 battalions. Ferry's brigade, having no track to follow, seems to have moved in a somewhat less vicious formation along the slope further to the left, bordering on the northern edge of the funnel-like ravine which formed the boundary of Crawford's position. Both were in a very disordered condition, owing to the fierce conflict which they had waged with the screen of rifles and Caçadores all up the hillside. Lying in the hollow road parallel with the head of the ravine were the 2 line regiments of the Light Division, the 43rd on the right, the 52nd on the left. They were very strong battalions, despite their losses at the Coa, the one having 800, the other 950 bayonets. In front of them, on the skyline by the little windmill, to the right of Ross's guns, Crawford had been standing all through the earlier stages of the engagement, watching the gradual progress of the French up the hillside. He waited patiently till the enemy's 2 columns, a few hundred yards apart, had reached the last steep of the hillside below him. His recoiling skirmishers were at last thrust in upon him. They passed, some to the flanks, some through the intervals between the battalions and the guns, and the front was clear. Map of Ney's attack at Bassac. Enlarge Ney's attack at Bussaco. Map of Rainier's attack at Bassaco. Enlarge Rainier's attack at Bussaco. Then came the opportunity. The French, pulling themselves together, were preparing to rush up the last 20 yards of the ascent and to run in upon the guns, when Crawford waved his hat to the battalions lying in the road behind him, the appointed signal for action, and, it is said, called to the men behind him, now 52nd, revenge the death of Sir John Moore. The crest was at once covered by the long red line, and the fronts of the French brigades received such a volley at 10 paces as has been seldom endured by any troops in war. The whole of the heads of their columns crumbled away in a mass of dead and dying. The center and rear stood appalled for one moment. Then Major Arbuthnot wheeled in 3 companies of the 52nd upon the right flank of Simon's leading regiment, while Lloyd of the 43rd did the same upon the extreme left, so as to produce a semicircle of fire. It was impossible to stand under it, and the French broke and went hurtling down the hill, the wrecks of the front battalions carrying the rear ones away with them. So steep was the slope on their left that some are said to have lost their footing and to have rolled down to the bottom of the ravine before they could stop. The Light Division followed as far as Sula, and beyond, not stopping till Loyson's people had taken refuge in the wooded ground beyond that village, and the French guns by Mura had begun to play upon their pursuers. The rush had carried away the whole of the enemy, save 1 battalion upon Ferry's extreme left, which had moved so far down in the slope of the ravine that it had become separated from the rest. This solitary column, pressing forward, came to the skyline not in front of Crawford, but at the very head of the ravine, below Cleves Battery. Here it was dealt with by the leading unit of Coleman's Portuguese brigade, which was standing in line near the Chaussee. The 1st Battalion of the 19th Regiment, under Major McBean, charged it and rolled it back into the cleft, down whose bottom it hastily recoiled and joined the rest of the flying division. This made an end of Loyson's 2 brigades as a serious attacking force. They reeled back to their original position under cover of the 25th Leger, which Mermet sent out to relieve them. But later in the day, they pushed some skirmishers up the hill again and bickered with Crawford's outposts. Wellington, seeing that the Light Division was fatigued, sent the light companies of Lur's German Brigade and A. Campbell's 6th Caçadores from the reserves to take up the skirmishing. It stood still about Sula, but the French got a few men into the village, whom Crawford had to evict with a company of the 43rd. Loyson lost, out of 6,500 men used in the attack, 21 officers killed and 47 wounded, with some 1,200 men. His senior brigadier, Simon, was wounded in the face and taken prisoner by a private of the 52nd. The loss of the Light Division was marvelously small. The 3rd Caçadores and the 95th, who had fought through the long skirmish up the hill, had 78 and 41 casualties respectively, but the 43rd and had the astounding record of only 3 men killed and 2 officers and 18 men wounded. McBean's Portuguese battalion lost 1 officer and 25 men. The German light companies had nearly 50 casualties, but this was later in the day. Altogether, Loysen's attack was repelled with a loss of only 200 men to the Allies. It only remains to tell of one more section of the Battle of Busaco. It was entirely independent of the rest. When Ney started Loysen to his right of the deep ravine, he had sent forward Marchand's division to his left of it, along the Great Chaussee. On turning the sweep of the road beyond Mura, the leading brigade of this column, 6th Leger Anth Line, 5 battalions, came under a terrible artillery fire from the 3 batteries which Wellington had placed at the head of the ravine, those of Cleves, Parros, and Lawson. They nevertheless pushed along the road till they came level with a small pine wood on their left, which was full of the skirmishers of Pax's Portuguese brigade. The whole of the 4th Caçadores had been sent down into it from the height above. The flanking fire of these light troops was so galling that the French brigade, apparently without orders and by an instinctive movement, swerved to its left and went up the hillside to turn the Caçadores out of their cover. After a sharp bickering they did so, and then emerging from the wood on to the smooth slope of the height below the convent wall, got into a desperate musketry duel with Pax's 4-line battalions, who stood in front of them. They were now in disorder, and their brigadier, Maucune, had been wounded. But they made several attempts to storm the hillside, which were all beaten back by the Portuguese musketry and the fire of Lawson's artillery on the right. The 2nd Brigade of Marchand, that of Marcognet, pushed as far along the road as the preceding brigade had gone, but stopped when it came under the fire of Cleves and Parros's guns, to which that of Ross's, from across the ravine, was also added when Loysen's attack had been beaten off. Seeing that Marchand was making no headway, that Loysen had been routed, and that Rainier's corps was out of action, Ney called back his column, which fell back behind Mura. Maucune's brigade had suffered severely. It had lost its brigadier, the colonel of the 6th Leger, and 33 other officers with some 850 men. The rear brigade, Marcognet's, had suffered less. Its casualty list, however, was fully 300 killed and wounded. There had been a little skirmishing meanwhile opposite Wellington's centre, for during the main attack Ney had sent forward some Voltigeur companies from his reserves to occupy the line of skirmishers at the foot of the heights, which Spencer's 1st Division had thrown out. These 2 thin screens of light troops paired off against each other and contended all the morning with some loss, but no appreciable advantage on either side. Massena still had it in his power to attack again, for Mermet's division of the 6th Corps and the whole of Junot's 13,000 infantry had not yet advanced and had hardly lost a man. But the result of Ney's and Rainier's efforts had been so disheartening that the marshal refused to waste more lives on what was clearly a hopeless enterprise. He could now see Wellington's army concentrated on the 2 points that had been attacked. Hill's heavy column of 10,000 men had now lined the heights on Leith's right. Cole had edged the 4th Division close in to Crawford's left, and Coleman and the Germans were visible in the rear. If Massena had sent 0 fresh infantry, the English General Ha, 0 who had not yet come up into the fighting line, it was useless to persist. Accordingly, the skirmishing along Ney's front was allowed to die down in the afternoon, and the French divisions retired to their camps. The total loss of Wellington's army had been 1,252 officers and men, of who were killed 1,001 wounded and 51 missing. No officer over the rank of a major had been killed, and the only senior officers wounded were the Portuguese Brigadier Champlemond and Colonel Barclay of the 52nd. Of the casualties, 626 were in the ranks of the British, 626 in those of the Portuguese regiments, a strange coincidence in the losses of the 2 allied armies. The Portuguese line, indeed, had done their fair half of the fighting, as the return showed, in no instance with discredit, in some with high merit. If the 8th Anth Portuguese had broken before Foy's attack, it was under severe stress, and when attacked by superior numbers. On the other hand, Pack's brigade, Coleman's 19th, and the Caçadores of the Light Division won the highest praises from their commanders and had taken a most distinguished part in the victory. Wellington now knew exactly how far they could be trusted and could estimate at last the real fighting value of his army, at least, for a defensive battle in chosen and favorable ground. It would be another matter to calculate how far the Allied host was capable of taking the offensive. The total loss of the French, as shown by the return, which was not quite complete, presented to Massena on October 1, was 4498, of who were killed, 3612 wounded, and missing, i.e. prisoners. After his usual fashion, he represented it to the emperor as being about 3,000. One general Grainder, 2 colonels, and 52 other officers had been killed. 4 generals, Maucune, Foy, Merle, Simon, were wounded. The last was also a prisoner. 5 colonels and other officers were wounded. The Second Corps in all had lost at least 2043 officers and men. The Sixth Corps at least 2455. It may be remembered that of all the battles in the Peninsular War, this was the one in which the proportion of officers to men hit on the French side was highest, 1 to 16, the average being 1 to 22 in ordinary engagements. The excessive proportion of casualties in the commissioned ranks bears witness to a desperate attempt to lead on the men to an impossible task, in which the officers sacrificed themselves in the most splendid style. Massena must not be too much blamed for his experiment. He had still to ascertain the fighting value of Wellington's army and estimated it too low because of the extreme prudence which his adversary had hitherto displayed. He was handicapped by the impossibility of using his artillery effectively, and the position in front of him was strong, even stronger than he guessed, because of the road of communication along the rear of the plateau, but not too strong to be forced if the defenders did not fight well. Moreover, it was immensely long, 9 miles from end to end, so that 2 blows delivered with a corps each in the center might have pierced the line before the enemy's distant reserves could get up. Favored by the fog, as we have seen, Rainier actually won the heights for a moment, though Ney never got near the crest. The mistake lay not so much in making the trial as in underrating the warlike efficiency of the enemy. Strokes like Wallace's charge with the 45th Anth, or Crawford's masterly advance with the 43rd And, are beyond the common experiences of war. Massena put 45 battalions into his fighting line. They were repulsed by 24, for that was the number of Anglo-Portuguese battalions which engaged more than their light companies. This could not have been foreseen, but the lesson was learnt. Before the lines of Torres Vedras, a fortnight later, Massena refused to take any more risks of the kind, and the campaign assumed a very different character, because the invader had learnt to respect his enemy. One note on the topography of Bussaco. I spent 2 days in Ypres, and 2 days in Ypres in going very carefully over the field. Save that of its 9-mile length, I did not investigate closely either Cole's position on the extreme north, or Hill's on the extreme south, no fighting having come near either of them. The ground is so minutely described in the preceding chapter that only a few additional points require notice. 1. The ravine which lay between Pack and Crawford, and between Marchand and Loyson, is a feature which no map can properly express, and which no one who has not gone very carefully over the hillside can fully picture to himself. It produces an absolute want of continuity between the 2 fights which went on to its right and left. 2. The Mondego is not visible from any point of the line of heights till Hill's position is reached. It is sunk far below the level of the upland. 3. The San Antonio Paleros Road is a mere country track, barely deserving the name of road, though practicable for artillery and vehicles. The Chaussee Murabasaco is a high road of the first class, admirably engineered. The paths across the Serra at Hill's end of it are wretched mule tracks, not suitable for wheeled traffic. So is the track from Sula up the slope to Crawford's standing place. 4. The view from the summit of the Serra is very extensive, embracing on the one side all the slopes of the Estrella as far as Garda, and on the other the whole coast plain of Coimbra as far as the sea. But in each direction there is so much wood and hill that many roads and villages are masked. The French army, both in advance and retreat, was only intermittently visible. but enough could be made out to determine its general movements with fair precision. When it reached the foothills before the Serra, every detail of its disposition could be followed by an observer on any part of the crest, save that below Sula woods in the bottom hide the starting point of Loyson's division. 5. In the chapel by the side of the chaussee, just behind the skyline of the English position, the traveler will find a little museum, including a very fine topographical map, with the position of the Allied troops, and more especially of the Portuguese regiments, well marked. There are few errors in the placing of the British battalions, but nothing of consequence. The French army is only vaguely indicated, but the map is a credit to the Portuguese engineer officers who compiled it. 6. As I have observed in the next chapter, the ground to the north, along the Serras de Alcoba and de Caramula, is not so uniformly lofty or so forbidding in its aspect as to cause the observer to doubt whether there can be any pass across the watershed in that direction. Indeed, the first idea that strikes the mind on reaching the summit of the Serra and casting a glance round the wide landscape is that it is surprising that any officer in the French army can have believed that the Caramula was absolutely impracticable. Moreover, it is far less easily defensible than the Bassaco Ridge, because it is much more broken and full of cover. The beauty of the Bassaco position is that, save on the Murasula spurs, it is entirely bare of cover on the side facing eastward. The smooth, steep slope, with its firs and heather and its occasional outcrops of rock, makes a splendid glacis. The reverse space would be a far worse position to defend against an enemy coming from Coimbra and the coast plain, because it is thickly interspersed with woods. 7. With the possible exception of some of the Pyrenean fighting grounds, Bassaco gives the most beautiful landscape of any of the British battlefields of the peninsula. Albura is tame, Talavera is only picturesque at its northern end, Salamanca is rolling ground with uninteresting ploughed fields, save where the two Arapiles crop up in their isolated ruggedness. Fuentes d'Oñoro is a pretty hillside, such as one may see in any English county, with meadow below and rough pasture above. Vimiro is dappled ground, with many trees but no commanding feature. But the loftiness, the open breezy air, the far-reaching view over plain, wood, mountain, and distant sea from the summit of the Bassaco Serra is unique in its beauty. It is small wonder that the modern Portuguese have turned it into a health resort, or that the British colony at Oporto have fixed on the culminating plateau as the best golf course in the peninsula. 2. Note on the crisis of the Battle of Bussaco. While there is no point of dispute concerning that part of the Battle of Bassaco in which Crawford, Pack, and Coleman were engaged against the Sixth Corps, there was bitter controversy on the exact details of the repulse of Rainier's corps by Picton and Leith. Picton, and following him his subordinates of the 3rd Division, thought that Leith's part in the action was insignificant, that he merely repulsed a minor attack after the main struggle was over. Leith and his officers considered that they gave the decisive blow, that Picton's line would have been broken and the battle perhaps lost, if Barnes' brigade had not arrived at the critical moment and saved the situation. All that Picton would allow was that Leith aided the wing of the 45th and the 8th Portuguese in repulsing the enemy's last attempt. Grattan, who wrote an admirable narrative of the defeat of Merle's division by the 88th and the neighboring troops, denied that the 3rd Division was ever pressed, says that he never saw Leith's men till the action was over, and points out that Barnes' brigade, out of 1,800 bayonets, lost but 47 men altogether, while the 45th Regiment alone lost thrice, and the 88th more than twice, as many killed and wounded out of their scanty numbers, 150 and out of 560, and respectively. Other 3rd Division officers suggest, see the letters in the appendix to Napier's 6th volume, that Leith fought only with a belated body of French skirmishers, or with men who had been cut off from the main attacking column by the successful advance of Wallace. On the other hand, Leith, see his letter in Wellington, Supplementary Dispatches, Vol. Roman 6, p. 678, speaks of coming on the ground to find a large French column crossing the Serra and the Portuguese 8th Anth broken and about to recoil down the rear slope. His aide-de-camp, Leithhay, and Cameron of the 9th bear him out. Napier has failed to make the situation clear, from not seeing that there were two completely separate attacks of the French, divided by an appreciable interval. He thinks that Foy was on the Serre as soon as Merle, and calls his column Roman 3, p. 25, the French battalions which had first gained the crest, while as a matter of fact they had only started after Wallace's repulse of Merle was long over. The real situation is made clear when Raynier's and Houdelot's dispatches in the French archives and Foy's diary are studied. From these, it is clear that there were two occasions on which the French got to the top of the Serre, the first during Merle's attack, the second during Foy's. I have quoted Foy's narrative on p. 377 above, but it may be well to give also his note showing the starting time of his column. La Première Division Merle, aggravi la Montagne and sigetant adroit. Mais à peine les terres arrivient sur le plateau, quatrequais tout, occupar des troupes immensement supérieures en nombre, fraîches et vigoureuses, elles ont été culbutées en base de la Montagne dans le plus grand désordre. Ma brigade s'était portée au pied de la Montagne, devant soutenir le 31 Elager. Au moment de l'échec de la 1, Division Ji fait halt un moment pour ne pas être entraîné par les fayards. It was only at this instant, when the fugitives from Merle's attack were pouring past him, that he got his orders from Raynier to attack and started to climb the slope. There must therefore have been an interval of more than half an hour, possibly of an hour, between the moment when Wallace thrust Merle off the plateau and that at which Foy crowned it, only to be attacked and beaten by the newly arrived Leith. For it took a very long time for the French 17th Anth to climb the slope, and they only reached the top with difficulty, the skirmishers of the 8th Anth Portuguese and of Meade's wing of the 45th having fought hard to keep them back. Raynier's dispatch is equally clear as to his corps having made two separate attacks. He adds that some of Sarrat's men were rallied in time to support Foy, a statement for which I find no corroboration elsewhere. Napier then has failed to grasp the situation when he makes the French crown the crest above the pass of San Antonio and the crest opposite Wallace, 900 yards further north, at the same moment, and the statement that Leith's charge was directed against the other flank of the same mass that was beaten by the 88th Anth is altogether erroneous. Leith's narrative of the business, in short, fits in with the French story and must be considered correct. Picton cannot be acquitted of deliberate belittling of the part taken by his colleague in the action. Foy's attack, though made by only 7 battalions, while Merle had 11, was the more dangerous of the two, and was defeated by Leith alone, after the small fraction of Picton's force in front of it had been broken and thrust back. Section 21, Chapter 3. Wellington's retreat to the lines of Torres Vedras, October 1810. The dawn of September 28 brought small comfort to Massena. His desperate attacks of the preceding day had been repulsed with such ease and such heavy loss that neither he nor any of his subordinates dreamed of renewing the attempt to force the line of the Serre. Only 3 courses were open to him: to retreat on Almeida, giving up the campaign as one too ambitious for the strength of his army, or to change his objective and strike backwards at Oporto, if Lisbon were beyond his grasp, or to endeavor to move Wellington out of his position by turning his flank, since a frontal attack had proved disastrous. The first course was advocated by more than one advisor, but presented no attractions to the marshal. He was both obstinate and angry, and did not dream for a moment of spoiling his military reputation by retreating tamely after a lost battle. The blow at Oporto was equally unattractive. He had been told to drive the English out of Portugal, and to capture Lisbon, not to make a mere lodgment on the Douro. Moreover, as he had remarked to Ney before the battle, if he marched on Oporto by the bad road via Viseu, he might find the British army once more in his front, when he drew nearer to the city, since the Coimbra-Oporto chaussee is both shorter and better than the by-roads which he would have to follow. There remained the third possibility, that of turning Wellington out of the Bassaco position by flanking operations. The countryside did not look very promising, but the attempt must be made. Early on the 28th, the French cavalry was sent out in both directions to explore the whole neighborhood, a task which Massena should have prescribed to it on the 25th Anth, instead of keeping it massed in his rear. The reconnaissances sent southward by Raynier's light cavalry brought no encouraging report. If the French army crossed the Mondego, it would only run against Wellington's carefully prepared position behind the Alva. Fane's cavalry were out in this direction, and would give ample time of warning to allow the Allied army to pass the fords of Peñacova and man the long series of earthworks. Only a repetition of the Bassaco disaster could follow from an attempt to take the offensive on this side. From the north, however, Montbrun, who had ridden out with some of Saint Croix's dragoons, brought far more cheering news. This indeed was the flank where, on the first principles of topography, some hope of success might have been looked for. To anyone standing either on the Bassaco heights or on the lower ridge in front of them, and casting an eye over the dappled and uneven countryside to the north, it seems incredible that there should be no route whatever across the Serra de Caramula. Both the seacoast plain of Beira and the valley of the Ouarins, the little river which drains the plain of Mortegoa, were thickly populated. Was it likely that there would be no means of getting from the one to the other save by the chaussee through Bassaco, or the circuitous road far to the north, from Viseu to Aveiro, via Feramna and Benfeita? The maps, it is true, showed no other route, but every day that he remained in Portugal was proving more clearly to the Marshal that his maps, Lopez and the rest, were hopelessly inaccurate. The Serra de Caramula, though rugged, is not one continuous line of precipices, nor is it of any great altitude. On first principles, it was probable that there might be one or more passages in this stretch of 30 miles, though it was conceivable that there might be no road over which artillery could travel. There was, therefore, nothing astonishing in the fact that Montbrun discovered that such a track existed 9 miles north of Bassaco, running from Mortegoa by Avalera and Boilvaux to Sardau in the valley of the Aigde, one of the affluents of the Vouga. There was nothing particularly startling in the discovery, nor did it imply any special perspicacity in the discoverers, as many of the French narratives seek to imply. A peasant captured in one of the deserted villages high up the Ouarins, and cross-questioned by Massena's Portuguese aide-de-camp Mascarenhas, who accompanied Saint Croix on his reconnaissance, revealed the fact that this country road existed. He even, it is said, expressed to his compatriot his surprise that the French had not taken it when first they arrived at Mortegoa, since it was unguarded, while the whole Allied army was lying across the Bassaco chaussee. It was, he said, habitually used by the ox wagons of the peasantry. It was not a good road, but was a perfectly practicable one. With this all-important news, Montbrun and Saint Croix returned to Massena about midday. The Marshal at once resolved to make an attempt to utilize the Boilvaux road. There was some danger in doing so, since it was possible that Wellington might wait till the greater part of the French army had retired from his front, and then descend upon the rearguard and overwhelm it. Or, on the other hand, he might have made preparations to hold the further end of the pass, so that when the vanguard of the invaders was nearing Boilvaux or Sardau, they might 0 men, withdrawn from the Bassaco position in haste, lying across their path at some dangerous turn of the road. Indeed, we may confidently assert that if in 1810 the British general had possessed the army that he owned in 1813, Massena would have had the same unpleasant experience that befell Soult at Sauroren, when he attempted a precisely similar maneuver, a flank march round the Allied army on the day after a lost battle. But Massena was prepared to take risks, and the risk which he was now accepting was a considerably less perilous one than that which he had incurred when he chose to make a frontal attack on the Bassaco position on the preceding day. For though flank marches across an enemy's front are justly deprecated by every military authority, this was one executed at a distance of 9 or 10 miles from the British line, and not in a level country onto which Wellington might easily descend from his fastness, but in a broken wooded upland full of ridges on which the French might have formed up to fight if assailed. If this fact did not remove the danger, it at any rate made it infinitely less. If one of the two possible contretemps should happen, if Wellington should come down with a sudden rush upon the rearguard, that force would have to fight a defensive action on the ridges below Bassaco, till the main body could turn back to help it. In that case, there would follow a pitched battle upon rolling and uneven ground, which did not favor one side more than the other, and this, at any rate, would be a more favorable situation for the French than that in which they had fought on Sept 27. If, on the other hand, Wellington should send a strong detachment to hold the western debouche of the Boilevaux road. Nothing would be lost, if nothing would be gained. It was improbable that there would be any position in that quarter quite so strong as the tremendous slope of the Serra de Bussaco. The result of an attempt to force the defile might be successful. At any rate, Massena thought the experiment worthy of a trial. Accordingly, on the afternoon of the 28th, ostentatious demonstrations were made against the front of the Bussaco position, which led to a good deal of objectless skirmishing. Wellington was not for a moment deceived. Indeed, the idea that another assault was impending was negatived by the fact that both Rainier's and Ney's men were seen to be throwing up abatis and digging trenches on the flanks of the two roads on which they lay. These could only be meant for defensive use, and presumably must be intended to help the French rearguard to hold the ridges, if the Anglo-Portuguese army should descend upon them. Late in the afternoon, officers furnished with good telescopes and stationed on the highest point of the Bussaco Serra reported that they could detect columns in movement from the French rear in the direction of the northwest. These were St. Croix's cavalry and the baggage trains of Ney and Junot making their way to the rear, in order to get into the Mortegoa-Boilevaux road. At 6 o'clock, dusk having still not come on, it was reported that Ney's infantry reserves were certainly moving in the same direction. Only Loysen's division was still immovable on its old position opposite Soula. At nightfall, therefore, the movement of the French was well ascertained. It might mean merely a general retreat on Mortegoa and an abandonment of the campaign, but this was most unlikely. Far more probable was some march to turn the Allied flank by the passes of the Serra de Caramula. Wellington himself had no doubt whatever that this was the enemy's intention. As the dusk fell, he stood for some time on the summit of the Serra, watching the French columns receding in the distance. He then rode back to his headquarters at the convent of Bussaco and dictated without delay a series of orders which set his whole army in retreat for Coimbra and Lisbon. Before daylight, the position was deserted, only a rearguard being left on it. He does not seem to have thought for a moment of attacking, on the following morning, the 2nd Corps and Loysen's division, which had been left in his front, nor of directing his right wing to march on Sardo, which it could have reached long before the French arrived there. Each of these courses was so obvious that critics have lavished blame upon him for not adopting the one or the other. The explanation of his conduct is neither that he failed to see the two alternatives which were in his power, nor that he showed, as several French writers maintain, an excessive timidity. Still less is it possible to urge, as some have done, that he was ruined by his own neglect to occupy the Boilevaux road. He knew of that pass, had taken it into consideration, and in one of his dispatches speaks vaguely of a means which he was hoping to discover to render it useless to the enemy. This remedy cannot mean, as some have supposed, the moving thither of Trant's corps of Portuguese militia. It is true that Wellington had ordered this force to occupy Sardo some days before, but it was neither large enough nor composed of troops solid enough to resist, even in a strong position, the attack of a single French brigade. Some other device must have been meant, though we cannot determine what it may have been. The true key to Wellington's action is to remember the immense pains that he had taken in building the lines of Torres Vedras, and the elaborate arrangements that had been made during the last few weeks to complete the system for devastating Portugal in front of the enemy. It was by these means, and not by fights in the open, that he had from the first designed to defeat the invader. Bussaco had been an uncovenanted mercy. If Massena chose to run his head against that stone wall, it was worthwhile to man it, and to permit him to break himself against its granite boulders. But such an operation, as descending into the plain to attack the 2nd Corps on the 29th, or offering battle in front of Sardo on that same day, was not within the scope of Wellington's intentions. If he had wished to engage in that sort of fighting, he had already had ample opportunities to attack sections of the French army during the last 2 months. But to get engaged with one corps in a rolling upland, and then to have the other two converging on him while the fight was in progress, he had never intended, nor would he do so now. He gave his orders for the retreat of the army on Coimbra actually before the French had possession of their own end of the Boilevaux Pass, and at a moment when a single night march would have sufficed to place Cole, Crawford, and Spencer across the western end of it, with ample time to choose a position before the enemy could arrive in front. He explains his refusal to do so in his Memorandum of Operations in 1810 in the following terms: "It would have been impossible to detach a corps from the army to occupy the Serra de Caramula after the action of the 27th. That corps might have been hard-pressed and obliged to retreat, in which case it must have retreated upon Sardo and the north of Portugal. It could not have rejoined the army, and its services would have been wanting in the fortified position in front of Lisbon. It was therefore determined to rely upon Colonel Trant alone to occupy the Serra de Caramula, as his line of operations and retreat was to the northward. Nothing could have been done except by detaching a large corps to prevent the French from throwing a large force across the Caramula. When, therefore, they took that road, there was nothing for it but to withdraw from Bassaco. And after quitting Bassaco, there was no position that we could take up with advantage, in which we could be certain that we could prevent the enemy from getting to Lisbon before us, till we reached the fortified positions in front of that place. As to the other possibility, that of attacking the French rearguard below Bassaco, instead of endeavoring to stop its vanguard at Sardo, Wellington only observes that they had at least 12,000 or 14,000 more men than we had, and good as our position was, theirs was equally good. If he had fallen upon Rainier, the latter, he thought, could have detained him long enough to allow Ney and Junot to return, and so he would have found himself committed to an offensive action against superior numbers on unfavorable ground. These arguments are unanswerable when we consider Wellington's position. He might have succeeded in checking Massena at Boilvo or Sardo, but if he did not, ruin would ensue, since he might be cut off from the detached corps, and then would not have men enough to hold the lines of Torres Vedras. He might have crushed Rainier before he was succored, but if he failed to do so and became involved in a general action, a disastrous defeat was possible. In short, considering what failure would mean, the loss of Lisbon, the re-embarkation of the army, probably the end of the Peninsular War, he rightly hesitated to take any risk whatever. At the same time, we may suspect that if the Allied army of 1810 had been the army of 1813, Wellington might very possibly have played a more enterprising game. But the Portuguese still formed the larger half of his force, and though he had ascertained by their behavior on the 27th that they were now capable of fighting steadily in a defensive action on favorable ground, it was nevertheless very doubtful whether he could dare to risk them in a battle fought under different conditions. One cheering example of the courage and discipline of these newly organized regiments did not justify him in taking it for granted that they could be trusted under all possible conditions, as if they were veteran British troops. On the dawn of Sept 29, therefore, the two armies were marching away from each other. On the Bassaco position, there remained only Crawford's light division, strengthened by Anson's cavalry brigade, which was brought up behind the Serra, to form the mounted section of the force, which was for the next 10 days to act as the rearguard of the Allied army. Opposite them only Rainier remained, and he had drawn far back on to the Mortegoa road, where he stood in a defensive position in the morning, but retired, brigade after brigade, in the afternoon. The main body of Wellington's army was retiring in two columns. Hill and Hamilton's Portuguese division crossed the fords of Penhacova and marched for Spinhill and Tama. The force which had been left far out on the right behind the Alva, Fane's cavalry and Lecker's Portuguese militia, joined Hill and accompanied him to Lisbon. This column was absolutely unmolested by the enemy during the whole 12 days of the retreat to the lines. The French did not so much as follow it with a cavalry patrol. The other and larger column, formed of Spencer, Cole, Leith, and Picton, with Pack S, Coleman's, and Alex, Campbell's Portuguese, marched for Milhada and Coimbra. Crawford and Anson started 12 hours later to bring up the rear. During the hours, while the light division was waiting its orders to start, some of its officers explored the evacuated French position and found parked in an enclosure 400 desperately wounded soldiers, whom Massena had abandoned to the mercy of the Portuguese peasantry. He had used up all available carts and mules to carry his wounded, but had been forced to leave the worst cases behind. They were picked up and moved into the convent of Bassaco, on what became of them afterwards it is well not to speculate. No friendly column came that way again, and the ordonnancer were daily growing more exasperated at the conduct of the invading army. The French were not only carrying out in an intermittent fashion Masséna's Edict of Sept 4, directing that all men with arms but without uniforms were to be shot at sight, but burning every village that they passed, and murdering nearly every peasant that they could hunt down, whether he was bearing arms or no. Meanwhile, on the 29th of September, the French army was executing its flank march, practically unopposed, though not unobserved. Saint Croix's division of dragoons was at the head of the line of march. Then came the infantry of the 8th Corps, which had been put in the vanguard because it had not suffered at Bassaco. Next came the reserve cavalry of Montbrun, followed by the Grand Park and the massed baggage of the 6th Corps, mixed with a convoy of over 3,000 wounded. Ney's troops brought up the rear of the main column. Reynier was a day's march to the rear. Having spent the 29th opposite the Bassaco heights, he only reached Mortegoa that evening. Saint Croix's cavalry on this same day had passed the watershed and reached Avelins de Sima, where they met a patrol of de Grey's dragoons, who had sent parties out in all directions, from their headquarters at Milhada in the coast plain. From this time onward, the French advanced guard was watched by the 4 regiments of Slade and de Grey, who were directed to hold back its exploring cavalry, and not to permit it to reach Coimbra an hour sooner than could be helped. There was also a clash on the afternoon of the 30th between part of Saint Croix's dragoons and the Portuguese militia of Trant in front of Sardo. Trant had been ordered to be at that place on September 27. He only arrived there on the afternoon of the 28th, not by his own fault, but because his superior officer Baxeller, commanding the whole militia of the north, had ordered him to move from Lamigo to Sardo by the circuitous road along the Douro, and then from Ferra southward, instead of taking the straight road across the mountains north of Viseu, where he might possibly have been stopped by some outlying French detachment. Trant had at the moment only a squadron of dragoons and 4 militia regiments with him, Porto, Penafiel, Coimbra, and a battalion of light companies, and these, from hard marching and from desertion, were in all less than 3,000 strong. Knowing that he was expected to hold the debouche of the Boilevaux road against anything short of a strong force, Trant made an attempt to stand his ground. But his vanguard bolted at the first shot fired, and with the rest, he had to make a hurried retreat beyond the Vouga, leaving the road free to the French. Saint Croix had already pushed in between him and the British cavalry, who now began to make a slow retreat towards Milhada. At that place, early on the 30th, Slade and de Grey were joined by Anson's 8 squadrons, who had come in at the tail of Crawford's division after the rearguard evacuated the Bassaco position. On this day, the main column of the British infantry marched through Coimbra, leaving the light division alone in the city. Wellington's headquarters that night were at Condeixa, 6 miles south of the Mondego. The 3 cavalry brigades retired, bickering with the French advanced guard all day, as far as Fornos, 8 miles north of Coimbra. Masséna's infantry, after emerging from the Boilevaux Pass, were now pushing south, and bivouacked on the night of the 30th, Ney and Junot's corps at Milhada, Reynier's at Barreiro, 10 miles behind the others. The biscuit which the French army had taken with it from Almeida was now almost exhausted, and it was a great relief to the troops to find, in the deserted villages of the plain of Coimbra, considerable quantities of maize and rice, with which they could eke out or replace the carefully hoarded rations. Meanwhile, the city of Coimbra was full of distressing scenes. Though Wellington had ordered the whole population of Western Beira to leave their abodes as soon as the French reached Viseu, yet only the richest of the inhabitants of Coimbra had departed. The bulk had still held to their houses, and the news of the victory of Bassaco had encouraged them to hope that no evacuation would be necessary. The Portuguese government, though it had consented to carry out Wellington's scheme of devastation and had duly published proclamations commanding its execution, had taken no great pains to secure obedience to it. The sacrifice, indeed, that was demanded of the citizens of a wealthy town such as Coimbra was a very great one, far more bitter than that imposed on the peasantry, who were told at the same moment to evacuate their flimsy cottages. It was bitterly resented, and despite of the proclamation, 4/5 of the 40,000 inhabitants of Coimbra were still in their houses when, on the night of the 28th-29th, arrived Wellington's dispatch stating that he was abandoning Busaco, that the French would be in the city by the 30th or on the 1st of October, and that force would be used, if necessary, to expel people who still clung to their dwellings. During the next 2 days, the whole of the population of Coimbra was streaming out of the place by the roads to the south or dropping down the Mondego in boats to ship themselves for Lisbon at the little port of Figueira. Even on the 1st of October, the day when the French were reputed to be facing Fornos, only 8 miles away, all had not yet departed. Many of the poor, the infirm, and the reckless remained behind to the last possible moment, and only started when the distant cannonade on the northern side showed that the British outposts were being driven in. 20 miles of road were covered by the dense column of fugitives, headed by those who had started on the 29th and brought up behind by those who had waited till the last moment. There was a great want of wheeled conveyances. The richer folks had gone off with most of them, and others had been requisitioned for the Allied wounded. Hence, many could take off nothing but what they could carry on their persons. An eyewitness writes that he saw the whole chaussee covered with respectable families walking on foot with bundles on their heads, while in the abandoned houses he noticed food of all sorts, table linen, shirts, and all manner of other property, which was left behind in disorder because it was too heavy to be carried. Another tells how the old and the infirm, no less than the young and robust, carrying with them all their more valuable effects, covered the fields as well as the road in every direction, and from time to time the weary fugitives, unable to carry further the heavier articles that they had endeavored to save, dropped them by the wayside and struggled onward, bereft of the remnant of their little property. Fortunately, the weather for the first 8 days after the evacuation of Coimbra was warm and dry, so that the unhappy multitude had almost reached Lisbon before they began to suffer any inconvenience from the October rains. While this exodus was going on, Crawford's light division stood under arms on the northern side of the city, while the 6 regiments of British horse in the extreme rearguard were bickering with Massena's squadrons in the plain toward Fornos. On this day the Marshal had strengthened his van with almost the whole of his cavalry, having added to St. Croix's division, which had hitherto formed the advance, most of Montbrun's reserve of dragoons, and Lamotte's light brigade from the 6th Corps. This body of 34 squadrons was altogether too strong for Stapleton Cotton's 3 brigades, who had to give way whenever they were seriously pressed. 2 miles outside Coimbra, the British horse was divided into 2 columns. De Grey's heavy dragoons crossed the Mondego at a ford opposite Pereira, Slade and Anson's light dragoons and hussars by another at Alciada, nearer to the city. At the same moment, the light division, when the enemy's horse came in sight, retired through Coimbra, crossed the bridge, and pressed up the ascent towards Condeixa, thrusting before them the rearguard of belated fugitives who had only made up their minds to depart at the last possible moment. It is said that the block in front of them was so great that Crawford's regiments would have been in a situation of some danger if they had been closely followed by French infantry and forced to turn back to defend themselves. But nothing more than a troop of dragoons watched their passage of the bridge and their retreat to Condeixa, and not a shot had to be fired. It was otherwise with the cavalry column, composed of Slade's and Anson's brigades. They were closely followed by the bulk of the French cavalry and had to turn at the ford to hold back their eager pursuers. 2 squadrons of the German hussars and one of the 16th Light Dragoons charged in succession to check the French vanguard, while a fire was kept up by a line of dismounted skirmishers all along the river bank. The hussars lost 4 men killed and 2 officers and 13 men wounded, besides 6 prisoners. The 16th, 2 wounded and 1 missing in this skirmish. It could have been avoided, according to critics on the spot, if the brigade had retreated a little faster in the previous stage of its movement. But Stapleton Cotton, forgetting the dangers of crossing such a defile as a narrow ford, had been rather too leisurely in covering the last 3 miles, considering that the French were so close behind him. The enemy's loss was insignificant. That night the British rearguard lay at Sour and Condeixa, while headquarters and the rear of the main army were at Redinha. The French did not cross the Mondego with more than a few cavalry patrols, and made no attempt to incommode the retreating column. Indeed, they were otherwise employed. The entry of an army into a deserted town is always accompanied by disorders. That of the army of Massena into Coimbra was an exaggerated example of the rule, and for good reasons. The men had been living on bare rations for a month, and suddenly they found themselves in a town of 40,000 souls, where every door was open, every larder garnished, and every cellar full. The very quays were littered with sacks of flour torn open, and puncheons of rum stove in, for Wellington's commissariat officers had been to the last moment engaged in breaking up and casting into the river the remains of the magazine which had been feeding the army at Bassaco. The houses on every side were full of valuable goods, for most of the inhabitants had only been able to carry off their money and plate, and had left all else behind them. The 1st Division of the 8th Corps, the earliest French troops to enter the place, consisted almost entirely of newly formed 4th battalions, composed of conscripts and ill-disciplined. They broke their ranks and fell to plunder, only half restrained by their officers, many of whom joined in the sport. A late-comer from the artillery says that he saw one officer breaking open a door with a pickaxe, and another placing a sentry at the door of a shop, which he wished to reserve for his own personal pillage. There was widespread drunkenness, some arson, and an enormous amount of mischievous and wanton waste. It was afterwards said that Junot's corps destroyed in 12 hours an amount of food that would have sufficed to supply the whole army for 3 weeks. It is at any rate certain that Coimbra was full of provisions when the French arrived, and that, when order was tardily restored, only a few days, consumption could be scraped together to fill the empty wagons before the host marched on. Massena raged against Junot for not having kept his men in hand. Yet, if Portuguese narratives are to be trusted, he set as bad an example as any disorderly conscript, since he requisitioned for himself, out of the university buildings, all the telescopes and mathematical instruments, and distributed them among his staff. The pillage was as wanton and objectless as it was thorough. The tombs of the kings in the church of Santa Cruz were broken open, the university museum and laboratories wrecked, and all the churches wantonly damaged and desecrated. There was no attempt to restore order or to utilize the captured property for the general good of the army till the 6th Corps marched in on the next day. Even these later comers, however, could not be restrained from joining in the plunder. The mob of soldiers threatened to shoot the commissary generals Lambert and Lanouville when they began to put guards over the nearly emptied storehouses. The state of his army on the 1st and October sufficiently explains the conduct of Massena in refraining from the pursuit of Wellington's rearguard. But he was also somewhat puzzled to determine the policy which he must now adopt. Down to the last moment, he had thought that Wellington would have fought at Fornos or some other such position to defend Coimbra. And even when Coimbra was evacuated, he had imagined that he might find the enemy drawn up to dispute the passage of the Mondego. But it was now clear that Wellington was in full retreat for Lisbon. Since the Marshal was still ignorant of the existence of the lines of Torres Vedras, which was only revealed to him 4 days later, he was somewhat uncertain how to interpret the conduct of his adversary. After the vigorous stand that Wellington had made at Bassaco, it seemed dangerous to argue that he must now be in headlong flight for his ships and about to evacuate Portugal. Yet the rapidity of his retreat seemed to argue some such purpose. Ought he, therefore, to be pursued without a moment's delay, in order that his embarkation might be made difficult? This course, it is said, was advocated by Rainier, Montbrun, Frerian, and the Portuguese renegade de Lorna. On the other hand, Ney and Junot both advised a stay at Coimbra, to rest the army, collect provisions, and what was most important of all, to reopen communications with Almeida, Ciudad Rodrigo, and the 9th Corps, which was now due on the Spanish frontier. They pointed to the diminished strength of the army, which, having lost 4,600 men at Bassaco and 0 more by the hard marching and poor feeding of the last month, was now reduced to some 57,000 men. The fighting power of Wellington was formidable, as he had shown at Bassaco, where many of the French officers persisted in believing that he had shown numbers superior to their own, in which they erred. A hasty advance, it was urged, might bring the invaders in face of a second Bassaco, where there was no chance of a turning movement. Would the commander-in-chief wish to accept another battle of the same sort? It would be better to establish a new base at Coimbra to bring up the 9th Corps from the rear, and only to move on when the army was thoroughly reorganized. Meanwhile, a detachment might demonstrate against Oporto to distract Wellington's attention. This was the policy that Napoleon, 2 months after, declared that Massena should have adopted. Why, he asked, did the Prince of Essling, after his failure at Bassaco, pursue the march on Lisbon, instead of taking up a position on the Mondego and restoring his communications with Almeida? I had not burdened him with orders or instructions, and he could see that the English were not easy to beat. Massena's advocate, Foy, replied that if the army of Portugal had been halted on the Mondego, Your Majesty would have said to the prince, "Why did you not march on?" The English would have re-embarked if they had been pressed. To which Napoleon, with a broad smile, answered, "Very true, I probably should have said so." The problem presented to the Marshal, indeed, was not an easy one. If he remained at Coimbra, his enemies would delate him to the Emperor for timidity. If he advanced, he might find that he had undertaken a task too great for his strength. The personal equation settled the difficulty. Massena was obstinate and enterprising to the verge of temerity. He resolved to go on, at the earliest possible moment, in the hope of forcing Wellington to a battle on ground less favorable than Bassaco, or of compelling him to embark without any general engagement at all. 2 days only were spent at Coimbra. On October 3, Montbrun's cavalry, after making a reconnaissance as far as the sea and the port of Figueira, crossed the Mondego to Villanova de Ancos, while the 8th Corps, headed by Saint Croix's dragoons, occupied Condeixa. 1 division of Ney's corps followed them. The rest of the 6th Corps and Rainier made ready to resume their advance. A minor problem remained to be resolved. Should a large garrison be left in Coimbra and a new base for the army established there? The Marshal had shot into the convent of Santa Clara 3,000 Bassaco wounded and 0 sick men. There was an accumulation of wagons of the corps trains in the Grand Park, which could push on no further for want of draft beasts and all manner of other impedimenta. If the army went on at full speed in the hope of overtaking the English, all this must be left behind. But if left unguarded, wounded, and all might become the victims of trance militia, which was known to have retired no further than the Vouga, or even of the Ordinanza of the Hills. A strong garrison must be placed in Coimbra to make it safe. Rumor had it on October 2 that Taupin's brigade and a regiment of dragoons were to be set to guard the city. But rumor was wrong. Massena, after some doubting, made up his mind that he could not spare even 3,000 men. Every bayonet would be wanted if Wellington once more turned to bay. Accordingly, he took the extraordinary step of telling off only a single company, 156 men, of the 44th Equipage de la Marine, a naval unit which had been given him in order that he might have a nucleus of seagoing people, in case he succeeded in seizing the Portuguese arsenal at Lisbon. One would have thought that such men would have been so valuable, if only the enterprise had succeeded, that he would have chosen rather a company of ordinary infantry. These sailors, with 200 or 300 footsore or convalescent men, organized into a couple of provisional companies, were all that the Marshal placed at the disposition of Major Flandrin, to whom he gave the high-sounding title of Governor of Coimbra. That officer was told that every day would increase his force, as more convalescents came out of hospital, and 500 muskets belonging to the sick and wounded were left with him. The whole mass of disabled men was concentrated in the convent of Santa Clara, a vast building outside the transpontine suburb of Coimbra on the south side of the Mondego. The garrison was so weak that it could do no more than keep a guard at each of the exits of the town, which was destitute of walls, with a post of 30 men, all that could be spared, at Fornos, on the Great North Road facing Oporto. To abandon his wounded to almost certain destruction was a reckless act on the Marshal's part. Probably he said to himself that if he could but catch and beat the Anglo-Portuguese army, a small disaster in his rear would be forgiven him. Unlike Wellington, he was taking risks. On October 4, the French army made its regular start from Coimbra. The 6th Corps came out to Vila Pauca and Condeixa on the Pombal Road, the 2nd Corps to Venda do Cego on the Anceu Road, which runs parallel with the other, 10 miles to the east, and joins it at Leiria. Montbrun's cavalry pushed in from Sauer to place itself in front of the 8th Corps, which now moved on from Condeixa as the head of the main infantry column. Its scouts that evening bickered in front of Pombal with Anson's light cavalry, which was covering the retreat of the Allied army. The 2 days which the French had spent in plundering Coimbra had allowed the Anglo-Portuguese infantry to get a start which they never lost. They never saw the enemy again during the rest of the retreat. That night Wellington's headquarters were at Leiria, while Hill, unpursued by any hostile force, was at Tamar. For the next 6 days the British pursued a leisurely course towards the lines, along the 3 roads Tamar-Santerme-Villafranca, which was taken by Hill, Alcabasa-Caldas-Torres-Vedras, which was taken by Picton, and Leiria-Battle-Halemka, which was taken by Spencer, Leith, and Cole. It was along the last named, the central road, that Crawford's infantry and the 3 cavalry brigades followed the main body at the distance of a day's march. Anson's light cavalry brought up the extreme rear and was almost the only unit which saw the enemy between the 4th and the 10th of October. The rest of the Allied army had completely outmarched Massena. Its retreat was marked by some disorders. The site of rich monasteries like Alcabasa and Batalha, and large towns like Tamar and Leiria, standing empty, yet left full of all such property as the inmates could not easily carry off, proved as tempting to the British as the site of Coimbra had been to the French. There was much drunkenness, much looting, and some wanton mischief. Wellington set himself to repress it by the strong hand. He hung at Leiria 2 troopers of the 4th Dragoon Guards, who were caught plundering a chapel, and a man of the 11th Portuguese Infantry. Some of the regiments which were found specially addicted to pillage were ordered to bivouac in the open fields every night, and never to be quartered in a village. Anson's brigade, alone among the Allied troops, had an adventurous career during the retreat to the lines. It was always in touch with a pursuing force of immense strength, for Massena had constituted a flying vanguard under Montbrun, whose orders were to push the enemy at all costs and to try to come up with his infantry. This force consisted of St. Croix's dragoons, Pierre Sault's cavalry from the 2nd Corps, Lamotte's from the 6th Corps, 1 brigade Ornanos of the reserve cavalry, and Taupin's infantry from the 8th Corps. Lamotte's light horse had the place of honor and endured most of the hard knocks. They had lively skirmishing with Anson's 1st German Hussars, 9th Light Dragoons between Pombal and Leiria on the 5th October. The British brigade turned back twice and drove their pursuers back on to Taupin's infantry, but always suffered when it had to resume its inevitable retreat. The French lost 8 killed, 17 wounded, including 5 officers and 20 prisoners, the British 50 in all, including 2 officers wounded and 1 taken. This combat would not have been worth mentioning, but for the fact that it was from prisoners captured in it that Massena got his first news of the existence of the lines of Torres Vedras. Some of the troopers spoke freely of the lines as their point of destination, not guessing that this was the first time that their captors had heard of them. Hence the French generals learned that there were now fortifications in front of Lisbon, but they had, of course, no knowledge of their extent or character, and only expected to find some fieldworks on which Wellington would turn to bay. In fact, Massena was encouraged by the news, thinking that he was now certain of the battle which he desired. On the 7th October, the French infantry was all concentrated at Leiria, Rainier's corps having now rejoined the other 2. Montbrun's cavalry spread out so far as Alcabasa, whose monastery it sacked, on the coast road, and Muliano on the central road. Vedettes were sent out on the crossroad to Tamar also, but could find no trace of an enemy in that direction. On the night that followed, Massena received the disquieting intelligence that his deliberate taking of risks with regard to Coimbra had already been punished. A mounted officer, who had escaped, brought him news that his hospitals and their guard had been captured at a single blow by trance militia that same afternoon. That enterprising partisan, it will be remembered, had been driven behind the Vouga by St. Croix's dragoons on September 30th. Since, however, none of the French turned aside to molest him, and all marched across his front on the Coimbra road, he was not forced to retire any further. And having his orders from Wellington to follow the enemy with caution and pick up his stragglers and marauders, he came southward again when Massena's rearguard entered Coimbra. He had advanced to Milhada when it was reported to him, on the 6th, that the rearguard of the French had left the city on the preceding day. A few people who had returned from the mountains to their homes, despite Wellington's proclamation, sent him assurances that the numbers of the garrison were absolutely insignificant, and that of the wounded enormous. Judging rightly that it would have a splendid moral effect to capture Massena's hospitals and the commencement of a base magazine which was being formed at Coimbra, Trant resolved to strike at once. If he had waited a little, he could have got help from J. Wilson and from Miller, who had descended into the Celorico-Vizu country, each with his brigade. They had been directed by Wellington to cut the French communications with Almeida and had already carried out their orders. But Trant dreaded delay, thinking that Massena might send back troops to Coimbra when he found that Wellington was retiring as far as Lisbon. Without waiting for his colleagues, he marched at midday from Milhada to Fornos on the 7th and had the good fortune to surprise and capture the insignificant French post at that village. Not a man escaped. He was now only 8 miles from Coimbra and was able to rush down into the city in the early afternoon before his arrival was known. He had with him 1 weak squadron of regular dragoons and 6 militia battalions, having been joined since September 29th by all his stragglers and some outlying units. The whole made about 4,000 men. Formed in 2 columns, they charged into Coimbra by its 2 northern entrances, sweeping away the small French guards at the gates. The squadron of cavalry then galloped along the street parallel with the river and seized the bridge, thus cutting off the communication between the French in the town and those at the convent of Santa Clara, where the wounded lay. The small grand guard, which the enemy kept inside the place, took refuge in the bishop's palace, but was forced to lay down its arms at the end of an hour. The men at the convent, joined by many of the convalescents, kept up a fire for a short time, but surrendered at discretion, on Trant's promise to protect them from the fury of his troops. He was, unfortunately, not entirely able to redeem his promise. The Coimbra local regiment was so enraged at the state in which it found its native town that it mishandled some of the prisoners. 8 are said to have been slain. The total loss of the Portuguese division was 3 killed and 1 officer and 25 men wounded. Wilson and Miller came up next day and, sweeping the roads towards Condeixa and Pombal, picked up 300 more stragglers and marauders from the tail of Massena's marching column. Trant handed over Coimbra to them and escorted his prisoners to Oporto with his own division. There were 3,507 sick and wounded, of whom half could march, while the rest were taken off in carts. Of able-bodied men, not more than 400 soldiers were taken, but some hundreds of commissariat and hospital employees and men of the train brought up the total figures of the prisoners to 4,500 men. Trant has been accused by some French writers of deliberately exposing his captives to the fury of the peasantry and parading the wounded in an indecent fashion through the streets of Oporto. But the handsome testimonial to his humanity signed by a committee of French officers, which Napier prints in the appendix number 5 to his 3rd volume, is enough to prove that Trant did his best for his prisoners, and that the unfortunate incident which occurred just after the surrender must not be laid to his account. Massena's army received the news of the fall of Coimbra with indignation. It produced a painful impression on every mind, and while the rank and file murmured at the marshal's cruelty in abandoning their comrades to death, for it was falsely reported that the Portuguese had massacred them all, the officers blamed his blind improvidence, and observed that a brigade might well have been spared to protect not only the hospitals, but the invaluable base depot behind them. There was heavy skirmishing between the British rearguard cavalry and Montbrun's advance, both on the 8th and 9th of October. On the first of these days, the horse artillery troop attached to Anson's brigade was, by some extraordinary mistake, left encamped out in front of the squadrons which were told off as its escort, and was nearly surprised in Alcunta by an eruption of St. Croix's dragoons in a storm of rain. Summers Cox's squadron of the 16th Light Dragoons charged just in time to save the guns, and to jam the head of the enemy's column as it was crossing the bridge which leads into the village. Alcunta was held till dusk, when Taupin's infantry came up, and Anson's brigade retired, having lost only 1 trooper wounded, while the French had 16 disabled or taken. From this day onward, the weather, which had been fine and dry since the army left Coimbra, broke up for the autumn rains, and the last 3 days of the retreat to the lines was spent in torrential downpour. This had the advantage of delaying the French, for while the British infantry, who were 2 days ahead of them, reached their destined position on the 9th, with the exception of the Light Division and Pax Portuguese, the enemy was marching on flooded roads from the 8th to the 11th. On the 9th, there was continual bickering in the rain, from Quinta de Tora as far as Alemca, between Lamotte's light cavalry brigade, which had again replaced St. Croix's dragoons at the head of the pursuing column, and Anson's 2 much-enduring regiments. On this day, the 1st Hussars of the King's German Legion had the thick of the work. Linsingen's squadron of that admirable regiment, which formed the rear detachment of the whole army, turned back to charge no less than 4 times in 5 miles, and always with success. At dusk the French infantry got up, and the Allied cavalry retired on to Alemca after a fatiguing day of fighting, in which the Hussars had lost 2 killed, 2 officers and 9 men wounded, and 17 missing. The supporting regiment, the 16th Light Dragoons, had 1 killed, 3 wounded, and 4 missing, and the Royals of Slade's brigade, who only got engaged in the late evening, 1 wounded and 4 missing. Lamotte's loss was a little more, 6 killed, 22 wounded, and 21 prisoners. 3 of his officers were hurt, 1 taken. On the next day, Oct. 10, the whole of the British cavalry marched from Alemca to within the lines, distributing themselves to the cantonments which had been arranged for them. But Crawford's and Pack's infantry, which had hitherto been completely covered by the horsemen, did not follow their example with quite sufficient promptitude, and got engaged in an unnecessary skirmish. The Light Division should have withdrawn at noon, but Crawford, believing the French infantry to be still far away, and despising the cavalry which hovered around him, remained in Alemca, intending to spend another night in a dry cantonment, for the torrential rain which was falling promised fatiguing march to his men. At 4 o'clock Taupin's infantry came up and engaged the pickets of the Light Division in a skirmish, having been strictly forbidden by Wellington to get entangled in a rearguard action, and remembering perhaps his experience at the Coa, Crawford tardily and unwillingly moved off. But dusk coming on, his column missed its road, and instead of retiring into the section of the lines which it was destined to occupy, between the Monte Agrassa and the Valley of Calendres, went too far to the west, and came in upon the position of the 1st Division in front of Sabril. This would have been dangerous if the French had had any infantry to the front, to take advantage of the unoccupied gap in the lines. But Montbrun's advanced guard had pressed more than 30 miles in front of the main body of Massena's army, and this force contained nothing but cavalry, save the single brigade of Taupin, less than 3,000 men. This force, such as it was, did not pass Alemca that night. Crawford, in his retreat on Sabril, was followed by cavalry alone. It was not till next morning, when Montbrun sent out reconnaissances in all directions, that he found himself in front of fortifications drawn across every road, and gradually realized that he was in front of the famous lines of Torres Vedras. It must not be supposed that Wellington's final arrangements for the reception of the army of Massena in front of Lisbon were made at leisure, or at a moment when he had nothing to distract him. Though the actual retreat of his army from the position of Bassaco to the position of Torres Vedras was conducted at an easy pace and practically unmolested by the enemy, yet the days during which it was being carried out were a time of political, though not of military, storm and stress. Ever since the French had started from Almeida and made their first advance into the mountains of Beira, Wellington had been engaged in an endless and tiresome controversy with the Portuguese Regency. Though they had assented, long before, to the scheme for devastating the countryside and bringing Massena to a check only in front of Lisbon, yet when the actual invasion began, and the first hordes of fugitives were reported to be leaving their homes and burning their crops and taking to the mountains, several of the members of the Regency became appalled at the awful sacrifices which they were calling upon the nation to endure. The Principal Sousa put himself at the head of the movement and was supported by the Patriarch, the Bishop of Oporto, so famous in 1808. Sousa brought before the Regency proposals that Wellington should be formally requested to try the chances of a pitched battle on the frontier before retiring on Coimbra or Lisbon. In addition, he was always maintaining in private company that the people should not be required to take in hand the scheme of devastation and wholesale emigration, till it was certain the Allied army was unable to stop Massena somewhere east of the Serra de Estrela. He also laid before the Regency documents intended to prove that the system of devastation was physically impossible, and that it would prove incapable of stopping the advance of the French, owing to the difficulty that would be found in persuading the peasantry to destroy instead of hiding their stores of food. There was a certain modicum of truth in this last argument, and the French did succeed in living for a longer time in the evacuated districts than Wellington had considered possible. On the other hand, the principal was hopelessly wrong in his contention that the French would suffer little inconvenience. They were starved out of Portugal by Wellington's device, even though it took longer to work out its results than he had calculated. There is no reason to suppose that Sousa was in any way treacherously inclined. He and his whole family stood or fell with the English alliance, and the victory of the French would mean ruin to them. But his private and public utterances and those of his satellites had a deplorable effect. In the mouth of the common people, it took the form of a widely spread rumor that Wellington had refused to fight at all and intended to re-embark the British army. This did not lead to any wish to submit to Napoleon, but to a desperate determination to resist even if deserted. Wellington's dispatches are full of a riot which took place in Lisbon on September 7th, when the militia proposed to seize on St. Julian's, the citadel, and the Bugio fort, because they were informed that the English garrisons were about to evacuate them and put to sea. When Massena had already passed Coimbra, Sousa was mad enough to propose, at the Regency Board, that the Portuguese troops should not retire within the lines, but remain outside and offer battle in the open, even if the British refused to stand by them. The nervous activity of the government had been shown some 3 weeks before by the sudden arrest and deportation of some 50 persons in Lisbon, who were suspected, rightly or wrongly, of Jacobinism, and had been accused of having secret communication with de Lorna and the other renegades in Massena's army. They included a few officers and a good many lawyers, doctors, merchants, and minor officials, as well as some dependents and relatives of the exiles. The case against most of them was so weak that Wellington protested against their banishment, holding that the alarm caused by the arrests would make the people of Lisbon unreasonably suspicious and give rise to a belief in widespread plots. But despite his letter to the Regency, all were shipped off to the Azores. Some were ultimately allowed to go to England, others to Brazil, but the majority were not allowed to return to Portugal. All I ask from the government, wrote Wellington on October 6th, in the midst of the retreat, is tranquility in the town of Lisbon and provisions for their own troops. These two simple requirements were precisely those which he did not obtain. The capital of Portugal was kept disturbed by arbitrary arrests, by proclamations which often contained false news, and sometimes pledged the Regency to measures which the commander-in-chief disapproved, and by senseless embargoes laid on vehicles and commodities which were never turned to use. At the same time, the Portuguese troops were not fed, and the tents, which had been ordered forward to the positions behind the lines, never started from the magazines of Lisbon. Wellington's temper, tried to the uttermost by these distractions, when his mind was entirely engrossed by military problems, grew sharp and irritable at this time. He went so far as to write to the Prince Regent at Rio de Janeiro to declare that either he or Principal Sousa must leave the country. He suggested that some post as ambassador or special envoy should be found for the man who troubled him so. The Patriarch, as a necessary evil, he did not wish to displace, but only to scare. Unfortunately, an appeal to Brazil was hopeless, since the regent was entirely in the hands of the principal's brother, the Conde de Linhares. Much acrimonious correspondence, delayed by the vast time which was consumed in getting letters to and from Rio, only led in the end to a proposal from Linhares that his brother should leave the Regency, if Charles Stuart, the British ambassador, was also withdrawn from it, and if the war minister, General Miguel Forges, whom Wellington considered a necessary person and the ablest man in Portugal, should also be removed from his post. To this proposal neither Wellington nor the British government would consent, and as it only came in when Massena's invasion had already been foiled and the French had retired into Spain, the crisis was over. The principal remained at the council board to talk much impracticable and mischievous stuff, but to do little positive harm. When the invasion was past, Wellington could afford to disregard him. Section 21, Chapter IV. The lines of TORRES v DRAS. We have hitherto, when speaking of Wellington's immense scheme for fortifying the position on which he intended to bring his enemy to a standstill, refrained from entering into the details of his plan. It is now time to describe it in full and to explain its design. The character of the peninsula on which Lisbon stands lends itself sufficiently well to defense. At a first inspection, the countryside offers a rather chaotic expanse of mountain and valley, whose general features are hard to seize from any one point. On further examination, it appears that the whole square mass of land between the Atlantic and the Tagus estuary is nothing more than a continuation of the ridge of the Serra de Monte Junta, the main mountain chain of Estremadura. But from the backbone or central mass of the highland, so many large spurs are thrown out to each side, and these are themselves so high and steep that the whole peninsula seems more like a ganglion of mountains than a well-marked chain. The two chief joints or vertebrae in the backbone are the Monte Agrassa above Sobral and the Cabeza de Montequique 6 miles south of it, and these form the central points, respectively, of the first and second lines of defense, which were finally laid out. Besides the outer defenses, there was in Wellington's scheme, from the very start, an inner ring of works, covering only a small area on the seashore at the southernmost point of the peninsula to the west of Lisbon. This was merely intended to cover an embarkation if by any unforeseen disaster the lines themselves should be pierced. It remains to speak of the system of defenses in detail. In October 1809, Wellington's plan had embraced no more than one continuous line of works from Alhandra on the Tagus to the mouth of the Rio São Lourenço on the Atlantic, with certain redoubts and fortified camps thrown out in front, at Torres Vedras, Monte Agrassa, and other points. These latter fortifications were not intended to be held in permanence, but it was hoped that they might defer and hinder the enemy's attack on the main line in the rear. It was only the long delay in Massena's advance, which gave Wellington 5 or 6 months on which he had not counted, that led to the ultimate strengthening of the scattered outer works, and their conversion into a continuous whole capable of turning back, instead of merely detaining for a time, the invading army. Indeed, all across the peninsula, designs that were slight, isolated, and provisional when first drawn up, were in the end enlarged and perfected into wholly different structures. For the engineers, having unlimited labor at their disposal and much more time than had been promised them, could turn their attention, after the essential works had been completed, to devising all manner of additional improvements and securities for the chosen position. The construction of the lines was entrusted to Colonel Fletcher, Wellington's commanding engineer, who had as his chief assistant Major John Jones, the historian of the works, and in addition 11 British officers of the Royal Engineers, 2 from the King's German Legion, and 3 from the Portuguese Regular Army. Wellington himself, after making one all-embracing survey of the positions in Fletcher's company in October 1809 and another in February 1810, left all the rest to his subordinate, and refrained from worrying him with matters of detail, being satisfied that his own intentions had been thoroughly well grasped. The labor available was firstly that of the Lisbon militia regiments, who were brought up by alternate pairs and paid an extra 4d a day for their services. Secondly, that of hired volunteers from the peasantry of the district, of whom fro 0 to 7,000 were generally in hand. They receives, afterwards 8d a day, and lastly of a conscription from the whole of southern Estremadura for a circuit of 40 miles around. The forced labor was paid at the same rate as that freely hired. On the whole, only about £100,000 was paid out between November 1809 and September 1810, so that the lines of Torres Vedras may be considered one of the cheapest investments in history. The militiamen and peasantry were worked in gangs of some 1,000 or 1,500 men, each in charge of an engineer officer who had a few English and Portuguese military artificers as his assistants, Only 150 such were available, so short were both armies of trained men. In some districts, a subaltern officer of engineers with a few English soldiers, utterly ignorant of the language, directed and controlled the labor of 1,500 peasantry, many of them compelled to work at a distance of 40 miles from their homes, while their lands lay neglected. Nevertheless, during a year of this forced labor, not a single instance of insubordination or riot occurred. The great quantity of work performed should, in justice to the Portuguese, be ascribed more to the regular habit of persevering labor in those employed than to the efficiency of the control exercised over them. Indeed, it is but a tribute of justice to the Portuguese of Estremadura to state that, during many months of constant personal intercourse, both private and public, the laboring classes ever showed themselves respectful, industrious, docile, and obedient, while the governing classes in every public transaction evinced much intelligence, patriotism, good sense, and probity. Secrecy with respect to the extent and nature of the works was enjoined, and it is highly creditable to all concerned that hardly a vague paragraph concerning the lines found its way into the public prints. The French invaders remained ignorant of the nature of the barrier rising against them, till they found our army arrayed on it so as to stop their further advance. The total frontage of the southern and stronger series of lines, those which Wellington originally planned as his line of defense, was 22 miles from sea to sea. The outer and northern series of works, which was originally only a supplement and outer bulwark to the other, was longer, extending to 29 miles, for it crosses the peninsula in a diagonal fashion and not on the shortest possible line that could be drawn. Lastly, the small interior line round St. Julian's and Oiras, which was prepared as the embarking place of the army in the event of defeat, has a circumference of about 2 miles. In all, therefore, 53 miles of defenses were planned, a stupendous work, far exceeding, when its elaborate details are studied, anything that had been constructed in modern times in the way of field fortification. It must be remembered that the character of the lines in no way resembles that of our own great Roman wall from Tyne to Solway, of the Wall of China, or of any other long continuous stretch of masonry. It is only on a few points that works of any great length are to be found. The lines are in essence a series of closed earthworks, dotted along the commanding points of the 2 ranges of hills which Wellington chose as his first and second fronts of resistance. Some few of the earthworks rose to the dignity of fortified camps, armed with many scores of guns. The majority of them were small redoubts, constructed to hold 3 to 6 guns and garrisons of 200 or 300 men only. But even the smallest of them were individually formidable from their structure. The normal ditch was 16 feet wide and feet deep, the parapets 8 to 14 feet thick, and all were properly fitted with banquettes. When it is remembered that they were well palisaded, and had outer hindrances of abatis, chevoques de frise, and treus de loup scattered in front, it is clear that they were forts requiring a regular attack, not mere lines of trench and mound. The strength of the whole series was that they were placed in scientific fashion, so as to cross fires over all the ground on which an attacking force was likely to present itself. No practicable point of assault could be found on which advancing columns would not be cut up by flanking fire for a very long distance before they drew near to their objective. Immense pains had been taken to make the more exposed sections of the countryside into one vast glacis. Mounds which might have given cover had been removed to the last stone, hollow roads filled up, houses pulled down, olive groves and vineyards stubbed up to the roots, so as to give a perfectly smooth and featureless ascent up to the line of redoubts. Greatly to Wellington's credit, as may be incidentally remarked, compensation was paid on a liberal scale to all owners of dwellings, mills, fruit trees, and sea, for the havoc made by these necessary pieces of demolition. The result was a complete clearance of cover. We have spared neither house, garden, vineyard, olive trees, woods, or private property of any description, wrote the officer in charge of the works to his chief at the end of the preparations. The only blind to the fire of the works now standing anywhere is that beautiful avenue of old trees in the pass of Torres Vedras. The Juiz de Fora and the inhabitants pleaded with me so hard for the latest moment, lest they might be cut down unnecessarily, that I have consented to defer it till the day before the troops march in. As I have trustworthy men with axes in readiness on the spot, there is no doubt of their being felled in time. The pine woods on the Tor's heights are already down and formed into abatis. It was not necessary, or indeed possible, to slope into a glacis the whole of the ground in front of each of the lines of defenses. In many places, other methods of making it impassable were used. At the northwestern front of the first line, between Torres Vedras and the sea, for nearly 6 miles, a long marsh had been created. The river Zizander had been dammed up, and had filled the whole of the narrow bottom in which it flows. It has overflowed its banks, and in a short time more than half the valley has become so complete a bog that no reward can induce any of the peasantry to pass over it, wrote the officer who had carried out the experiment. Nor was it possible for the enemy to attempt to drain the bog, for 4 redoubts furnished with heavy guns and placed on dominating points of the hillside commanded the bottom so completely that it was impossible for any party to approach it with safety. Yet the redoubts were out of the range of field guns on the slopes beyond the Zizander. Only guns of position could have touched them, and Massena had none such with him. 2 similar inundations on a smaller scale had been caused at the other end of the lines, by damming up the Alhandra and Alvaca streams, each of which spread out in a marsh a mile broad, reaching to the foot of the heights above the Tagus, and could only be passed on the narrow paved highroad from Santem to Lisbon. In other places, a very different method of making the lines unapproachable had been adopted, where the heights were very steep, but not absolutely inaccessible, a dangerous thing to the defense, for here dead ground, unsearchable by the cannon of the redoubts above, must almost necessarily occur. The slope had been cut or blasted away in bands, so as to make absolute precipices on a small scale. At one point above Alhandra, this was done on a front of 0 yards. Even this was not the last precaution taken. At several places ravines ran deep into the line, and up them columns, more or less under cover, might possibly have penetrated. Such ravines, therefore, were stuffed, at chosen points, by a broad abatis or entanglement, mainly composed of olive trees with all their chief boughs remaining, dragged together and interlaced for a depth of many yards. Such a structure could not be crawled through, nor could it be hewn down without an infinite waste of time and labor, nor, on the other hand, did it afford any cover, since grape or musketry could play perfectly well through it. The chief of these traps was that laid across the long ravine above the village of Aruda, down the bottom of which flows one of the winter torrents which fall eastward into the Tagus. It was fortunate that Portugal was a well-wooded country. There are regions where it would be impossible to procure the immense amount of timber that was lavished on the accessories of the redoubts. All, as has been already mentioned, were palisaded. Many had in addition abatis or entanglements thrown up in front of them, some way down the hillside, so as to detain the advancing enemy under fire as long as possible. The works were divided into 8 sections, the first line composed of 4, the second line of 3, while the 8th consisted of the inner retrenchment for purposes of embarkation at the extreme southern point of the peninsula. Of the outer or secondary line, the 3 sections were: 1. A front of 5 miles from the Tagus at Alhandra, along the crest of a steep, but not very lofty ridge, as far as the great ravine that overlooks the village of Aruda. This front was elaborately fortified, as it blocks the great road, in the flat by the waterside, which forms the easiest approach to Lisbon from the north. In the 5 miles, there were ultimately constructed no less than 23 redoubts with 96 guns. 2,000 yards of hillside in one place had been scarped into a precipice. A mile by the side of the Tagus had been inundated. The one considerable gap in the line, the ravine at the head of the valley of Calendres, had been choked by one of the great abatis above described. The redoubts required a garrison of 6,000 men. 2. The second section, from the ravine above Aruda to the left of the steep Monte Agrassa, formed somewhat of a salient angle. It had a front in all of some 4.5 miles, which included the most lofty and defensible part of the backbone range of the Lisbon Peninsula. Of the 4 great paved roads entering the capital from the north, however, passes over the shoulder of these heights, and they were therefore very heavily fortified from the first, the large redoubt for 1,600 men, on the top of Monte Agrassa being one of the original outer works ordered for construction in Wellington's earliest notes of October 1809. There were in all 7 redoubts, mounting 55 guns, and requiring a garrison of 3,000 men on this fraction of the lines. 3, quite different in character, was the front of 8 miles from the left of Monte Agrassa to the pass of Runna, overlooking the upper valley of the Zizender and the village of Sabril. The fortification of this line had not entered into Wellington's original plan, and there were only 2 redoubts upon it when Massena appeared before it in October 1810. Such defense as there was consisted in the fact that the dominating Monte Agrassa redoubts overlooked it on the right, and that the 2 small works just mentioned commanded the main high road from Sabril to Cabeza de Montequique, which goes through its center. But there was a clear possibility that the enemy might make a push up the valley and the high road by the village of Zibrera, and this was indeed the most probable point of attack in the whole 29 miles of front for the enemy to select. When at the last moment, the British commander-in-chief determined to hold the outer lines and not merely to fall back after having used them for a temporary defense, he had to cram this point with troops and to construct new works upon it as quickly as possible. 4 divisions, therefore, more than 20,000 men, were concentrated here. Wellington's own headquarters were established at the hamlet of Piero Negro on the slope above the high road, and a very large redoubt was thrown up on the Portello Hill above Zibrera, with several smaller ones further to the right, to connect it with the Monte Agrassa works. Sabril, the village at the foot of the heights, was held as an outpost, but abandoned when Massena pushed forward to the front, as it was too far advanced to the north to be treated as an integral part of the position. But the French, when they had carried Sabril with difficulty, looked at the main line behind it and refused to attempt any further advance. The hillside was as formidable as the Bassaco Heights, from which they had only recently been repulsed. It was full of troops and growing in strength every moment as the earthworks continued to arise. The 4th section of the outer or northern front was that from the gorge of the Zizender, or the pass of Runna, as it is sometimes called, to the sea. It was about 12 miles long, but of this space 6 miles and more was covered by the impassable bog formed by the obstructed Zizender, and another mile was formed by the formidable entrenched camp of San Vicente, above the town of Torres Vedras, the most complete and self-sufficing of all the works in the peninsula. This stronghold lay outside the main line, beyond the river, covering the bridge and the paved chaussee from Leiria to Lisbon, the only carriage road on the western side of the lines. It was one of the earliest of the fortifications commenced by Wellington's engineers, having been started on November 8, 1809, and was placed in such a conspicuous point and planned on such a large scale that it attracted public attention more than any other part of the works, and gave its name to the whole in popular parlance. The whole front on both sides of Torres Vedras and its great fort was so strong and inaccessible as to offer little temptation to the invader to select it as a point of serious attack, all the more so because troops brought opposite to it would be completely cut off from any left in front of the eastern and central part of the lines. For the geography of the peninsula at this point is peculiar. North of the gorge of the Zizender, the great backbone range, the Serra de Barrigudo and the Serra de Monte Junta, extends for a distance of 15 miles without being crossed by a single road practicable for horses, much less for wheeled vehicles. There are nothing but goat tracks across the heights. If therefore any considerable body of troops had been sent to observe or contain the western section of the lines, it would have been separated by 2 days' march from the rest of the army, and liable to be crushed, ere succored by the defenders of Lisbon, who had good crossroads across the peninsula, by which they could transfer themselves from point to point under the protection of their works. As a matter of fact, nothing but flying parties of French horse ever appeared in this direction. Massena had not troops to spare for any secondary attack, more especially for one on such an unpromising part of the lines. Wellington had foreseen this when he distributed his field army behind the various sections of the front. To support the garrisons of the 12 miles of redoubts about Torres Vedras, he only placed 1 division, while there were 3 behind the eastern section and more than 4 in the partially entrenched central part. Passing on to the second line of defense, from Quintela on the Tagus to the mouth of the Rio São Lourenço on the Atlantic, we find 3 sections of defense, which, unlike those of the outer line, were all completed by September 1810 and had no central gap. There was over a mile of impassable inundation at the eastern end, between Quintella and Alverca. Above the first-named village was an isolated hill, which was all fortress, for no less than 6 redoubts had been placed upon it to enfilade the high road across the inundated lower ground. Then came the Serra de Serves, 3 miles of lofty and difficult hills, which had been scarped into almost perfect inaccessibility. In a sudden dip west of this range was the pass of Bucellas, through which runs one of the 3 great highroads that enter Lisbon. It was easily defensible, as it lies between 2 high and steep mountainsides and is only a couple of 100 yards broad. Redoubts were placed so as to rake it from end to end and to flank it on both sides. The chaussee itself was blocked with successive abatis, and the viaduct leading up to it was mined. 2. The second section of the inner line extended from the pass of Bucellas to the park of Mafra, a front of over 6 miles. The eastern part of this was formed by the towering heights of the Cabeza de Montequique, the most dominating mountain summit in the whole peninsula, almost steep enough to defend itself without fortification, but 3 redoubts nevertheless had been reared upon its summit. But from the pass of Montequique, at the left side of the summit, down to Mafra, the ground was less well marked, and here the chaussee from Sobral and Zibrera crossed the range. Much fortification, therefore, was lavished on these 4 miles, along which there were 9 strong redoubts, connected with each other in the rear by a military road passing along the southern crest of the heights. There was a second and formidable ridge behind this line, where further defense could be offered in the unlikely event of the enemy forcing his way up the high road. 3. From Mafra to the sea, nearly 10 miles, there was for the most part a well-marked line of heights, protected in front by the ravine of the river of São Lourenço, a deep, rugged, and in many cases inaccessible cleft, only crossed by a single road, that from Torres Vedras to Mafra. Nevertheless, 6 redoubts were reared to cover this, and the few other points where the ravine was passable. The eastern part of this section, that along the wall of the Royal Park, Tapada of Mafra, was its weakest portion, and for 2 miles at this point, the British engineers set all their ingenuity to work. The outlying heights called the Serra de Chaipa, in front of the park, were covered by 4 redoubts and turned into a first defense. The wall of the Tapada itself was loopholed and furnished with a banquette. The important road which passes its foot was obstructed with cuts, enfiladed by the artillery of several works, and stockaded at more than one point. There was another group of redoubts along the south end of the Torres Vedras road, at the village of Moroguera, and finally Mafra town, in the rear of all, was turned into a defensive post by means of trenches and barricades. Altogether, what was by nature the weakest point in the southern lines was made by art one of the strongest. This too, in spite of the fact that, being approachable only from Torres Vedras, it was on the whole not a probable front on which to expect an attack. A mere mention must suffice for the 8th section of the defensive works, the semicircle at St. Julian's and Oeiras, which was intended to protect the embarkation of the army if the worst should come. It was strongly entrenched and could be held by a very few battalions, while the rest were utilizing the numerous and solid piers alongside which the fleet of transports was to be moored. Having described the lines, it remains that we should describe the garrison set to guard them, detailing separately each element, regular and irregular. The forces at the disposition of Wellington were materially increased at the moment of his arrival within the lines. On October 8, he found at his disposition a brigade of 3 battalions newly arrived at Lisbon, the 150th, 171st, and 92nd, all old Corunna regiments, which had served in the Walcheren expedition, and were still none too healthy from their long sojourn in the deadly marshes of Zealand. There had also landed about the same time the 94th Regiment and the Brunswick-Oles Light Infantry, a foreign battalion raised from the refugees who had fought under the Duke of Brunswick in the abortive North German insurrection of 1809. Moreover, 2 battalions, the 230th and 44th, had just been sent to Lisbon from Cadiz, where General Graham now thought that the British contingent was larger than was absolutely necessary. The 1/4 and 23rd came out a little later and do not appear in the fortnightly general state of the army till November 15. Thus the army was swelled by 9 battalions, or some 6,500 men. No cavalry, however, had arrived. Wellington used these new arrivals to form a new 6th Division of infantry, and to complete to full strength the 5th Division, which had hitherto possessed only 1 British brigade. He did not, however, keep the lately landed units together. Acting on the principle which he always followed of mixing veteran acclimatized battalions with new arrivals, he formed the new 6th Division by adding Campbell's brigade, taken from Cole's 4th Division, to 2 Portuguese regiments, the 8th and the Lusitanian Legion, both of which had been hitherto attached to the 5th Division and had served with Leith at Bassaco. In the 4th Division, Campbell's brigade was replaced by that of Pakenham, taken from Spencer's 1st Division, while compensation was made to Spencer by giving him the newly landed 50th, 171st, and 92nd as a new brigade under Erskine. The 5th Division under Leith got 3 more of the fresh arrivals, the 1/4th, 230th, and 44th as its 2nd Brigade. The 94th was given to Picton's 2nd Brigade, which had hitherto consisted of only 2 1/3 battalions, to raise it to average brigade strength. The Brunswick-Olsjägers, being a light corps, were partly divided up into separate companies and told off to different brigades, as the 560th, a similar unit, had already been, though the headquarters and 6 companies joined Pakenham's brigade in the 4th Division. But when the 123rd, the last of the reinforcements, came out, it also joined Pakenham, while the Brunswickers were transferred to the Light Division, where they did not long abide. Even after allowing for the trifling losses at Bassaco, the British field army in Portugal was now far larger than it had ever been before, the gross total of troops in the lines amounting to 42,000 men, of whom about 7,000 were sick or detached, and 0 were present under arms. This figure does not include the 2 battalions of Marines who guarded St. Julian's and the lines around it at the mouth of the Tagus. Of Portuguese regulars, Wellington had now under his hand the 24,000 men who had fought at Bassaco, plus the 1,400 cavalry under Fane and the brigade under Bradford, now consisting of 5 battalions, which had been guarding the position behind the Alva on the day of the battle, together with the reserve artillery of Lisbon. The total made 27,500 men, of whom 500 were with the colours and 0 sick in hospital. Of militia, there were 3 brigades and 4 isolated units more within the lines: the Southern Beira Brigade of Lecca, 3 regiments, the Northern Estremadura Brigade of Miranda, also 3 regiments, and the Lisbon Local Brigade of 5 regiments, with 2 stray units from the north and 2 from the south. The numbers of all the regiments ran very low, owing to the way in which they had been neglected and underfed by their government, since they were called out 9 months before. Many had died, and far more had deserted. The 13 corps did not between them supply more than 8,200 men present under arms, with 1,000 sick in hospital. In addition, there were 3,200 artillerymen improvised from the ranks of the infantry militia or the ordinanza, making altogether 12,400 troops of the second line. As to the ordinanza who had taken refuge in and about Lisbon with their families, when the whole population of southwestern Beira and northern Estremadura retired within the lines, it is impossible to obtain any figures, save that they supplied the bulk of the 3,000 volunteer artillerymen just mentioned above, and that the picked men of the ordinanza of the capital itself had been organized into 2 battalions of Atarados Nacionales, of about 450 men each. The whole may have amounted to any number from 0 up to 40,000 men, of whom about 2/3 were armed with muskets, the rest, those from the remoter districts, having still nothing better than pikes. As most of them were scattered with their families in the villages where they had taken refuge, or the camps of huts which they had formed in sheltered situations, they could hardly be considered to be in a state of mobilization, and certainly were of no use either for garrisoning forts or for employment in the line of battle. Map of the lines of Torres Vedras. Enlarged lines of TORRES VDRAS. Lastly, in calculating the forces which Wellington accumulated within the lines, we must mention the 2 Spanish divisions from the army of Estremadura. Hearing that all was quiet for the moment on the frontier of Andalusia, the British commander had asked the Marquis of La Romana whether, in accordance with a promise made so long ago as July, he could spare any troops to assist in the holding back of the main French army of invasion. The Marquis, with a liberality of which the Cadiz Regency would have disapproved if its leave had been asked, replied that he would bring up his 2 reserve divisions. Leaving Ballesteros on the Andalusian border and another division under Imaz at Badajoz, in addition to the garrison and Madden's Portuguese cavalry, he marched for Oldia Gallagher and Lisbon with the troops of La Carrera and Charles O'Donnell, about 8,000 men. On October 25th, he had arrived at the cantonments behind Mafra, on the second line of defense, which his ally had requested him to occupy. Wellington defended the bringing up of these troops by the plea that he did not think himself justified in not bringing into his positions all the force which was at his disposal. But it is doubtful whether the advantage of getting 8,000 Spanish troops within the lines justified the danger incurred in Estremadura, when it was possible that Soult might send out Mortier at any moment to attack the depleted army that covered the approach to Badajoz. Napoleon thought that he should have done so, and when he heard of the arrival of La Romana at Lisbon, wrote to censure the Duke of Dalmatia in the fiercest strain. It was a shame and a scandal that he had retired to Seville. The Fifth Corps had orders to be always at La Romana's heels, and to prevent him from moving into Portugal, so that the news of its return to Seville roused the Emperor's surprise and anger. There can be no doubt that Napoleon did well to be angry. The balance of affairs in Andalusia tended to stand at an equipoise precisely because La Romana's army was strong enough to keep the Fifth Corps employed. When 8,000 men had been withdrawn by the Marquis to the Lisbon lines, Mortier was in a position to sweep all before him as far as the gates of Badajoz, or to execute a raid into the Alemtejo, if that course seemed preferable. But Soult did not send his lieutenant on this errand on his own initiative, but waited till he received direct orders to do so from Paris. By that time it was too late, and neither the disaster of the Jebora nor even the fall of Badajoz had any influence on the course of events in Portugal. Massena was forced to retreat before a single patrol from the army of Andalusia had got into touch with his outposts. What might have happened if Soult had launched his blow at Badajoz in October and had appeared on the left bank of the lower Tagus in December, it is impossible to say. Probably Wellington would have found some means of averting disaster, but it is unquestionable that his task of defense would have been made far more difficult. For the full realization of the meaning of the lines of Torres Vedras, there are 2 general facts which must be remembered. Firstly, they were garrisoned by troops which formed no part of the field army. Wellington's 60,000 regulars were not frittered away in the garrisoning of redoubts, but were held in masses behind the lines, ready to reinforce any threatened point, and to deliver a pitched battle in the open if the head of the French army were thrust through the defenses at some weak section. The generals of the 17th and 18th centuries, who so often built lines and were so easily evicted from them, suffered disaster because they drew out their armies in one attenuated thread, and were therefore weak at every point, and always inferior to the assailant at the place where he made his assault. Wellington's army was, with the exception of the 3rd Division at Torres Vedras, gathered in 2 solid masses, one facing Sobral, on the heights between Monte Agrassa and Runna, the second and smaller behind Alhandra. The one could reach the other in half a day's march, for the roads behind and parallel to the lines had been put in good repair. The whole of this vast system of redoubts was to be held by the troops of the second line, and by them only. There were altogether some 20,000 men of the second line in the fortifications, composed of the 8,000 afterwards raised to 11,000 militia infantry, 2, of about 800 Portuguese regular artillery, aided by over 2,000 gunners picked from the militia and ordinanza, trained by the regulars and incorporated with them, 3 of some 250 British artillerymen from the batteries which had been lying in reserve at Lisbon, 4 of picked companies of the Lisbon Ordinanza Ataradores, drilled into a state of discipline not much worse than that of the militia, 5 of the landing force of 2,000 British Marines, partly from the fleet, partly brought specially from England to garrison the proposed lines of embarkation at St. Julian's, 6 of the Despots, convalescents and recruits of the 8 line regiments of infantry raised from Lisbon and southern Estremadura, about 4,000 strong. In all, therefore, there were about 20,000 men, mostly troops of secondary quality, or 28,000 if the Spanish auxiliaries are counted, ready to man the lines, without a man being withdrawn from the ranks of the field army. The outer lines were calculated to require about 18,000 men for the redoubts, the inner ones 14,000, but clearly both did not require to be manned at once. If the outer line were broken, the garrison troops from the intact parts of it could fall back on the second. Meanwhile, the field army would be engaging any French columns that might have broken through, and there would be ample time to arrange for the manning of the second and stronger front. But it must be repeated once more that it was not on the passive defense of the redoubts by their garrisons that Wellington reckoned for success, but on the fighting of the field army, who would tackle the columns of attack that had committed themselves to the assault of the section, whichever it might be that Massena might select as his objective. All criticism based on general principles concerning the weakness of long-extended lines falls to the ground when it is remembered that Wellington had his army massed for a pitched battle in and behind his defenses, not strung out on an interminable front. The last point on which stress must be laid is that the most careful arrangements for the transmission of orders and intelligence from end to end of the lines had been made. There were 5 signal stations, with semaphores worked by seamen on 1, the redoubt No. 30 near the Atlantic, 2, the great redoubt of Torres Vedras, 3, the Monte de Socorro above Wellington's headquarters at Piero Negro, 4, the summit of the Monte Agrassa, 5, the hill behind Alhandra on the Tagus. After some practice, it was found that a message could be sent from one end to the other of the 29 miles in 7 minutes, and from number 3, the headquarters semaphore, to either end of the lines in 4 minutes. There was a similar line of 4 semaphores on the second, or main, series of defenses. Military roads had been opened behind both the fronts, so that troops could be moved along the shortest possible line. On the other hand, it was fortunate that there existed no crossroad from sea to sea outside the lines, which could be of any practical use to the invader. The only route of this sort, that from Alemka by Sobral to Runna, was commanded for the whole length from Sobral to Runna by the British heights, whose foot it hugs, while from Sobral to Alemka it is separated from the lines by the steep and pathless ridge of Galeria, across which nothing on wheels could pass. Nevertheless, here lay the invaders' best chance. Corps placed on this road and screened by the ridge could be moved for some distance to left or right unseen from the lines. The road, however, was bad, rocky, and narrow. It is marked as the Calzada Arruinada, or ruined road, in contemporary maps. The other paved road in this direction, that from Sobral to Arruda and Alhandra, passed through the line of ground occupied by the British at 2 points, and was under fire from the redoubts at short range for the rest of its course. It was absolutely impracticable. It only remains to be added that the Navy had been utilized for auxiliary service. Not only were its Marines under orders to man the St. Julian's lines, but its seamen had fitted out all the gunboats in the Lisbon arsenal. A flotilla of great strength infested the Tagus estuary, and by the fire of its heavy guns prevented the French from approaching the shore or endeavoring to build boats at the mouths of its creeks. If any attacks had been made upon either of the extreme ends of the lines, the columns delivering them would have been under fire from the sea throughout their operations. But as we shall see, the French never contemplated this. The one temptation which Massena felt was to assault far inland, the gap in front of Sobral between the Monte Agrassa and the Serra de Socorro. And there, as we shall see at the critical moment, prudence got the better of ambition, and the invader turned back foiled. The high water mark of French conquest in Europe was reached on the knoll by Sobral on the wet and gusty 14th of October, 1810. Section 21, Chapter 5. Massena before the lines of Torres Vedras. His retreat to Santerme, October, November 1810. On the night of October 10, when Crawford made his hasty retreat to Sobral and went within the lines, Montbrun had his headquarters at Alemka, where he kept Taupin's infantry brigade and Lamotte's and St. Croix's cavalry. Pierre Sault's light horse felt towards their left, in the direction of the Tagus, and occupied Carregado, where they failed to find any British outposts, Hill's corps having been withdrawn behind the brook, which enters the Tagus near Castanera. The main body of the army was far to the rear, in one vast column. Ney's and Rainier's corps lay that night in and about Alcunta. Junot's bivouacked around the convent of Nossa Senhora de Maxera, a short distance to the south of Alcunta. All the troops were terribly fatigued by 3 days' movement in torrential rain and had no more marching power left in them. It was only on the following morning, October 11, that Montbrun discovered the lines. His cavalry had been ordered to move forward on the 2 roads across which they lay. Pierre Soult therefore pushed for Villafranca, on the high road which skirts the Tagus. He found Hill's outlying pickets at Villafranca, drove them out of the town, and on passing, it came in sight of the line of redoubts and scarped hillside above Alhandra, which was manned by the Portuguese militia and backed by Hill's British infantry. It was impossible to advance further, so the brigadier, leaving an advanced post in Villafranca, drew back his 3 regiments to Castanera and sent his report to Montbrun. That general himself, with the main body of his cavalry, had followed the rough road from Alemca to Lisbon. He drove in some British dragoon pickets and then arrived in front of the village of Sobral, which he found occupied by the infantry outposts of Spencer's division. He did not attempt to push further that day, as his flanking reconnaissance had come in sight of the sections of the lines behind Arruda and behind Zibrera, where redoubts and solid lines of infantry were visible. Sobral itself was clearly not held in force, nor did it form an integral part of the British position. But Montbrun feared to attack it, when he had only a single brigade of infantry to the front, while many thousands of British troops might issue from the lines to overwhelm him if he committed himself to a serious attack. The village on its knoll was left alone for the present, though it was tempting to contemplate the seizure of a point which lay so far forward, less than 2 miles from the front of Wellington's chosen position. But Montbrun contented himself with sending back word to Massena that he had come upon a continuous line of fortifications stretching from the Tagus bank to some point westward, which was not yet discovered. For his furthest reconnaissances towards Runna and the upper Zizender had found the enemy in front of them, however far they pushed. Meanwhile, Massena's tired infantry of the main body had made hardly any movement. The 2nd Anth Corps still lay about Alcunta. Junot alone with the 8th Corps advanced as far as Moinho de Cubo, halfway between Alcunta and Alemca. Thus Wellington was given a whole day more to arrange his troops in their positions along the lines. On this morning, he was rather under the impression that the French attack would be directed upon Alhandra and Hill's corps, which he observed would be a tough job, defended as all the entrances of the valleys are by redoubts and the villages by abattis. Moreover, the French positively could not get guns up to attack the line west of Hill, since, in the existing state of the weather, no cannon could leave the paved roads, and the only path of that description leading from the Sobral direction to the Tagus bank ran through Arruda, where Crawford and the Light Division were now comfortably installed. Considering it likely, therefore, that Massena would bring a heavy attacking force by circuitous roads from the rear to Villafranca in order to make a frontal attack on Hill along the high road by the Tagus, Wellington warned Crawford and Spencer to be ready to move in eastward to the assistance of the extreme right wing of the lines. In the afternoon, however, he discovered that the force in front of Sobral, Montbrun, seemed much larger than that in front of Alhandra, Pierre Soult, and showed more signs of making widespreading reconnaissances. He therefore drew up an alternative scheme, by which, in the event of an attack on Spencer's front at Zibrera, Cole's and Campbell's, the new 6th Divisions were to support the threatened point, and even Picton was to come in from the distant Torres Vedras. No French troops were reported from this last direction, and de Grey's cavalry pickets from Ramalhill, far outside the lines, reported that not the smallest party of the enemy's horse had been seen west of the Serra de Barrigudo or the Monte Junta. On the 12th, Montbrun made a movement which seemed to justify Wellington's first idea that Hill was to receive the French attack. He moved Taupin's brigade, the only hostile infantry which had yet been seen, southward from Alemca to Villafranca on the Tagus. This was done, however, only because the whole 8th Corps was coming up on this day from Moinho de Cubo by Alemca to Sabril, which it reached in the afternoon, replacing Taupin's small force. Its arrival was at once reported to Wellington, who saw that his second theory of the intention of the enemy, not his first, had been correct, and transferred his main attention to the side of Sabril. That village, by some extraordinary blunder on the part of Sir Brent Spencer, had been evacuated by the pickets of the 1st Division during the night of the 11th-12th. They were put back into it, by the special orders of the Commander-in-Chief, in the early morning, for Wellington wished to hold it as long as was safe, on account of the fine view obtainable from its knoll over the routes from Alemca, by which the enemy must approach. Hence, when Junot's advanced guard came up in the afternoon, there was a collision at Sabril. The troops of Clausel finally succeeded in expelling the British outposts, which belonged to Erskine S. and Leroux's brigade, from the village. The casualties were few on both sides. 19 men only were lost by the British. The retiring pickets did not fall back into the lines, but clung to the other side of the ravine, which separates Sabril from the lower slopes of Monte Agrassa. They were only 300 yards from the village. While this skirmish was in progress, the main body of the French were at last set in motion from Alconte. The 6th Corps advanced this day, October 12, to Moinho de Cubo and Atta. The 2nd Corps, taking a road more to the east, so as to lean towards the Tagus, arrived at Carregado. Junot's corps was encamped behind Sabril, Clausel's division having its advanced posts, Brigade Maynard in the village, while Solignac lay 2 miles to the rear. The weather was still abominable, and all the movements were accomplished with great fatigue and delay. On this afternoon, the French army suffered the loss of its most brilliant and energetic cavalry officer. General Saint Croix, while exploring the Tagus bank north of Villafranca in search of deserted boats, was cut in two by a cannon shot from a British gunboat which was watching his cavalry from the estuary. He was held to be the only officer, except Colonel Pellet, who had any personal influence with Massena, and as that influence was always exerted on the side of daring action, it is probable that the many French diarists who deplore his death are right in considering that it may have had some positive effect on the conduct of the campaign. On the night of the 12th-13th, Wellington had become convinced, and rightly, that the great mass of Junot's corps, visible behind Sabril, constituted the main danger to his position. He therefore drew in troops from his right, even calling down from Torres Vedras Picton, in whose front no enemy was yet visible. From Monte Agrassa to the Portello redoubts, he put in line 4 British divisions, Spencer, Cole, Picton, and Campbell, along with Pack's independent Portuguese brigade. This last was placed in the great redoubt on Monte Agrassa, which dominated Sabril and all the lower hills. In reserve were 2 more divisions, the 5th under Leith, and a temporary Portuguese division consisting of the brigades of Coleman and Alex. Campbell. Altogether 30,000 men were concentrated on this comparatively short front of about 4 miles, besides the militia and artillery who garrisoned the minor forts. Junot, whose corps did not now muster more than 12,000 men, did wisely to refrain from making any serious attack. He was not, however, wholly quiescent. Attempting to extend his troops more to the right, to the west of Sabril, along the undulating ground in the direction of the upper Zizender, he got into touch with the outlying pickets of Cole's division, which stood beyond those of Spencer and Picton in the British line. The first attack fell on the light companies of the 7th Fusiliers and the newly arrived Brunswick-Oles battalion. When they were driven in, Cole fed his fighting line with the light companies of Hervé's Portuguese brigade. Finding his Voltigeurs outnumbered, Junot, in a similar fashion, sent up Gratian's brigade from his 2nd division to reinforce his advance. Hence there ensued some sharp skirmishing, which lasted several hours, till Cole drew back his outpost line from the lower plateaus north of Sabril to the foot of his fighting position, on the heights below the Portello redoubts. Junot had thus gained a mile of ground, but not ground that was of any service to him for a regular attack on the lines, since it was merely part of the rolling upland that was dominated by Wellington's main position. The 4th Division lost 25 British and a much larger number of Portuguese in this long bicker. Hervé, the Portuguese brigadier, was wounded. The French casualties were probably a little the larger. On the same afternoon, Rainier, with somewhat over a battalion of infantry, made a detailed reconnaissance of Hill's position in front of Alhandra. He pressed in close enough to draw the fire of the nearer redoubts, but halted when he had realized the strength of the line opposite him, and reported to Massena that he considered the right wing of the Allied position hopelessly impracticable for an attack. Next morning, October 14, the French commander-in-chief came up in person from the rear. It is astonishing that he had made no earlier attempt to judge with his own eye of the strength of Wellington's line of defense. He arrived at Sabril in time to witness a bitter skirmish, the most important of all the engagements that took place during the crucial days of the campaign of 1810. Spencer's outposts, as has been already mentioned, had on the 12th retired only some 200 or 300 yards from Sabril, and had taken up their position on the other side of the ravine that divides that village from the lower slopes of the Monte Agrassa. Across the high road, the main picket, furnished by the 71st Regiment, had thrown up a barricade. Junot considered this lodgment, so close to his line, as a thing that ought not to be permitted. Accordingly, he brought up his artillery, which had only arrived from the rear on the previous night, to the front of Sabril, and after cannonading the barricade for a short time, sent against it the Compagnies d'élite of the 19th of the line, supported by other troops of Maynard's brigade. The first rush of the attack carried the barricade and the line of stone walls on each side of it, but the whole of the 71st was ready to sustain the pickets, and with a fierce rush swept the assailants back across the barricade, down the slope, and into the outer houses of Sabril. From thence, of course, they had to retire, as a whole division was fronting them, but they resumed their old position without being pursued. Junot refused to renew his attack, and Massena, who had arrived while the skirmish was in progress, did not direct him to go forward again. It was clear that there was a very strong force in front of the 8th Corps, and that the redoubts visible along the Monte Agrassa on the one hand and the Portello Heights on the other were of the most formidable description. Massena's senior aide-de-camp and chief confidant Pellet thus describes the psychological situation. On arriving at Sabril, instead of the undulating accessible plateaus that we had been told to expect, we saw steeply scarped mountains and deep ravines, a road passage only a few paces broad, and on each side walls of rock crowned with everything that could be accomplished in the way of field fortifications garnished with artillery. Then at last it was plainly demonstrated to us that we could not attack the lines of Montequic with the 35,000 or 36,000 men that still remained of the army. For even if we had forced some point of the lines, we should not have had enough men left to seize and occupy Lisbon. It was clear that we must wait for reinforcements. Another eyewitness, Junot's aide-de-camp de Lagrave, in his memoir on the campaign of 1810-11, expresses the same view in his single sentence, explaining that the prince, seeing that the enemy was better prepared and stronger than had been believed, put an end to the combat, and on each side the troops took up once more their original positions. The loss in this combat, insignificant enough in itself, but decisive in that it revealed to Massena the uselessness of a further advance, was 67 on the British side, about 120 on that of the French. After putting a stop to the combat of Sabril, Massena rode away eastward, along the slopes of the upland that faces the Monte Agrassa, and as far as the knoll facing Aruda in the front of the light division. Here he pressed so near the British front that a single shot was fired at his escort from the redoubt number 120 to warn him to trespass no further. He saluted the battery by lifting his hat to it and went up the hill out of range. Some of his aide-de-camp continued the exploration till they touched Rainier's vedettes near Villafranca, but the marshal himself returned to his headquarters at Alemca to think over the situation. There's some sort of a council of war was held that same night. Junot, it is said, urged the chief to try the effect of a bold dash at the English army arrayed in front of Sabril. But he was talked down by Ney and Rainier, who argued that such an attack would be insane, considering the weakness of their corps and the strength of Wellington's fortifications. Without doubt they were right. Even if Massena had brought his whole 3 corps to bear on Sabril, he had 0 men less than at Bassaco, and Wellington 10,000 men more, leaving the garrisons of the forts out of the question. The Allies' zero bayonets concentrated on the threatened point and could have brought up Hill, Crawford, and Hamilton, and Lacour's Portuguese, 20,000 men more, from the east end of the lines, the moment that it was clear that Rainier was no longer in front of them. The position, owing to the forts, was far stronger than Bassaco, and the French cavalry would have been as useless on October 15 as it had been on September 27. The report which Foy drew up for Massena and presented to the Emperor gives the whole gist of the matter. The Marshal Prince of Essling has come to the conclusion that he would compromise the army of His Majesty if he were to attack in force lines so formidable, defended by 30,000 English and 0 Portuguese, aided by 50,000 armed peasants. An open assault on the Sobral position was now, indeed, the thing that the British most desired. Wellington wrote, with his usual ironical moderation, to his trusted lieutenant, Crawford, that he thought his arrangements had now made the position tolerably secure. Among these last arrangements, it may be remarked, was the drawing back of the 71st and the light companies of the 1st Division from the barricades on the near side of the ravine of Sobral. They were moved a few hundred yards to the rear, nearer to Zibrera. This was probably intended to encourage the French to sally out from Sobral up the road, where everything was now in order to receive them. Their advance was hourly expected. 500 Urban, Beresford's chief of the staff, wrote gleefully on October 15. Each individual division has now more than sufficient troops to occupy the space allotted to it, and the overplus forms a first reserve for each respectively. If the force thus posted beats the attacking enemy, of which there can be little doubt, our telegraphic communications will bring down Crawford from Aruda and Hill from Alhandra onto their flank, and the affair will be complete. There is much appearance that the enemy will attack this position with his whole force. Alhandra is far too strong for him. He cannot well retire, and it is hoped that his distress for provisions will compel him to bring matters to a speedy decision. But both the cautious commander-in-chief and the eager head of the Portuguese staff were mistaken in estimating the position. They had judged wrongly the character of Massena and his psychological position of the moment. He would not attack. Indeed, after October 14, he seems never to have had the least intention of doing so. The lesson of Bassaco had not been lost, and he was no longer prepared to assail. With a light heart, the Anglo-Portuguese army posted ready to receive him in a strong position. Probably the energetic statement of Ney and Rainier that they dared not risk their men, that the troops would be demoralized if ordered to advance for a second slaughter, also had its effect on the marshal. But Massena was proud and obstinate, and if he could not go forward, he shrank, for the moment, from going back. On October 15 began the one phase of the campaign which the British, from general down to subaltern, had least expected. The French army began to show signs of intending to settle down in front of the lines, as if for a blockade. After a few more attempts to feel the front of the lines about Aruda and the valley of Calandres, which was so feeble that they did not even drive in Crawford's outposts, the enemy began to fortify the front of his position with fieldworks and sent away the whole of his cavalry to the rear, a sufficient sign that his offensive power was spent. Massena's first dream of masking the lines by a close blockade was absolutely impracticable, considering the present state of his supplies. The troops were already living on the gleanings of the hastily evacuated villages of the Lisbon Peninsula, which could not last them for long, and would not even have sufficed for a week's consumption if Wellington's decrees had been properly carried out. If he was to feed his army from the thin resources left behind by the Portuguese, Massena would soon find it necessary to spread it far and wide, since, if he kept it concentrated in front of Wellington, it would soon go to pieces, exposed in bivouacs to the November rains, and forced to draw its nourishment by marauding from afar. It seems from the instructions which he gave to Foy at the end of the second week of his stay in front of Lisbon, that the Marshal actually contemplated clinging to his present advanced position till he should receive reinforcements. He hoped that the 9th Corps would come up to his aid from Old Castile, and that Mortier and the 5th Corps would join him from Andalusia. But these were mere hypotheses. He was not in touch with either Drouet or Mortier. Indeed, he had been cut off from all communication with his colleagues since the day that he crossed the Mondego. The 9th Corps, as a matter of fact, was only at Valladolid, and showed no signs of moving on. Mortier had retired to the mountains in front of Seville after his successes over the army of La Romana in September. Almeida was in a state of close blockade by Silvera's detachments from beyond the Douro. Ciudad Rodrigo was in hardly better case, being strictly watched by Julian Sanchez and his mounted guerrilleros, so that no one could get to or from it without a very strong escort. Garden's regiment of dragoons, left behind by Massena, was worn out in the effort to keep open the road between Rodrigo and Salamanca. From the army, neither Almeida nor Rodrigo received a word of news from the 18th of September to the 15th of November. So effectually was the road closed that rumors were current of such divers characters as that Massena had forced the English to embark, and that he had been completely foiled and was marching back to Spain via Castelo Branco. Paris was hardly better informed. The only news that the emperor got was that dribbled out 4 or 5 weeks later by the English papers. Hence came ludicrous notices in the Moniteur, of which the worst was one published on November 28, which stated that Coimbra had been occupied by Massena without a battle, that the army on October 1 had only 200 sick and wounded since it had left Almeida, and that no general or colonel had been killed or even hurt since the invasion began, and this after 12 such officers had fallen at Basaco. That battle, we may remark, was presented ultimately to French readers as a demonstration executed by the brigades of Simon and Graindorge in order to mask the great flank march of the Prince of Essling. But they had gone beyond their instructions and brought on a combat in which 200 men had been killed and 200 wounded. Frerian, the historian of the campaign, cannot restrain himself from adding, "This is how history was written at that time. It was by reports of this lying description that an attempt was made to calm anxious families. Did no one reflect that, by deceiving them in this way, the government made enemies of all those who trusted for a time in the exactitude of the bulletins, and lost their illusions soon after, when they learnt the melancholy ends of their sons and their brothers?" The dearth of news from the front was not Massena's own fault. He had sent back several aides-de-camp to find their way to Almeida, but all had either been captured by the ordinanza or forced to turn back. The best known of these was the young Mascarenhas, one of the Portuguese traitors on the marshal's staff. He started from Coimbra on October 3 with the Basaco dispatch disguised as a shepherd, but was detected by a band of ordinanza and sent as prisoner to Lisbon. The Regency had him tried by court-martial, and as he was caught without a uniform, he was condemned as a spy as well as a traitor and executed by the garrote in December. There was a perfect cordon of Portuguese militia and irregulars round Massena's rear in October and November. J. Wilson had come down to Espinhal and had his outposts in Leiria. Trant had returned to Coimbra. They were in touch, by means of the Estrada Nova and the garrison of Abrantes, with the ordinanza of Castelo Branco and a Spanish detachment of 3 battalions under Carlos de España, which La Romana had sent to Villavelha, at the same time that he took his 2 divisions under La Carrera and Charles O'Donnell within the lines. On the side of the Atlantic, the garrison of Peniche had sent out a force of 300 men to Abidos under Captain Fenwick, and these joined hands with de Grey's cavalry at Ramalhill in front of Torres Vedras. A few French parties which crossed the Monte Junta to raid towards the sea coast were cut off either by Fenwick or by the dragoons, but Massena never sent any serious detachment in this direction. For just 1 month, October 14, November 14, Massena maintained his position in front of the lines. The 8th Corps had thrown up some earthworks on and to the flanks of the hill of Sabral, thus assuming a defensive instead of an offensive position. The 2nd Corps went back to Carregado, but left strong detachments in Villafranca. By the dispositions of October 16, the 6th Corps remained with its main body at Ata, far to the rear, and an advanced guard at Alemca. Ney was so placed that he could succor either of the other corps if they were attacked. A brigade of Loyson's division was pushed forward to the hill opposite Arruda. In face of this last, Crawford was adorning the front of his line with a luxury of abatis, entanglements, and pitfalls, which would have made the hillside inaccessible to even the most alert and vigorous person moving alone. formed troops could not have got past the first 2 or 3 traps. But the most significant part of Massena's arrangements was to be found in his rear. Montbrun's cavalry reserve went back to Santerre. Thither also went the reserve artillery on the 17th, and the hospitals on the 20th of October. At the same time, each of the corps was directed to send to Santerre all smiths, carpenters, and other artificers that could be found in its ranks. They were told to report to General Eblé, the officer commanding the artillery, who had received from the marshal a special mission, the construction of boats and pontoons sufficient to bridge the Tagus or the Zézer. For if he was starved out in Estremadura, Massena had it in his mind that he might find it convenient either to cross into the Alemtejo or to force a way across the Zézer into the Castelo Branco district, in the hope of opening communication with Spain via Zarza and Alcantara. Montbrun's cavalry explored northward and eastward, seeking for likely spots at which the Tagus might be bridged, and on the other side reconnoitering the line of the Zézer to see how it was held. Not a boat could be found on the greater river. At Chamusca, a daring party of 50 men swam its broad current for a dash at some barks which were visible on the other side, but all were found to have had their bottoms carefully knocked out and to be filled with sand. De Gian, the officer who explored as far as Punheat on the Zézer, found all the bridges broken and the garrison of Abrantes watching the fords, with strong detachments at Punheat and Martinchal. Eblé found at Santerre that he had to create a pontoon equipage with no materials at all to work from. There was raw iron in the bars and balconies of houses, and raw timber in their floors and rafters, but nothing else. His smiths had to start on the weary task of forging saws and hammers. His carpenters had to turn housebreakers, in the technical sense, to obtain planks and joists. His task was hard, and would clearly take many weeks before it could be properly accomplished. Meanwhile, time was all-important to Massena, for every day the country between Santerre and the lines grew barer and yet more bare, as the foragers of the 3 French corps worked their will upon it. The men were already going into hospital by thousands and dying there. Junot's conscript battalions, unsheltered from the rain in their bleak bivouac above Sabril, suffered most. Ney's and Rainier's men were for the most part housed if not fed. The army, which had 0 men on leaving Almeida and 0 after the loss of Coimbra, had dwindled down to 50,000 effective sabres and bayonets by the month of November. Wellington was already pondering on the possibility of taking the offensive. He had received hundreds of deserters during the last few weeks, and knew, by their means of the miserable condition of the enemy, of the fact that the cavalry had nearly all been sent to the rear, and of the attempt that was being made to create a bridge equipage at Santerre. His dispatches of October 27 and November 3 to Lord Liverpool treat at length of the advantages and disadvantages of assailing the French in their present position. He sets forth the strength of his own army, 29,000 British troops present with the colours, after deducting sick and men detached, 24,000 Portuguese effective, and 0 of La Romana's Spaniards, making a total of 58,615. He refuses to contemplate the use of the militia, infantry, or artillery in the field, considering their behavior at Bassaco and elsewhere. I should deceive myself if I could expect, or your lordship if I should state, that any advantage would be derived from their assistance in an offensive operation against the enemy. On the other hand, he estimates Massena's fighting force at 55,000 men, a slight miscalculation, for there were only 50,000 effective at this moment, and of these 4,000 cavalry and 1 brigade of infantry were at Santerre and other distant places, from which they could not have been withdrawn for a battle suddenly forced upon their main corps. Massena could really have put no more than 44,000 men in line within 24 hours of an alarm. Wellington then proceeds to argue that he must make a frontal attack, for if he drew a very large force out of the lines in order to assail the enemy's flank by a wide encircling march, the inevitable consequence of attempting such a maneuver would be to open some one or other of the great roads to Lisbon, and to our shipping, of which the enemy would take immediate advantage to attain his object. Accordingly, we must carry their positions by main force, and in the course of the operation, I must draw the army out of their cantonments, and expose men and horses to the inclemencies of the weather at this time of the year. Moreover, if Massena were defeated, it would cause Soult to evacuate Granada, raise the siege of Cadiz, and come with 50,000 men to aid the army of Portugal. So, if I should succeed in forcing Massena's positions, it would become a question whether I should be able to maintain my own, in case the enemy should march another army into this country. Blake and the garrison of Cadiz, when freed from Soult's presence, would certainly do nothing to help the general cause of the Allies. They would neither come to Portugal nor be able to make a serious advance on Madrid so as to draw off Soult in that direction. He therefore concludes that when I observe how small the superiority of numbers is in my favor, and know that the position will be in favor of the enemy, I am of opinion that I act in conformity with the intentions of His Majesty's government in waiting for the result of what is going on, and in incurring no extraordinary risk. What he calls the safe game is to keep on the strict defensive, hoping that the enemy's distress for provisions and the operations of the militia in his rear may cause him either to make a desperate attack on the lines, in which he will be repulsed with awful loss, or else to make such large detachments to clear off the corps of Wilson, Trant, and the rest, that it will become easy and safe to attack the remaining army in its present position. Here, as when we considered the reasons which determined Wellington to evacuate the Coimbra country at the end of September, we are bound to recognize that he adopted an attitude of caution which he would not have assumed in 1812 and when he had thoroughly proved his army. The temptations to assail Junot's isolated and advanced position at Sobral were enormous. The 8th Corps had been thrust forward into a re-entering angle of the British lines, in which it could be attacked from the left flank as well as from the front. It was wasting away daily from its privations and had apparently not more than 10,000 bayonets left. The cavalry of the Corps, St. Croix's old division, had been sent off to Santarem, save one regiment. To sustain Junot, the 6th Corps could eventually be used, but only one brigade of it, that of Ferry, was in the first line, and this depleted unit, which had been so thoroughly rooted at Bassaco, had its old enemy, Crawford's light division, in its front. Of the rest of the 6th Corps, one division was at Alemka, 11 miles behind Sobral, the other at Arta, 6 miles behind Alemka. It would have taken the one 4 or 5 hours, the other nearly the whole of a short November day, to assemble and to come up. Rainier could not quit Hill's front without freeing the latter's 2 strong divisions for action. Meanwhile, Wellington had disposable, in Junot's immediate front, the divisions of Spencer, Cole, Leith, and Alex. Campbell-Picton had been sent back to Torres Vedras, plus the Portuguese brigades of Pack, Coleman, and A. Campbell, with La Romana's Spaniards also, if he should choose to employ them. This, too, after leaving Crawford to look after Ferry, and Hill to keep Rainier in check. It is impossible not to conclude that a sudden frontal and flank attack on Sobral with 30,000 men must have enveloped and crushed the 8th Corps. Though its position was good, its supports were too far off. Ney could not have come up to Junot's aid before he was overwhelmed. Massena was uneasy about this possibility of disaster and had issued orders on October 29 that if Junot and Ferry were attacked, they were to fall back on Alemka, while Ney was to bring up his reserves to that same place, and Rainier to abandon his position in front of Alhandra and march on Alemka also. But the weak point of this arrangement was that if Junot had been attacked at dawn, both in front and flank, by an overwhelming force, he could never have got back to Alemka and must have been cut off and battered to pieces close in the rear of Sobral. The English frontal attack, Spencer, Leith, and Pack, would have started at a distance of less than a mile from his position. Cole and Campbell on the flank had only 2 miles to cover. Both columns had a downhill march before them till the line of rising ground about Sobral was reached. How could the 8th Corps have got away? Even an orderly retreat with a fighting rearguard would have been impossible. But if Junot's 10,000 men had been destroyed behind Sobral, Wellington would then have been in the position to push in between Ney and Rainier, whose columns would just have been beginning to near Alemka. He might easily have driven them apart and have forced them to retire on Santarem or some such distant point in order to complete their junction. Even had they succeeded in joining, Massena would have had a demoralized army of little over 30,000 men remaining. It is certain that he must have refused to fight and have started on a disastrous retreat either by Castelo Branco or more likely by Tama. For the latter direction would have brought him to his base at Almeida. The former would have taken him through an almost uninhabited country to a part of Spain, the mid-Tagus, where no French army was ready to receive or succor him. It is impossible, therefore, to doubt that Wellington had a great opportunity before him, yet it is easy to see why he refused to take it. A mere victory of the second class, the thrusting of Junot out of his positions, not followed by the complete annihilation of the Eighth Corps, would have done no more for him than he himself stated in the above-quoted dispatch of November 3. If Junot got away with the main body of his troops and joined Ney and Rainier, and if their united army took up a defensive position at Santerme or elsewhere, Massena might still hang on to Portugal, till Soult brought up to his aid the whole army of Andalusia, or great reinforcements arrived from Castile. Any chance, a fog, heavy rain, the rashness or stupidity of some subordinate, might prevent the complete and instantaneous success of the attack on Sobral. These things being taken into consideration, Wellington resolved to lie still in the lines, and to let the weapon of starvation play for some time longer on the French. He expected them to retire within a few days from sheer necessity, or else to deliver the much-desired attack on his impregnable position. Massena had found that the preparation of his bridge equipage at Santerme would be a long business. He knew that his numbers were shrinking every day in the most appalling fashion, not only from deaths and invaliding, but from desertion. Yet he stood still for a fortnight longer than his adversary had expected, and meanwhile made a last desperate appeal for help to the emperor. He had guessed that all his previous attempts to communicate with Spain had failed because his messengers had been sent without a sufficient escort and had fallen by the way. Accordingly, he told off a body of more than 500 men to bear his next letter, and gave the command of them to an officer of well-known intelligence and resource, Foy, who had served in all the 3 Portuguese campaigns, Junot's of 1808, Soult's of 1809, and this last of his own. Moreover, it was known that Napoleon had confidence in his ability, though he was an old republican, and had actually been one of the few who had refused to sign the address, which was drawn up to ask the first consul to declare himself emperor in 1804. Foy was given a whole battalion of infantry, the 4th of the 47th of the line, with 120 mounted men. He was told to avoid the main roads, to cross the Zezer, pass north of Castelo Branco, and to try to reach Spain by way of Sabugal or Penamaca. This was obviously a difficult task, since the ordnancer were known to be abroad, even in this rugged and deserted region. To cover Foy's start, Montbrun marched, with a brigade of dragoons and a couple of battalions of infantry, to make a demonstration against Abrantes and draw the attention of its garrison from the upper Zezer. Montbrun forced the passage of the river at Punheat after a sharp skirmish and established his vanguard on the further side. He thus attracted to himself all the forces which Lobo, the governor of Abrantes, could spare outside his walls. Meanwhile, October 31, Foy passed the Zezer higher up at an unguarded ford and marched by Cardigos and Sabrera Formosa along the Castelo Branco road. But he abandoned it before reaching that town and turned north, crossing the Serra de Moradel by Fundão and Belmont. From thence, he reached Sabugal and finally Ciudad Rodrigo on November 8. He had been unmolested save by a body of ordnancer who cut off some of his stragglers. The passage of his column, whose strength was exaggerated by rumor, caused Carlos d'Espana to burn the bridge of Villavelha, under the impression that Foy intended to seize it and open up communications southward with Soult. He and Lobo reported to Wellington that Foy and Montbrun were the van of a great force, which was about to overrun and occupy the Castelo Branco country. But Massena's messenger had no other object than to reach Castile with as great rapidity as possible and without fighting. Arrived at Rodrigo, Foy gave over his escort to General Garden, with orders to him to collect all the convalescents of the army of Portugal and to draw out the garrison of Rodrigo and Almeida if Drouet was now in condition to take charge of these fortresses. This should give him a force of 6,000 men, with which he was ordered to cut his way to join the main army, to whom he was to bring a convoy of ammunition, which was running desperately low at the front. How badly Garden executed his charge, we shall presently see. Foy, meanwhile, with a fresh dragoon escort, rode for Salamanca and Valladolid, at which last place he was disgusted to find Drouet and the bulk of the Ninth Corps, whom he had expected to meet at Rodrigo. He met the general, and passed on to him Massena's request that he would collect the whole of his 16,000 men and march on Almeida, and from thence down the Mondego to Coimbra, after which he was to open up communication with the main army by Leiria or Tama. Drouet, assuming some of the airs of a commander-in-chief, did not show the eagerness to carry out these directions which Foy had hoped to find. From Valladolid Foy rode straight through by post, braving guerrilla bands and swollen rivers, through Burgos and Bayonne to Paris, which he reached on the night of November 21. On the next day, he delivered his dispatches to the emperor, and was put through 2 hours of sharp cross-questioning by his master. The notes of this conversation, taken down the same afternoon by the general, are one of the most interesting documents for the study of Napoleon's psychology. Striding up and down his study, pouring out strings of queries, rapid judgments, rebukes and laudations, even anecdotes and screeds of political philosophy, the emperor presented a wonderful picture of restless and far-reaching intellectual activity. Foy put in his excuses and explanations in the gaps of the emperor's tirades. Why the devil did Massena thrust himself into that muddle at Bassaco? Even in a plain country, columns do not break through lines unless they are supported by a superior artillery fire. And the disgrace at Coimbra, where he has let his hospitals be taken by 1,500 ragged rascals. To lose your hospitals is as disgraceful as to lose your flags. In a regularly organized country, England, for example, Massena would have gone to the scaffold for that job. The English are full of courage and honor. They defend themselves well. Massena and Ney did not know them, but Rainier, whom they had beaten twice or thrice, Alexandria and Maida, ought to know them. Wellington has behaved like a clever man. His total desolation of the Kingdom of Portugal is the result of systematic measures splendidly concerted. I could not do that myself for all my power. Why did not Massena stop at Coimbra after Bassaco? Because, faltered Foy, supposing he had done so, your Majesty would have reproached him by saying, if you had only pushed straight on Lisbon, the English would have embarked. Very possible indeed, replied the emperor, breaking into a broad smile. Well, I wanted to drive them into the sea. I have failed. All right, then I will have a regular campaign in Portugal and use them up. I can wear them down in the nature of things, because England cannot compete in mere numbers with me. Then followed an excursus into the characters of French generals, Junot, Ney, Soult especially. Then a curious confession that he had made a miscalculation in taking up the Spanish War. I thought the system easier to change than it has proved in that country, with its corrupt minister, its feeble king, and its shameless, dissolute queen. But for all that, I don't repent of what I did. I had to smash up that nation. Sooner or later, they would have done me a bad turn. Then comes the emperor's conclusion upon the present state of affairs. Massena must take Abrantes. Elvas would be of no good to us. The only way to get Wellington to make a forward move will be to force him to try to raise the siege of Abrantes. As long as Massena stays in position opposite Lisbon, nothing is lost. He is still a terror to the English and keeps the offensive. If he retreats, I fear great disaster for him. But why did he not take up some regular plan of operations? The very day after he reconnoitered the Lisbon lines, it was clear that he would never attack them. I will send immediate orders for the 5th Corps to invade the Alemtejo. Will they be obeyed? At that distance, only those who choose carry out my directions. A hint at Soult's selfish policy. I tremble lest Massena may call Drouet down to him and then get his communications cut again. By communications, I mean sure points, at 2 or 3 marches distance, properly garrisoned and provisioned, where convoys can rest and be safe. An army without open communications loses heart and gets demoralized. All the hope of the English is in that army of Wellington's. If we could destroy it, it would be a terrible blow to them. The emperor, pleased with Foy's intelligent explanations of the situation, created him a general of division and told him to rest for a month and then return to Portugal. He sent for him to administer a second catechism on the 24th, and then condescended to explain his view of the situation and his orders for the future. He quite approved of Massena's resolve to hold out in front of the lines, and had already given Drouet directions to assemble his corps at Almeida and open up communications with the army of Portugal. In fact, the order to do so had been sent off as early as November 3, and its bearer must have crossed Foix somewhere on the road. Soult had also been ordered, 2 days before Massena's appeal came to hand, to create a diversion in the direction of Spanish Estremadura. He was now sent a sharp reproof for having done nothing, and more especially for having allowed La Romana to slip away with 2 divisions to Lisbon unmolested. But it seems clear that no orders to concentrate his whole army and invade the Alemtejo were sent him, and these were the only measures that could have helped Massena. Napoleon's obiter dictum that it would be no use to besiege and capture Elvas shows a misapprehension of the situation. A mere demonstration in Spanish Estremadura might call back La Romana, but would not help the army of Portugal to any appreciable extent. It was not La Romana's 8,000 men who formed the strength of the defense of Lisbon. Wellington could have spared them without harm, and indeed sent them away long before Massena quitted Portugal. It may be added that, as facts were to show ere long, the mere sending up of Drouet to the front was not nearly sufficient to put Massena in a position to incommode Wellington, more especially when the 9th Corps was told to drop detachments at short intervals at every stage after Almeida. By following these orders, indeed, Drouet brought to the main army a mere 6,000 men on December 26, having left the rest of his corps beyond the Mondego. His arrival was of absolutely no use to the Prince of Essling. The one thing which could have saved Massena was the arrival, not of a small field force such as Drouet or Mortier commanded, but of a large army on the lower Tagus and on its southern side. Such an army, as the disposition of the French troops in Spain then stood, could only have been produced if Soult had consented to abandon Granada, raise the siege of Cadiz, and march with the greater part of the army of Andalusia into the Alemtejo, masking Badajoz and Elvas, and leaving a division or 2 in Seville to keep Blake and the Spanish troops from Cadiz in check. But the Duke of Dalmatia could never be induced to abandon 2/3 of his Andalusian viceroyalty in order to execute a movement whose results, if successful, would mainly redound to the glory of Massena. Nothing short of a definite and peremptory order from Paris would have made him call in Victor and Sebastiani and evacuate eastern and southern Andalusia. Such an order the emperor did not send. His dispatch of De only ordered that a corps of 10,000 men should advance to the Tagus in the direction of Villavelha and Montalvo to communicate with Massena. Soult undertook instead a blow at Badajoz in January with a force of 20,000 men, while leaving Cadiz still blockaded and Granada still held. Napoleon, therefore, must take the blame of the final failure of the invasion of Portugal. As has been shown above, from his own words, he was conscious that he was too far from the scene of operation and that mere ordinary directions to his lieutenants might not be carried out with zeal. Gi don el order, 50 executor ration, de si loin obéit qui veut. But if this were so, it was surely necessary either that he should go to Spain in person, or else, the more obvious alternative, that he should appoint a real commander-in-chief in the Peninsula, who should have authority to order all the other marshals and generals to obey his directions, without malingering or appeals to Paris. Napoleon had deliberately created a divided authority beyond the Pyrenees when he set up his military governments, and instructed Suchet, Kellerman, and the other governors to report directly to himself, and to pay no attention to commands emanating from Madrid. King Joseph, as a central source of orders, had been reduced to a nullity by this ill-conceived decree. Even over the troops not included in the new viceroyalties, he had no practical authority. Not he and his chief of the staff, but Massena, ought to have been entrusted with a full and autocratic power of command over all the armies of Spain, if a true unity of purpose was to be achieved. This necessary arrangement the emperor utterly refused to carry out. He sent rebukes to Drouet for hesitating to obey the orders of the Prince of Essling, and he jested at the absurd conduct of Ney and Junot in conducting themselves like independent generals. But these officers were in command of troops definitely allotted to the army of Portugal. Over the other generals of Spain, he refused to allow Massena any control, and he continued to send them his own ever-tardy instructions, which had often ceased to be appropriate long before the dispatch had reached its destination. If we seek the reasons of this unwise persistence in his old methods, we find that they were two. The first was his secret, but only half-disguised, intention to annex all the Spanish provinces north of the Ebro to France, an insane resolve which led him to keep Suchet and Macdonald in Aragon and Catalonia, as well as the governors of Navarre and Biscay, out of the control of any central authority that he might set up in Spain. The second was his jealousy of entrusting the vast army south of the Ebro, far more than 250,000 men at the moment, to any single commander. He remembered Soult's absurd strivings after royalty in Portugal. He knew that Massena, though the best of soldiers, was false, selfish, and ambitious, and he refused to hand over to either of them a full control over the whole of the forces in the Peninsula. It was even better, in his estimation, to leave King Joseph a shadow of power than to take the risk of giving overmuch authority to one of the two able, but not wholly trustworthy, marshals to whom he must otherwise have entrusted it.